are asking these questions about why encroachments can't be removed without bulldozers. Why make a scene about this? Giving Shaheen Bagh a bad name is what one of the residents told India Today. These are pictures coming in from Shaheen Bagh, where the police bandobast, the presence has been beefed up, anticipating a problem there. Residents blocking bulldozers. The bulldozers have been rolled in to remove illegal structures. It was done in Delhi's Jahangirpuri 3 weeks ago. As per the plan,
महिला थी जो सबसे ज्यादा विरोध कर रही थी, उन्हें बस में बिठा लिया गया है। जितने भी विरोध प्रदर्शनकारी थे उन सबको हटाया गया है, बस से उन्हें ले जाया जा रहा है और फिर ये बुलडोजर आप देख रहे हैं वो धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ेगा। ये दिल्ली पुलिस की ही बस है। जितनी महिलाएं थी जो विरोध में थी उन सबको यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है, क्योंकि वही जाकर क्रेन का जो लिफ्टिंग पार्ट होता है उस पर जाकर बैठ गई थी, उसके हैंड पर, और फिर और ये आप देख रहे हैं जितनी महिलाओं का विरोध था उन सबको दिल्ली पुलिस ने बस में बिठा लिया है और अब बस से 1-2 महिलाएं और बची हुई थी, उन सबको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस यहां से निकल रही है, उन्हें हटाया जा रहा है। और दूसरी तरफ हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं वो बुलडोजर जो विरोध कर रहे थे उन्हें हटाया गया है, और जो बुलडोजर इधर सामने है ये निकल रही हैं, दिखाइए अब इधर बुलडोजर दिखाइए। बुलडोजर अब अपने काम पर लग जाएगा। ये देखिए तस्वीरें, भारी सुरक्षा के इंतजाम अब धीरे धीरे यहाँ पर किए जा रहे हैं। शुरू में जो असमंजस की स्थिति थी, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस ने शुरू में सिपाही नहीं दिए थे, उसकी वजह से एक असमंजस की स्थिति बनी हुई थी, लेकिन अब जाकर वो परिस्थिति साफ हो चुकी है। भारी तादाद में यहाँ पर महिला सुरक्षा कर्मी पहुंचे हुए हैं और ये महिलाएं वहाँ पर जितने भी पुरुष थे या अन्य लोग थे जो विरोध में थे उनको हटाने में वहाँ से कामयाब हुए हैं। तो जैसे जैसे ये बुलडोजर आगे बढ़ेगा कार्रवाई की शुरुआत होगी और हम सीधी तस्वीरें आपको यहाँ पर आज तक पर दिखा रहे हैं। ये हाँ,
well, there was my colleague Anjana Kashyap getting us an overview of the situation from Shaheen Bagh in South Delhi, connecting with Uttar Pradesh, where legal encroachments have been set up, and the South Delhi MCD had indicated that there is going to be a drive of this nature on the 9th of May, and that is what is happening. This is going to extend up to Jasola Vihar in the vicinity, which is connected to Shaheen Bagh, and the drive is going to be completed on the 13th of May is what the South Delhi Municipal Corporation has said. Congress workers have hit the streets saying that they're not going to be allowing the bulldozers to roll in and then bring down the illegal structures. Kumar Kunal has more on that. Pooja Shali also continues to be with him. Kumar, what's the very latest? Has the drive started effectively or are the residents still blocking it?
I can show you the live pictures from Shaheen Bagh. The bulldozer is moving, but quite slowly. It has not started the anti-encroachment drive as of now. Heavy police deployment you can see here just in and around the bulldozer. It's a main road connecting Delhi to Noida as well. So there is a heavy traffic jam on the road as well. But now I can show you the most crucial part of this drive. This bulldozer, this has started moving. Where it will stop, where it will remove the encroachment. All the showrooms I can show you, which is here alongside this road. People are standing in anticipation that from where this anti-encroachment drive will start. But now, earlier the protesters have stopped this bulldozer, but now it has started moving and it is going towards the Kalindi Kunj side. But now all the eyes will be on the police force as well as the bulldozer, that where it is going to stop. So this is the situation at the Kalindi Kunj side. Right now, the heavy police deployment. The bulldozer is being cordoned off by the police, paramilitary forces as well as Delhi police Jawans. They are all moving along with this bulldozer. So quite a few protesters have gathered. They tried to stop the bulldozer, but still now those protesters have been removed forcefully by the police personnel. It is moving. So the bulldozer is slowly but definitely is going to remove the structures which are illegal, which are termed as encroachment. So I will let you know that what actually this encroachment is being made. There are two kind of drive. One is which is illegal construction, that is demolition drive, and the second one is anti-encroachment drive. The anti-encroachment drive is normally being done at a place where the public place is being occupied by illegal traders, illegal shop owners, or even residents. So this drive is going to start, but right now it is not clear that from where the whole drive will start. I can show you the bulldozer is moving quite fast and moving towards Kalindi Kunj, but it has not stopped here. So which will be the first target, that has to be seen. But I can show you that how police deployment has been increased. Earlier, police has denied any kind of police protection to the South Delhi Municipal Corporation officials who are coming for the official anti-encroachment drive. So it was not clear earlier that will this drive start or not. But now, as the police protection has been provided to the South Delhi anti-encroachment removal squad, so it is now almost certain that the encroachment drive, anti-encroachment drive will take place. But this has moved quite away from Shaheen Bagh. The bulldozer on past from Shaheen Bagh now. So now it is definitely a big question that will the drive take place.
News coming in from Shaheen Bagh, where residents are out on the streets. Delhi police has provided help to the MCD vis-a-vis increasing the police presence and the bandobast there. Congress workers also have hit the streets saying that they're not going to be allowing the bulldozers to roll in. The demolition drive is going to extend up to Jasola Vihar, has been indicated by the South Delhi Municipal Corporation in the past as well. These are pictures coming in of chaos from Delhi's Shaheen Bagh, which is of course just next to Noida. It shares its border essentially. Jasola Vihar is in the vicinity, and the MCD has said that illegal encroachments will be removed using bulldozers in this area. This matter is also pending the Supreme Court of India. Now the Congress has hit the streets saying that this is a drive that is being carried out because there is vendetta against a particular community. Residents of this area have in fact gone on to say that there are illegal encroachments, but rolling in bulldozers is just to bring this area, this locality, a bad name. There are different ways of doing away with illegal encroachments, is what residents in this area have said, but these bulldozers have been rolled in. The MCD says it is a part of the demolition drive that is being carried out in various parts of Delhi city, and of course Jasola Vihar next to Shaheen Bagh is next. Shaheen Bagh, remember, was in news 2 years ago for the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protests that were carried out in this locality. Meanwhile, the Delhi police is also ready to use tear gas shells on residents. Many of them have been detained, and the Congress workers have also been detained there. All of those people objecting to the drive being carried out are being detained, is what we know. Anjanam Kashyap has more on that.
बुलडोजर की भी तैनाती हो गई है। इधर का इलाका दिखाते हैं, देखिए ये सब जो आप देख रहे हैं अतिक्रमण में, क्या इस घर पर, यहाँ पर ये जो दुकानें हैं, ये दुकानें दिखाई दे रही हैं। यहाँ पर आप देख रहे हैं उनको स्टिल्स के साथ होल्ड करके रखा गया है। क्या इस अवैध निर्माण पर चलेगा, उसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा, क्योंकि अभी परिस्थिति साफ नहीं हो रही है कि बुलडोजर कहाँ पर चलेगा। आप देखिए बुलडोजर एक बार फिर से आगे बढ़ रहा है, थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा, ये समझ
Shaheen Bagh, the MCD has said they're doing their job and that they're going to continue to roll in these bulldozers in whichever areas where there are illegal encroachments, including Jasola Vihar 3 weeks ago. We have the Congress in fact hitting the ground. Also we have an MLA of the Aam Aadmi Party, Amanatullah Khan, who is in fact currently in Shaheen Bagh. We just put out his pictures for our viewers. There is evidently chaos, confusion on the ground as the police is all set to use even tear gas shells against residents who are preventing the bulldozers from removing these illegal encroachments. These are visuals of residents blocking the bulldozers. Congress workers are there as well. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan is in fact at Shaheen Bagh right now. He represents Okla, and which falls, Shaheen Bagh falls in this particular constituency, and so does Jasola Vihar, which is next to Shaheen Bagh, where the next demolition drive is expected, is what the MCD has said. All of this as per the rules after giving prior warning is what the MCD says. Why roll in the bulldozers when illegal encroachments can be removed without the bulldozers is the question residents are asking. Is there a deliberate attempt to bring a bad name to Shaheen Bagh is what some of the residents asked. Residents are out on the streets right now preventing the bulldozers from being rolled in. However, the demolition drive as per the plan has started. Remember, this has become a big flashpoint with many claiming and asking why bulldozers were not rolled out in the previous years. Why is it being done right now? Has the BJP sensed a political opportunity? And this is the question that the opposition, particularly the Congress and the CPIM, the left, who have opposed this in court as well, are asking. Bulldozers were rolled in previously in Delhi's Jahangirpuri as well. Now it is in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. Next is Jasola Vihar. The MCD has come out and said it's also going to be there in Sangam Vihar and New Friends Colony. All of this in the same area. What is going to be the eventual fallout of these bulldozers being rolled into these areas, mostly dominated by the minority community, is the question many are asking. Is this to send out a message? Is this muscle flexing by the BJP, which controls the MCD in Delhi? Pictures of the demolition drive.
अगर यहाँ पे कॉलोनी के अंदर इंक्रोचमेंट है तो उसको हटाया जाए, लेकिन अभी उसमें कोई इंक्रोचमेंट नहीं था. अब ये मंशा क्या है बुलडोजर लाने का?
आप कांग्रेस पार्टी से?
मैं आम आदमी पार्टी से हूँ, काउंसलर हूँ, यहीं से मेरा ही एरिया है ये. मैंने 50 बार लेटर दिया इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने के लिए, लेकिन इंक्रोचमेंट हर वीकली प्रोग्राम होता है एमसीडी का. इंक्रोचमेंट का दस्ता अलग होता है हर वार्ड के अंदर. उसका एक पूरे महीने की लिस्ट होती है कि कब इंक्रोचमेंट.
अमानत जी क्या बोलेंगे इसके बारे में?
किसके?
ये जो बुलडोजर शाहीन बाग में चल रहा है.
अरे कहाँ चल रहा है, देखता हूँ ना अभी कहाँ चल रहा है.
बोल रहे हैं एमसीडी के लोग.
हाँ, मैं आया हूँ ना, उनसे पूछने आया हूँ कहाँ पर है. आइए आप सब लोग आइए.
देखिए अमानतुल्लाह खान जो इलाके के विधायक हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं. अमानत जी क्या? अरे अमानतुल्लाह लाइव है हमारे साथ, आइए.
लेकिन अभी तो चुनौती होगी इन सुरक्षा बलों के लिए, क्योंकि बुलडोजर को आगे हटाना है यहाँ से. जी
Amanatullah Khan, the MLA of the area, has spoken to India Today as well as Aaj Tak, talking about the fact that an attempt is being made to disturb the law and order situation of the national capital. Congress has hit the streets as well, asking why similar demolition drives are not carried out at different other colonies where there are illegal encroachments by the rich as well. Why are the poor being targeted is the question that Congress is asking, not talking about minorities, interestingly. But these are areas dominated by minorities, religious minorities in the national capital. We've seen this drive in Jahangirpuri. Now we're seeing it in Shaheen Bagh. Next is Jasola Vihar, right in the vicinity, is what we know. The MCD says this is not illegal. A prior warning had been given in the past as well. Many of these people have been asked to produce papers. The residents say that there are illegal encroachments. There are encroachments, and that this has been dealt with in the past as well without the bulldozers being rolled in. Why the bulldozers being rolled in is the question that residents are asking. Is it to give a bad name to this particular locality, which was in news 2 years ago? It had become the epicenter of the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protest. That's the question that the residents there are asking. Meanwhile, the police presence has been beefed up in this area. Delhi police is supporting the MCD to bring the law and order situation under control and to see if things go out of hand, because residents are out on streets and are protesting, are stopping the bulldozers there. The Delhi police is ready with tear gas shells as well, as we put out those pictures for our viewers. But a great deal of chaos and confusion right now in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh area.
In front of the bulldozer.
ये कैमरा है, ये अमनातुल्लाह खान साहब हमारे साथ हैं। सर, अब ये तो कह रहे हैं कि हम प्रोसेस से कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, अनेकों कॉलोनियों में कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आप विक्टिम कार्ड, मुस्लिम कार्ड।
मैं 3 दिन पहले आया था, मैंने खुद आह्वान किया लोगों से, लोगों ने इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा लिया। अब ये मुझे बता दें इंक्रोचमेंट है कहाँ? अगर इंक्रोचमेंट है मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा, मैंने खुद तुड़वाया है। एक मस्जिद के आगे वुजू खाना था, 2 टॉयलेट थे, अपनी जेसीबी 2 दिन चलाकर खुद तुड़वाया है। इस रोड पर मुझे बता दो यहाँ इंक्रोचमेंट है।
इसका तो इंतजार करना होगा। उन्होंने बताया कि जोनल ऑफिसर आके चिन्हित करेगा।
वो जब आए थे, जोनल ऑफिसर आया था, मैंने सारा हटवा दिया था। जो उन्होंने इंक्रोचमेंट बताया था हमने खुद हटवा दिया था। यहाँ का SHO भी जानता है, DCP भी।
बताइए शाहीन बाग में इस तरह का विरोध क्यों? आखिर सरकारी लोग, एक सेकंड सर, आपको भी पता होगा, आप चुने हुए विधायक हैं, सरकारी काम में दखल अंदाजी कानून के खिलाफ है।
देखिए एक बात सुनिए, ये PWD का रोड है, अगर ये गलत करेंगे तो लोग तो आएंगे ना। मेरे से बात करें MCD के लोग, यहाँ लोकल पुलिस भी है, आए वो मुझसे बात करे, मुझे बताए ये इंक्रोचमेंट है, मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा।
बुलडोजर बिना अवैध जगह देके थोड़ी ना चलेगा। आगे आगे ये बुलडोजर बढ़ रहा है, ये बुलडोजर आगे बढ़ रहा है। और एक बार फिर से आम आदमी पार्टी के तमाम नेता यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, जो उसके विरोध में फिर से यहाँ पर खड़े हो रहे हैं। ये आपने देखा अमानतुल्लाह खान को, जो कि विधायक है, वो आए हुए प्रोटेस्ट करने में, और उनका कहना है कि हमने गिराए हैं, पहले हमें पेपर्स दिखाइए। कागज जो नहीं दिखाने की बात करते थे, आज वो कागज मांग रहे हैं। लेकिन ये देखिए, ये बुलडोजर है और यहाँ पर चिन्हित की गई हुई जगह पर ही वो चलेगा। थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा, क्योंकि बार बार यहाँ पर जो MCD के भी अधिकारी हैं वो साफ नहीं कर रहे हैं। ऐसा ही जहांगीरपुरी में भी हुआ था, बताया नहीं जा रहा था कि कहां पर चलेगा, उसके बाद अचानक हुआ था। भारी सुरक्षा बलों की तैनाती भी कर दी गई है। ये दिखाइए एक बार, महिलाएं भारी तादाद में यहां पर बुलाई गई हैं, क्योंकि महिलाओं का प्रोटेस्ट काफ़ी देखने को मिलता है शाहीन बाग में, और इसीलिए एक तरफ ये पुलिस की गाड़ी है, दूसरी तरफ ये बुलडोजर एक बार फिर से आगे बढ़ रहा है। ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं आज तक पर, आप इधर से आ जाइए तो आप दिखा पाएंगे। बिल्कुल बुलडोजर आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। कौन से घर पर, कौन से कंस्ट्रक्शन पर बुलडोजर चलेगा, उसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा, क्योंकि यहाँ की तस्वीर अब यही है कि बुलडोजर धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ रहा है। भारी सुरक्षा बलों की तैनाती है। कुछ ही देर में मुझे लगता है कार्रवाई जिस घर पर होनी है, जिस दुकान पर होनी है, क्योंकि यहाँ सिर्फ दुकानें शुरू हो जाएगी।
Going across to my colleague Pooja Shali is also getting us the very latest from there. Pooja, encroachments have been there for many years now, and these are removed also periodically. We all know that. Residents say that rolling in bulldozers is just with the intention of creating a law and order situation. The MLA from Okla, Amanatullah Khan, has said the same.
Absolutely, Sneha. Unlike Jahangirpuri, where there was an anti-demolition drive, it's complete chaos and confusion here. Slogan hearing now being done. As you can see, scuffle looks like it's breaking out. Delhi police is also on the target. Ashok Gehlot is showing how the Delhi police is finding it much more difficult compared to Jahangirpuri to manage people here who are clearly agitated and angry. Remember, in Jahangirpuri, the demolition drive still had been carried out, but here it is clearly breaking out into commotion and scuffle. Amanatullah Khan, who I just spoke to about a short while ago, said that they will stop. He will ensure that the anti-demolition drive, that the demolition drive will be stopped, because he does not believe that there is any illegal encroachment here. As you can see here, his supporters, his people here, thronging to get in a word from him, and he clearly, very clearly told me that he's here to stop the demolition drive, and he's demanding where is the illegal encroachment. Now, what you see around you, take a look, that is the bulldozer. Ashok Gehlot will show you just one bulldozer for now here, unlike in Jahangirpuri where there were at least 7, and therefore that is the difference, that even one bulldozer is finding it difficult. I've been here for the past few hours. I can tell you that this one bulldozer is also finding it difficult to carry out the drive. One, because it is on the main road. This is the Delhi-Noida border. It is leading to immediate congestion. They have to take care of that as well. Then, as now he's preparing to pull down some of the illegal structures, the anger is among the locals that is showing, unlike in Jahangirpuri where the situation had been calmed down. As you can see, the force has been now deployed here. Anyone is being detained who is trying to stop the demolition drive and taking law into their own hands. Take a look at these. These are the live visuals on your screen. Anyone trying to disrupt this official order of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi are being detained, are being put in buses. This means that the MCD clearly right now is ensuring that the drive will be on. Delhi police has said they are sending additional police force. As you can see, the CRPF has also been deployed. It's a multi-layered security here that you're looking at on your screen, and therefore the situation clearly is to ensure that there is no commotion that takes place. I'm trying to get you as many perspectives and angles. What you see here is a multi-layered security and a bulldozer, and then the illegal structure. So this is the bus where anyone who is going to break law and order will be detained. So multi-layered security of women personnel, male personnel of Delhi police, then the bulldozer, the JCB, and then the illegal structure allegedly that they are going to now start to demolish. So we are trying to show you exactly how Shaheen Bagh area looks like. Now, every time you think of Shaheen Bagh, remember, of course, the recent reason it was in news was primarily because of the anti-CAA protest that had been here. Now, we'll try and cooperate with the police personnel as well, as they're not letting us go very towards the location of the site. But unlike Jahangirpuri, I can tell you it's complete commotion in Shaheen Bagh. And, you know, a lot of push and shove by the angry locals here. As you can see, again, Ashok, show to our viewers how there is sloganeering taking place as well by the people. People have said they will not let, and bulldozer starts to demolish. Take a look at that. Ashok, show to our viewers of how finally the bulldozer is starting to demolish the first structure. This is under, of course, the orders and the plan of the MCD. Now, according to the MCD, this had been in the plan. It is not immediate. It is not a coincidence. The anti-encroachment drive was being planned for the past few days. But because of looking at law and order situation and whether they had enough deployment as well, they were not yet sure. But right now, they have decided to go ahead with it. That is likely to be the first building that we saw where allegedly the illegal structure is going to be pulled down. There is some conversation that is taking place. Ashok Gehlot will show us the MCD officials who are talking and are discussing how to go ahead with the plan. But the police has tried to barricade the area and have tried to ensure that it does happen as peacefully as possible here. You know, what is interesting here, as Ashok Gehlot will show you also, is that these bulldozers, remember, 7 in Jahangirpuri, right now just 1 in Shaheen Bagh. They are saying these are illegal construction. These are factory outlets. I can tell you this is the Delhi-Noida border. This connects Uttar Pradesh and national capital. These are factory outlets, but it's not the problem. The problem is not the store or the showroom. They've been here for years. They are saying the problem is the encroachments and the illegal constructions that have been here right outside the location here. And as of now, we will try and also get in a view, remember, because In Jahangirpuri, they went about within 1 hour, despite the Supreme Court status quo. They went about, did their work in perhaps 1 hour maximum. Here, one bulldozer is taking time to even initiate because there are angry locals. They're sloganeering. MLA Amanatullah Khan comes down and says, I'm not going to let this work continue. Where is the illegal demolition, illegal construction? Show me how can that demolition drive be taking place. When I asked him, why are you here? He said, and why is the MCD here? He said, the MCD here this is a deliberate plan to disrupt law and order and the peace in this area. And I'm here, according to him, to stop what he calls is not permissible demolition drive. He believes there is nothing illegal here. MCD says that these are encroachments and illegal extensions that have been done to some of these shops. So remember, why is this political? The Aam Aadmi Party has the MLA here, Amanatullah Khan. The MCD is under the BJP. So this is currently the situation here in Shaheen Bagh. Take a look. All right, so here in Shaheen Bagh, let me speak to someone. All right, because the Aam Aadmi Party has been all guns blazing. क्यों आप यहाँ आज आपको डिटेन भी कर लिया पर आप क्यों यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं? ये कह रहे हैं कि इलीगल है तो डेमोलिश तो होगा ही.
इलीगल है तो आप बिल्कुल डेमोलिश कीजिए ना. आदेश गुप्ता का घर डेमोलिश कीजिए सबसे पहले. इकबाल सिंह जो नॉर्थ एमसीडी के मेयर है उनका घर आप डेमोलिश कीजिए. आप यहाँ प्रोपेगेंडा भाजपा के अध्यक्ष आदेश गुप्ता के इशारे पे दिल्ली का मेयर एमसीडी का एसडीएमसी का मेयर अगर प्रोपेगेंडा के इशारे पे एक संवैधानिक पद पे अगर वो उसका
तो आप कह रहे हैं एमसीडी पॉलिटिकल ऑर्डर पे ये नहीं करना चाहिए. आप डिसरप्ट भी तो कर रहे हैं. आम आदमी पार्टी डिसरप्ट कर रही है, माना नहीं.
मैम ये बता रहा हूँ कि 365 दिन ये मेयर क्यों सोते रहे, एमसीडी क्यों सोती रही, अतिक्रमण अगर हुआ है तो क्यों होने दिया और आपने आदेश गुप्ता का घर क्यों नहीं तोड़ा?
Aam Aadmi Party and some of the supporters here were saying, why not demolish BJP netas? Take a look at this. Take a look on the location. I want you to understand when you're looking at on your screen what is the status. A multi-layer security of police on your right. Right, and then there comes the bulldozer. This is because to try and keep the locals away, some of the supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party, and there are many locals. There are many local residents who have gathered, who've been shouting slogans. I want to now go across to my colleague Shreya Chatterjee. Shreya, Shaheen Bagh, of course, has been lately in the news for the anti-CAA protest, but this time MCD says this wasn't the plan. There are illegal encroachments and we have a drive that is expected. Over to you now, Shreya. On which side of Shaheen Bagh are you? What are you picking up from the location?
Pooja, I'm at G Block. This is exactly where the encroachment is right now due. You can see the bulldozer, which is actually trying to raise this particular extension of one of the shops in this road. Now, what we do understand that there is these rods that were also here for the construction work, which right now the MCD workers are trying to remove before they go on to raise the extension that they say which is illegal on this stretch. This is the entire G Block stretch. Significant to point out, it is exactly here where we saw those anti-CAA protests. And if we talk about these shops, you know, even during that protest, these shops had suffered losses. They had also tried to, get the situation better. And right now, we can see that these are the same shops which are probably under the eye of the MCD for illegal encroachment. We have been told that this particular shop has a portion which is an extended portion. You can see probably that's what the MCD is aiming at, but they will have to remove these rods which were put in for construction before they could go on with any of the illegal encroachment drive.
Shreya, stay on with me because here I can tell you I am making a comparison between Jahangirpuri and Shaheen Bagh. In Jahangirpuri, yes, there were angry residents, but they also let the demolition drive continue until Brinda Karat arrived as a political representative. Here in Shaheen Bagh, it's been difficult. It is now beyond 12 p.m. The demolition drive has not yet started. Angry locals, MLA of Aam Aadmi Party has arrived. We can see an Aam Aadmi Party BJP political showdown taking place in Shaheen Bagh. This is the location. This is the location. Our colleagues are there, remember, on different locations as well. And therefore, we are trying to help you understand that once this bulldozer starts to move, they'll first demolish the illegal structure, not the big building. What I'm told right now is the additional outside extensions and any illegal construction that's made beyond the permissible limit, that will be brought down. But why is the MCD not starting it? By 12 p.m. in Jahangirpuri, all was over. What is stopping the MCD currently? Is it the locals' anger? Are they waiting for some official order? We're trying to get those details as well. But clearly a heavy police security. This is among locals. As you can see, a lot of locals there standing, curious to see some of them angry. Amanatullah Khan has been raging since he arrived here, but the demolition drive has not yet started. Let's go across to Tejshri. Tejshri is also here. Tejshri, if you can hear me. What is the status around your location? Why are they not starting it yet? And as you were also there, unlike Jahangirpuri, there is tension in Shaheen Bagh area.
Yes, definitely there is tension in Shaheen Bagh area, and I would like to straight away show you the pictures from where the anti-encroachment drive is going to start. Yes, I can hear you. This is the exact area from where the anti-encroachment drive will take place. This is the area, and what the people are saying that this was built for the renovation. This is not the encroachment, and that is why, as per the instruction of MCD, they are trying to take out this. They are trying to evacuate this entire place. We are standing right at this place, and they are trying to evacuate this place. And what MCD is making a point is,
I will just interrupt you there. I will just interrupt you there. Are these people trying to build? Are these individuals, as we can see on our screens, take a look at that. Before the JCB or the bulldozer starts to move, has there been a discussion? Pull down your illegal structures before the MCD has to. I see some of these boys, take a look at that. They are pulling down some of these pillars. These are usually before any construction or renovation starts to be done. These boys are taking that down. Is this perhaps a sort of a compromise that has been reached at that before we decide to pull down the whole building, pull down any renovation, additional construction that you have done or planning to do, before we have to move the JCB? Because once the bulldozer starts to move, then there's nothing stopping it, and then they'll pull down any structure that is on their plan that needs to be pulled down. But this is the first building that it looked like as the bulldozer was set to demolish. Tejshri, over to you now. You're standing next to that bulldozer, where I can see some boys are now pulling down by themselves these pillars, these iron pillars, perhaps to tell the MCD that we are not going to do anything illegal. We are ready beforehand. We will ensure you don't have to use the bulldozer. If you think this is illegal, if it is illegal, we'll pull it down.
See, definitely. These are the live pictures which we are giving you right where from the point from where the action is going to start. Police came over here a while back, and police made a point that this entire area will be brought down. But what these people are saying that this entire area is not illegal is what these people are trying to make a point over here, and trying to say that this area will not be, these people are saying that this area is not illegal and the demolition drive should not take place, and that is why right away at this point of time these people are trying to bring down this entire construction which they have made over here. They are saying that it was just a renovation which we were doing over here, and as soon as the bulldozer has reached over here, they said that we are going to just bring down this area and we are not going to carry out this encroachment. We are not going to let the MCD people carry out the anti-encroachment drive over here. That is why you can see that how people are climbing. Immediately they have climbed there, this entire the part where the renovation was going to take place, and they are now trying to remove this entire iron rods which they have placed over here. Now what?
Tejshri, stay on. आप यहाँ local हैं? Okay, Tejshri, stay on. We'll try and get some voices as well, and we'll try and understand. I want to quickly go across to Shreya. Shreya, if there are locals around you also, ask them. Why are they angry? Why are they not letting an illegal structure, if there is, to be pulled down? What is the status right now? Because I see the driver is ready. The driver of the bulldozer, I can tell you here, has started and has started the ignition of the vehicle, has started the bulldozer. From what I can see as the movement of the driver, it appears that he is all set to go ahead and begin with what they're calling the demolition drive. The bulldozer is set to begin. The police personnel here are ensuring that people are kept at bay. Shreya, over to you.
Yes, you know, you can see that the bulldozer is right now, on alert mode. Anytime this structure will be pulled down, the bulldozer will start. But I will get some voices over here who have also gathered of the locals of Shaheen Bagh. Sir, ये जो building है, ये तोड़ने की illegal construction है?
लीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन कुछ नहीं है, बस ये रोड पे पाइप आ गए, इस वजह से कह रहे हैं कि अतिक्रमण है। क्या ये तो कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम हो रहा है, रेनोवेटेड का।
ये कोई आप कह रहे हो इलीगल नहीं है, सिर्फ कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम है?
हाँ,
आप लोगों को पता है ये इलीगल?
आप बताइए रोड पे कौन सा इंक्रोचमेंट हो रहा है? आप यहाँ से लेके वहाँ तक जाइए, कहाँ पर आपको दिख रहा है कि इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट किया हुआ?
आप लोग यहाँ की रेसिडेंट हैं, आप लोगों को पता है यहाँ पे इलीगल?
मैडम, ये तो कंस्ट्रक्शन का ही काम हो रहा है, इसमें बताइए क्या इलीगल है?
तो आप लोग बाधा इसलिए दे रहे हो कि आपको लगता है ये इलीगल नहीं है?
इलीगल नहीं है, बताइए आप इसमें क्या इलीगल है? आपको लग रहा है इलीगल है ये? मैडम,
बाधा कौन दे रहा है? कौन दे रहा है यहाँ पर बाधा? कोई नहीं दे रहा,
प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर रहे,
कोई प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर रहा, सब बेकार
नहीं है, कोई कुछ नहीं है।
Okay, as they're saying, Pooja, that they were not protesting, and right now you can see the bulldozer is moving. The work has started. The bulldozer is moving. They will remove this iron structure which was there for renovation. We spoke with the MCD officials. They also very categorically said that they will be moving the structure, the iron rods that was actually kept in place for renovation, and that is the work that is started. See, the bulldozer is about to move any time right now. The directions are being given by the MCD workers, as you can see, and the bulldozer is ready on the spot. They will remove this iron structure. There were some shades that were kept, which few of the locals, they actually went up and removed. And right now on our screens, on our camera, you can see that any moment this bulldozer will start.
All right, that's Shreya Chatterjee telling us from the other side of the bulldozer. And the one bulldozer here, Ashok Bahnot will show you, is all set to demolish at least these iron pillars to start with. This is in many ways a warning to others that we are not going to stop. What they are telling us, as you can see, that this could actually fall on where I am standing. So I will just go back slightly 2 steps. But here, now that the area is clear, complete road is jammed. This is one of the main intersection points for Delhi and Noida. And here stands a bulldozer in Shaheen Bagh. On your screens, they've asked them, requested them, pull down what you can, otherwise the bulldozer will come and pull. Remember, this was what I have been told is in the past few days there was a demolition drive that was being planned, but looking at the law and order situation, looking at the availability of police personnel on the ground, it was postponed. Today, with the Delhi police providing additional police force as well, the CRPF also are here, have been deployed, and definitely unlike Jahangirpuri, there is some commotion, but at least one push by the bulldozer here. What they are stating is that any illegal encroachment will be pulled down. Why is this important? This is the South Delhi MCD, which was in Jahangirpuri was Northwest MCD. So let's go across now to help understand how Shaheen Bagh really looks like right now. Kunal is also joining me now on this telecast. We have our reporters spanned out on every location to tell you what this area looks like. Kunal, at this point, the MCD under the BJP, Amanatullah Khan MLA under the Aam Aadmi Party. It's clearly a BJP Aam Aadmi Party political showdown here in Shaheen Bagh. We will just try and get across all our reporters as well. Remember, because this has become BJP Aam Aadmi Party face-off, this has also escalated now beyond what otherwise would have just been an MCD demolition drive. The question is, are these demolition drives regular? Is it being done on purpose? The locals are alleging this is deliberate to create law and order. They are alleging that this is because there were anti-CAA protests, but the MCD says that this had to be done. There are illegal encroachments. We have done it in the past as well, and this is just a part of that routine. But as that face-off continues, it's very interesting, I'm telling you, because I'm comparing constantly Jahangirpuri and here. In Jahangirpuri, 7 bulldozers went, did their job. There was not much anger. There was sadness among some of the owners of the shops, but there was no anger on the streets or sloganeering. Here I saw sloganeering, here I saw anger being spilled on the streets, and I see a halted bulldozer. One bulldozer not initiating a drive, heavy police presence, still being very cautious, pushing people away. As you can see, even right now, Ashok Bahnot will show you there are people standing on, whether it's the rooftop, whether it's right outside the shut stores. They are still waiting. What I get a feeling is they are not starting because they want to be absolutely sure that the place is calm and ready. They do not want to disturb law and order, because once there is a massive commotion that was about to happen, a stampede-like situation, that could become much worse even for the cops to handle. Kumar, Kunal, over to you now. Becoming an Aam Aadmi Party BJP face-off, considering BJP is leading the MCD and the MLA is of the Aam Aadmi Party, Kunal.
Exactly, and I can tell you that the timing of the anti-encroachment drive is also questionable. Now, the MCD has been unified and SDMC will be in place for next 1 week or so, and I can show you the top angle visuals from here that how the traffic has been.
2 दिन खुद दे करके खुद हटवाया. जब यहाँ कोई इंक्रोचमेंट है ही नहीं तो ये आए क्यों हैं? बताओ क्यों आए ये पूरे वार्ड में आप बोल रहे हैं कि इंक्रोचमेंट नहीं. अरे जहाँ है मुझे बताएं, मैं हटवा लूंगा. जहाँ है मुझे बताएं, मैं हटवा लूंगा. मैं लोकल विधायक हूँ. जहाँ है, हाँ बताइए. नहीं अभी आप जी नहीं हटाओ. नहीं ना जाने दें. बताइए. हाँ बताओ, वहीं से बताओ. नहीं वहीं से बताओ. नहीं वहीं से बताओ. वहीं से बताओ. बताइए वहीं से बताइए. थोड़ा अभी ऐसे कर रहे हैं उसको हट रहे हैं. हटा लो. बिल्कुल मैं खामोश हूँ. एक लफ्ज कहा. आप लोगों को मालूम है ना, मैंने खुद हटाया. आप यहाँ लोकल थे. SHO साहब मौजूद है. आपसे हटाकर खुद गया मैं. SHO साहब बताओ, मैं खुद आया था. मैंने उस वजू खाने को आपके सामने तुड़वाया, उस बाथरूम को आपके सामने तुड़वाया. मैंने जब सारा इंक्रोचमेंट हटा दिया, आपसे कल मेरी बात हुई कि बिल्कुल हट गया है. अगर कोई है मुझे बताओ, मैं फिर हटा दूंगा. मैं हटा दूंगा. आप है ना, बिल्कुल जाए. बिल्कुल जाए. थैंक यू वेरी मच. अभी पुलिस से ये बात हुई. पुलिस के आला अफसर मौजूद हैं. SHO ये आए थे, मेरे साथ खुद थे जब मैंने इंक्रोचमेंट रिमूव किया था. एक मस्जिद के सामने बाथरूम बने हुए थे, टॉयलेट बने हुए थे. मैंने अपनी JCB लगाकर 2 दिन उसको खुद हटाया. जब सारा इंक्रोचमेंट मैंने खुद हटा दिया तो फिर MCD वाले माहौल ख़राब करने तो आए. और क्यों आए? मैंने खुद मार्केट एसोसिएशन मेरे साथ थी, RWA साथ थी, सारे इलाके के. मैं वीडियो दे दूंगा, फोटो दे दूंगा जो हटाया.
अमानत ये आप ये कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर किसी तरीके का कोई अवैध अतिक्रमण नहीं है?
बिल्कुल नहीं है. अगर है, ये PWD का रोड है. अगर कोई भी अवैध निर्माण मेरी विधानसभा में है तो मुझे बताएं, खुद हटा दूंगा. मेरी जुबान है ये, मैं खुद हटा दूंगा. राजनीतिकरण जब यहाँ है ही नहीं. ये PWD का रोड है. ये देखो आप, PWD का रोड है. यहाँ मैं खड़ा हूँ. सारा रोड क्लियर है. ये सारा रोड. ये कहीं पर 100 मीटर है, कहीं पर ये 50 मीटर है. ये खुद मैं काम कर रहा हूँ. ये रेड लाइट मैंने खुद बंद की थी. आगे जो इस रोड को, ये पूरा नोएडा को जाता है. मैंने ट्रैफिक ACP के साथ में, MCD के लोगों के साथ में, यहाँ की लोकल पुलिस के साथ में और यहाँ PWD के लोगों के साथ में मैंने इंस्पेक्शन किया. जो उन्होंने कहा वो काम करा रहा हूँ. एस्टिमेट करा दिया. यहाँ रेड लाइट फ्री कर रहा हूँ.
लोग आपके साथ सहयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं?
नहीं कुछ नहीं. मुझे बता दें आकर. अगर मुझे बता दें आकर के वो कि कोई इंक्रोचमेंट है तो मैं हटा लूंगा. जब मैं मस्जिद का वजू खाना तुड़वा सकता हूँ, मैंने वजू खाना तुड़वाया, मैंने बाथरूम तुड़वाए. तो अगर किसी की कोई पैड़ी अवैध है जिसको ये आकर कहे मैं हटा लूंगा, उसको पीछे करा दूंगा. ये राजनीति क्यों कर रहे हैं? पूरी विधानसभा में जहां भी होगी, जहां इंक्रोचमेंट होगा, मैं खुद हटवाऊंगा. कुछ नहीं है तो बताएं. भाई थोड़ा सा भाई निरंजन और लेना है. और क्या हाल है? सब बढ़िया, ठीक ठाक.
Okay. All right, so it appears that they have decided to move on. The bulldozer is not going to pull down the iron pillars. As it appears, the shopkeepers have said we'll pull it down ourselves. There are unauthorized structures, there are illegal structures, but demolish them one by one. What are they waiting for? What is unlike Jahangirpuri, what I see here, is they're taking it slower than usual. They are perhaps talking to the locals, they are talking to the shopkeepers, they are looking for the exact site where they think and are told there is an illegal and an unauthorized structure. As you can see here, the cops still on duty. Around me, this is the CRPF that we can see have been deployed. Male and women police personnel have also been deployed to ensure that law and order is in location. We see that the forces are moving towards another location. We'll try and go with them to try and understand if there is another site that is being decided. And किस तरफ जा रहे हैं अंदर? So We'll try and wait perhaps while I think the bulldozer may just come back after they've spoken to, because it will be slightly difficult to pull down the iron pillars that the shopkeeper says for renovation. But they are on the plan. I know that the MCD is here to demolish the illegal unauthorized structures, to also send out a message that they will ensure that these structures and establishments and constructions will not be allowed to extend. Remember, this is not like an inside of the area. Jahangirpuri was way inside of a colony. This is right on the main road which connects national capital Delhi to Uttar Pradesh. This is one of the biggest intersections and therefore is a very important road for thousands of people, if not lakhs, who take this route every single day. This is the Kalindi Kunj route that is often referred to as commonly here. But as again the deployment increases, let's go across to Shreya Chatterjee joining me. Tejshri, all our colleagues are on the ground. Shreya, at this point, what do you see is perhaps the situation like? Because one JCB, unlike 7 in Jahangirpuri, where they went on the job, had a plan, had a list, did what they were deciding to do, and then they moved back. Here, one bulldozer is also not being given the orders. The driver is sitting here, resting for a while. अभी सर कर नहीं रहे आगे, कभी बोला नहीं है demolish करने का?
अभी कोई आदेश नहीं है जी.
अभी आदेश?
ऐसे ही आदेश मिलेगा.
So what he's telling me, if our viewers didn't hear, that we don't have the orders yet to demolish the illegal unauthorized structure, and clearly they have to wait for that order as a driver of the bulldozer. But is this political face-off? Is this political messaging? Or is this MCD? Remember, Kunal said a very important point. The MCD has now unified, unlike the 3 MCDs earlier. And this South MCD just has about 1 week left before it then combines and becomes one municipal corporation of Delhi. We'll try and get to the mayor also of South Delhi MCD. Over to you now, Shreya. What is the situation like on the ground?
Well, Pooja, you know, if I could just give you the visuals from here, you can see the MCD officials are having a deliberation with the senior Delhi police officials on what exactly to do and how exactly to carry out the drive. If I can just explain it to our viewers, what the MCD suggests is to be an illegal property. See, this US Polo factory outlet, and then you see this particular factory outlet that's been considered to be illegally encroached. There's an extended portion of this outlet is why the MCD suggests that there is an illegal encroachment, and that's the portion that they will be raised. The challenge right now is that because of renovation work, there were iron rods that were put outside this particular factory outlet, and right now on your screens you can see the visuals where senior Delhi police officials and the MCD officials are having a discussion on how to go about this, because you can't really just raise down these iron rods which are also dug in the ground, and that is something that they're deciding before they have a foolproof plan on how to go about the encroachment drive. But the visuals on your screen, Pooja, you can see that there's a discussion sort of that's happening with the senior Delhi police officials and the MCD officials on how they should carry out. And look on our screens, there are people, there are these locals who I suggest probably they are themselves trying to remove. They are trying to remove portions of this particular building. You can see that is exactly what is happening right now on the ground. On your screens from the balcony, locals are right now again up north, and they are trying to remove this locally. You can see those visuals on your screens, Pooja. That's probably what the plan is, that they will try to by hand first remove the iron structure and then go about raising the extended part of this particular building.
Shreya, it's good to see here that the local residents themselves, some of the workers here of this building are by themselves removing these iron pillars. This is usually set up for any renovation or construction. So it was a clear sight that there was supposed to be some work happening here. But before the bulldozer pulls it down, they have decided to pull it down themselves. And I hope that our viewers can clearly see that action being done. The question is, why shouldn't this be done in the first place? This could just be a renovation or a construction that they were planning to go go ahead. But what about other unauthorized constructions that are here in the Shaheen Bagh area where they knew that the law will never catch up with them, and perhaps today they could be angry, but they also know that the bulldozer is around in this area. This is of course political messaging. This is of course the BJP ruled MCD trying to send out a message that we will abide by law and order, as they say. Aam Aadmi Party led MLA clearly stating this is vendetta by the BJP. There is nothing illegal here. They just want to come here and disturb law and order. So without a doubt, yes, even if it is removing illegal structures, there is politics majorly to it of the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. That has been there since the inception of Arvind Kejriwal's party between BJP and AAP. Now, it will take some time from what I can see, these young men trying to remove these iron pillars. Now, remember, this is not a sudden demolition drive that has been done. This was in the plan. The locals knew that the bulldozers are set to arrive. It's only been postponed for since the past few days as well. As we stay on with these visuals as well, let's try and talk also to some locals. तो ये बताइए आप लोग कैसे देखते हैं जिस तरह को आज डेमोलिशन ड्राइव हो रहा है, गुस्सा क्यों है यहाँ पे? जहांगीरपुरी में तो हो गया था आराम से डेमोलिशन, हमें बताएं।
क्या पूछना चाह रही हैं मैडम?
कि यहाँ पे जो हो रहा है डेमोलिशन, क्या आप लोग को ठीक लग रहा है, नहीं लग रहा है?
यहाँ के लोगों ने पूछा था कि इस रोड की चौड़ाई कितनी है, कुछ डिमांड करी थी एमसीडी से, वो पूरी नहीं हो पाई, इस वजह से ये लोग उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं। हाँ जी मैडम, बस ये रिएक्शन है।
यहाँ के लोकल्स हैं?
हम जसोला के हैं।
जसोला के, तो कैसे देखते हैं इस डेमोलिशन को?
मैम सारा का तो यहाँ पे अतिक्रमण नहीं है, क्योंकि आज से 40-50 साल पहले कुछ था ही नहीं, सारा जंगल ही था। अब जो बना है यहाँ पर सारा ही अतिक्रमण में आता है। ज़्यादा अगर यहाँ पर आदमी पूछेंगे डॉक्यूमेंट भी नहीं पाएंगे यहाँ पर।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि ठीक है,
ये सही है मैम, होना चाहिए।
लोकल्स यहाँ पर गुस्से में भी हैं, अगर आइए किसी से और लोगों से बात करें। इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग व्हाट ही इज सेइंग। आपके परिवार यहाँ पे बहुत सालों से है क्या, पहले से है? अच्छा, so you know it's very interesting. This young man is saying that there was almost nothing here in this area, and in the past few years these shops and houses have cropped up as well. But the ones who own these shops say that this is not unauthorized or illegal. So at this point, the demolition drive that is being carried out is. आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं?
ना।
अच्छा,
ये कह रहा है।
हाँ, so at least they are going to pull it down. Let's go across to Kunal. Kunal, so of course, how do you see this going? This is demolition drive one after another. What started from Uttar Pradesh, went to Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, now in Delhi. I hear some angry sloganeering as well. Amanatullah is trying to speak to his local supporters. Kunal, over to you. What is Amanatullah saying?
See, Pooja, Amanatullah is obviously trying to pacify his supporters, and they are obviously agitated supporters of Aam Aadmi Party, and they are not quite happy with the ongoing anti-encroachment drive. Technically, I want to make two things clear. This is not a demolition drive. This is anti-encroachment drive. Demolition drive is one thing which is being done after giving a certain notice. For anti-encroachment drive, there is no notice required because the encroachment is being done on the public land. As you can see that that road, PWD road is there, and some of the shops are coming out of their boundaries, and they are putting their goods outside their shops as well. So this is a kind of anti-encroachment drive. So this can't be said a demolition drive, and that's why all the illegal structures, they are not being raised. Only those structures are being raised which are actually on the public land, on the road, or on the drains as well. So this is one thing which I want to make it clear. Secondly, what is actually MCD, why this drive is taking place just now? It is all about timing. As I told you earlier also, the 3 MCDs will remain in existence for next 1 week or so, and that's why all the local councillors, mostly are from BJP, they are trying to put a point that they are dead against this kind of encroachment. Although for the last 15 years BJP is in the power at MCD, despite them being in power, all these encroachments have cropped up on the main road. So if the responsibilities will be fixed, then mostly the BJP-led MCD will be responsible for all these encroachments. So this is one point. And as of now, you were comparing this with the UP MP. But in UP or at Madhya Pradesh, the action was taken against the rioters or against the mafias. But nothing like that is happening in Delhi.
Correct,
So
yes.
this kind of agitation is taking place. People are claiming that this is completely a pick and choose, and they are not just dealing with the encroachment, but they are identifying, targeting a particular locality which is Muslim dominated, and that's why this kind of agitation is happening at Shaheen Bagh.
Important. So Kunal is saying you don't have to give a notice if your encroachment is on the public land. It's the responsibility of the MCD to come and demolish it. It's not like they're going to request you to pull it down. It's great if someone is doing it by themselves and removing it. But we see a lot of commotion here. While I stand right next to the bulldozer, it's not moving. The driver has told me he's not got the orders yet to start with the demolition. As you can see, the CRPF also has been deployed on different corners. Ashok, can we just take a quick look at the location here? The location of this Kalindi Kunj route, as it is called. As you can see, one of the biggest intersections for Delhi and Noida. There's traffic snarl, there are crowds all here. There are the factory outlets that have been shut for now, while some are pulling down the pillars, or the JCB says, we will go ahead and then pull down the illegal structures. But this is different. This is not exactly about taking any action against arsonists and rioters. And while, of course, people in Shaheen Bagh are alleging this is deliberate, this is a Muslim-dominated locality, so it appears the action is against the community. But MCD says we have to go and demolish illegal structures. Sloganeering taking place here. What happened? We'll try and speak to some angry residents as well. So here the JCB stands waiting for the orders of perhaps the top officials. But the question is your list not ready, MCD? You should have a list knowing fairly well about which is the illegal construction which needs to be demolished. Why is that not being done? We'll try and go closer. We'll try and assess the situation here. And that at this point, the area is now calm. I think perhaps the cops are also waiting for some action only to be taken once they have exact details of the area. Because what if unauthorized locations are inside the colony? There are narrow lanes inside Shaheen Bagh. It would not be really possible for bulldozers to venture into that area. But I can tell you that at this point, they're waiting. They're not starting the demolition. We'll try and get more reactions. We'll try and listen again. I'll request our producers to again play what Amanatullah Khan, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, has said, because he's alleging politics. He's stating that this is primarily because the BJP is leading the MCD. They want to go after Muslim-dominated localities, and they want to go after the Aam Aadmi Party MLA as well. So we'll try and continue to bring you telecast as well. Shreya, if you can hear me. At this point, we see that, every few minutes there's sloganeering, there's anger, and with MLA himself present, clearly that is going to push the tempers further. Just hang on there, Shreya. I want our viewers to listen in. If you've just tuned into India Today, Amanatullah Khan, who's the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, is here. Unlike in Jahangirpuri, where only Brinda Karat had come much later, the MLA is here. He's alleging vendetta. He's demanding action and saying that there is nothing there's nothing illegal here. What do you want to demolish? You're here clearly for a reason. Listen into what Amanatullah Khan has said.
इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा लिया. अब ये मुझे बता दें इंक्रोचमेंट है कहाँ? अगर इंक्रोचमेंट है मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा. मैंने खुद तुड़वाया है. एक मस्जिद के आगे वुजू खाना था, 2 टॉयलेट थे, अपनी जेसीबी 2 दिन चलाकर खुद तुड़वाया है. इस रोड पर मुझे बता दो यहाँ इंक्रोचमेंट है.
उसका तो इंतजार करना होगा. उन्होंने बताया कि जोनल ऑफिसर आके चिन्हित करेगा.
वो जब आए थे, जोनल ऑफिसर आया था, मैंने सारा हटवा दिया था. जो उन्होंने इंक्रोचमेंट बताया था, हमने खुद हटवा दिया था. यहाँ का एसएचओ भी जानता है, डीसीपी भी.
बताइए शाहीन बाग में इस तरह का विरोध क्यों? आखिर सरकारी लोग, एक सेकंड सर, आपको भी पता होगा, आप चुने हुए विधायक हैं, सरकारी काम में दखल अंदाजी कानून के खिलाफ है.
देखिए एक बात सुनिए, ये पीडब्ल्यूडी का रोड है. अगर ये गलत करेंगे तो लोग तो आएंगे ना. मेरे से बात करें एमसीडी के लोग, यहाँ लोकल पुलिस भी है, आए वो मुझसे बात करें, मुझे बताए ये इंक्रोचमेंट है, मैं खुद.
And the bulldozer is ready at the spot. They will
right, so that was Amanatullah Khan, the member of Legislative Assembly of the Aam Aadmi Party. And now that the area is comparatively clear, I'll come and show you that what does the location look like. So this is how the area has been barricaded. Take a look at that. The Delhi police, the CRPF have barricaded this area. And this is also because they're trying to pull down the iron pillars and it may fall on someone, as you can see. And therefore, because of that, they just want to barricade the area. But the locals are here. The locals are not leaving. Curious onlookers, angry local residents, supporters of Amanatullah Khan, supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party. Sir, आप तो senior of यहाँ पे है MCD से, क्यों start नहीं कर रहे हैं? क्या plan है अभी के लिए? बुला रहे हैं आप किसी को? अच्छा, अब बात नहीं करेंगे सर. अच्छा, हम सर से बात करते हैं. Sir, if you can talk, why are we not starting? What is the reason that there's a delay? आप बात नहीं कर सकते sir. All right. Okay. So extremely quiet and tight-lipped municipal corporation of Delhi officials. I'll try and get as many perspectives as we possibly can. But perhaps they're taking it slow for a reason. But by logic, they should have a list ready. And they should go on and do. Sir, if I may request you, sir, कोई reason है sir that रुके हैं, आगे जा रहे हैं? आपने खुद बात करी है इन लोगों ने, इन्होंने रिमूव करने की.
अभी हमारे सर आ रहे हैं, अभी करते हैं इसका जो भी एक्शन है वो बता दें.
अच्छा, और भी कहीं है सर कि यही एक बिल्डिंग है?
अभी ट्रैक बराबर रेगुलर चल रहा है.
अच्छा, यहाँ आगे भी चल रहा है सर?
मैडम अभी सीनियर साहब हैं, हमसे बताएंगे, वो बताएंगे सर.
Not saying much, tight-lipped MCD officials. This is while the MCD officials are not speaking, but I can see Amanatullah Khan there standing and speaking. All right, we'll try and go a little back. You can see the iron pillars are likely to fall any time. All right, the iron pillars have fallen. So that is one demolition that even without the bulldozer is done by themselves, by the owners and the supporters of that building. They said it was some construction and renovation they were planning to do. But the MCD says that is also illegal. With whose permission were you taking out this demolition? All right. So the driver has got the orders finally of the bulldozer. Shreya, let's go across to you. The bulldozer is on its job. It is moving to the next location because it appears this building by themselves decided to pull down the iron pillar. Shreya, over to you.
Well, absolutely, Pooja. That's what we saw, that the locals by themselves removed the iron rods which is there for renovation work. It's the next spot for the bulldozer right now, which is rushing through a stretch of Shaheen Bagh. As you can see, it's making headway. We'll have to wait and get a clear picture on which is the next target for the bulldozer as the encroachment drive continues. But the bulldozer is heading back. It seems still a little unclear on how far this bulldozer will move. As we're trying, Pooja, to get an eye, but it's a little unclear because we see that the bulldozer is going away too far from this particular stretch. We'll try to catch up with the bulldozer, which has taken a U-turn sort of from this road that connects to the Noida Kalindi Kunj side. And it's either left the spot or it's taking a U-turn, Pooja. We'll have to wait for some few minutes to get a clearer picture on what exactly happened.
Yes. So very interesting, Shreya, because the bulldozer has gone way too far. It has left this location. You know, very interesting developments taking place here. What's happening with the MCD? It stops at a location, talks to some locals, and then goes far beyond this area. Remember, this is not a small location of Shaheen Bagh. This goes way beyond, you know, stretches into kilometers, both inside into the areas and then outside as well. So I cannot see the bulldozer anymore, which was standing here just about 2 minutes ago. Has rushed to another location to again carry out another demolition as well. I'll try and get in some voices as well. आप यहीं के रहने वाले हैं? बात करेंगे ज़रा हमसे? अच्छा, आप बात करेंगे ज़रा? Right, so the locals are not really willing to talk, but this is not like what happened in Jahangirpuri. There was a set plan. They knew where to come and demolish. They did their job and left. In Shaheen Bagh, the bulldozer is gone. There's a bus that has detained anyone who was disturbing law and order. The bus is still here. The traffic is plying. The cops have been now told to move into another location as well. I'll continue to bring you details of that. Shreya, as you are also on this location, and we are going to head to the next spot as well. This looks like clearly more political messaging, and that apart from carrying out the illegal demolition as well. Shreya.
Pooja, as I was telling earlier, the bulldozer has changed its spot. It's taken a U-turn. We are just trying to reach the bulldozer, but I can see the bulldozer taking a U-turn from that very location, and then it's making its headway. So it clearly changed its direction, and I mean, it was a little unclear because it headed a long way. And right now, again on your screens, Pooja, you can see the bulldozer. We are here with the bulldozer. We'll move with the bulldozer to the next spot, wherever it goes. Is it the same spot? Here, there's an MCD guy. I'll get a clearance. Sir, कहाँ पे? जसोला की तरफ. कहाँ? सर, आप लोग जा रहे हो बंद? सर, बंद हो रहे हैं. मेरा नहीं. बताइए तो. अफसर बताएंगे. Okay, so they're not giving us clarity, but the bulldozer is moving. We'll try to move with the bulldozer, Pooja, and we'll see that where this bulldozer is heading. But we tried to get the MCD voice. The person obviously didn't want to share the location, but we are trying to walk with the bulldozer wherever it's heading, and we'll get it to our viewers where this bulldozer is exactly moving for its next target. Pooja, over to you.
All right, Shreya, you follow the route, and I'll try and get some reactions as well of the people here, of the datas. Let's try and find out what's happening. And I want here to get an understanding of what precisely, because I can tell you here that even the local residents have been caught off guard. The local residents are also unsure of what exactly happened, because they were also expecting some reaction coming in from the bulldozer. That has not happened. I'll just try and connect to you in just a short while. But we'll wait and watch if there are reactions coming in from the BJP as well. And I can tell you at this point that the bulldozer has headed to another location. Shreya, I'll just toss it back to you for 1 second to tell us that, this demolition drive has clearly become, perhaps now, even though the MCD says it's for a reason, has become a showdown. Now, I'll try and go across. Let's go across and speak to the MLA as well, if he's willing to, because he's clearly surrounded by Amanatullah ji, एक सेकंड, अमानतुल्लाह जी, because if you are here with your supporters, that gives a big boost now, of course. Okay, yes. So.
सिंगल कट रहा था.
अमानतुल्लाह जी, एक सेकंड जाने दीजिए. एक सेकंड. अमानतुल्लाह जी, हमारे साथ MLA है आम आदमी पार्टी के अमानतुल्लाह खान. सर, बुलडोजर रुकी और फिर यहाँ से आगे चली गई, पता नहीं कहाँ गई.
देखिए, सुनिए, एक पेड़ लगी हुई है यहाँ पर. कोई अतिक्रमण तो नहीं दिखा नहीं इनको. ये 13A रोड है जो नोएडा से दिल्ली को जोड़ता है. यहाँ पर कोई इंक्रोचमेंट नहीं है. 4 दिन पहले मैं यहाँ खुद आया था. आपको एक बड़ी बात बताता हूँ. 4 दिन पहले खुद आया. मार्केट के लोग थे, सारी RWA थी, यहाँ के जिम्मेदार लोग थे. मैंने पुलिस से कहा कि आप आ जाओ. पुलिस नहीं आई, कहने लगे आप खुद कर लो. मैंने सारा जो भी था, जिसको मुझे लगा कि ये ठीक नहीं है, मैंने पीछे कर दिया. एक ये पेड़ बंधी हुई थी, ये कल बांधी इन्होंने सफेदी के लिए. यहाँ बुलडोजर आकर खड़ा हो गया. मैंने कहा ये क्या कर रहे हो, ये तो पेड़ बंधी हुई है सफेदी करने के लिए. तो मैंने उसको भी कहा इसे भी हटा दो. खुद इलाके, खुद उस घर के लोग खड़े हुए. मैं गया, मैंने कहा इसे हटा दो, वो भी हटा दिया. एक मस्जिद बन रही है, उस मस्जिद के आगे टेम्परेरी एक वजू खाना था, एक टॉयलेट था. वो वजू खाना टॉयलेट अपनी JCB लगा करके मैंने हटाया. मैं फोटो दे दूंगा. किसके पास?
आप देखिए, क्योंकि आपके लिए जो लोकल्स हैं यहाँ के, आप उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं एज ए नेता, लेकिन ये भी इमेज जा सकती है कि आपके आने से यहाँ पे जो काम कर रहा था सरकारी वो रुक गया, तो आप डिस्टर्ब।
कौन सा गजब? मेरे कहने पर इलाके के लोगों ने इंक्रोचमेंट जो भी था
Going across to Shreya, who's got more details on that story. Shreya, just give us an idea about the current situation. You all have been telling us that there is one bulldozer in that particular area. How much of the demolition work has been carried out?
Well, yes, Sneha. Sneha, you can see the bulldozer on our camera screens right now. This bulldozer, I believe, will raise one of these properties. I've asked my cameraman to show you the visuals of this particular shop, which is bang opposite the road where the bulldozer was previously. It took a U-turn. It has stopped over here, and I believe these are one of the shops which the MCD is intending as the illegal property that they will bulldoze, that they will raise. You can see the bulldozer here. It is stopped, and very soon the MCD officials were telling us that they will start this activity here. You can see the visuals now on our screens. This is the bulldozer that's awaiting its orders to start the encroachment drive, Sneha.
The residents there have said that there are encroachments. There have been encroachments in the past as well. Bringing in bulldozers in this fashion is only to make this entire thing political, given that the MCD, all three of them, are controlled by the BJP. Shreya.
Well, yes, absolutely. Sneha, you know, the locals over here, they were a little angry. There was a political chaos. We saw the Amanatullah Khan, the local MLA over here, who came over here, who tried to stop the demolition drive, saying that he is the local MLA. He should be intimated and he will help the MCD if at all there's any encroachment happening in the area to continue the drive. Now, the matter didn't stop over there. First, I'll ask the cameraman, you know, to show that particular building which is opposite the road, where the iron structures were raised by the locals themselves, which was put for renovation work. Once the iron structures came down, here you can see the bulldozer is right now on standby. Well, it's moving, Sneha, to the next location to carry forward the demolition drive. As we spoke with the MCD officials, one of these buildings here on the Sarita Vihar Road is the next target. This is the link between Kalindi Kunj and Noida, just to give a better understanding to our viewers. And the bulldozer is moving on its roads. We are also going across with the bulldozer, you know, to get the understanding which is the next target. But so far, the MCD officials are tight-lipped. They want to keep suspense.
Senior.
Okay, they're keeping a little suspense for all of us, but they're saying it's on the straight road, and so we will follow the bulldozer, and we'll get those visuals for our viewers when the MCD starts its demolition drive, because so far the bulldozer has been there since morning. It hasn't really raised any illegal structure. So will this be the next stop is something we will have to wait and watch for. Over to you, Sneha.
Well, absolutely. These are pictures coming in from Shaheen Bagh, the MLA of Okhla, who's also in charge of this area, which comes under the Okhla constituency, has reached the area. Shreya, many residents have come out and spoken about this, saying that this is regularly done. Why were these encroachments then allowed to come up, given that the MCD has been in power, the BJP has been in control of the MCD for the last 15 years or so? Bulldozer has moved towards Sarita Vihar. This had been communicated earlier by the Municipal Corporation of Delhi as well. The bulldozers are moving towards Delhi's Sarita Vihar area is what we are learning right now. In fact, the MCD had indicated earlier that the bulldozer will also be moving to the Jasola Vihar area and also to New Friends Colony. And now what we know is that this bulldozer is moving towards the Sarita Vihar area. This is a part of the drive that is expected to get over by the 13th of May. The bulldozer, what we know, has moved towards Sarita Vihar in the same area, in the similar area in the vicinity of Shaheen Bagh, where we're getting this ground report from right now. The MCD has gone on to say that these encroachments, these illegal encroachments will be removed using a bulldozer. Warnings have been given. Due procedure has been followed, is what they've said. They've given out the dates. They've allowed people to produce documents. These are illegal constructions and have to be removed. From Jahangirpuri to Shaheen Bagh to Sarita Vihar now, the bulldozer is moving towards Sarita Vihar to remove illegal structures, is what we are learning. Pooja Shali is with us. Pooja, the bulldozer, what we are learning, is now moved towards Sarita Vihar. You did tell us a while ago that the bulldozer is moving away to another location.
That's right. So what has happened here, Sneha, let's show you the location. This is the factory outlet location of Shaheen Bagh. This also connects Sarita Vihar and adjoining areas of Delhi and Noida. Now, what my information is, and I can tell you, it looks slightly upsetting for the South Delhi MCD today. The bulldozer comes, stops at a location, demolishes nothing, goes 100 meters ahead, comes to that location, asks them to pull down the iron pillars, which they say was for construction, demolishes nothing, then now is heading to Sarita Vihar. Did you not have a list and plan? In Jahangirpuri, if they had to demolish, they went about and demolished everything. On the job, knew exactly what was the extension, did not give enough notice, and then went on and did their job. Here, it looked slightly strange, because if there was nothing to demolish on your list, what were you doing here in the first place? According to my information, there was some illegal encroachment and constructions about a few meters from here. But because obviously for the commotion that took place, if there was any encroachers there, they realized in time that the MCD is coming, which they also call the committee is coming, and that likely could have been removed in place. And now the bulldozer has headed to Sarita Vihar area. So today the MCD looks like more of a political messaging than the real demolition drive, because as of now in front of me, there was no proper demolition that took place, but there was definitely asking the locals, whatever is your extension, push it back, pull it back, it will not be allowed. I can tell you this has become Aam Aadmi Party BJP face-off. I was speaking to Amanatullah Khan, the MLA of Aam Aadmi Party, and his speech, his tone had a slightly victorious look, a smile, because he tried to say that, I've proven a point. They had nothing to demolish and now they have headed towards Sarita Vihar. And when I asked him that, maybe because you were here, your giving locals a boost could have also created further tension, which he said, I'm here for my people. If there was demolition, I got it removed 2 days ago. Come to me, tell me the illegal encroachment, I'll get it removed. Don't do it in this manner when there's nothing to prove but just political vendetta. So it's going to today blow up into a Aam Aadmi Party BJP face-off. BJP leading the MCD, Aam Aadmi Party's MLA here. The question again is, unlike Jahangirpuri, where is the demolition that the MCD wanted to demolish? They've headed towards Sarita Vihar area and they are going to demolish likely more sites there as well. Here right now, curious onlookers clapping, celebrating now with Amanatullah Khan, because they are clearly, yes.
Pooja is getting us those details from Shaheen Bagh, where the demolition drive is being carried out by the South Delhi Municipal Corporation, as was the plan. They had said that bulldozers will be rolling into Shaheen Bagh on the 9th of May. Also, what we know is that the bulldozers have now moved towards Sarita Vihar. Shaheen Bagh, remember, was the epicenter of the protests that had broken out against the Citizenship Amendment Act. Right now, we see this become extremely political, with the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress taking on the MCD, which is controlled by the BJP, saying that this is political vendetta. This is, in fact, propaganda rather by the BJP. Also, given that MCD elections are just around the corner, what is the message that the BJP is then trying to send? Remove the illegal encroachments that have been done by BJP leaders, as well as what many residents have said, including the MLA of Okhla, Amanatullah Khan, who we see on his screens right now, who was in fact one of the first political leaders to arrive at the scene where the demolition drive was being carried out. The MCD is being supported by the Delhi police and there is huge police presence. Residents have been opposing the bulldozers getting rolled in here, are asking that when there were encroachments in the past as well, there was no need for bulldozers to arrive. Is this to give Shaheen Bagh a bad name is the question that many are asking. Many residents are asking. The MCD on its part says that they are just doing their job. This matter, remember, is also pending before the Supreme Court of India. Please pending before the Supreme Court of India. Going across once again to some ground reports from Shaheen Bagh. Let's take a listen. Pooja, in fact, continues to be with us for more on that story. Pooja, describe to us the scenes there, given that the bulldozer essentially has moved away from where you are. Pooja, if you can hear me, describe to us these are pictures from Delhi's Shaheen Bagh, where bulldozers rolled out early in the morning today as per the plan of the South Delhi Municipal Corporation to bring down illegal structures. Pictures of residents on your screens right now, all of them pouring out to the streets, preventing the bulldozers from raising down the illegal structures. This is Delhi's Kalindi Kunj area, which is also connected to UP via Noida essentially. This is a busy junction, this is a busy road, and as you can see, there is chaos on the streets essentially, leading to huge traffic jams at the Kalindi Kunj area, which anyway continues to be a busy area in Delhi city. Pooja Shali continues to be with us to get us an overview of the current situation right now. Over to you, Pooja.
All right, Ashok Behnot, as he continues to show us these visuals, right now what we see, Sneha, is a victorious-looking Amanatullah Khan, who's the Aam Aadmi Party MLA. He is here, he's made his image, his supporters now waving the Tiranga to show, see, the MCD did not achieve anything in Shaheen Bagh because there was nothing to achieve. I just spoke to him and he said, well, the MCD did not demolish anything possibly big because they had nothing to demolish, because there was nothing illegal. Now, I've spoken to many people and I've lived in this city for a while, and you know, there have been issues in the area where the shops have come on the main street as well, because this is one of the most important intersections. So there have been complaints of unauthorized illegal constructions in this area. However, today the MCD did not look at its best of doing the job. You reach a location, you bring this additional police force, you have nothing to demolish. You wait at a location, you ask them to pull down the iron pillars of renovation, now you head back to Sarita Vihar. What is left here is now the traffic snarl that is finally getting cleared, and then after that you see how there are local residents who are angry and the Tiranga being waved by the supporters of Amanatullah Khan, who says, well, if there was anything illegal, you tell me, but there was not, and that is why the BJP-led MCD had nothing to do and they went on. The question is, unlike Jahangirpuri, they had a list, they had a street, they cleared what was illegal, unauthorized, looked like they were doing a job, and then they left. Here in Shaheen Bagh, it was full-on political face-off. Amanatullah Khan landed in no time with his supporters, giving media reactions, giving bites, and now has a smile on his face. As you can see, a lot of cheering and clapping for the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, making it look like he's won. I'll go across to our reporters as well, and he clearly told me that what was illegal and unauthorized, when I was asked to demolish, I demolished it. There was nothing here on the street. I asked him that there are clear complaints against the Shaheen Bagh area that in some level the shops are coming out on the streets as well. He said nothing is illegal and nothing is unauthorized. So now Amanatullah Khan, standing by his supporters and now leaving from the location, has clearly come across as a stronger elected representative. That at a time when his locals feared that the bulldozers are going to demolish what was legal also, what was their shop or homes, and because that did not happen, Amanatullah Khan has emerged perhaps as a stronger figure than even he would have expected, because while everyone was expecting a Jahangirpuri-like demolition, what happened today was nothing. Nothing happened today. There was no big demolition by the bulldozer. It has now gone to Sarita Vihar, which is an adjacent location, and again is on the Delhi-Uttar Pradesh border. And we have gone back, making the MCD look silly, and they've gone back to another location. Kunal.
Pictures, in fact, from Shaheen Bagh. Pooja is telling us that very little demolition drive work was carried out by that one MCD bulldozer that was there at the location. And that has moved out. In fact, this is being seen as a victory really for the Aam Aadmi Party MLA. There's a lot of cheering. He went on to tell India Today earlier, he's gone on to tell India Today earlier that there was no illegal structure essentially. That's what he's told India Today. This bulldozer has now moved to Sarita Vihar is what we are learning. Remember, this is the demolition drive against illegal structures being carried out by the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. It was seen earlier today in Delhi Shaheen Bagh, which had become the epicenter of the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protest. And then this bulldozer now has moved to Sarita Vihar is what we are learning. We'll try and get more details on that front as well. But the MCD says this is not unusual. However, the residents of this area say that yes, there are encroachments, but there was no need for the bulldozer to be rolled in. This is just optics. This is politics, is what many residents have said. This is the propaganda by the BJP, is what many residents have said. Given that MCD elections also just round the corner. In fact, they were due last month. It was not, in fact, the elections were not held last month, but they were due last month. And it is due this year itself now. This is simply optics. This is propaganda, is what many residents have said. The Aam Aadmi Party, meanwhile, through their MLA from Okla, Amanatullah Khan, have sent out a message that there were no illegal structures. Pooja, in fact, continues to be with us. Pooja, what more details can you share with us as far as that bulldozer moving to Sarita Vihar is concerned?
We will try and get some local voices. चाचा क्या हुआ? ये बुलडोजर तो आया, कुछ डेमोलिश तो नहीं किया उसने?
बुलडोजर आया, बुलडोजर तो जो है ना, जो वोट जो है ना, वोटरों को खुश करने के लिए जो है ना बुलडोजर आया है।
अच्छा।
यहाँ ऐसी कोई जगह नहीं है जो बुलडोजर चले।
इलीगल नहीं है
ना, कोई जगह नहीं है यहाँ सारी की सारी जगह जो है लोगों ने जमीन खरीद रखी है किसानों से और बना रखी। 1700 कुछ कॉलोनियाँ इस तरह की है।
तो क्यों आया था बुलडोजर फिर?
दुर्भाग्य ये है कि यहाँ के लोग जो है खुशहाल लोग हैं, पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, बाहर कमा करके यहाँ जो है ना, कोई इंजीनियर डॉक्टर बाहर है, वो ज़्यादातर यहाँ बसे हुए हैं और उन्होंने यहाँ बिल्डिंगें बना ली बाहर का पैसा ला के। यहाँ लोगों की नज़र जो है, इस बात राजनीतिक लोगों की नज़र ये है कि किसी तरह से अपने वोटरों को खुश कर लिया जाए।
अच्छा, राजनीति हो गई।
आया है यहाँ, बुलडोजर आने की जगह ही नहीं है। ये तो
जरूरत नहीं थी,
पास एरिया है सारा।
ये बिल्डिंग का मैटर नहीं है, इंक्रोचमेंट का मैटर है। बिल्डिंग का यहाँ कोई मुद्दा नहीं है, बिल्डिंग पे बात मत करो।
अच्छा, इंक्रोचमेंट जो आगे
जो इंक्रोचमेंट था उसका मामला था, वो हमने पहले ही साफ किया था।
बुलडोजर चला, बेरोजगारी पे चला है, तो बुलडोजर फिर क्यों नहीं चले?
तो बुलडोजर चलेगा किस चीज पे? अब बताइए, अगर इस खंबे पे चलाना चाहते हैं वो चला लें। हमारे यहाँ इंक्रोचमेंट है ही नहीं फिलहाल। जो थोड़ा बहुत रेडी पटरी का था वो हमने खुद साफ किया। RWA विधायक प्रशासन द्वारा मिलकर हमने सबने
फिर आ जाएगा, फिर आ जाएगा
जब वो वापस आ जाएगा, ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है। ये फिर बुलडोजर आ जाएगा या प्रशासन को टाइट रखे, ठिये ना लगने दे। इसमें मैं और आप रोकेंगे क्या, बताइए?
ठीक है। अच्छा, लोगों लेकिन लोगों को भी तो एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी
सपोर्ट चाहिए ना। हम MCD के भी सपोर्ट में है इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने के, और हम पुलिस के भी सपोर्ट में है।
तो आज जब यहाँ बुलडोजर नहीं चला तो किस तरह का माहौल है? जहांगीरपुरी में तो चल गया, जहाँ जहाँ गलत
मैडम ये जोक हो गया MCD के साथ। MCD के ऊपर जाहिर सी बात है, आपने इतना हंगामा मचा रखा था, आपने इतना हंगामा मचा रखा था, सुबह से अभी तक लाइव ही चल रहा है, आगे भी कम से कम शाम 4-5 बजे
विहार में
लाइव चलता है। आपने खुद देखा यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण के नाम पर यहाँ पे जो था सिर्फ फुटपाथ पे दुकानें थी, वो भी उस साइड, वो ऑलरेडी उन्होंने हटा ली थी। ये जो था ये 2 दिन बाद वैसे हटना था, पेंट के लिए।
ये जो आपने जहांगीरपुरी का सवाल करा है, जहांगीरपुरी के अंदर मैंने खुद देखा हुआ है कि वहाँ जो लोग हैं कबाड़ी लोग, उन्होंने पार्कों पर कब्जा कर रखा था। ये सच बात है। उन पार्कों को या कोई भी सरकारी जमीन है वो खाली होनी चाहिए। अगर शाहीन बाग में भी अगर कहीं है, रोड पे कहीं भी है, वो भी होनी चाहिए।
लेकिन एंक्रोचमेंट है तो हटना ठीक है। आप यहाँ पे
जी
इंक्रोचमेंट है ही नहीं है,
नहीं पहली बात।
अच्छा, थैंक यू। आपने हम सबसे बात की। सो दीज आर द लोकल रेजिडेंट्स, दे आर सेइंग दैट इफ देयर वाज स्मॉल शॉप्स और समथिंग दैट वाज रिमूव्ड, but there was no big encroachment. These are buildings that have been made, but I can see मतलब खुश हैं शाहीन बाग के लोग।
और यहाँ पे जब कुछ है ही नहीं तो है कुछ हुआ भी नहीं।
मीडिया से कोई नाराज
आगे भी खुश रहेंगे। मैडम जलन उनको है जो इसको नीचा दिखाना चाहते हैं शाहीन बाग को।
So what locals are saying? Locals are saying that there was nothing to demolish here, and they are clearly happy because they believe that there was nothing illegal, nothing encroachment. If there were small shops that were removed willingly, and this they are saying MCD has looked like a joke. And if I'm honest here, it did look like joke here, in considering in the manner in which the bulldozers were not given orders specifically. Because you bring a bulldozer, there is an additional police force, there are media persons here, and the messaging that had to be sent was illegal, unauthorized encroachments coming out on the biggest intersection of Delhi-Noida road will be removed. It will not be accepted this way or that, like in Jahangirpuri or anywhere in the country. It stopped, waited for some time, went on another spot, now is in Sarita Vihar. This is, of course, a messaging to show that we are keeping a watch. We will ensure the encroachments will be removed. But there was, of course, clearly now a political face-off, a political messaging as well. Sneha, over to you as we continue to get you visuals here from here on the location. We've been trying to speak to other people as well. आप सब यहाँ के locals हैं? हाँ, आप बात करेंगे तो क्या हुआ? कुछ demolish करके नहीं गए फिर?
नहीं, यहाँ कुछ गलत है ही नहीं, तो गलत क्यों करेंगे?
नहीं था कुछ।
जो दुकान थी, जो 150 दुकान थी, वो तो ईद वाले चांद रात को ही उठा लिया यहाँ से। फिर यहाँ कोई भीड़ भाड़ है ही नहीं, ये तो अफवाह उड़ा रखा है।
Okay, so these people are saying there was nothing demolition. Listen in now to Adesh Gupta, BJP नेता।
बचाने के लिए, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, आतंक फैलाने वाले लोगों का अतिक्रमण बचाने के लिए जो बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, जनता भी उनको लिटाने वाली है। जनता भी जल्दी उनको लिटा देगी, क्योंकि अतिक्रमण किसी धर्म का नहीं होता है। अगर यहाँ पर आतंक फैलाने के लिए लोग आते हैं और उनको संरक्षण, उनका समर्थन आम आदमी पार्टी, कांग्रेस के लोग कर रहे हैं, तो इससे ज़्यादा दुर्भाग्य कोई नहीं हो सकता। और मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आतंक जो फैलाता है, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या है, जब उसका बम यहाँ फटता है तो वो किसी धर्म नहीं देखता है, जाति नहीं देखता है, मजहब नहीं देखता है। मजहब देखकर बम नहीं फटेगा, मजहब देखकर बम यहाँ फटना है यहाँ फटेगा, वहाँ फटना नहीं है वहाँ नहीं फटेगा, ऐसा नहीं होगा। जब बम फटता है, जब आतंक होता है, तो उसका शिकार उसकी प्रताड़ना सबको झेलनी पड़ती है। धर्म जाति का कोई आधार नहीं है। इसलिए मैं हाथ जोड़कर प्रार्थना करता हूं कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी वालों से कि इसको धर्म से मत जोड़ो, इसको किसी भी जाति मजहब से मत जोड़ो। जो आतंकी है वो आतंकी है, उसकी जाति मजहब नहीं है। जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या जो इस देश के नहीं है, उनको इस देश की किसी भी चीज पर कोई अधिकार नहीं है। वो हमारा रास्ता रोके, सड़क रोके, इस पर उनका कोई अधिकार नहीं है। और अगर अतिक्रमण के खिलाफ कार्रवाई होती है जहांगीरपुरी के अंदर, तो गुप्ता जी और झा साहब का भी ऊपर कार्रवाई होती है, लेकिन तब उस कार्रवाई को नहीं देखा जाता। और आज जिस तरह से जो आम आदमी पार्टी कांग्रेस के नेता जिन लोगों के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, उनको देश और दिल्ली की जनता देख रही है। उनको बहुत जल्दी सबक मिलेगा और दिल्ली की जनता उनको लिटा देगी, क्योंकि वो आतंकियों के समर्थन में आए हैं। वो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या के समर्थन में आए। आपने देखा किस तरह से बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या, और मैं ये बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ कह रहा हूं कि ये निगम की पहली कार्रवाई नहीं है। इस अप्रैल महीने के अंदर, अप्रैल के बाद आज मई हो गया है, इस सवा महीने के अंदर ये 40 बार कार्रवाई हो चुकी है। चाहे मदनपुर खादर हो, बदरपुर हो, ओखला हो, किराड़ी हो, रिठाला हो, रोहनी हो, करोलबाग हो, हर जगह कार्रवाई चल रही है। लेकिन जिस तरह से इस बात को सांप्रदायिक आधार बनाया जा रहा है, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। जब कोई अतिक्रमण करता है तो वो धर्मनिरपेक्ष हो जाता है। जब अतिक्रमण के ऊपर कार्रवाई निगम कर रहा है तो उसको सांप्रदायिक बता रहे हो। जब कोई दंगा फैला रहा है तो कोई नहीं बोल रहा है, और जब दंगाइयों के ऊपर कार्रवाई होती है तो उसको सांप्रदायिक चश्मे से देखते हैं। तो ये जो चश्मा है, आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस जो अपीजमेंट की राजनीति कर रहे हैं, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कर रहे हैं, उनको आज ये सबक जरूर मिलेगा। जो आज इस अतिक्रमण के खिलाफ कार्रवाई, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या और गैर कानूनी रूप से इस दिल्ली के अंदर आतंक फैलाने का काम करने वाले, अगर उनके ऊपर एक कार्रवाई चली है और उसके सामने जो लोग बुलडोजर के आगे लेटे हैं, उनको जनता लिटाने वाली है। ये बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं। धन्यवाद।
हेलो 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 हेलो, चल रहा है माइक?
All right. So that is, as you just heard, BJP Neta, BJP leader Adesh Gupta, who is clearly targeting the Aam Aadmi Party and also the Congress Party here. Now, how this gets very interesting is, I can tell you that our reporters, because we have had our team of reporters from different locations, from different angles, I've also got an update that there were some small shops.
like important है। आज पंजाब के अंदर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, भगवंत मान जी ने एक मीटिंग ली कि असीं नशे नूं खत्म करना है पंजाब च। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने हुणे ट्वीट किया है और भगवंत मान जी ने ट्वीट किया है कि पंजाब नूं नशा मुक्त करन जा रहे हैं। मैं पंजाब के लोगों नूं खास तौर पर या
All right, so These are, of course, different reactions coming in, but I can tell you, our reporters have also informed us that there were these small shop owners, like Rediwalas, like they are called. They were told to remove, which was because they were unauthorized. They did not have permissions to set up their small shops. They were asked to remove. It was not a bulldozed one, but because they were asked to in time before the JCB could work, the shops were removed. So yes, there was some drive that did go on in Shaheen Bagh area. It was not like there was nothing demolished, but it was not like a demolition like of Jahangirpuri. When they came, they gave an immediate notice. If there were very small shop owners of poor people, they were told to remove from that area, which was done right in time. We'll get you those stories as well. What you see here right now are Netas, poets who have arrived in Shaheen Bagh now. You know, it is being seen as a slight victory for them, considering there was nothing big to demolish, and therefore a point has been proven that there was nothing illegal, there was nothing unauthorized to demolish, and therefore the MCD had to go to Sarita Vihar, which is an adjacent location. Now, this, as you can see, the traffic snarls on one side, Netas and poets are here amid the supporters. I can tell you about it, 1 hour ago, there was complete commotion and chaos. There were angry locals, there was sloganeering as well, but now what we see are perhaps people trying to calm down. आप locals हैं, हमसे बात करेंगे, if we can talk. So आप बात करेंगे, यहीं रहते हैं, यहीं के रहने वाले हैं, तो डेमोलिशन तो कुछ हुआ नहीं आज, तोड़ा कुछ नहीं इन्होंने फिर?
जी मैम, एक अजीब सा हुआ सुबह, पता नहीं किस तरीके का माहौल बना। अगर ये इतना सारा अतिक्रमण था तो इसे तो कह के भी घटवा सकते थे। अगर हम मानते कहीं पे भी अतिक्रमण है तो वहाँ के प्रतिनिधि जो हों, विधायक हों, काउंसलर हों, जो वहाँ के जिम्मेदार लोग हों, उन्हें एक बार इत्तला देनी चाहिए। अगर वो लोग नहीं मानते हैं तो फिर कानूनी कार्रवाई।
This is a general view. What people have said that why did you not go through the Aam Aadmi Party MLA or the local councillors? And clearly, I can tell you because I spoke to Amanatullah Khan. He had a smile on his face. He came out with his battery of supporters cheering, shouting for him. He's now left the locations. Other poets and netas are now arriving, and locals are now breathing a sigh of relief with the MCD bulldozer that has left. And there was tension, definitely, unlike Jahangirpuri in this area. But locals and curious onlookers now standing here. On one side, Ashok, if you can show our viewers to help them understand how important and significant this area is. Anyone who has lived in Delhi or Uttar Pradesh briefly will know that this Kalindi Kunj route, which crosses the Shaheen Bagh area, has one of the biggest intersection points, has these factory outlets. Now, Shaheen Bagh, remember, is not a very old locality. It has cropped up only in the past few years, and you know, people who have lived here have seen it emerge from a very small locality to a massive area of shops and factory outlets, which are very popular, by the way, especially in this region. But for the complaints of unauthorized, illegal, even if there is, today the MCD has shown there was nothing to be demolished. If there were small shop owners, we've told them to remove, they removed it by themselves. We'll try and get you some other voices as well. We'll try and play for you what Amanatullah Khan had said earlier and what he told me just about a short while ago. But the locals, as much as we can try and talk to them, we'll try and get more voices as well. Let's see if someone's willing to talk and will give us their view. हमसे बात करेंगे जरा, आप यहीं के locals हैं, बस हमें ये बताइए, आज आया बुलडोजर, चला तो कुछ नहीं, हुआ तो कुछ नहीं, ज़्यादा मतलब इतना कोई बड़ा जैसे जहांगीरपुरी में हुआ
नहीं। यहाँ पे शायद नोटिस जो आया था वो 2 बजे के बाद से वो सारी चीज़ें वहाँ टल गई हैं, और अमानतुल्लाह खान ने भी ऑफिशियल अनाउंसमेंट कर चुका है कि यहाँ पे अभी कोई सा भी किसी तरह के टूटने का कोई खबर नहीं है। और बाकी ये सारे यहाँ पे जितने अभी तक भीड़ अननेसेसरी लगी हुई है, बाकी सारी कार्रवाई यहाँ पूरी हो चुकी है अभी। जी मैम,
क्यों आपको लगता है कि यहाँ नहीं पड़ी ज़रूरत डेमोलिशन की? एक तरह से अब आराम है यहाँ पे लोग?
वो तो MCD बताएगी ना कि क्यों नहीं पड़ी, हम तो नहीं बताएंगे। अगर उनको वो लगा कि जो है गिर के वो एक सिर्फ छोटी सी चीज़ के लिए ये पूरा शाहीन बाग को आज पूरे मीडिया हाउसेज में, मेन मीडिया पे यही चलेगा कि शाहीन बाग में बुलडोजर चल गया आज, लेकिन ऐसा था नहीं।
लेकिन चला ही नहीं, वो तो हम यहाँ हैं, चला ही नहीं। तो क्या यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं था इलीगल, फिर क्यों आई डेमोलिशन?
वही तो आप लोग बताएंगे, MCD बताएगी ना कि क्यों नहीं है, क्यों नहीं है यार। अगर नहीं है तो ये अच्छी बात है। नहीं
अच्छी बात है,
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
लेकिन फिर आपको क्यों लगता है कि क्यों आए, फिर आए क्यों यहाँ पर?
जो गलत है वो गलत है, वो इसका कोई भी साथ नहीं देगा, हम भी नहीं देंगे, कोई भी नहीं देगा। अगर गलत है तो आप सब कोई साथ देगा यहाँ पे। अगर एक आदमी भी जिससे भी पूछ लीजिए कि जो अगर उन्होंने हटाया वहाँ पे वो गलत था तो गलत था।
तो ये क्या, ये आम आदमी पार्टी के MLA आए थे, उन्होंने बीजेपी को गलियाया, तो ये क्या बीजेपी आम आदमी पार्टी के बीच की बात है?
बीजेपी MLA और ये सारी जो है वो ये सारी चीज़ें जो है वो पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स उसको छोड़ दीजिए, उससे कुछ लेना देना नहीं है। एट दी एंड सफ़र हम करेंगे।
आप यहाँ के रेजिडेंट हैं? लोकल?
मैं यहीं रहता हूँ। एट दी एंड सफ़र हम करेंगे। ठीक है,
सालों से आप यहाँ रह?
हम यहाँ पे 20 साल से रह रहे हैं जी। और ये जो आप देख रहे हैं, ये आपको ये मालूम होना चाहिए 80% हमारे जो है हिंदू भाइयों की यहाँ पे दुकान है। ये आपको मालूम भी होगा। हाँ, ये आपको मालूम होगा। तो ये सारी चीज़ें हम लोग यहाँ पे मिल के रहते हैं। आप मीडिया हाइप बनाएगी, मीडिया जो है शाहीन बाग
नहीं, बिल्कुल हाइप नहीं बनाएंगे। मैं यहाँ इसीलिए आई हूँ, आपके यहीं आई हूँ, और ये फैक्ट है कि यहाँ पे when the bulldozer came, there was nothing big to be demolished, just maybe a shop or two, and they told them to remove and they removed. But unlike Jahangirpuri, there was nothing big demolished. So क्या ये राजनीतिक हो गया सर? चाचा, आप कितने वक्त से यहाँ रह रहे हैं शाहीन बाग?
जी, मेरा नाम राशिद अंसारी है। मुझे यहाँ पे मैं 90 में आया था।
अच्छा।
हाँ, और ये कॉलोनी हमने काफ़ी बेची है, प्लॉट बेचे हैं, और एक भी गज इसमें अनऑथराइज हमने नहीं बेची।
नहीं अनऑथराइज।
ये जो है शोरूम जो बने हुए, इनके आगे थोड़ी सी ये सीढ़ी निकली हुई, या ये जो इन्होंने उतारा, ये सिर्फ इलेक्शन जो आ रहे हैं इसके लिए इन्होंने करा है। राजनीति के लिए, सिर्फ आम आदमी को घटाने के लिए, कि ये इस वजह से जो है हम जीत जाएंगे, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होने का।
क्या आप थोड़ा सा माहौल लाइट हुआ है? सुबह बहुत टेंशन था यहाँ पर इस एरिया में, गुस्से में भी थे लोग, थोड़ा और भी
नहीं, हम लोग क्या टेंशन में होंगे? हम लोगों ने पहले ही कह दिया था कि हम सामान हटा लेंगे, और वो हटा भी लिया, खाली कर भी लिया।
जिन को बोला गया था कि आपके आगे आ रहा है सड़क पे, आप पीछे हटाए, that's correct if there were some shop owners, but of course see there's a little angst also, and the man is correct to say you bring in a bulldozer, you bring in additional police force, and then you demolish nothing, but the word goes out that there's a demolition drive in शाहीन बाग। हाँ
जी, शाहीन बाग के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा भी हाइप बन गया। आज पूरे मीडिया चैनल।
That's true. That's correct. He's correct when he says this. Let's go across to Shreya Chatterjee. Shreya, now of course the locals are talking, but in the morning they were very agitated, and of course the MCD has slightly looked on the wrong edge today. So strong in Jahangirpuri, demolishing what was unauthorized, couldn't find anything big enough to be demolished here in Shaheen Bagh.
Well, absolutely so, Pooja. You know, and I mean, when we actually went across this entire stretch of Shaheen Bagh where people gathered to protest, one thing was clear, that the MCD's plan of action was not foolproof. They did not know where to continue the demolition drive, which property to raise. We saw that one particular factory outlet where they were attempting to remove those iron structures which were there for renovation, but locals themselves removed it. And the moment that happened, we saw the bulldozer take a quick U-turn, and it took the road from here on the Sarita Vihar road. Now, you know, Pooja, there's one thing we also need to say. Look at the traffic snarl that it's created. Not a brick raised. There was a huge hula-baloo about the demolition drive, but not a single structure raised. सर, आप लोग यहाँ के लोकल्स हैं, सवेरे से इतना माहौल बनाया गया कि डिमोलिशन ड्राइव होगा, एक भी डिमोलिशन नहीं हुआ, क्या कहेंगे आप?
मैं तो अभी आया हूँ।
आप नहीं आए हो? आप कुछ
नहीं, मैं भी अभी आया हूँ।
आप लोग भी अभी आए? सब आप लोग अभी आए? Okay, so some of them are really, I mean, not very open to talk with the media, but those voices out there, Pooja, we saw they were agitated. They stopped the bulldozer. They stood in front of the bulldozer. There was a lot of ruckus. We saw the Aam Aadmi Party MLA also hit the ground, and definitely there was a message that was being trying to sent out by the MCD against illegal demolition. However, not a single brick raised here in Shaheen Bagh. But yet again, it's very difficult to say whether this will continue or not, because there's a hearing that's scheduled in the Supreme Court. What pans out from there probably also will reflect on what next happens in Shaheen Bagh, because remember, the whole detail of the demolition drive that came out, that continues for the next 5 days. It starts today, but it continues for the next 5 days. So we'll have to wait and watch what the Supreme Court says, and then we will know what is the fate of Shaheen Bagh, whether the bulldozer will return back or not.
All right, so that is Shreya Chatterjee giving us a sense of the location of where is Shaheen Bagh, you know, the traffic jam also that happened. And it was a morning of a lot of tension, a lot of angry local residents. But beyond what is on location, It is politics of Aam Aadmi Party MLA, of BJP-led MCD. This has become a political face-off, and all these netas are reacting. There were also poets here just about a short while ago. Listen in to this compilation of different political reactions from AAP to BJP. What are they saying?
भाजपा का एक राजनीतिक स्टंट है। अतिक्रमण हटाने के नाम पर आप जा करके ऐसे मोहल्लों को टारगेट करते हैं जहां से आप ये संदेशा देते हैं पूरे देश को कि देखिए हमने गरीबों पर, मुसलमानों पर बुलडोजर चलाया, जबकि यहाँ अतिक्रमण जैसी कोई बात नहीं है। आज बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई कोई हुई भी नहीं, लेकिन देश को मैसेज दिया गया। सच्चाई ये है कि अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एमसीडी अतिक्रमण हटाना चाहती है तो उसकी शुरुआत भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष आदेश गुप्ता के घर से करे, जहां पर उन्होंने बहुत अतिक्रमण कर रखा है, जिसकी तमाम विजुअल देश के बड़े चैनलों ने दिखाया है। आप पहले अमीरों के घरों से आइए, हटाइए, बाद में गरीबों तक आइएगा।
अब ये तो कह रहे हैं कि हम प्रोसेस से कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, अनेकों कॉलोनियों में कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आप विक्टिम कार्ड, मुस्लिम कार्ड।
मैं 3 दिन पहले आया था, मैंने खुद आह्वान किया लोगों से, लोगों ने इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा लिया। अब ये मुझे बता दें इंक्रोचमेंट है कहाँ? अगर इंक्रोचमेंट है मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा, मैंने खुद तुड़वाया है। एक मस्जिद के आगे वुजू खाना था, 2 टॉयलेट थे, अपनी जेसीबी 2 दिन चलाकर खुद तुड़वाया है। इस रोड पर मुझे बता दो यहाँ इंक्रोचमेंट है।
इसका तो इंतजार करना होगा। उन्होंने बताया कि जोनल ऑफिसर आके चिन्हित करेगा।
वो जब आए थे, जोनल ऑफिसर आया था, मैंने सारा हटवा दिया था। जो उन्होंने इंक्रोचमेंट बताया था हमने खुद हटवा दिया था। यहाँ का एसएचओ भी जानता है, डीसीपी भी।
बताइए शाहीन बाग में इस तरह का विरोध क्यों? आखिर सरकारी लोग, एक सेकंड सर, आपको भी पता होगा, आप चुने हुए विधायक है, सरकारी काम में दखल अंदाजी कानून के खिलाफ है।
देखिए एक बात सुनिए, ये पीडब्ल्यूडी का रोड है, अगर ये गलत करेंगे तो लोग तो आएंगे ना। मुझे मेरे से बात करें एमसीडी के लोग, यहाँ लोकल पुलिस भी है, आए वो मुझसे बात करें, मुझे बताए ये इंक्रोचमेंट है, मैं खुद तोड़वा लूंगा।
ये जो कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता कोई यकायक नहीं पहुंच गया, अचानक नहीं पहुंच गए, ये वही पुनरावृत्ति दोहरा रहे हैं जो इन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया ने कहा कि बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं को आप संरक्षण दो, इसीलिए वहां लेटने का काम कर रहे हैं। जो लोग अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, आतंक फैलाने वाले लोगों का अतिक्रमण बचाने के लिए जो बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, जनता भी उनको लेटाने वाली है। ये जो कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता कोई यकायक नहीं पहुंच गया, अचानक नहीं पहुंच गए, ये वही पुनरावृत्ति दोहरा रहे हैं जो इन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया ने कहा कि बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं को आप संरक्षण दो, इसीलिए वहां लेटने का काम कर रहे हैं। जो लोग अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, आतंक फैलाने वाले लोगों का अतिक्रमण बचाने के लिए जो बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, जनता भी उनको लेटाने वाली है।
उसने शाहीन बाग इलाके से इस बुलडोजर को हटाया, लेकिन अब इस इलाके में ये बुलडोजर जा रहा है। तो क्या यहाँ पर जो इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट है उसको तोड़ने की कार्रवाई होगी या नहीं होगी, ये देखना बहुत दिलचस्प होगा।
So these are reactions coming in, full on politics breaking out, but Aam Aadmi Party appears to have an edge today with its MLA, because I can tell you Amanatullah Khan came angrily charging in the morning saying, I'm here for my people, I'm not going to go anywhere. And of course there were allegations at that point of time against him that is he inciting people. He said, I'm here for my people. Where is the illegal structure? Show me. We waited if the MCD was going to demolish, but because the bulldozers then went to another location without demolishing anything massive, they were only small shops. But after that, Amanatullah Khan stayed with his people and said, I told you, there was nothing that had to be demolished, there was nothing illegal and unauthorized in this area, and all of this is political vendetta by the BJP, which is because it is leading and ruling the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. And that is why we hear all these netas of the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party attacking and charging at each other. Now, of course, the local residents here are saying, why did you bring in Shaheen Bagh at this point? If there was nothing to demolish, what was this whole spectacle about? to bring in a bulldozer, bring in an additional police force, say that we are going to go on a demolition drive if there was nothing to demolish in the first place. And therefore, MCD has come across looking on the wrong foot today. But we'll wait and see what is the reaction either from the MCD. Remember this, these iron pillars that were brought down earlier. They're now trying to put it back. They were asked by the MCD officials to pull it down in time, otherwise it will be pulled down by the bulldozers, and they have readily, willingly done it. You know, what a day it has been. Very unlike Jahangirpuri, where there was a clear set pattern that the MCD followed. But in Shaheen Bagh, there didn't appear to be anything to demolish, and that is why the questions are being raised to MCD. Why take the bulldozers through this route if all you had to demolish were some small shops that you could have done it in the first place as well? So the residents today here in Shaheen Bagh breathing a sigh of relief, of course, many curious onlookers continue to stand here. The traffic is now plying back on the streets here of the national capital, Delhi, that connects to Delhi and Noida. But I can tell you that this will go on, because the messaging was, according to the MCD, we will go against anything unauthorized and illegal, and that's fair. That's how it needs to be. The question is, why did they not find it in this area, barring a few small shops? And therefore, this is going to be politics that will play out at least for the next few months in the national capital, Delhi. All right, I will now go across to our colleagues also in our other area. Let's go across to Tejshri. Tejshri, if you can hear my voice, what is the situation like now? What are the local residents telling you?
Yes, definitely. What the local people are trying to say over here is it is a kind of victory for them, because what they are saying is that they had no illegal encroachment over here, and that is why the MCD has to return away just after, you know, bringing down these iron pillars. And people are saying that if MCD comes again, then they have to come with some concrete plan. They have to come with the proper, papers. They have to come with proper documents, because a moment back from now, we saw that Amanatullah Khan also arrived over here, and he was again and again asking the MCD people that do they have papers, do they have proper, on what basis, on what policies they are saying this thing. They are making a point that this is an entire illegal area. People over here are upset by the fact that when Shaheen Bagh area, where this entire area which they are saying does not come under illegal encroachment, then how people are coming over here and demolishing the area. We will try to speak to few residents over here who are staying over here since very long, and we will try to speak to them and just have a word with them that what do they have to say on this. आप ही रहते हैं? Do you stay here only?
शाहीन बाग में रहते हैं।
कितने समय से रहते हैं?
काफी साल हो गए।
काफी साल हो गए। ये दुकान
नहीं, हमारी नहीं।
अच्छा, तो ये किस तरह से जानकारी मिली थी आपको कि यहाँ पर डिमोलिशन होने वाला है?
जानकारी तो कोई मिली नहीं रही है, अचानक हो रहा है सब सडनली। कोई लॉ कुछ तो रह नहीं गया कि कोई नोटिस आएगी या कुछ टाइम मिलेगा। अचानक आके यहाँ पे कंस्ट्रक्शन हो ही नहीं रहा, तो नोटिस की जरूरत भी नहीं थी।
अच्छा, पूरे शाहीन बाग में इस गली में कहीं ना कहीं इलीगल एनक्रोचमेंट है?
आप देख लीजिए, आप लोग खुद देख लीजिए, यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं, ये तो सिर्फ एक बोर्ड लगाने के लिए लगा हुआ था और कुछ था ही नहीं।
क्या कहना था एमसीडी के लोग का जब वो आए? व्हाट डिड दे से?
कुछ नहीं कहा उन्होंने, कुछ नहीं कहा।
So see what people are trying to say over here is they are upset because this entire area does not comes at all under the illegal encroachment is what they are trying to make a point over here. And let me tell you that there is complete, this anti-encroachment drive has taken a political swift, because we have seen that as soon as the bulldozers arrived, then the MCD people requested the Delhi police to provide police force. Then we saw that around 11 o'clock, the heavy police deployment was made. CRPF persons were called, female CRPF police persons were called, and after that we saw that how Amanatullah Khan, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, stopped the bulldozer. He was standing right in front of the bulldozer. He sat just in front of the bulldozer just to make sure that bulldozer does not proceed ahead. And at that point of time, all other people from the entire area of Shaheen Bagh were standing with him. And that is why he's saying here that it is a victory for all the people over here who are staying at this point of time in Shaheen Bagh. And again, people are saying that they are ready to cooperate with MCD if they come with proper document. Now the hearing in the Supreme Court is set to begin at 2 o'clock, at 2 p.m. But But it is, the noteworthy point and the important point which we have to see here is the same thing happened in Jahangirpuri area also, when Supreme Court had said that there should be a stay on this entire demolition drive. Despite Supreme Court order of the stay, the anti-encroachment drive continued and the bulldozer demolished the illegal areas in that area too. So now we'll have to see that will this area be demolished later in the coming time, or people will or this entire area will not be demolished. आप यहाँ पर भाई साहब, आप यहाँ पर ये जो आयरन पिलर से ये उतार रहे थे, क्या कुछ कहा गया था? आप ही थे जो उतार रहे थे आयरन?
हम उतार रहे थे। ये हमारा शोरूम है यहाँ पे, ठीक है मैम, ये हमारा शोरूम है। जो 3 दिन पहले जो आंधी आई थी वो बोर्ड टूट गया था ये।
अच्छा, क्या हुआ था उस वक्त?
मैम ये बोर्ड टूट गया था ना, बोर्ड टूटने की वजह से हम अपना पिलर लगा के उसको सही कर रहे थे। पुलिस वालों ने कहा कि उसको हटवा लीजिए, ये नहीं तो हम किसी से हटवाइए उसको, तो हमने खुद अपने चढ़ के खुद उसको हटाया।
तो एमसीडी के जब लोग आए तो आप ऊपर चढ़े थे?
नहीं, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि ये आप हटवा लीजिए, 3 दिन से लगा था ना मैम, वो बोर्ड लग रहा था इसलिए, तो हटा लिया हमने।
अच्छा, कुछ दिन पहले
पूरा हमारे साथ कोऑपरेट था, बहुत ही सपोर्ट था। उन्होंने कहा बेटा हटाओ इसको, मतलब कि जैसे आने जाने में दिक्कत हो जाए पब्लिक को, इसलिए हमने खुद हटा लिया।
अच्छा, यहाँ पर आगे कुछ दुकानें बनी हुई थी कुछ समय पहले?
कोई ऐसा नहीं था। पहला आपके पास इमेज या कोई फोटो या वीडियो है तो दिखा सकती हैं। ये फ्रंट और ये सारे शोरूम में यूएस पॉलो होगा, इसके आगे
कुछ कच्ची दुकान है आगे
मैम यहाँ कोई।
Alright, so here in Shaheen Bagh, people now continue to stand. Many are smiling and they're saying that, there was no need for MCD to do what it did, but political face-off is on. Shreya Chatterjee spoke to some of the shop owners. So, Shreya, even if there were not some massive demolition that was carried out, there were some small shop owners who were asked to remove in time before it's demolished, and they were unauthorized and illegal. You also managed to speak to some of them. What are they saying to you? What happened today morning in Shaheen Bagh?
Pooja, if we can give a timeline of what panned out for that around 2.5 hours, there was a chaos because first we saw that these people, the residents and the owners, they sat in front of the bulldozer. We saw the Aam Aadmi Party MLA hit the ground, and then, as you were pointing out, about some illegal structure being removed. From what we captured on our cameras and what we spoke with the people, those were iron rods which were really put there for the construction work. The shop owners obviously say that it was for one of the placards that they had to put forward, and it has to be obviously verified because the MCD officials whom we spoke with claims that the structure was there for quite a long time and that was creating an issue. It was illegally encroached upon. They thought that probably there could be further construction activity that could come up at the place, is why they were hell-bent to remove that particular iron rod structure. Now, after deliberation with the shop owner, what was mutually understood was the locals and the boys who were working at that particular shop, they will remove the structure by themselves. We saw those on our cameras, how the people themselves removed the structures, and the moment the structure came down, the MCD bulldozer took a U-turn and left the spot. So, there was no raising that happened by the bulldozer, but the MCD's intention to remove those iron structures did happen. So that we can say that there was some action. Yes, it wasn't an illegal demolition drive where we saw buildings being raised or portions of buildings being raised, but there was a structure with the MCD considered to be illegal. The shop owners considered it to be there for the renovation work, but that came down with the assistance from the shop owners and the locals over there after a deliberation.
Right, Shreya there tracking those developments right from Shaheen Bagh. In fact, all that commotion and drama that happened right from the start of the day quickly died down after many of those bulldozers that lined up on Shaheen Bagh to take down illegal encroachments finally could not find any substantial encroachments and were forced to pull back. We see visuals coming in right from the start of the day where we saw protesters almost trying to barricade those areas where they did not want bulldozers to encroach. In fact, many of those establishments there, the protesters claimed, were not illegal. Whatever was illegal, the locals who are living there say that they've pulled it down themselves. They did not wait for the bulldozers to do that job. They've done it themselves, and now the bulldozers, it seems and it appears, do not have much to do in that area. Many of those bulldozers have returned. In fact, Shreya is joining us right from that area, the very point where the anti-CAA clashes and protests broke out. This is a very significant site, which is why the kind of attention and the kind of chaos and commotion that you see almost threatening Delhi's law and order situation at this point. Shreya, we're looking at large crowds who are still present there, even though the bulldozers now, many of them have returned. What really happened? Do you believe that the MCD do not have a plan in place as expected? They wanted to pull down illegal encroachments, but ultimately it seems like very few of them that they managed to identify, which the locals themselves pulled it down. They did not have much work to do. They finally had to return.
Well, absolutely, Nabila. You know, but what's interesting to tell our viewers that 4th of May, some notices were actually sent out to the shop owners who had illegal encroached properties. This included some of the makeshift shops also that was just the opposite of the road, which is the Sarita Vihar road. But even then, why nothing happened? Probably there was no foolproof plan that the MCD had today. And as you were rightly saying, you know, the locals are still here. The locals are still here on the ground. They are, waiting. Probably there is this uneasiness, this scare factor. They feel that what if the bulldozer returns? Sir, आप लोग यहाँ पे residents हो? सर ये सवेरे से
मैं मुझे मालूम नहीं है, मैं अभी आया। नहीं शॉप नहीं है हमारी, रहते इसी इलाके में है जी।
आप लोग सवारी से थे जब ये बुलडोजर आए?
नहीं मैं उस समय था नहीं।
ये इलीगल प्रॉपर्टीज है
नहीं लोगों की खरीदी हुई प्रॉपर्टी है सब।
अभी आई देखिए 11 बजे के करीब यहाँ पे MCD आई। इस MCD के अधिकारी लोग भी आए हैं, बहुत सारी पुलिस है।
इलीगल है या नहीं?
कैसे इलीगल है? यहाँ इलीगल क्या है? कुछ भी नहीं। अगर होता तो आपको टूटा हुआ दिखाई देता। अभी बुलडोजर यहाँ से होके गई है, हम लोगों ने कोऑपरेट किया है उनको। और जितनी
आप लोग एक जीत के तरफ पे, तो आप लोग ये एक जीत के तरह पे ले रहे हो कि बुलडोजर इसलिए नहीं चलेगी क्योंकि कोई इलीगल प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है।
खुशी की बात है कि हम अपनी जगह पे कायम हैं, जहाँ पे हैं हमारा वो सही है। हम बाहर है ही नहीं। अगर हम पैर आगे को निकाले तब जब तो पैर पीछे।
Okay, over to you, Nabila. That was those residents who, they have to say that nothing happened because this is not an illegal zone.
All right, well, at the end of it, the MCD, of course, has a list of those illegal establishments that have encroached upon the road there across Shaheen Bagh. And it's no secret that Shaheen Bagh does have several illegal settlements. Many of them, the locals themselves claim that they pulled down. The rest of what is remaining is all legal. Prove it to us if it's illegal. That's what the locals say, as we see people still gathered there in anticipation that maybe, just maybe, the bulldozers might return. Shreya joining us there, a team of reporters from India Today right there at the spot. We're going to continue tracking these developments. For now, a short break.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
Millions of pieces of man-made debris called space junk are currently orbiting the Earth. Now, why is there so much trash in space? This huge cloud of space junk is suspended between 800 and 2000 kilometers above us. Since space exploration began in 1957, fragments from more than 6,000 space launches and 600 orbital explosions have been accumulating. Why is space junk a threat to space exploration? Old rockets, out-of-order satellites, tools lost by astronauts, and even flecks of paint pose a serious threat to future space exploration, particularly manned flights and stations. Sensors carried on space vehicles only tend to detect micro debris, but damage from a collision can be serious due to the very fast orbital speed of this debris, which travels at some 28,000 kilometers an hour. There is also the risk of debris slamming into the hundreds of Earth observation and telecommunication satellites that orbit the Earth. Billions of dollars worth of weather monitoring equipment, global navigation and communication systems are at risk. The big fear is of a collision occurring and triggering a chain reaction, known as the Kessler syndrome. Over 30,000 pieces of debris measuring more than 10 centimeters and sometimes as big as a bus are currently being tracked and followed from the Earth. Space agencies are working on debris recovery systems with nets, harpoons, sails. Everything is envisaged to deal with the risk of collision.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Mukesh Ambani is the owner of the second most expensive home in the world after Buckingham Palace. Here are the inside pictures of Antilia. Antilia is located in one of the most expensive residential areas in the country, Mumbai's Altamont Road. The property rates here are mind-boggling, 80,000 rupees to 85,000 rupees per square foot. A 600-member staff is employed to keep the 27-storied building in order. The building boasts of 3 helipads, Mumbai's skyline and the Arabian Sea. Antilia is built to withstand an earthquake of even 8 on the Richter scale. Mukesh Ambani's love for cars is behind 6 floors of Antilia being devoted to garages. This space houses several luxury cars, including his 5 crore rupees Maybach. The garage can accommodate 168 cars. There's even a service station on the 7th floor. The recreation center spread across 2 floors has a yoga center, dance studio, jacuzzi, a health spa and several swimming pools. Antilia is equipped with its own ice cream parlor, a mega temple, a private theatre that can accommodate 50 people and a salon. The Ambani residence has 9 elevators designed to take the residents to specific floors. All of this makes Antilia worth a whopping $2 billion. In Indian currency, it's about 14,000 crore rupees.
watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal. Our top focus here, bulldozers at Shaheen Bagh in an attempt to pull down illegal encroachments. What's happening there? We're going to take you through those details. First, the headlines. Massive meltdown in Delhi Shaheen Bagh. Protests erupt as dozers reach the 2020 anti-CAA protest site. Locals hit the streets in anger. Demolition drive sparks a political war. Now, after Maharashtra, loudspeaker row hits Karnataka. Loudspeakers blare Chalisa to counter azan. Shri Ram Sene activists up the ante, slams Chief Minister Bommai for inaction. Amit Rana slams Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, says that he should learn governance from Fadnavis. Rana duo to camp in Delhi as Maharashtra government files a plea to cancel their bail. The biggest NIA crackdown on Dawood gang raids at 20 locations in Mumbai. Modus operandi of D Company to create unrest in India exposed. Amid the war with Ukraine, Russia celebrates its Victory Day. Mega military might on display. Putin defends invasion, says it's a timely response to Western policies. All right, here's some big breaking news coming in. Fresh trouble for the Rana couple. Mumbai cops now move court to cancel bail plea of the duo. Remember, we're looking at the Rana couple, the duo who've been in jail for a little while now, and their attempts to seek bail are finally turned fruitful. But now it seems like there's fresh trouble brewing for the Rana couple. Mumbai cops now move court to cancel the bail plea of the duo. In fact, both the Ranas, the husband and wife, elected representatives, one MP and one MLA, both of them have been protesting against Uddhav Thackeray for inaction on, in fact, questioning Uddhav Thackeray on his Hindutva, questioning him if at all he knows what Hanuman Chalisa is, and that if he can chant Hanuman Chalisa, they're going to camp right outside his house. This, of course, debate escalated to a point where the Rana couple were arrested by the Mumbai police, citing law and order situation. And after spending weeks in prison, they finally received bail. And now the Mumbai cops move the court to cancel their bail plea. This is trouble brewing for the Ranas once again. The cops cite breach of bail, while they claim that the Rana couple are attempting to create a law and order situation in the state of Maharashtra, and therefore, in anticipation for chaos that could happen in the days to come, the Mumbai cops now moving court, asking for their bail plea to be cancelled. Now, cops cite breach of bail conditions by the Rana couple. Now, what are those bail conditions that were breached by the husband and wife duo? That needs to be established. But here, we're looking at the Ranas single-handedly facing the Mahagadi government. Uddhav Thackeray, of course, at his behest, the entire state machinery up against the Ranas for creating chaos and questioning Uddhav Thackeray's Hindutva. The Ranas now, who are hoping to breathe a sigh of relief post the bail. Now the Mumbai police haunting and hounding the Rana couple, saying that they are now reaching court. They will be moving court to cancel the bail plea of the Ranas. This, of course, will come as, again, a setback for the Ranas. They've been fighting the Mumbai police as well as the state machinery in Maharashtra after their arrest. And now, since then, it's been a few weeks now, at least 3 weeks, that the Rana couple have been really battling the state machinery as well as the Mumbai police after a massive showdown that took place between the Ranas and the Shiv Sena, where the Ranas almost questioned Uddhav Thackeray's Hindutva, asking him if he could chant the Hanuman Chalisa, and that they would eventually protest in front of Uddhav Thackeray's home, chanting the Hanuman Chalisa, almost questioning his Hindutva. This, of course, was a controversy that brewed in counter to the azan on loudspeakers at mosques. While the question was if azan can be allowed on loudspeakers in mosques, then why not Hanuman Chalisa on loudspeakers in temples? This showdown really escalated to a point where the Ranas said that they're going to camp in front of Uddhav Thackeray's residence, questioning his Hindutva, asking him if he knows how to chant the Hanuman Chalisa. Of course, not taking that too well, the Mahavikas Aghadi government arrested the Ranas. They were in prison for a few weeks until they received bail, and now it seems like fresh trouble brewing for the Rana couple as the Mumbai police claim that they're going to be moving court to cancel the bail plea of the Rana couple as they violated some of the conditions in the bail. Some bail conditions have been breached, is what the cops say. Now, what are those conditions? That needs to be established. But remember, we're already looking at the Rana couple deciding to camp in Delhi. If not for Mumbai, because they did not get permission in Mumbai. Even before they could carry out a protest, they were arrested. Now the Ranas claim that they will in fact hold a protest in Delhi. The Mumbai cops now saying that this is possibly a breach of bail conditions. Now, the face-off over Hanuman Chalisa doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon, with Navneet Rana raising the bar, saying that she is going to Delhi to lodge a complaint against the government. Navneet Rana, while leaving for Delhi, mocked the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, saying that he's only risen to power because of his father and that he should learn governance from ex-Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Maharashtra government has now moved court seeking bail cancellation order against the Ranas. The lawyer said that Navneet Rana violated bail conditions right after stepping out of the hospital. Navneet Rana, being defiant, has said that she hasn't violated any order, said that she'll continue to fight for justice. The Amravati MP and her MLA husband, Ravi Rana, were arrested by the Mumbai police on 24th of April following their public declaration of reciting the Hanuman Chalisa right outside Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's private residence, Matoshri in Bandra.
किसी के नाम पे बैठकर खाना बहुत अच्छा है, पर खुद के हिम्मत पर खुद के पसीना निकाल के काम करने में बहुत अंतर है। उद्धव ठाकरे should take a lesson and take a training from Devendra Sahib how to rule state, because Devendra Sahib has showed in 5 years no against action with anybody opposition. He worked silently and he worked in the favor of Maharashtra people. He's not worked against any opposition. So you should take a class from Devendra Sahib. उद्धव ठाकरे ने जिस तरीके से धोखा देके बीजेपी के पीठ में खंजर खोपाए, उन्होंने हमको सिद्धांतों का ज्ञान नहीं देना चाहिए। सिद्धांतों का ज्ञान हम लेके चलते हैं, तो उन्होंने नहीं सिखाना चाहिए।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Dev Kotak joining us on the phone line for more on that. Dev, here it seems like more trouble brewing for the Rana couple. While they did not get permission to hold a protest in Mumbai, they've now received bail. She wants to come, Navneet Rana wants to come to Delhi now and lodge a complaint and even register a protest in Delhi against Uddhav Thackeray. With the police now saying that they have breached some of the bail conditions, it almost comes as a setback. All right, let me quickly cut across to Ajit Memon, NCP MP, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Memon, here is Navneet Rana, who claims that she has not breached any bail conditions. In fact, the Mumbai police now all set to move court, saying that she and her husband have breached some of the bail conditions. They're now deciding to lodge a protest in Delhi, if not for Mumbai. How would you look at this?
Now, see, Rana couple is trying to politicize this whole matter by blowing things out of proportion. But as far as the legal angle of the case is concerned, I would only confine myself to give my opinion as a lawyer, not as a politician. Now, whenever an accused is released on bail, the courts deem it just to restore liberty to an accused for alleged crime by imposing certain conditions. And those conditions are bound to be honored. And it is always understood by the accused who is taking the benefit of bail should abide by each and every condition. And breach of any condition may entail cancellation of bail, which is precisely what has happened in her case. Now, she was given bail with an understanding that stress and the manner in which with impunity she has been talking all politics and Aghadi government and BJP leaders and this and that. And she has been talking totally to the contrary to the orders of the court, which has released our bail. This certainly has prompted the police to move the court for cancellation. But let me tell you as a practicing lawyer that bail is ordinarily not cancelled easily. The court has to be satisfied that yes, it's a case is made out for cancellation of bail. And therefore, now if the police is now making allegations that there is a breach of a particular condition, the police will have to satisfy the court. And the court would give an opportunity to the accused also. The court will give notice to Rana couple. They would also be heard. Their lawyer would be heard. And if the court is satisfied that yes, voluntarily, willingly, the terms of bail have been breached, then probably the court may even take the hard step of
Mr. Memon,
bail.
if you can sort of clarify for us, what exactly is the breach here? In your view, where has she violated the bail conditions?
No, according to me, as I said, that, well, if the police, because no, in video, both the husband and wife are being seen addressing press, which is prima facie violation of the condition attached to bail, and therefore there will be no difficulty for the prosecutor, for the police of counsel to show to the court the videos in which they are just addressing every television channel that we are doing this and we are injustice is done to us and it's a vindictive and political. All these kinds of things were forbidden to them. They were not supposed to. They should have said no comment because we are under court's order. This is not only breach of a condition of bail, but this may even go to the extent of contempt of court. So I'm afraid, let us see how the police movement for cancellation of bail is defended by the accused.
But Mr. Memon, considering that she is the elected representative, she is a member of parliament. Also, her husband is a member of legislative assembly. Since they are elected representatives, do they have any kind of immunity on those lines to speak with the media, to say what's going on? In fact, they claim that they're being victimized and targeted.
Not by assembly or a minister or ABCD, whatever you are subject to the terms which are laid while giving bail to you. You are bound to follow them. Nobody is exempt from that. They must not think that they are above law. They are bound to follow the law, and the law says that if your bail was given to you on condition that you will do something or abstain to do something, and if you breach that condition, you are liable for cancellation of bail.
All right, Mr. Memon, thank you very much for joining us with that detailed response. Mr. Memon is, of course, an NCP leader alongside also an advocate. He says it's not very easy for a court to reject bail based on a police's plea. They've got to look at really where exactly did the Rana couple err. Have they really violated the bail conditions? What are the bail conditions? And in fact, according to Mr. Memon, he says that they're not supposed to be speaking to the media, not supposed to be further agitating the situation or trying to instigate. But here the Rana couple, ever since they've been out, they've been speaking to the media, also challenging the Uddhav Thackeray government. They're going to hold a protest in Delhi. They're going to, and of course, claiming that they're being targeted only because they said they're going to chant Hanuman Chalisa. This precisely is what the Mumbai police feel is creating a law and order situation in the state. Meanwhile, cutting across to Shaheen Bagh, where we see high drama that unfolded as bulldozers rolled into Shaheen Bagh, which was the center of the massive anti-CAA protest just about 2 years ago. Bulldozers rolled into Shaheen Bagh for the anti-encroachment drive. Residents of Shaheen Bagh protested as the South Delhi Municipal Corporation launched its anti-encroachment drive with the help of Delhi police personnel. Locals were seen sitting on roads and stopping bulldozers that were brought for the demolition drive. Locals say that there's no illegal construction and that they won't let the anti-encroachment drive. Police during the crackdown detained some of the protesters and those locals. The SDMC has now prepared a 10-day action plan to remove the encroachment from several areas, including Shaheen Bagh. But what we saw eventually as the day progressed was that the bulldozers eventually withdrew. It pulled back after they didn't really find massive encroachments along the vicinity. Whatever few that they spotted, the locals themselves pulled it down before the bulldozers could act. Eventually, the bulldozers withdrew from the locality and left.
The
the Delhi police is finding it much more difficult compared to Jahangirpuri to manage people here who are clearly agitated and angry. Remember, in Jahangirpuri, the demolition drive still had been carried out, but here it is clearly breaking out into commotion and scuffle. Amanatullah Khan, who I just spoke to about a short while ago, said that they will stop. He will ensure that the anti-demolition drive, that the demolition drive will be stopped, because he does not believe that there is any illegal encroachment here. As you can see here, his supporters, his people here thronging to get in a word from him, and he clearly, very clearly told me that he's here to stop the demolition drive, and he's demanding where is the illegal encroachment. Now what you see around you, take a look, that is the bulldozer. Ashok Behnot will show you just one bulldozer for now here, unlike in Jahangirpuri where there were at least 7, and therefore that is the difference, that even one bulldozer is finding it difficult. I've been here for the past few hours. I can tell you that this one bulldozer is also finding it difficult to carry out the drive. One, because it is on the main road. This is the Delhi-Noida border. It is leading to immediate congestion. They have to take care of that as well. Then, as now he's preparing to pull down some of the illegal structures, the anger is among the locals that is showing, unlike in Jahangirpuri where the situation had been calmed down. As you can see, the force has been now deployed here. Anyone is being detained who's trying to stop the demolition drive and taking law into their own hands. Take a look at these. These are the live visuals on your screen. Anyone trying to disrupt this official order of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi are being detained, are being put in buses. This means that the MCD clearly right now is ensuring that the drive will be on. Delhi police has said they are sending additional police force. As you can see, the CRPF has also been deployed. It's a multi-layered security here that you're looking at on your screen, and therefore the situation clearly is to ensure that there is no commotion that takes place. I'm trying to get you as many perspectives and angles. What you see here is a multi-layered security and a bulldozer, and then the illegal structure. So this is the bus where anyone who is going to break law and order will be detained. So multi-layered security of women personnel, male personnel of Delhi police, then the bulldozer, the JCB, and then the illegal structure allegedly that they are going to now start to demolish. So we are trying to show you exactly how Shaheen Bagh area looks like. Now every time you think of Shaheen Bagh, remember, of course, the recent reason it was in news was primarily because of the anti-CAA protest that had been here. Now we'll try and cooperate with the police personnel as well, as they're not letting us go very towards the location of the site. But unlike Jahangirpuri, I can tell you it's complete commotion in Shaheen Bagh. And, you know, a lot of push and shove by the angry locals here. As you can see, again, Ashok, show to our viewers how there is sloganeering taking place as well by the people. And bulldozer starts to demolish. Take a look at that. Ashok, show to our viewers of how finally the bulldozer is starting to demolish the first structure. This is under, of course, the orders and the plan of the MCD. Now, according to the MCD, this had been in the plan. It is not immediate. It is not a coincidence. The anti-encroachment drive was being planned for the past few days. But because of looking at law and order situation and whether they had enough deployment as well, they were not yet sure. But right now, they have decided to go ahead with it. That is likely to be the first building that we saw where allegedly the illegal structure is going to be pulled down. There is some conversation that is taking place. Ashok Behnot will show us the MCD officials who are talking and are discussing how to go ahead with the plan. But the police has tried to barricade the area and have tried to ensure that it does happen as peacefully as possible here. चाचा क्या हुआ? ये बुलडोजर तो आया, कुछ डेमोलिश तो नहीं किया उसने?
बुलडोजर आया, बुलडोजर तो जो है ना, जो वोट जो है ना, वोटरों को खुश करने के लिए जो है ना बुलडोजर आया है। अच्छा। यहाँ ऐसी कोई जगह नहीं है जो बुलडोजर चले। इलीगल नहीं है ना, कोई जगह नहीं है यहाँ। यहाँ सारी की सारी जगह जो है लोगों ने जमीन खरीद रखी है किसानों से और बना रखी 1700 कुछ कॉलोनियाँ इस तरह की है।
आज कुछ गलत है ही नहीं तो गलत क्यों करेंगे?
नहीं था कुछ।
जो दुकान थी, जो 150 दुकान थी, वो तो ईद वाले चांद रात को ही उठा लिया यहाँ से। फिर यहाँ कोई भीड़ भाड़ है ही नहीं, ये तो अफवाह उड़ा रखा है।
क्या यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं था इलीगल, फिर क्यों आई डेमो?
वही तो आप लोग बताएंगे, MCD बताएगी ना कि क्यों नहीं है यार। अगर नहीं है तो ये अच्छी बात है। नहीं
अच्छी बात है,
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
लेकिन फिर आपको क्यों लगता है कि क्यों आए, फिर आए क्यों यहाँ पर?
जो गलत है वो गलत है, वो इसका कोई भी साथ नहीं देगा, हम भी नहीं देंगे, कोई भी नहीं देगा। अगर गलत है तो आप सब कोई साथ देगा यहाँ पे। अगर एक आदमी भी जिससे भी पूछ लीजिए कि जो अगर उन्होंने हटाया वहाँ पे वो गलत था तो गलत था।
ये सिर्फ इलेक्शन जो आ रहे हैं इसके लिए इन्होंने करा है, राजनीति के लिए, सिर्फ आम आदमी को घटाने के लिए कि ये इस वजह से जो है हम जीत जाएंगे, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होने का।
Now, quite naturally, politics has erupted over the anti-encroachment drive in South Delhi's Shaheen Bagh area. Amanatullah Khan, a legislator of the ruling Aam Aadmi Party, joined in the protest, said that there were no encroachments in the area and that bulldozers were brought only to indulge in vendetta politics. Congress, while slamming the BJP, said that the anti-encroachment drive was nothing but just a provocation and that Muslims were their only target. BJP, in a scathing attack, said that the Congress, the Aam Aadmi Party, are doing appeasement politics and reminded them of this drive as a due process. BJP has also slammed the Congress for giving the demolition drive a communal colour. Let me cut across to several political reactions coming in on the same.
First, dividing the country along communal lines, then dividing the classrooms and uniforms along communal lines, then dividing loudspeakers along communal lines, and now dividing even encroachment drive on communal lines. The Congress party should be asked that why should any exception be made for any area like Shaheen Bagh just because it happens to have a particular vote bank that the Congress party wants to cater to?
ये जो कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता कोई यकायक नहीं पहुंच गया, अचानक नहीं पहुंच गए, ये वही पुनरावृत्ति दोहरा रहे हैं जो इन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया ने कहा कि बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं को आप संरक्षण दो, इसीलिए वहां लेटने का काम कर रहे हैं। जो लोग अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, आतंक फैलाने वाले लोगों का अतिक्रमण बचाने के लिए जो बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, जनता भी उनको लेटाने वाली है।
अब ये तो कह रहे हैं कि हम प्रोसेस से कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, अनेकों कॉलोनियों में कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आप विक्टिम कार्ड, मुस्लिम कार्ड।
मैं 3 दिन पहले आया था, मैंने खुद आह्वान किया लोगों से, लोगों ने इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा लिया। अब ये मुझे बता दें इंक्रोचमेंट है कहाँ? अगर इंक्रोचमेंट है मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा, मैंने खुद तुड़वाया है। एक मस्जिद के आगे वुजू खाना था, 2 टॉयलेट थे, अपनी JCB 2 दिन चलाकर खुद तुड़वाया है। इस रोड पर मुझे बता दो यहाँ इंक्रोचमेंट है।
उसका तो इंतजार करना होगा। उन्होंने बताया कि जोनल ऑफिसर आके चिन्हित करेगा।
वो जब आए थे, जोनल ऑफिसर आया था, मैंने सारा हटवा दिया था। जो उन्होंने इंक्रोचमेंट बताया था हमने खुद हटवा दिया था। यहाँ का SHO भी जानता है, DCP भी।
बताइए शाहीन बाग में इस तरह का विरोध क्यों? आखिर सरकारी लोग, एक सेकंड सर, आपको भी पता होगा, आप चुने हुए विधायक हैं, सरकारी काम में दखल अंदाजी कानून के खिलाफ है।
देखिए एक बात सुनिए, ये PWD का रोड है, अगर ये गलत करेंगे तो लोग तो आएंगे ना। मेरे से बात करें MCD के लोग, यहाँ लोकल पुलिस भी है, आए वो मुझसे बात करें, मुझे बताए ये इंक्रोचमेंट है, मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा।
MCD वाले सर्वे करके, पुलिस ने भी सर्वे कर रखा, सिर्फ और सिर्फ भाजपा राजनीति कर रही है। पिछले 15 साल से MCD में काबिज भाजपा ने इंक्रोचमेंट, पहले पूरी दिल्ली के अंदर इंक्रोचमेंट कराया और इंक्रोचमेंट पे उगाई करी है। जब इन्हें लगा कि पिछले 9 तारीख को जैसे 9 चुनाव की डेटा क्लियर होने वाली थी, तमाम पत्रकार बंधुओं को बुलाया गया था, लोकतंत्र की हत्या हुई है, चुनाव को पीछे धकेल दिया गया। अब ये इन्हें सपना है कि दिल्ली के अंदर हम 4 राज्यों में जैसे MCD में राज्य जीत गए हैं, MCD में भी बुलडोजर चला के जीते।
भाजपा का एक राजनीतिक स्टंट है। अतिक्रमण हटाने के नाम पर आप जा करके ऐसे मोहल्लों को टारगेट करते हैं जहां से आप ये संदेशा देते हैं पूरे देश को कि देखिए हमने गरीबों पर, मुसलमानों पर बुलडोजर चलाया, जबकि यहाँ अतिक्रमण जैसी कोई बात नहीं है। आज बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई कोई हुई भी नहीं, लेकिन देश को मैसेज दिया गया। सच्चाई यह है कि अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की MCD अतिक्रमण हटाना चाहती है तो उसकी शुरुआत भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष आदेश गुप्ता के घर से करे, जहां पर उन्होंने बहुत अतिक्रमण कर रखा है, जिसकी तमाम विजुअल देश के बड़े चैनलों ने दिखाया है। आप पहले अमीरों के घरों से आइए, हटाइए, बाद में गरीबों तक आइएगा।
All right, now amid the war with Ukraine, Russia celebrates its Victory Day. All that and more focused on the other side of a short break. Please do stay with us. Can you imagine the Earth without the moon? Well, this isn't some sci-fi plot. The United States had once planned on nuking the moon. As bizarre as this may sound, documents have now surfaced from the United States Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, also known as AATIP, that reveals the United States had plans to test advanced technology on the moon. It might sound outwardly, but the plans included invisibility cloaks, anti-gravity devices, traversable wormholes, and even tunneling the moon using nuclear explosion. The documents that run to 1,600 pages reveal some of the stranger priorities of AATIP, a secretive Department of Defense program that ran from 2007 to 2012. The AATIP wasn't known to public until 2017, when the program's former director resigned from the Pentagon. The agency was at the center of global controversy thanks to several videos of an unidentified aircraft moving in seemingly impossible ways released by the former director. And the latest revelation is indeed set to raise questions as the United States government and NASA push for a return to the lunar surface nearly half a century after the Apollo mission was shut. The new tranche of documents is now under investigation, and more is expected to be revealed in the coming days.
So we would have a base of organics. The body would be placed here. The rest of the organics and flowers would be placed here. We would simply close the lid and we would be set. The microbes, when given heat and moisture, become super active. Our body comes up, in our case, to about 160, 165 degrees. It'll stay there for well over a week, 10 days. The heat obviously keeps the microbial activity super active, and at the end of a month, our body is pretty much transformed completely. There's some bone that remains. It's reduced. It's put back into the soil. It's let to sit for another month, and when we're done, we have soil that we can give the family. Cremation takes 30 gallons of fuel and pumps about 540 pounds of CO2 into the atmosphere every cremation. So we've devised a system that runs about 90% cleaner than that.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
All right, here's big breaking news coming in on the Ukraine war. Putin now defends the invasion in the Victory Day speech. In fact, Putin says, and I quote, Russia faced unacceptable threat in Ukraine. Putin further says that Russia fighting on its own soil. And Putin likens the invasion to Soviet fighting in World War II. Most anticipated Putin's speech, Russian President Vladimir Putin says that Russia's military action in Ukraine is a timely and a necessary response to Western policies. Huge reaction coming in from Putin himself. Russian President Vladimir Putin now reacting on the war, defending this invasion in the Victory Day speech. Putin says, and I quote, Russia faced unacceptable threat in Ukraine. Putin further saying that Russia fighting on its own soil, while he likens the invasion to Soviet fighting in World War II. Most anticipated Putin's speech here, Russian President Vladimir Putin says Russia's military action in Ukraine is a timely and a necessary response to Western policies. Let me quickly cut across to Abhishek Balla as well as Rajesh, both of them joining us for more on that. Abhishek, to begin with you here, a much anticipated response. In fact, this was due to come. Putin has been defined from the start and even now sticks to the same ground, saying that in his Victory Day speech that Russia is facing unacceptable threat in Ukraine and therefore this was necessary for them to fight back, and it was indeed timely. What more has he said?
Yes, the thrust of the address was justifying the so-called military operation of Russia in Ukraine. But, you know, it put to rest all the speculation that was doing the rounds in the run-up to the Victory Day celebrations in Moscow. There was huge speculation that Putin could either, declare some kind of a victory, a grand success that they have got in this invasion till now. And the other speculation was that if that's not the case, he would declare a full-scale war and enhance the military operations. Neither of that has happened. The reason for that is that Russia hasn't got the success it was anticipating. Russia came with its tanks and heavy armor close to Kyiv, 50 kilometers outside Kyiv. Their tanks were there, but they had to retreat because they faced heavy casualty. Now the fighting is perhaps restricted to the eastern and the southern part of Ukraine, and that's where the fighting is happening. Even in the eastern parts, more specifically Donbass, where Russia would have wanted to completely take over and then dictate terms to Ukraine, even there, the Ukrainian forces are holding on to their positions. So a clear indication that this war is going to be a long haul. It's going to continue till the time Ukraine is equipped to fight back, and the equipment that it's getting, the arms and ammunition that it's getting from its friendly countries, from NATO nations, have made sure that they can not just, hold on to a defensive posture, but also translate that into an offensive posture if and when required.
All right, stay with us, Abhishek. We have some more big news coming in right here on the Shaheen Bagh demolition drive. The Supreme Court now refuses to intervene in the Shaheen Bagh raising of anti-encroachments. The Supreme Court says none of this affected parties present. None of the affected parties present. Therefore, Supreme Court now refuses to intervene in Shaheen Bagh anti-encroachment drive. Remember, we saw some civic groups, of course, appealing to the Supreme Court, asking for an intervention, just like the top court did with Jahangirpuri anti-encroachment drive that was carried out just a few weeks ago. Now, with the Shaheen Bagh demolition drive, the Supreme Court says none of the affected parties are present, and therefore Supreme Court refuses to intervene in the Shaheen Bagh raising down of illegal encroachments. This is big update coming in on the Shaheen Bagh demolition drive. But remember, while that's said, you already have the bulldozers who've withdrawn, who've already left from the spot, as they couldn't really substantially crack down on illegal encroachments. Whatever few that they did find, many of those locals themselves voluntarily pulled down those scaffoldings and illegal encroachments that they felt had to be brought down. Instead of the bulldozer doing it, the locals themselves pulled it down, and they were very few to the amount of the police deployment and the bulldozers that arrived in such a grand manner. One would assume that this would have been a massive anti-encroachment drive, which the MCD had identified already pre-hand. But from what we saw there, when the bulldozers arrived, they couldn't really spot many of those illegal establishments and eventually had to return with not much done. While that said, Supreme Court now, while there has been an appeal for the Supreme Court to intervene, Supreme Court refuses to intervene, saying none of the affected parties were present. Anisha, who's been tracking the court, Anisha, give us an understanding with the Supreme Court now refusing to step in. What has the Supreme Court said?
Well, this matter has come up before the bench headed by Justice Nageshwar Rao. Now, remember, this is the very bench that just a few days ago had intervened in the Jahangirpuri matter and had issued status quo orders. But today what they are saying is that there are no residences affected, there are no constructed buildings that are being affected. It is only a drive to remove encroachments of hawkers from the pavement, from the footpath. Now there the court has noted that this is not something that they will intervene in, that if there was, that these encroachment drives have been going on for a very long time. What is that? In fact, they said that we are not going to intervene in every demolition. You cannot come to us saying that my house, even if it is an illegal construction, is being demolished. We will only intervene if there is a violation of the law by the government, which means that the court has made it clear that the only time they will give any relief is if the government does not issue notice to the residents and does not give them enough time to remove the encroachments themselves, and that is when the court will intervene. Even now, they are questioning why it is that there is a political party and an organization, which is the CPIM and the Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind, which have come to the Supreme Court, and not the actually affected persons. In fact, the court even questioned why is it that the Hawkers Association has been made, is one of the parties that is before the court, when the hawkers have no right to continue occupying the footpaths, particularly when there is already a drive ongoing to evict any encroachment on the footpath. So a lot of things are being said, but the main point that the court is making is that they will only intervene if there are buildings, constructed buildings or houses that are being affected by this demolition drive. If there are encroachments of hawkers being removed from the pavement, the court will not intervene. The second thing that the court has said, that do not make this into a political issue. The persons who are affected directly should be coming here. So all in all, in the Shaheen Bagh case, it seems that the court is very reluctant to interfere. And in fact, even for the persons who are directly affected, the court has questioned, why come directly to us? Why have you not gone to the Delhi High Court for relief? The hearing is currently ongoing. We'll give you more updates as they come.
All right, Anisha, here is, of course, a big development coming in as there was some expectation from the Supreme Court to be stepping in. Here, the Supreme Court saying that this is not in their domain to intervene at this point. In fact, Anisha, if you can give us a sense on who are those who appealed to the court, to the Supreme Court.
Well, it's the reason why the court is at the moment reluctant to interfere is because the petitions that are listed before hearing were filed by the CPIM, that is the Communist Party of India Marxist, and the Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind. A third application has also been filed by the Hawkers, the Rehri Patri Hawkers Association, which is why the court has said that none of these are people who are directly affected by any demolition drive, because A, the political parties and the religious organizations cannot claim to be affected parties in a demolition drive. And as far as the Hawkers are concerned, a hawker by definition is somebody who has a temporary license to sell their wares on the platforms or footpaths, and they cannot claim that they cannot be removed if they are encroaching on the road. While the Solicitor General in his argument has very clearly said that they are not demolishing any buildings in South Delhi, in Shaheen Bagh or Kalindi Kunj or any other areas. They are only removing the temporary encroachments from the road. And in fact, the government has said that most of the tables, scaffoldings and temporary tents that were set up have already been removed by the shopkeepers themselves. And therefore, there is no demolition as such that is going on. It is only an encroachment removal drive, which is why the Supreme Court has questioned the petitioners for moving the court in the first place, and secondly has said that if there is any affected person whose house or constructed building is being demolished, then they should first go to the High Court, because when a building itself is illegal and the appropriate notices have been issued by the government to remove such illegal buildings, then the court will not intervene. Now, as I said, the hearing is still ongoing. The court is still making certain observations, asking certain questions. That's it.
All right, Anisha. We also have Tej joining us, who's actually right in the thick of things, where we're seeing people still gathered in anticipation that possibly the bulldozers might just come back now that the Supreme Court order, almost Supreme Court declaring that they are not going to be intervene. They're not going to intervene because this is not their domain. None of the aggrieved party members were present as petitioners. So therefore, this is not for the Supreme Court to step in at this point. What are the locals looking? How do the locals right now look at this? Do they look at this as a setback? Are they apprehensive? Do you see commotion behind you? Tejshri, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely, I can hear you. See, what the Supreme Court is making a point over here is that why the political parties are approaching the court over here. And since morning we are seeing over here that since the bulldozer have come right here in the Shaheen Bagh, the political parties, say it be Aam Aadmi Party, say it be Congress, have been continuously targeting the BJP and the MCD as well. And that is why what Aam Aadmi Party is making a point over here, saying that there is no illegal encroachment made here in the area of Shaheen Bagh. And when Amanatullah Khan, the Aam Aadmi Party's MLA, came over here right in front of the building where we are standing, where the encroachment drive by the MCD was set to take place, he said, making a point over here, that the demolition drive would not take place because there is no such illegal encroachment done by the people of Shaheen Bagh over here. So the people are also upset by the fact that when there is no such encroachment done over here, then why the bulldozers are coming over here? That is why, again and again, say it be Congress, say it be Aam Aadmi Party, are supporting the people of Shaheen Bagh over here. And we had seen earlier also, there was a massive crowd gathered over here when Aam Aadmi Party's MLA Amanatullah Khan arrived over here. We will try to speak to a few people and take a word from them that what they want to say regarding this point, that this entire movement is gaining a political momentum as of now.
Do ask them on what
क्या कहा जा रहा है यहाँ पर, किस तरह का इलीगल एनक्रोचमेंट है?
मैम देखिए, इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट तो कुछ भी नहीं है। जो पहले से अगर थोड़ा बहुत था, जैसे इस रोड पे ठेली वाले, पटरी वाले लगाते थे, तो जो एमसीडी की तरफ से एक नोटिस मिला था, उसके बाद उन्होंने खुद ही वो से हटा लिया था। कब हटाया था ये? कल से पहले से हटा लिया है।
The Supreme Court has refused to intervene. I'd like to hear from the locals on what they think of that. The apex court will not interfere like they did in Jahangirpuri. Shaheen Bagh will not have the intervention of the Supreme Court. What do locals feel on that? Can you hear me, Tej? All right, let me quickly cut across to Shreya Chatterjee, who's also right there at the spot. Shreya, if you can hear me, this is a big development coming in from the Supreme Court, refusing to intervene on this matter, saying that none of the aggrieved parties are petitioners. And besides, it's few illegal encroachments that are being pulled down. There's nothing that disturbs livelihood to that extent in that area. And considering that none of the aggrieved parties were part of this petition, the Supreme Court feels it's not fit for them to intervene at this point. So the locals there are left for themselves now. Are they worried? Would you like to give us a sense of what the locals feel on the Supreme Court backing off?
Well, absolutely so, Nabila. Just to give you an understanding, I mean, the people over here who still gathered are probably here because they feel that the bulldozer might return. But there's a very clear message that's coming from the Supreme Court that says that, they will not intervene this time, and we'll try and get a quick word from the residents. Sir, Supreme Court se bahut clear message diya gaya hai ki, so, okay, I'll try and get another voice if they want to speak. Sir, ek choti si baat. सुप्रीम कोर्ट से मैसेज दिया गया है कि वो इंटरवीन नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि जो पार्टीज है जिनके ऊपर बुलडोजर चल रहा है, जो अफेक्टेड है, वो पिटीशन फाइल करे। तो क्या कहेंगे आप? सुप्रीम कोर्ट इंटरव्यू नहीं मिला,
मतलब सुप्रीम कोर्ट मना कर रहा है इंटरव्यू करने के लिए, इंटरव्यू करने की मना कर रहा है। तो और कौन इंटरफेयर करेगा मैम? सुप्रीम कोर्ट नहीं करेगा।
लोग नहीं गए ना, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी।
मैम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को देखिए, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जाती है, अपना इंडिया ऐसा है कि आगे एक बंदे को रखती है, लीडर बनाती है वो। अब मैं भी आम जनता हूँ, तो मेरा एक लीडर है, कोई भी मेरा एक लीडर है, तो मैं उसको कहूंगा आप जाइए सुप्रीम कोर्ट मेरी तरफ से, वो जाएगा, वो सारे मेहनत करेगा, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जाती जनता है।
क्या सुप्रीम कोर्ट के इस ऑर्डर के बाद आपको लगता है कि जो लोग यहाँ पे अफेक्टेड है उनको जाना चाहिए?
मैम जाना चाहिए, बिल्कुल जाना चाहिए। इफेक्टेड है, बिल्कुल इफेक्टेड है। यहाँ पे क्या हुआ है? अतिक्रमण, कोई सा अतिक्रमण नहीं था यहाँ पे, जाना चाहिए मैम।
So if I can sum up, Nabila, the understanding of it is that they say that we elect political leaders, so why not they can help us? But he also says that if the Supreme Court suggests that it should be the aggrieved parties who should come up and probably list their petitions before the High Court, then that is a roadmap that the parties who are aggrieved might choose. But probably there is this confusion about why the Supreme Court is not interfering. That is one of the voices that we got here from Shaheen Bagh after that order, after that hearing that happened in the Supreme Court.
Right, you know, Shreya, now we know that many of those bulldozers have left. This almost, it almost looked like the MCD, while they attempted at carrying out this grand demolition drive in Shaheen Bagh with the world watching this, it seemed like they weren't planned the way they had to. They had no list of the encroached properties. They came by, were confused what to do. They were waiting for orders. And after much of the confusion, they returned. You know, many of the locals almost finding this as a victory of sorts for themselves, and criticizing the MCD of failure on their part of recognizing what are the illegal encroachments in the first place. Give us a sense of what really happened, a quick timeline of how the MCD attempted to carry the demolition drive but then withdrew.
Well, no doubt, Nabila, that there has been a face loss for the MCD. Now, to give a quick timeline, this entire incident panned out for over 2.5 hours. Now, you know, you can see the stretch. The bulldozer came on this stretch. It eyed on this particular property, which had the extensions of an iron rod for a renovation work that the shop owner says because of a placard that needs to be put in. Now, the MCD says that those the rods were there for quite a long time and it had to be removed. There was a deliberation and the settlement was that the locals themselves will remove the rods. The moment, Nabila, the rods were removed, we saw that bulldozer take a U-turn, go to the Sarita Vihar road, and it left the spot. So what do you say? That there was no plan of action is absolutely correct, because on the ground, what we saw, that there was no proper design that the MCD had. But it's also significant to point out that the MCD said that they had given notices to some of the encroached properties on the 4th of May. So if notices were given, why were there no action taken on these properties? Because we also spoke to few of the people who have a makeshift house,
Shifting focus here to the Rana couple who's currently in Delhi speaking with the media.
MLA हमारे साथ जो भी हुआ उसके अगेंस्ट में जो मैंने मुंबई कार्रवाई करने के लिए दी है उस पे कुछ कार्रवाई नहीं हुई, तो आज मैं दिल्ली में उसी के अगेंस्ट में आई हूँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं सभी जितने भी बड़े लीडर्स और जो रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, जो वुमेन्स को रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं सेंटर के द्वारा, उनके पास आके उनको मिलके मेरी पीड़ा मेरे साथ में जो हुआ उनको बताऊंगी। मुझे लगता है कि जो भी कोर्ट ने आदेश मुझे दिए थे, जो मेरे बेल एप्लीकेशन ऑर्डर में थी कि पर्टिकुलर ये सब्जेक्ट पे मैं बात नहीं करूंगी, पर एज ए लोक प्रतिनिधि लोकतंत्र में संविधान ने मुझे जो अधिकार दिया है वो पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट को छोड़कर मैं बाकी सब्जेक्ट पे बात कर सकती हूँ। मैंने उस सब्जेक्ट को हाथ ना लगाते हुए जो मेरे साथ लॉकअप में हुआ, जिस तरीके से दुर्व्यवहार हुआ, जिस तरीके से जेल में मेरे साथ अत्याचार हुआ, मेरे हेल्थ इशू डॉक्टर लिख के देने के बाद भी मुझे जेल से चेकअप के लिए नहीं लेके जाया गया, इस विषय को लेकर बात करना ये अधिकार मुझे संविधान ने दिया है। पर कोर्ट के आदेश का पालन मैंने कल भी किया, आज भी करती हूँ और आगे भी करूंगी, उसमें कोई भी डाउट नहीं। आज मैंने ओम बिरला जी का टाइम लिया है और 5:30 बजे मैं ओम बिरला जी को मिलने वाली हूँ। एज ए लोकसभा मेंबर मेरे चेयरपर्सन को मिलके मेरी जो पीड़ा, मेरे साथ जो दुर्व्यवहार या महाराष्ट्र में उद्धव ठाकरे जी के द्वारा मेरे ऊपर अत्याचार किए गए हैं, वो एज ए चेयरपर्सन उन्हें बताने का काम मेरा कर्तव्य बनता है और उनको आके वो बताऊंगी। और ये भी एक है कि सीपी जो अमरावती महाराष्ट्र के हैं, मुंबई के जो सीपी हैं, कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस संजय पांडे जी, उनको एक चीज बताना चाहूंगी, जो वो गुलामी उद्धव ठाकरे जी की कर रहे हैं और उनके प्रेशर में और उनके बोलने के अनुसार वो हर किसी पे कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, किसी को जेल भेज रहे हैं, किसी पे नॉन बेलेबल ऑफेंस दाखिल कर रहे हैं। वो 1 महीने के बाद रिटायर्ड होने वाले हैं, तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि उनके पाप धुल जाएंगे, उसके बाद भी उनके पाप बाहर निकलेंगे। आपको जो लालच उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने दी है कि आपको राज्यसभा मेंबर देंगे या आपको कोई एमएलसी देंगे, ये सब चीजें बाजू में रखकर मुझे लगता है उसके बाद भी आपको उत्तर देना पड़ेगा। और जब जिसने मेरे ऊपर और विधायक रवि जी के ऊपर जिन्होंने गलत तरीके से ऑफेंस दाखिल किया है, जब तक मुझे सब एक जनता से पूछना है, आप सब यहाँ पर हैं, आप सबको पूछना चाहूंगी मेरी गलती क्या थी, मैंने गलती क्या की?
बेल की शर्तों का आपने उल्लंघन किया क्योंकि शो कॉज नोटिस से आप
मैंने कोई भी उल्लंघन, कोर्ट के आदेशों का भंग नहीं किया। मैंने उस पर्टिकुलर विषय को हाथ नहीं लगाया। मैंने जो बोला, जो मेरे साथ पीड़ा हुई, मेरे हेल्थ इशू को लेकर मुझे जिस तरीके से पीड़ा दी गई, लॉकअप से लेकर जेल तक, उसे बोलने का अधिकार मुझे संविधान ने दिया और उसका मैंने अधिकार बचाया। 100% मैं सभी का समय लेऊंगी और लेकर वहां तक जाऊंगी। दादा, मी अमित शहाजींना जे महिलांना रिस्पेक्ट करतात, देशाचे गृहमंत्री आहे ओम बिर्ला साहेब आणि मोठे अजून जे लीडर आहे ज्यांचे हात पूर्ण राईट्स आहे, जे महिलांना रिस्पेक्ट करतात, तिथपर्यंत मी त्यांच्या दार ठोकण्यासाठी जाणार आणि त्यांना मी न्याय मांगण्याची पूर्ण गुहार लावणार है। मुझे लगता है पीएम साहब को भी, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जैसे वो फ्री नहीं है पीएम साहब। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री दो साल कार्यालय नहीं जाते हैं मुख्यमंत्री के। पीएम साहब तो हर मिनट ये देश के लिए देते हैं। तो हम भी देश के मिनट में 1 मिनट जरूर मांगूंगी पीएम साहब से कि हमारी पीड़ा उन्होंने समझनी चाहिए, सुननी चाहिए। पर मुझे ये जरूर विश्वास है कि अभी तक उन्होंने इस चीज की पूरी जानकारी ली होगी, पूरी माहिती, इन्फॉर्मेशन उन तक पहुंची है। पर मुझे ये जरूर पता है कि पीएम साहब का 1-1 मिनट बहुत महत्व रखता है ये देश के लिए, और वो देश के लिए 1-1 मिनट के लिए काम करते हैं। उद्धव ठाकरे जी के जैसा 2 साल ऑफिस में नहीं जाते। 100% पुलिस, जो दिल्ली पुलिस है, जो मेरे घर के पार्लियामेंट के एरिया में जो पुलिस स्टेशन आता है, वहां जाके जो खुलेआम मुझे गुंडे जैसी एक राज्यसभा मेंबर ने धमकी दी, 20 फुट नीचे गाड़कर, और आपकी पूरी सामग्री क्रियाक्रम की हमने ऑलरेडी मशान में पहुंचा दी है। इस तरीका का भाषा जो जिसने किया है संजय राउत, जिनको हमारे महाराष्ट्र में पोपट बुलाते हैं, ऐसे पोपट के अगेंस्ट में मैं एफआईआर करने के लिए पुलिस स्टेशन जाऊंगी और मैं खुद जाकर एफआईआर दूंगी। मुझे लगता है कि कोर्ट ने जो आदेश दिए, मैं उसके अगेंस्ट भी जाऊंगी। मैं तो मेरी पूरी जनता को ये पूछ रही हूँ, एक भारतीय नागरिक होने के कारण और एक महिला होने के नाते मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगी, मैंने ऐसा कौन सा गुनाह किया जो मेरे ऊपर देशद्रोह लगा आज? मुझे ये सभी को पूछना है कि देशद्रोह किस बात का? अगर मेरी हेल्थ खराब है, मेरी हेल्थ इशू है, तो उस पे मैं बोलूंगी कि मेरी हेल्थ इशू है, डॉक्टर ने लिख के दिया मुझे कि आप जाइए हॉस्पिटल चेकअप कराइए, मुझे भेजा नहीं गया। और मुझे देशद्रोह के अंदर जिंदगी भर जिस ईमानदारी से मैंने काम किया, मेरे ऊपर देशद्रोह दाखिल होता है, तो महाराष्ट्र में कोई भी ऐसा व्यक्ति है न्याय के लिए नहीं लड़ेगा, न्याय के लिए बाहर नहीं आएगा।
क्या कहना चाहती उद्धव ठाकरे के लिए? आज आप दिल्ली में मौजूद हैं, यहाँ से आप क्या कहना चाहती हैं?
मैं एक बात जरूर कहना चाहूंगी, ये जो उद्धव ठाकरे जी हैं, इन्होंने ज्ञान की बातें और सिद्धांत की बातें बिल्कुल नहीं करनी चाहिए। जो किसी और के भरोसे चुन के आए, मोदी जी के पैर छूकर आशीर्वाद लेकर 14 और 19 विधानसभा और लोकसभा जो अपने पार्टी के लोगों को चुन के लाए हैं, मोदी जी के भरोसे, उद्धव ठाकरे जी के भरोसे चुन के नहीं आए। खून का पसीना करना पड़ता है जब लोग लोकसभा और विधानसभा चुन के आते हैं। बैक स्टैंपिंग की है तो ये उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने की है। और भगवान के नाम लेने में अगर कोई मुझे जेल में डाल जाता है तो आखिरी सांस तक मैं भगवान का नाम लेना छोड़ूंगी नहीं। भगवान का नाम स्मरण करती थी, करूंगी और आगे भी करती रहूंगी, उसको कोई नहीं रोक सकता। 100% मैं संजय राउत जी जो पोपट हैं उद्धव ठाकरे जी के, उसके अगेंस्ट में FIR करूंगी। मुंबई में सभी डिपार्टमेंट के लोग अंडर प्रेशर काम कर रहे हैं, पर केंद्र की एजेंसी पे भी गुहार लगाऊंगी कि उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करे और इंक्वायरी करे। मुझे लगता है जिन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में सीधा तौर से मुझे आह्वान दिया, मुझे धमकी दी, उनके विरोध में मैं और शिवसेना ने हमारे घर पे हल्ला किया और हमारे अमरावती के घर पे हल्ला किया, मुंबई के घर पे हल्ला किया। गुंडेशाही तो उन्होंने की, हम तो घर से बाहर भी नहीं निकले, तो भी हम देशद्रोह। जो गुंडे हमें मारने आए उन पे कोई कार्रवाई नहीं। जो खुलेआम प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मुझे बोलते हैं 20 फुट नीचे गाड़ देंगे, महिला को नीचे गाड़ देंगे। मैं तो आ गई हूँ दिल्ली, मैं तो मुंबई भी थी, गाड़ के तो देखते। हमारी देश की जनता सोई नहीं है, देश की जनता जागी। ऐसे आओ ना, आओ भैया, आ जाने तो अपने ही लोग हैं ये।
The Chief Minister almost nagging him and pointing fingers on how the Maharashtra government targeted the Ranas with no fault of theirs. Let's take a listen. Ravi Rana, her husband, now speaking.
आमच्यावर कारवाई करत आहे. देशद्रोहाचा खोटा गुन्हा दाखल केला हे कोर्टाने सांगितलं आणि लॉकअप पासून तर जेल पर्यंत जो प्रवास आहे आणि आमच्या घरी ज्या पद्धतीनं शिवसेनेने हमला केला, मुंबईच्या घरी, अमरावतीच्या घरी, ज्या पद्धतीनं खासदार आमदाराला 20 फूट गाळून टाकणार, जर संजय राऊत म्हणते जो राज्यसभाचा मेंबर आहे, अनिल परब ज्या पद्धतीनं धमक्या देतात, शिवसेनेचे हमले आमच्या घरापर्यंत येतात, गोटे मारतात, त्याच्यावर जर मुख्यमंत्री त्यांना सपोर्ट करताय, मुख्यमंत्र्याचं संरक्षण त्यांना आहे, ते केंद्रीय एजन्सीच्या माध्यमातून तपास झाला पाहिजे आणि संजय पांडे जे मुंबईचे CP आहे ते जरी उद्धव ठाकरेंना खुश करण्यासाठी चुकीचे कामं करत असतील, त्यांनी एक लक्षात ठेवलं पाहिजे की या ठिकाणी परमवीर सिंगनी सुद्धा गृहमंत्र्यांच्या सांगण्यावरून मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या माध्यमातून चुकीचं काम केलं होतं. गृहमंत्री आता जेलमध्ये आहे, परमवीर सिंहवर इन्क्वायरी चालू आहे, वाजे जेलमध्ये आहे. जर संजय पांडे मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या सांगण्यावरून जर चुकीचं काम करेल तर येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये मुख्यमंत्र्यांसोबत संजय पांडे.
All right, we're going to continue tracking those developments on Ranas as they arrive into Delhi. But on the other side of a short break, massive meltdown in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh as protests erupt as dozers reach the 2020 anti-CAA stir site. Locals hit the streets in anger, demolition drives sparks the political war. Those bulldozers have withdrawn, but worrying tension still prevails.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
день рождения зажелаю желание или на Новый год, чтобы быстрее эта война закончилась. Я думаю, что она, не сразу закончится, но чуть-чуть, там, пару недель пройдет и закончится. Я так думаю.
Ну да, если звучит сирена, сразу спускаться вниз. Если слышишь выстрел, тоже лучше спускаться вниз. Если, вышел на улицу, например, да, вот ты идешь домой, например, да, слышишь выстрелы, лучше либо спуститься вниз, либо уже идти домой и быть в коридоре. Это два безопасных места, более-менее.
Первых взрывов я не слышал, просто проснулся из-за того, что мама говорит: сынок, у нас война. Первые мои ощущения, я не знал, что мы будем делать. Мы будем или куда-то уезжать, я не знал, есть ли у нас какое-то тут ближайшее бомбоубежище или что-то по типу того. Особо я не хотел никуда не уезжать, ни в другой город, ни в страну. Я хотел, быть здесь, никуда не уезжать. Да.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Massive meltdown in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. Protests erupt as dozers reach the 2020 anti-CAA stir site. Locals hit the streets in anger. Demolition drive sparks a political war. Supreme Court refuses to interfere in Shaheen Bagh demolition drive. Snubs petitioner says, don't make court a platform for politics. After Maharashtra, loudspeaker row now hits Karnataka. Loudspeakers blare Chalisa in counter to Azan. Sri Ram Sene activists up the ante, slams Chief Minister Bommai for inaction. Avneet and Ravi Rana camp in Delhi, seek to meet Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah over sedition charges. The Ghani government files a plea to cancel their bail. And the biggest NIA crackdown on Dawood gang, raids at 20 locations in Mumbai. Modus operandi of D Company to create unrest in India exposed. Amid the war with Ukraine, Russia celebrates its Victory Day. Mega military might on display. Putin defends invasion, says it's timely response to Western policies. Now, high drama unfolded as bulldozers rolled into Shaheen Bagh, which was also the center of the massive protest against the Citizenship Amendment Law. Now, bulldozers rolled into Shaheen Bagh for the anti-encroachment drive. Residents of Shaheen Bagh were seen protesting right as the South Delhi Municipal Corporation launched its anti-encroachment drive with the help of the Delhi police personnel. Locals were seen sitting on roads, stopping the bulldozers that were brought for demolition. In fact, many of those locals say that there is no illegal construction and that they won't let the anti-encroachment drive happen because there is nothing illegal. If there was something illegal, prove it to us, is what the locals chanted, while they even raised slogans trying to restrict the bulldozers from carrying out the anti-encroachment drive, calling their properties absolutely legal. Police now, during the crackdown, detained some of the protesters as well. The STMC has also prepared a 10-day action plan to remove encroachments from several areas, including Shaheen Bagh. Now, after the protests that intensified, we saw that the bulldozers had to withdraw after they found no substantial encroachment, at least for today.
The Delhi police is finding it much more difficult compared to Jahangirpuri to manage people here who are clearly agitated and angry. Remember, in Jahangirpuri, the demolition drive still had been carried out, but here it is clearly breaking out into commotion and scuffle. Amanatullah Khan, who I just spoke to about a short while ago, said that they will stop he will ensure that the anti-demolition drive, that the demolition drive will be stopped, because he does not believe that there is any illegal encroachment here. As you can see here, his supporters, his people here, thronging to get in a word from him, and he clearly, very clearly told me that he's here to stop the demolition drive, and he's demanding where is the illegal encroachment. Now, what you see around you, take a look, that is the bulldozer. Ashok Behnot will show you just one bulldozer for now here, unlike in Jahangirpuri where there were at least 7, and therefore that is the difference, that even one bulldozer is finding it difficult. I've been here for the past few hours. I can tell you that this one bulldozer is also finding it difficult to carry out the drive. One, because it is on the main road. This is the Delhi-Noida border. It is leading to immediate congestion. They have to take care of that as well. Then, as now he's preparing to pull down some of the illegal structures, the anger is among the locals that is showing, unlike in Jahangirpuri where the situation had been calmed down. As you can see, the force has been now deployed here. Anyone is being detained who is trying to stop the demolition drive and taking law into their own hands. Take a look at these. These are the live visuals on your screen. Anyone trying to disrupt this official order of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi are being detained, are being put in buses. This means that the MCD clearly right now is ensuring that the drive will be on. Delhi police has said they are sending additional police force. As you can see, the CRPF has also been deployed. It's a multi-layered security here that you're looking at on your screen, and therefore the situation clearly is to ensure that there is no commotion that takes place. I'm trying to get you as many perspectives and angles. What you see here is a multi-layered security and a bulldozer, and then the illegal structure. So this is the bus where anyone who is going to break law and order will be detained. So multi-layered security of women personnel, male personnel of Delhi police, then the bulldozer, the JCB, and then the illegal structure allegedly that they are going to now start to demolish. So we are trying to show you exactly how Shaheen Bagh area looks like. Now, every time you think of Shaheen Bagh, remember, of course, the recent reason it was in news was primarily because of the anti-CAA protest that had been here. Now, we'll try and cooperate with the police personnel as well, as they're not letting us go very towards the location of the site. But unlike Jahangirpuri, I can tell you it's complete commotion in Shaheen Bagh. And, you know, a lot of push and shove by the angry locals here. As you can see, again, Ashok, show to our viewers how there is sloganeering taking place as well by the people. And bulldozer starts to demolish. Take a look at that. Ashok, show to our viewers of how finally the bulldozer is starting to demolish the first structure. This is under, of course, the orders and the plan of the MCD. Now, according to the MCD, this had been in the plan. It is not immediate. It is not a coincidence. The anti-encroachment drive was being planned for the past few days. But because of looking at law and order situation and whether they had enough deployment as well, they were not yet sure. But right now, they have decided to go ahead with it. That is likely to be the first building that we saw where allegedly the illegal structure is going to be pulled down. There is some conversation that is taking place. Ashok Behnot will show us the MCD officials who are talking and are discussing how to go ahead with the plan. But the police has tried to barricade the area and have tried to ensure that it does happen as peacefully as possible here. चाचा क्या हुआ? ये बुलडोजर तो आया, कुछ डेमोलिश तो नहीं किया उसने?
बिल्डोजर आया, बिल्डोजर तो जो है ना, जो वोट जो है ना, वोटरों को खुश करने के लिए जो है ना बिल्डोजर आया है। अच्छा। यहाँ ऐसी कोई जगह नहीं है जो बिल्डोजर चले। इलीगल नहीं है ना, कोई जगह नहीं है यहाँ सारी की सारी जगह जो है लोगों ने जमीन खरीद रखी है किसानों से और बना रखी। 1700 कुछ कॉलोनियाँ इस तरह की है।
यहाँ कुछ गलत है ही नहीं, तो गलत क्यों करेंगे?
नहीं था कुछ।
जो दुकान थी, जो 150 दुकान थी, वो तो ईद वाले चांद रात को ही उठा लिया यहाँ से। फिर यहाँ कोई भीड़ भाड़ है ही नहीं, ये तो अफवाह उड़ा रखा है।
क्या यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं था इलीगल, फिर क्यों आई?
वही तो आप लोग बताएंगे, MCD बताएगी ना कि क्यों नहीं है, क्यों नहीं है यार। अगर नहीं है तो ये अच्छी बात है। नहीं
अच्छी बात है,
बहुत अच्छी बात है।
लेकिन फिर आपको क्यों लगता है कि क्यों आए, फिर आए क्यों यहाँ पर?
जो गलत है वो गलत है, वो इसका कोई भी साथ नहीं देगा, हम भी नहीं देंगे, कोई भी नहीं देगा। अगर गलत है तो आप सब कोई साथ देगा यहाँ पे। अगर एक आदमी भी जिससे भी पूछ लीजिए कि जो अगर उन्होंने हटाया वहाँ पे वो गलत था तो गलत था।
ये सिर्फ इलेक्शन जो आ रहे हैं इसके लिए इन्होंने करा है, अलग राजनीति के लिए। सिर्फ आम आदमी को घटाने के लिए कि ये इस वजह से जो है हम जीत जाएंगे, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होने का।
We cut across to Tejshri, who's our correspondent right there, the thick of things in Shaheen Bagh. Tej, we know now that it's been close to an hour or more from when the bulldozers withdrew and have left from that area. Many of those locals are still apprehensive that these bulldozers might just return. Take us through the situation that you see on ground.
See, the situation here as of now, the major development that has taken place, we have seen that Supreme Court has said that why the political parties are intervening in this matter and why are the political parties filing the petitions again and again. And what is the major development? We are seeing that CPIM has withdrawn its petition and we are standing in the epicenter of that area, right in the center of the Shaheen Bagh, where the entire demolition drive was set to take place by the MCD. And now what people over here are saying that this entire area of Shaheen Bagh has no illegal encroachment, and that is why they think that it is a victory of the people of Shaheen Bagh because, the MCD, the bulldozer has to go back. Now there are three main questions which arises over here. I would like to ask my camera person Abhishek to come a bit forward so that we can show the visuals and live pictures just in front of the building where the demolition drive was set to take place. So question number one was, when the MCD people came over here, weren't they prepared about where is the illegal encroachment, where is the drive is set to be carried out? Question number two, when they came over here, why just they asked to, pull down these iron pillars of this building? Because this building does not come under illegal construction. This was merely a building in front of which there was just iron pillars set up for the painting of purpose, is what the owner of the building told us. Question number three, that when the MCD people, when the MCD officials came over here, did they inform prior to these people, were these people priorly informed that there was an encroachment drive that could be carried out over here? So now these people, we could sense a disappointment, a sense of disappointment in these people, because they are saying that when we are having all the papers, we are staying here since 20 years, we are staying here since 25 years, then why again and again the question of bulldozer and illegal encroachment arises over here? And now the further point we are seeing over here is the entire matter is taking a political turn, because when the bulldozer came over here, we saw that people sat on dharnas, they were sitting on the floor stopping the bulldozer, and at the same point of time the Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan also made an entry, stood with those people and said that there is not a single area in the Shaheen Bagh, where in the vicinity of Shaheen Bagh, where bulldozer could just bring down the illegal areas. And this was the claim which was made by Aam Aadmi Party's Amanatullah Khan. So you could see, I would like to give you a 360-degree view over here, that what is the situation right now. This is the building where people were standing in the building. This building was about to, they were saying that there is an illegal encroachment. Iron pillars were set up. The iron pillars were brought down by the people themselves. They had a word with the NCD officials. And now we'll try and have a word with these people, with the localites over here who are staying here, and we will try to speak to them that what they want to say, in this entire encroachment right that was set to take place on 9th morning today.
Right,
these are the people who
stay with us. What we do need to understand here is that the Supreme Court has right now refused to intervene, and that's what we see as the latest development. The Supreme Court now refuses to intervene in the Shaheen Bagh demolition drive that was carried out by the South Delhi Municipal Corporation. The plea against the demolition was filed by the left and, of course, some of the civic bodies, some of the activists groups, and also a hawkers association that approached court. The apex court objected to a political party approaching the court and also said that none of the petitions were filed by any of the aggrieved party members. It said that the court shouldn't be a platform for politics. The left then withdrew its petition. The apex court further added that only persons affected by the raising should come to court and can approach the apex court with this regard. Tejshri, I'd like to ask you to ask the locals particularly on what the Supreme Court's decision on this refusing to intervene in this matter, saying that it's none of the aggrieved people in this or aggrieved parties in this matter have approached court and therefore the court will not intervene. How do locals look at it? Please give us some reactions.
We'll try to speak to those locals who have been staying here since the past 20 to 25 years. We'll try to speak to them and have a word that, what they want to say, because what the Supreme Court is right now saying that, the political parties won't intervene. Only those people will bring their petition and the Supreme Court will entertain their petitions who are being affected by the encroachment drive. आप यहीं पर रहते हैं शाहीन बाग में?
हाँ.
कितने समय से रहते हैं?
अराउंड 20 साल.
अच्छा, अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह कह दिया है कि अब पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज यदि आती हैं तो उनकी बात नहीं सुनी जाएगी, जिनका घर अफेक्ट हुआ है उनकी बात ही सुनी जाएगी यदि वो पिटीशन दायर करते हैं।
जी,
इस पे आपका क्या कहना है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट अब पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज की नहीं सुनेगी, जिन पर असर हुआ है उन्हीं की सुनेगी?
हाँ, जिन पर असर हुआ उनकी सुनना भी चाहिए, लेकिन एक्चुअली जो ये कार्रवाई हो रही है वो मेनली मुझे लगता है ये हिंदू मुस्लिम्स को ही टारगेट करके करते हैं ये लोग। क्योंकि अगर मैं बात करूँ इसके फिगर्स की तो मोर देन 60% 70% जो यहाँ पे लोग रहते हैं वो अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनीज हैं।
आप कहाँ से?
मैं शाहीन बाग में ही रहता हूँ मैम।
अच्छा, अभी यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई इलीगल एनक्रोचमेंट था? पहले यहाँ पर दुकानें बनाई गई?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था। एमसीडी वालों ने आया, देखा, पूरा मुआयना किया। सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक पोल लगा हुआ था रेनोवेशन के लिए।
इस बिल्डिंग में पोल लगा?
जी, वही उन लोगों ने, इवन की लोगों ने खुद हटाया।
क्या कहा एमसीडी वाले जब यहाँ पर आए, तब क्या कुछ कहा उन्होंने?
तो उन्होंने बस सिर्फ और सिर्फ मार्क किया और हटवाया कि भाई आप हटाइए, अदरवाइज हम हटाते हैं। उसके बाद बुलडोजर चला गया। एक्चुअली मैम, ये लोग सिर्फ और सिर्फ माहौल बनाना चाह रहे थे।
Tej, if you can hear me, does that mean the locals are not going to approach Supreme Court? Would you like to ask them if that's the case, if they're fine with what has happened now that the bulldozers have withdrawn, will they approach the court or not?
अब बुलडोजर तो चला गया है यहाँ से, एक बुलडोजर आया था, पुलिस फोर्स जो थी सब लोग वापस लौट गए हैं। तो अब क्या आपकी तरफ से, क्या शाहीन बाग के लोगों की तरफ से सुप्रीम कोर्ट या किसी दिल्ली कोर्ट का दरवाजा आप खटखटाने वाले हैं?
नहीं मैम, ऐसा कुछ तो अभी ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। अब सोसाइटी क्या करती है, यहाँ के जो काउंसलर हैं वो क्या करते हैं, अब बाद में देखते हैं। अभी
लोगों में ऐसा कुछ है कि आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दरवाजा खटखटाएंगे या दिल्ली कोर्ट पे जाएंगे?
हम लोग तो बहुत मामूली आदमी है, हमारी पहुंच नहीं हो सकती। जो हमारे विधायक जी हैं यहाँ के, उन्होंने बड़ी अच्छी बात कही कि एक मस्जिद के सामने वजू खाना था जहाँ वजू करके नमाज पढ़ने जाते हैं, और टॉयलेट बाथरूम उन्होंने खुद अपने पैसे से पर्सनल हटाया। तो विधायक,
लेकिन अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने तो मना कर दिया है कि अब पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज की हम बात मानेंगे नहीं, यहाँ पर यदि लोग आते हैं तो उन्हीं की सुनेंगे।
देखिए, क्या पब्लिक,
आप जाएंगे, शाहीन बाग के लोग जाएंगे कोर्ट में?
यहाँ का जो दल जाएगा, जो जत्था, उनके साथ हम जाएंगे, अकेले तो हम नहीं जा सकते।
लेकिन यदि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का रुख शाहीन बाग के लोग करते हैं तो आप भी उनके साथ पूछ करेंगे?
सुप्रीम कोर्ट हमारे लिए शुरू से कल भी
उसका सभी चीजें मान्य है, सर्वोपरि है, सबसे बड़ी अदालत है।
We heard what the locals have to say. We know that sentiments are running high at this moment. Of course, the Supreme Court has refused to intervene unless the aggrieved party members approaches court. But in the meanwhile, we know that politics has certainly erupted over this anti-encroachment drive in South Delhi's Shaheen Bagh area. Amanatullah Khan, who is the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, joined in the protest, saying that there was indeed no illegal encroachments in that area and that bulldozers brought only to indulge in vendetta politics. Congress, while slamming the BJP, has said that the encroachment drive was nothing but just a provocation and Muslims were their only target. BJP, in a scathing attack, has said that the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party are doing appeasement politics, reminded them that this drive is due process. BJP has also slammed the Congress for giving this demolition drive a communal color. And we cut across to several of those political reactions that came in.
First, dividing the country along communal lines, then dividing the classrooms and uniforms along communal lines, then dividing loudspeakers along communal lines, and now dividing even encroachment drive on communal lines. The Congress party should be asked that why should any exception be made for any area like Shaheen Bagh, just because it happens to have a particular vote bank that the Congress party wants to cater to?
ये जो कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता कोई यकायक नहीं पहुंच गया, अचानक नहीं पहुंच गए, ये वही पुनरावृत्ति दोहरा रहे हैं जो इन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया ने कहा कि बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं को आप संरक्षण दो, इसीलिए वहां लेटने का काम कर रहे हैं। जो लोग अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, आतंक फैलाने वाले लोगों को अतिक्रमण बचाने के लिए जो बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, जनता भी उनको लेटाने वाली है।
अब ये तो कह रहे हैं कि हम प्रोसेस से कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, अनेकों कॉलोनियों में कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आप विक्टिम कार्ड, मुस्लिम कार्ड।
मैं 3 दिन पहले आया था,
मैंने खुद आह्वान किया लोगों से, लोगों ने इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा लिया। अब ये मुझे बता दें इंक्रोचमेंट है कहाँ? अगर इंक्रोचमेंट है मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा, मैंने खुद तुड़वाया है। एक मस्जिद के आगे वुजू खाना था, 2 टॉयलेट थे, अपनी जेसीबी 2 दिन चलाकर खुद तुड़वाया। इस रोड पर मुझे बता दो यहाँ इंक्रोचमेंट है।
तो इंतजार करना होगा। उन्होंने बताया कि जोनल ऑफिसर आके चिन्हित करेगा।
वो जब आए थे, जोनल ऑफिसर आया था, मैंने सारा हटवा दिया था। जो उन्होंने इंक्रोचमेंट बताया था हमने खुद हटवा दिया था। यहाँ का एसएचओ भी जानता है, डीसीपी भी।
बताइए शाहीन बाग में इस तरह का विरोध क्यों? आखिर सरकारी लोग, एक सेकंड सर, आपको भी पता होगा, आप चुने हुए विधायक हैं, सरकारी काम में दखल अंदाजी कानून के खिलाफ है।
देखिए एक बात सुनिए, ये पीडब्ल्यूडी का रोड है, अगर ये गलत करेंगे तो लोग तो आएंगे ना। मुझे मेरे से बात करें एमसीडी के लोग, यहाँ लोकल पुलिस भी है, आए वो मुझसे बात करे, मुझे बताए ये इंक्रोचमेंट है, मैं खुद तोड़वा लूंगा।
एमसीडी वाले सर्वे करके, पुलिस ने भी सर्वे कर रखा, सिर्फ और सिर्फ भाजपा राजनीति कर रही है। पिछले 15 साल से एमसीडी में काबिज भाजपा ने इंक्रोचमेंट, पहले पूरी दिल्ली के अंदर इंक्रोचमेंट कराया और इंक्रोचमेंट पे उगाई करी है। जब इन्हें लगा कि पिछले 9 तारीख को जैसे 9 चुनाव की डेटा क्लियर होने वाली थी, तमाम पत्रकार बंधुओं को बुलाया गया था, लोकतंत्र की हत्या हुई है, चुनाव को पीछे धकेल दिया गया। अब ये इन्हें सपना आया कि दिल्ली के अंदर हम 4 राज्यों में जैसे एमसीडी में राज्य जीत गए हैं, एमसीडी में भी बुलडोजर चला के जीते।
भाजपा का एक राजनीतिक स्टंट है। अतिक्रमण हटाने के नाम पर आप जा करके ऐसे मोहल्लों को टारगेट करते हैं जहां से आप ये संदेशा देते हैं पूरे देश को कि देखिए हमने गरीबों पर, मुसलमानों पर बुलडोजर चलाया, जबकि यहाँ अतिक्रमण जैसी कोई बात नहीं है। आज बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई कोई हुई भी नहीं, लेकिन देश को मैसेज दिया गया। सच्चाई यह है कि अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एमसीडी अतिक्रमण हटाना चाहती है तो उसकी शुरुआत भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष आदेश गुप्ता के घर से करे, जहां पर उन्होंने बहुत अतिक्रमण कर रखा है, जिसकी तमाम विजुअल देश के बड़े चैनलों ने दिखाया है। आप पहले अमीरों के घरों से आइए, हटाइए, बाद में गरीबों तक आइएगा।
All right, here's some big breaking news coming in on the centre now, telling the Supreme Court that relook and re-examine sedition law would be undertaken. Centre pledges a review of sedition law in the Supreme Court. This is, of course, a big development coming in as much talk on the sedition law, while the centre now telling the Supreme Court that they will relook and re-examine the provisions under the sedition law. It will be undertaken with immediate effect. Anisha joining us live for more on that. Anisha, give us the context of this development coming in as the centre is now responded in court saying that they are certainly going to look into the provisions in the sedition law. We know that many people in the recent past have been booked under sedition charges. Here the centre now saying that they are going to be reviewing the sedition law with immediate effect.
Well, Nabila, remember the Supreme Court is hearing a whole set of petitions challenging the validity of the sedition law, and the hearing in this matter is scheduled for tomorrow. Now, the interesting point is just days ago, over the weekend, another affidavit had been filed by the centre which said that there is no need for the Supreme Court to take a relook at the existing law, that the existing judgment, Kedarnath judgment, which had upheld the sedition law, was correct, and therefore there was no need to send the issue to a larger bench. But today, just a few minutes ago, another affidavit has been filed by the central government, by the additional secretary of the Home Ministry, which says, and I'm quoting here, the government of India being fully cognizant of various views being expressed on the subject of sedition and also having considered the concerns of civil liberties and human rights, while committed to maintain and protect the sovereignty and integrity of this great nation, has decided to re-examine and reconsider the provisions of Section 124A of IPC, which can be done before the competent forum. Now, one thing in this affidavit, one major important thing in the affidavit is also that the centre has asked the court to not look into the petitions regarding validity of sedition law. They said that since we have now decided to look into and reconsider the sedition law, there is no need for the court to look into this. The second thing that they have said is that the Prime Minister and the Government of India have been looking into removing the colonial baggage that has continued in the country. They said that the Government of India has scrapped over 1,500 outdated laws, ended, over 25,000 compliance burdens, various offences have been removed, and this is an ongoing exercise, and under that the government has now decided to also look at section 124A of the IPC, which is in fact the sedition law. So we'll have to wait and see what the court has to say about this, because remember, for over a year, or for almost 1.5 years, when the sedition law cases were before the bench,
Anisha, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Now, the centre almost taking a U-turn on its take on sedition law in Supreme Court, says that they are ready to review the conditions or the provisions of sedition law with immediate effect. All right, now the face-off over Hanuman Chalisa is all set to explode. MP Navneet Rana has dragged the simmering issue to the national capital, Delhi. While Amravati MP Navneet Rana is currently in Delhi, Maharashtra government has moved court seeking cancellation of her bail. Maharashtra government in the affidavit has said that Navneet Rana violated bail conditions as soon as she stepped out of the hospital yesterday. However, Rana, being defiant, has said that she hasn't violated any bail conditions and that she'll continue her fight for justice. Navneet Rana, while leaving for Delhi, mocked the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, saying that he's only risen to power because of his father and that he should learn good governance from ex-Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. The Amravati MP and her MLA husband Ravi Rana were arrested by the Mumbai police on the 24th of April following their public declaration of reciting Hanuman Chalisa outside Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's private residence, Matoshri in Bandra.
अभी तक उन्होंने इस चीज की पूरी जानकारी ली होगी, पूरी माहिती इंफॉर्मेशन उन तक पहुंची है, पर मुझे ये जरूर पता है कि पीएम साहब का एक एक मिनट बहुत महत्व रखता है ये देश के लिए, और वो देश के लिए एक एक मिनट के लिए काम करते हैं। उद्धव ठाकरे जी के जैसा 2 साल ऑफिस में नहीं जाते।
Now, let's take a quick listen to Navneet Rana's scathing attacks on Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray before she left for the national capital.
किसी के नाम पे बैठकर खाना बहुत अच्छा है, पर खुद के हिम्मत पर खुद के पसीना निकाल के काम करने में बहुत अंतर है। उद्धव ठाकरे should take a lesson and take a training from Devendra Sahib how to rule state, because Devendra Sahib has showed in 5 years no against action with anybody opposition. He worked silently and he worked in the favor of Maharashtra people. He's not worked against any opposition. So you should take a class from Devendra Sahib. उद्धव ठाकरे ने जिस तरीके से धोखा देके बीजेपी के पीठ में खंजर खोपाए, उन्होंने हमको सिद्धांतों का ज्ञान नहीं देना चाहिए। सिद्धांतों का ज्ञान हम लेके चलते हैं, तो उन्होंने नहीं सिखाना चाहिए।
Now, shifting focus here, after Maharashtra's loudspeaker row, the controversy has reached to the doorstep of Karnataka. Loudspeakers blare Hanuman Chalisa to counter azan in 4 to 5 temples in Karnataka. Hindu outfit Sri Ram Sene gave up, in fact, they upped the ante against the Bombay government. The Hindu right-wing outfit say that they had planned loudspeaker counter on the 1st of May, but they were waiting for Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai's permission to take on this protest. Bombay is facing heat from activists for not taking action on loudspeakers installed at mosques in the state. Meanwhile, the police have taken activists into custody who were all set to launch the Chalisa chanting at a temple in Bengaluru. Sri Ram Sene had earlier warned that it will counter the morning azan with Hanuman Chalisa or devotional songs if the government does not take action against loudspeakers installed in mosques.
ಈಗ ಅಜಾನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ಆದೇಶ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸೌಹಾರ್ದತೆಯಿಂದ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು
ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆದೇಶಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಕಟ್ಟುನಿಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನ ಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ 4-5 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಮೋದ್ ಮುತಾಲಿಕ್ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಾಗ ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು 9ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿನ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲಾಗ 1ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿನ ಮಟ್ಟ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವ್ರೇನು ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಲ್ಲದ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರ ಕಾರಣ ನಾವೀಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಕನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿದ್ವಿ.
All right, shifting focus on the other side of a short break. Amid the war with Ukraine, Russia celebrates its Victory Day. Mega military might on display. More details up next. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
All right, 75 days of this war on Ukraine and counting. Nuclear missiles and high-tech armaments now marched on the streets of Moscow. The thermonuclear RS-24 Yards ballistic missile, which experts believe can carry up to 10 warheads, grabbed the center stage as this victory march took place in Moscow in full view. This intercontinental weapon weighs about 49.6 tons, has a range of 12,000 kilometers and can cruise at speeds of up to 24,500 kilometers per hour. And here images of Russian President Vladimir Putin shaking hands with spectators before a military parade on Victory Day, which marks the 77th anniversary of the victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. Putin's public appearance comes at a time when there were reports that suggested he was undergoing treatment for cancer. And Russian military might was in full display at the Victory Parade. A Russian self-propelled artillery vehicle, MSTA-S, was seen rolling on the streets in Moscow as they flexed their muscle. And here, Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu and Chief of the Russian Land Forces, Oleg Salyukov, drove Urus cabriolets during a military parade. This year's parades aim to justify Russia's war in Ukraine, which has gone on longer and has costed a lot more than Moscow even expected. Now, the airborne part of the military parade on Moscow's Red Square was cancelled due to unfavorable weather conditions. It was intended to involve 77 fixed and rotary wing aircraft to represent the number of years that have passed since the end of 1941 to 1945 Great Patriotic War. Putin has defended his invasion of Ukraine in the Victory Day speech that he gave at Moscow's Red Square. Putin tied the Ukraine invasion to Second World War, saying that Russian soldiers were fighting for the same thing that their fathers, their grandfathers did. Russian president has launched a defense on his war in Ukraine, pivoting from a recognition of Russia's greatest generation to a description of how Ukraine was being armed by the West for an imminent attack on Crimea. Almost making it look like Russia is under threat from Ukraine, of course, the Western countries as well. Vladimir Putin now asserting that he was only protecting Russia and its people. Putin suggested Russia was forced into war by NATO, pledging to provide aid for the families of soldiers who had died in what the Kremlin is calling a special operation. That's a defined speech that's put together by President Vladimir Putin of Russia. Of course, nothing different expected. This has been Putin's stance right from the start, that this is a security issue. It's a threat to Russia if at all Ukraine joins NATO. Western countries, along with the United States, arming Ukraine is only threatening Russia's security and border. Now, aiming at trying to preserve Russian people, Russian borders, Putin says that this war or this invasion on Ukraine was inevitable and timely. Vladimir Putin in this Victory Day parade has remained firm on his stance. In fact, he has said time and again that Russian forces are only defending the motherland and that the forces continue to counter and battle the Nazis. This is Putin's stance, while he asserted in this victory speech, yet again, defiant Putin says this invasion was timely and needed. Now, the Russian invasion of Ukraine enters its 75th day. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has confirmed that 60 people who were taking shelter in a school in Bilohorivka, near the eastern city of Luhansk, were killed when the Russian forces bombed it this weekend. Following the relentless attacks on the port city of Mariupol, more than 170 civilians were successfully evacuated from the Azovstal steelworks and have arrived into Zaporizhia. Drone footage being widely circulated by European media shows the Ukrainian Su-27 striking Russian facilities, causing some serious damage on the famous Snake Island in the Black Sea. The footage filmed by a TB2 drone. That's what you see here. The Ukrainian S-300 missile system was also destroyed by a Russian Smerch rocket attack with cluster warheads. Meanwhile, Ukraine's military defeats 190 Russian troops, 15 tanks in eastern Ukraine on May 8th. The East Operational and Tactical Group reported that at least 12 infantry fighting vehicles, 12 armored personnel carriers, 1 armored fighting vehicle, 1 MTLB vehicle, 6 heavy artillery tractors, 1 fuel tank and 2 unmanned aerial vehicles were destroyed. Now, meanwhile, Russia continues its onslaught on Ukraine. You have the world leaders flocking into Ukraine. US First Lady Jill Biden made an unannounced visit to Ukraine after meeting refugee children and their mothers in Romania. Jill Biden met and visited a school in Romania's Bucharest, where she met with refugee children and their mothers. She was accompanied by wife of the President of Romania, Carmen Lohannis. Jill Biden also traveled to Ukraine in a surprise visit, met with Ukraine's First Lady Olena Zelenska as Russia continued its onslaught on Ukraine. Jill Biden, after her visit, has said that she wanted to go to Ukraine on Mother's Day to send out a message that this war had to stop and that people of the United States were standing in solidarity with Ukrainians. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has also made a surprise visit to Irpin, which was damaged by Russian attacks. Justin Trudeau stood in solidarity with the Ukrainians. Now, Russian forces fired cruise missiles at the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa on Saturday, bombarded a besieged steel mill in Mariupol, hoping to complete their conquest of the port in time for Victory Day celebrations. In fact, Ukraine has now announced that all women, children and older adults have been evacuated from the mill, a key Russian war objective. Here's what happened.
Russia-Ukraine war has been going on for over 2.5 months now. Putin's army fired a cruise missile at the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa on Saturday and bombarded the besieged steel mill in Mariupol. Hopeful to complete their conquest of the port city in time for Russian Victory Day celebrations on Monday. Amid raining missiles, shells and bombardments in Ukraine, Russia is marking 77 years of victory over Nazi Germany.
May 9th is a very important day after the surrender of Germany on the 8th of May. But the Soviet Union played a very important role in the defeat of Germany. But the message loud and clear, that's the Soviet banner. And the message this time around is going to be reminding the world, reminding Ukraine that they were part of the Soviet Union. It's uncanny and eerie that as Russia and many parts of Europe will be celebrating or marking the occasion of the end of World War II in Europe, the defeat of Germany, Russia is on the brink of yet another war. Will it lead to World War III is the big question.
Ukraine fears its troops still holed up in the Azovstal plant face massacre after the evacuation of all women, children and the elderly. Ukraine's military flattened Russian positions on a Black Sea island that was captured in the war's first days has now become a symbol of resistance.
This is the last place in Mariupol where Ukrainian forces are still occupying. So it seems that in days to come there will be an offensive launched by the Russian side on the Azovstal steel plant to flush out Ukrainian soldiers who are there.
Ukrainian counter-offensive is advancing around the second largest city, Kharkiv, a key target of the Russian shelling. Will the fall of Mariupol, timed with the day of biggest celebrations of Russian war capabilities, mark a decisive phase of the Ukrainian war? With Geeta Mohan in Moscow and Abhishek Bhalla in Kyiv, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Russian forces have been attacking Odessa, fueling speculation that they might want to take the strategic port on the Black Sea. Here's what's happening.
Russia sets its eyes on Ukraine's lifeline. Recent missile strikes on Odessa in Ukraine's south is fueling speculation about Russia's plan to take the strategic port on the Black Sea. Odessa, which connects Ukraine to the rest of the world, is being pounded with deadly missiles. The largely Russian-speaking city and the cultural hub has seen increased attacks by Moscow in recent weeks. On the 2nd of May, a teenage boy was killed and several injured in Russian strikes on a residential building.
The war between the armies might be restricted to some battle zones, but residential areas across Ukraine continue to get pounded by Russian missiles. Yet another fresh attack in Odessa, the all-important port town in south of Ukraine, which is strategically very important for Russia as well as Ukraine.
Ukrainian troops with their newly supplied military platforms have shifted tactics from defensive to offensive in the region. Ukrainian drones recently sank 2 Russian patrol boats near the Black Sea Snake Island, indicating that the war is far from over. The destruction of the Russian Slava-class cruiser and the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, Moskva, the 600-foot, 12,500-ton displacement was a massive blow to the Russian Navy.
Russian operations in the Black Sea are being considered extremely significant, and the Ukrainian forces have put in all their resources to defend the Black Sea. It is apprehended that amphibious attacks are likely to take place from the Russian side. There is a huge fleet of the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. There are about 24 warships, several submarines that are there in the Black Sea.
With fierce fighting in cities along Ukraine's southern coast, the key city of Odessa is preparing its defenses to protect the port city from an amphibious attack. On the Russian side, Moscow is strengthening its naval presence to break Kyiv's morale and resistance.
Can you give us a sense of what the situation has been in the south of Ukraine, especially the threat from the Russian side in the Black Sea? What kind of activities they have been up to?
The situation is stable and is under control. However, the Russian Federation still keeps the ships in the Black Sea, which is of threat to Ukraine. And the risk of rocket missiles launch is very high right now.
What kind of deployment do they have in the Black Sea?
The situation right now is dynamic and it changes all the time. But currently, they have several warships which keep the cruise missile on board, as well as several submarines.
Russians and Ukrainians fought together in the Second World War against the Nazi Germany. And this war memorial in Odessa is in memory of those who laid down their lives during the Second World War. And now this war memorial is even more significant as far as the Ukrainians are concerned. Especially the Ukrainian military says that this war memorial now represents the fight and the valor of the Ukrainian soldiers who are taking on the Russian assault. With camera person Parminder Sharma, this is Abhishek Bhalla in Odessa for India Today.
Now, we're looking at Vladimir Putin defending his invasion on Ukraine. In his Victory Day speech at Moscow's Red Square, Putin has tied the Ukrainian invasion to Second World War, saying that Russian soldiers were fighting for the same thing that their fathers, their grandfathers did. Russian president has launched a defense of his war on Ukraine, pivoting from a recognition of Russia's greatest generation to now a description of how Ukraine was armed by the West for an imminent attack on Crimea. Now, Putin suggested that Russia was forced into war by NATO, pledging to provide aid for families of soldiers who died in what the Kremlin is calling now a special operation. Let me quickly cut across to Geeta Mohan, who's been tracking those developments right from the spot. Geeta, massive Victory Day parade for the Russians, where they literally flex their arms, ammunition, while the war is still on, 75 days in on. Did not expect anything different in terms of a speech from Putin. He was defiant, and he did assert that this invasion was timely and needed.
Well, this certainly is a very defiant Putin, who says that the reason why Russia had to do what it had to is because Russia's existence was under threat. Now, there are a few red lines that he spelled out very clearly, which has to do with NATO, expansion eastwards, as also Ukraine planning on or even talking about going nuclear. These are two no-go areas for Russia. And also, more importantly, he not only spoke about West and the double standards that West holds, but also reasserted the idea of Soviet Union, people being together, that they fought Nazi Germany together, and trying to say that this is one of the similar kind of wars that now Russia is waging against not Ukraine per se, meaning the people, but against the West, and Ukraine is just a proxy. So a lot of layers within the statement that he made, but he made it very clear that there is no way that Russia is going to go back. There was no declaration of war, so to say, as many speculated even here in Moscow, because there is no idea of war or taking on Ukraine. This they consider an operation where the eastern parts of Ukraine will have to be secured for Russia to ensure its own interests are secure. So that certainly was the message that Russian President Putin put across when it comes to the speech, the address that he made to the nation on Victory Day. So keeping the Victory Day in mind, keeping the Soviet Union's victory in mind, he spoke of why it is important at this time, at this point in time, to ensure a victory even in this war, to ensure Russia's existence, that Russia should not cease to exist. That's the idea that the Russian side has been putting forth, that if things change in Ukraine, should Ukraine join the NATO, NATO in Russia's backyard is going to be and is considered a threat to Russia's existence itself.
Right, Geeta, you know, at this point, we're looking at some of those areas that are still reporting civilian casualties, but it doesn't seem like this has deterred Putin by any means. In fact, they're going stronger. But on one hand, we see that the war has gone on for much longer than they anticipated or even expected. But that too has not been a concern. For Russia, it appears that they were strategic about this war, on how they started. And even till date, they believe that this is as part of their plan.
Well, that's right. The cost of war can be seen on the ground. You travel to the areas that are impacted, affected, whether if it's Mariupol or Volnovakha. The impact is seen with not just the destruction of property and building, but the loss of life. But for Russia, continues to believe that this was needed, this was required. And if you ask about the civilian deaths, they say it's unfortunate. But if we do not do this today, then Russia and all Russians will come under threat. Also remember, the Russian side have mobilized
All right, here's huge breaking news coming in. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa has resigned. The resignation, it comes in the backdrop of raging economic turmoil and unrest in the island nation. We saw people out on the streets barely having food available to eat. The economy coming to a complete crash and much protest against Rajapaksa and his government. The Sri Lankan Prime Minister finally resigns. Resignation comes in the backdrop of this raging economic turmoil and unrest in the island nation of Sri Lanka. We saw protests that spilled out on the streets with people attacking one another because of lack of food, lack of basic amenities. It seemed like the situation had gone far out of control, where the country itself had to declare emergency, considering that they barely had basic amenities to feed their own people, many of them struggling with exorbitant price rise, as basic food was not available in supply to the population of the country. And coming in the backdrop of this massive economic meltdown, here is Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa, who has finally decided to resign. In fact, he was defiant all along the protest through the last 2 months when Sri Lankan population have been protesting and condemning the government for not handling its economic situation the way it should have. Rajapaksa remained defiant, said that he will never resign, he wouldn't resign, he would do whatever he can to stabilize the economy, but it seems like he's finally given up. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa has now resigned. The resignation comes in the backdrop of raging economic turmoil and the unrest in the island nation, Sri Lanka. All right, coming up on the other side, a massive meltdown in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh while protests erupt as bulldozers reach the anti-CAA protest site. And much commotion that ensued post that. I'm going to take you through details on the other side of a short break.
You are watching India Today.
Millions of pieces of man-made debris called space junk are currently orbiting the Earth. Now, why is there so much trash in space? This huge cloud of space junk is suspended between 800 and 2000 kilometers above us. Since space exploration began in 1957, fragments from more than 6,000 space launches and 600 orbital explosions have been accumulating. Why is space junk a threat to space exploration? Old rockets, out-of-order satellites, tools lost by astronauts, and even flecks of paint pose a serious threat to future space exploration, particularly manned flights and stations. Sensors carried on space vehicles only tend to detect micro debris, but damage from a collision can be serious due to the very fast orbital speed of this debris, which travels at some 28,000 kilometers an hour. There is also the risk of debris slamming into the hundreds of Earth observation and telecommunication satellites that orbit the Earth. Billions of dollars worth of weather monitoring equipment, global navigation and communication systems are at risk. The big fear is of a collision occurring and triggering a chain reaction, known as the Kessler syndrome. Over 30,000 pieces of debris measuring more than 10 centimeters and sometimes as big as a bus are currently being tracked and followed from the Earth. Space agencies are working on debris recovery systems with nets, harpoons, sails. Everything is envisaged to deal with the risk of collision.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
US electric car pioneer Tesla is known for its autopilot cars and space missions. With the goal of achieving net zero energy, Elon Musk has launched Gigafactory. In this video, we'll tell you all you need to know about tech giant Tesla's Elon Musk. Voted Time Magazine's Personality of the Year in 2021, Elon Musk has blazed a trail of the American hero that has provoked both admiration and criticism. Born in South Africa in 1971, then neutralized American, he left for Canada at the age of 17 and then got a scholarship to study economics and physics in Philadelphia. super bright, he never finished his doctorate, but instead in 1995 set out for Silicon Valley to create the startup Zip2, an electronic directory. The young entrepreneur earned his first million before the age of 30 when he sold the startup. He went on to create X.com, which merged with PayPal, the secure online payment company which was bought by eBay for $1.5 billion in 2002. The same year, Musk pursued his dream of conquering space and created the space exploration company SpaceX. Since then, Musk has had a string of successes, from NASA's next moon landing probe to the first orbital mission in history without a professional astronaut on board. His goal is to build an autonomous city on Mars. He also wants to revolutionize the automobile market by producing electric cars at an affordable price. Since 2008, when Musk took over as CEO, Tesla has dominated the electric vehicle market. With a fortune estimated by Forbes to be more than $260 billion, he is one of the richest people in the world and uses Twitter to reach out to his millions of followers. He has Asperger's syndrome, a form of autism, and is interested in artificial intelligence and neurotechnology. He founded Neuralink, a company that designs brain-machine interfaces to connect humans and computers. He also founded the Boring Company, which is developing a system for transporting passengers aboard Tesla cars in underground tunnels. Of Musk's 8 children, 1 has died, and among the others, there is a son called X and a daughter named Y.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
A very good evening. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Massive meltdown in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. Protests erupts as dozers reach the 2020 anti-CAA stir site. Locals hit the streets in anger. Demolition drive sparks a political war. Supreme Court refuses to interfere in Shaheen Bagh demolition drive. Snubs petitioner says don't make court a platform for politics. After Maharashtra, loudspeaker row hits Karnataka. Loudspeakers bear Chalisa to counter Azan. Sri Ram Sene activists up the ante. Slams Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai for inaction. Navneet and Ravi Rana camp in Delhi, seek to meet Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah with sedition charges. A Ghani government files a plea to cancel their bail. Amid the war with Ukraine, Russia celebrates its Victory Day. Mega military might on display. Putin defends invasion, says that it is a timely response to Western policies. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa resigns in the backdrop of the economic meltdown. Now, high drama has unfolded as bulldozers rolled into Shaheen Bagh, which was also the center of the massive protest against the Citizenship Amendment Law. Bulldozers rolled into Shaheen Bagh for anti-encroachment drive. Residents of Shaheen Bagh protested as the South Delhi Municipal Corporation launched its anti-encroachment drive with the help of Delhi police personnel. In fact, locals were seen sitting on roads, stopping bulldozers that were bought for the demolition drive. Locals say that there's no illegal construction and they won't let the anti-encroachment drive happen. Police during the crackdown have also detained many protesters. The SDMC has prepared a 10-day action plan to remove the encroachment from several areas, including Shaheen Bagh. However, after much of the commotion and the locals with conviction saying that none of those establishments are illegal, it seems like the bulldozers withdrew and left the site.
I'm trying to get you as many perspectives and angles. What you see here, what you see here is a multi-layered security and a bulldozer and then the illegal structure. So this is the bus where anyone who is going to break law and order will be detained. So multi-layered security of women personnel, male personnel of Delhi police, then the bulldozer, the JCB, and then the illegal structure allegedly that they are going to now start to demolish. So we are trying to show you exactly how Shaheen Bagh area looks like. Now every time you think of Shaheen Bagh, remember of course the recent reason it was in news was primarily because of the anti-CAA protest that had been here. Now we'll try and cooperate with the police personnel as well, as they're not letting us go very towards the location of the site. But unlike Jahangirpuri, I can tell you it's complete commotion in Shaheen Bagh. And, you know, a lot of push and shove by the angry locals here. As you can see, again, Ashok, show to our viewers how there is sloganeering taking place as well by the people. And bulldozer starts to demolish. Take a look at that. Ashok, show to our viewers of how finally the bulldozer is starting to demolish the first structure. This is under, of course, the orders and the plan of the MCD. Now, according to the MCD, this had been in the plan. It is not immediate. It is not a coincidence. The anti-encroachment drive was being planned for the past few days. But because of looking at law and order situation and whether they had enough deployment as well, they were not yet sure. But right now, they have decided to go ahead with it. That is likely to be the first building that we saw where allegedly the illegal structure is going to be pulled down. There is some conversation that is taking place. Ashok Behnot will show us the MCD officials who are talking and are discussing how to go ahead with the plan. But the police has tried to barricade the area and have tried to ensure that it does happen as peacefully as possible here. चाचा क्या हुआ? ये बुलडोजर तो आया, कुछ डेमोलिश तो नहीं किया उसने?
बिल्डोजर आया, बिल्डोजर तो जो है ना, जो वोट जो है ना, वोटरों को खुश करने के लिए जो है ना बिल्डोजर आया है। अच्छा। यहाँ ऐसी कोई जगह नहीं है जो बिल्डोजर चले। इलीगल नहीं है ना, कोई जगह नहीं है यहाँ सारी की सारी जगह जो है लोगों ने जमीन खरीद रखी है किसानों से और बना रखी। 1700 कुछ कॉलोनियाँ इस तरह की है।
आज कुछ गलत है ही नहीं, तो गलत क्यों करेंगे? नहीं था कुछ। जो दुकान थी, जो 150 दुकान थी, वो तो ईद वाले चांद रात को ही उठा लिया यहाँ से। फिर यहाँ कोई भीड़ भाड़ है ही नहीं, ये तो अफवाह उड़ा रखा है। क्या यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं था इलीगल, फिर क्यों आई?
वही तो आप लोग बताएंगे, एमसीडी बताएगी ना कि क्यों नहीं है, क्यों नहीं है यार। अगर नहीं है तो ये अच्छी बात है। नहीं
अच्छी बात है, बहुत अच्छी बात है। लेकिन फिर आपको क्यों लगता है कि क्यों आए, फिर आए क्यों यहाँ पर?
जो गलत है वो गलत है, वो इसका कोई भी साथ नहीं देगा, हम भी नहीं देंगे, कोई भी नहीं देगा। अगर गलत है तो आप सब कोई साथ देगा यहाँ पे। अगर एक आदमी भी जिससे भी पूछ लीजिए कि जो अगर उन्होंने हटाया वहाँ पे वो गलत था तो गलत था।
ये सिर्फ इलेक्शन जो आ रहे हैं इसके लिए इन्होंने करा है, राजनीति के लिए, सिर्फ आम आदमी को घटाने के लिए कि ये इस वजह से जो है हम जीत जाएंगे, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होने का। हम असंवैधानिक बुलडोजर को नहीं चलने देंगे यहाँ पर। अचानक आपको याद आया कि शाहीन बाग में अतिक्रमण है, अवैध अतिक्रमण है। अगर आप किसी अमीर की लग्जरी को अगर आप हटाते हैं, हम वेलकम करते हैं। अमीर की लग्जरी को हटाइए, गरीब का रोजगार और छत देंगे, हमारे ऊपर पहले चलाइए, पहले हमारे ऊपर चलाना होगा, उसके बाद आप किसी के ऊपर चलाइएगा। 15 साल का इंक्रोचमेंट दिखाई देता है। एमसीडी 15 साल से कहाँ सो रही थी? 18 तारीख को कार्यकाल खत्म हो रहा है तो इंक्रोचमेंट दिखाई देता है। हम लोग यहाँ बुलडोजर नहीं चलने देंगे, बिल्कुल नहीं चलने देंगे।
भारत में डेमोक्रेसी है, डेमोक्रेसी ये कहती है कि सबको सबका अधिकार मिले। मैं कह रहा हूँ कि दिल्ली के अंदर 1639 कॉलोनीज हैं, आप सब पर अटैक कीजिए, हर महीने हर साल शाहीन बाग, शाहीन बाग। मैं भारत के राष्ट्रपति जी को कहना चाहता हूँ, आप भारत के मुसलमान को कोई जमीन पर जलता हुआ चिराग न समझे कि आएंगे बुझा देंगे। हम भारत के नागरिक हैं।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Tejashree Purandari, who's right there at the spot in Shaheen Bagh. Tejashree, we know that the bulldozers have pulled back, but of course the apprehension still remains. It's a point of worry for the locals there that the bulldozers might just return to carry out their encroachment drive. But nonetheless, we saw that many of those locals said with conviction that none of those establishments were illegal, which is why it was almost a loss of face for the MCD. What's the real situation on ground now?
See, as of now, talking about the situation is that the bulldozers have returned back. There was a massive police deployment over here. CRPF police persons was deployed. Women CRPF police persons were deployed. They were evacuating the area. Barricades were put. But now the entire area is now, no police is standing over here. The bulldozers have left. And now you can see that Shaheen Bagh, the people have come back over here, standing here in the epicenter where this, the entire demolition drive was set to take place. And let me show our viewers the direct visuals from where the demolition drive was set to take place. And the big development which we saw is the Supreme Court on Monday refused to intervene in the Shaheen Bagh anti-encroachment drive hours after bulldozer rolled in and out of the Delhi neighborhood amid protest by hundreds of local. And now what Supreme Court is making a point over here that they will not intervene in the matter if the petition is filed by the political parties. Supreme Court said that if the affected party files the petition, then only they will hear the matter, and that too, the affected party has to go to the Supreme Court. We'll try to speak to a few people here in the Shaheen Bagh and ask them that will they approach the court. Will you approach the court? Will you approach the Delhi court? क्या आप कोर्ट जाएंगे?
देखिए, definitely not. Every person is bound with law. Even a prime minister is bound with law. तो जो भी कोर्ट का फैसला होगा हम उसका सम्मान करते हैं, चाहे वो अतिक्रमण हटाने पे हो, चाहे वो बुलडोजर चलाने पे हो, चाहे वो किसी चीज पे हो. लेकिन अगर आप भी यहाँ से वहाँ तक देखेंगी तो आपको नजर आएगा कि रोड यहाँ से अच्छी खासी दूर.
You stay in Shaheen Bagh? Are you a resident of Shaheen?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मैं यहीं शाहीन बाग में रहता हूँ. रोड जो है अच्छी खासी दूर है और ये कई दशकों से दुकानें जो हैं, दुकानें क्या इनफैक्ट बड़े बड़े ब्रांडेड शोरूम है जिसमें लुइस फिलिप है, वैन यूजन है, करीम से बहुत सारे बड़े बड़े शोरूम्स हैं. तो कोई भी बड़ा ब्रांड अगर आता है तो वो अतिक्रमण वाली जगह पे तो नहीं आता. छोटी मोटी दुकान आ जाए तो आ जाए, लेकिन हम लोग फिर भी कोर्ट का सम्मान करते हैं. अगर कहीं अतिक्रमण है तो हमें प्रॉपर नोटिस दिया जाए, हमें समय दिया जाए, हमें बुलडोजर के पंजे से डराया ना जाए.
So what court has said that आप लोग यदि approach करते हैं.
Thank you very much for joining us on that. Of course, the locals there at the moment quite agitated and upset that this was an attempt to try and target them, considering they belong to a certain community. That was what the opposition members said. Many of the locals also echoing the same sentiment, that it was an attempt to scare and target a certain community. In fact, many of them sat there in dharna, almost protesting against the MCD and blocking off those bulldozers from carrying out the anti-encroachment drive. And also raise slogans and question the MCD to show them what exactly is illegal. If it is illegal, then prove to us that these properties are illegal. They claim that they had proof to show that this was legal, but nonetheless, the MCD eventually, after much of the protest, had to return. Now, we're looking at the Supreme Court, on the other hand, who's now refused to intervene in the Shaheen Bagh demolition drive. Remember, you had the opposition party, especially the left, the CPIM, who had approached court along with other civic bodies, a few activist organizations, including the Hawkers Association, who approached the Supreme Court, calling this a grave violation to natural rights. In fact, the court said, after taking a look at that petition, that there was no aggrieved party who had pleaded before court, and therefore the court is not within the jurisdiction to intervene. That the Supreme Court also pulling up the political parties, saying don't make the Supreme Court a platform for politics. The apex court objected to a political party approaching the court instead of the aggrieved parties from Shaheen Bagh. It said that the court shouldn't be used as a platform for politics, and eventually the left had to withdraw its petition. The apex court further added that only persons affected by the razing should come to court and seek relief if they must. Now, politics has erupted over the anti-encroachment drive in South Delhi's Shaheen Bagh area. Amanatullah Khan, a legislator of the ruling Aam Aadmi Party, joined the protest, said that there were no encroachments in the area and bulldozers were bought only to indulge in politics. Congress, while slamming the BJP, said that the anti-encroachment drive was nothing but just a bid to provocate the Muslims, as the minority community members were the only target. BJP, in a scathing attack, said the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party are doing appeasement politics, reminded them that this was only due process. BJP has slammed the Congress for giving this entire demolition drive a communal colour. Cutting across to the political reactions that came in right after this demolition drive was carried out.
First, dividing the country along communal lines, then dividing the classrooms and uniforms along communal lines, then dividing loudspeakers along communal lines, and now dividing even encroachment drive on communal lines. The Congress party should be asked that why should any exception be made for any area like Shaheen Bagh just because it happens to have a particular vote bank that the Congress party wants to cater to?
ये जो कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता कोई यकायक नहीं पहुंच गया, अचानक नहीं पहुंच गए, ये वही पुनरावृत्ति दोहरा रहे हैं जो इन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया ने कहा कि बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं को आप संरक्षण दो, इसीलिए वहां लेटने का काम कर रहे हैं। जो लोग अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, आतंक फैलाने वाले लोगों को अतिक्रमण बचाने के लिए जो बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, जनता भी उनको लेटाने वाली है।
अब ये तो कह रहे हैं कि हम प्रोसेस से कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, अनेकों कॉलोनियों में कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आप विक्टिम कार्ड मुस्लिम कार्ड।
मैं 3 दिन पहले आया था, मैंने खुद आह्वान किया लोगों से, लोगों ने इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा लिया। अब ये मुझे बता दें इंक्रोचमेंट है कहाँ? अगर इंक्रोचमेंट है मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा, मैंने खुद तुड़वाया है। एक मस्जिद के आगे वुजू खाना था, 2 टॉयलेट थे, अपनी जेसीबी 2 दिन चलाकर खुद तुड़वाया है। इस रोड पर मुझे बता दो यहाँ इंक्रोचमेंट है।
उसका तो इंतजार करना होगा। उन्होंने बताया कि जोनल ऑफिसर आके चिन्हित करेगा।
वो जब आए थे, जोनल ऑफिसर आया था, मैंने सारा हटवा दिया था। जो उन्होंने इंक्रोचमेंट बताया था हमने खुद हटवा दिया था। यहाँ का एसएचओ भी जानता है, डीसीपी भी।
बताइए शाहीन बाग में इस तरह का विरोध क्यों? आखिर सरकारी लोग, एक सेकंड सर, आपको भी पता होगा, आप चुने हुए विधायक हैं, सरकारी काम में दखल अंदाजी कानून के खिलाफ है।
देखिए एक बात सुनिए, ये पीडब्ल्यूडी का रोड है, अगर ये गलत करेंगे तो लोग तो आएंगे ना। मुझे मेरे से बात करें एमसीडी के लोग, यहाँ लोकल पुलिस भी है, आए वो मुझसे बात करें, मुझे बताए ये इंक्रोचमेंट है, मैं खुद तोड़वा लूंगा।
एमसीडी वाले सर्वे करके हैं, पुलिस ने भी सर्वे कर रखा, सिर्फ और सिर्फ भाजपा राजनीति कर रही है। पिछले 15 साल से एमसीडी में काबिज भाजपा ने इंक्रोचमेंट, पहले पूरी दिल्ली के अंदर इंक्रोचमेंट कराया और इंक्रोचमेंट पे उगाई करी है। जब इन्हें लगा कि पिछले 9 तारीख को जैसे 9 चुनाव की डेटा क्लियर होने वाली थी, तमाम पत्रकार बंधुओं को बुलाया गया था, लोकतंत्र की हत्या हुई है, चुनाव को पीछे धकेल दिया गया। अब ये इन्हें सपना आया कि दिल्ली के अंदर हम 4 राज्यों में जैसे एमसीडी में राज्य जीत गए हैं, एमसीडी में भी बुलडोजर चला के जीते।
भाजपा का एक राजनीतिक स्टंट है। अतिक्रमण हटाने के नाम पर आप जा करके ऐसे मोहल्लों को टारगेट करते हैं, जहां से आप ये संदेशा देते हैं पूरे देश को कि देखिए हमने गरीबों पर, मुसलमानों पर बुलडोजर चलाया, जबकि यहाँ अतिक्रमण जैसी कोई बात नहीं है। आज बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई कोई हुई भी नहीं, लेकिन देश को मैसेज दिया गया। सच्चाई यह है कि अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एमसीडी अतिक्रमण हटाना चाहती है तो उसकी शुरुआत भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष आदेश गुप्ता के घर से करे, जहां पर उन्होंने बहुत अतिक्रमण कर रखा है, जिसकी तमाम विजुअल देश के बड़े चैनलों ने दिखाया है। आप पहले अमीरों के घरों से आइए, हटाइए, बाद में गरीबों तक आइएगा।
Now, the face-off over Hanuman Chalisa is all set to explode. MP Navneet Rana has dragged the sibling issue to the national capital. While Amravati MP Navneet Rana is in Delhi, Maharashtra government has moved court seeking cancellation of her bail plea. Now, Maharashtra government in the affidavit has said that Navneet Rana violated bail conditions as soon as she stepped out of the hospital yesterday. However, Rana, being defiant, has said that she hasn't violated any bail conditions and that she'll continue to fight for justice. Navneet Rana, while leaving for Delhi, mocked the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, saying that he only rose to power because of his father. Let me cut across Navneet Rana, who's speaking to the media right this minute. Let's take a listen.
मैं हर वो दरवाजे पे जाऊंगी जहां मुझे न्याय की अपेक्षा है। महाराष्ट्र से मुझे जो तरीके से डिपार्टमेंट काम कर रहा है, जो उद्धव ठाकरे के दबाव में काम कर रहा है, मुझे लगता है वहाँ न्याय की अपेक्षा नहीं थी। केंद्र में जो न्याय की अपेक्षा है और जो 20 फुट गाड़ने की बात की है संजय राउत ने, पोपट ने, उसकी पहले मैं जाकर पुलिस स्टेशन में कंप्लेन करूंगी, एफआईआर नोन कराऊंगी। ये आज बिरला जी से 100% 5:30 बजे बिरला साहब ने मुझे समय दिया है। वो जिस तरीके से अपने सभागृह के हर एक मेंबर का ध्यान रखते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है ऐसा स्पीकर भी इस देश को मिलना बहुत कम है। और ऐसे नहीं, सांसद के साथ में और किसी भी सांसद के साथ में ऐसा कुछ होता है तो उसकी पूरी जानकारी हमारे बिरला साहब रखते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है हमारा नाम नसीबान है, हम उन्होंने मुझे समय दिया और जाके मैं अपनी पीड़ा पूरी बताऊंगी।
मुझे लगता है महाराष्ट्र में अगर
बाला साहब ठाकरे होते तो हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ने वाले पे देशद्रोह का गुना दाखिल नहीं होता। आज उद्धव ठाकरे जो है ये हिंदुत्व की सभी जो सीख बाला साहब ने दी थी उसको भूल गए और पूरी तरह महाविकास आघाड़ी के आदर्शों पे चल रहे हैं। और जो भाजपा का नाम लेके उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने एमएलए और एमपी चुन के लाए, मोदी जी का फोटो लगा के वोट मांगे और भाजपा के पीठ में खंजर खुपस के वो वहाँ पे सीएम बने, तो मुझे लगता है हिंदुत्व वो भूल गए। और कहीं ना कहीं जो हनुमान भक्त राम भक्त जो है आने वाले टाइम पे उनको जगह बताएंगे।
Now cutting across to Navneet Rana as she stepped out right after her medical examination post her receiving bail, hit out at Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray in a scathing attack. She fired at Uddhav Thackeray, saying that, you know, do what he, I mean, almost hitting out at him for targeting her. Let's take a listen what she said right before she left to the national capital.
किसी के नाम पे बैठकर खाना बहुत अच्छा है, पर खुद के हिम्मत पर खुद के पसीना निकाल के काम करने में बहुत अंतर है। उद्धव ठाकरे should take a lesson and take a training from Devendra Sahib how to rule state, because Devendra Sahib has showed in 5 years no against action with anybody opposition. He worked silently and he worked in the favor of Maharashtra people. He's not worked against any opposition. So you should take a class from Devendra Sahib. उद्धव ठाकरे ने जिस तरीके से धोखा देके बीजेपी के पीठ में खंजर खोपा है, उन्होंने हमको सिद्धांतों का ज्ञान नहीं देना चाहिए। सिद्धांतों का ज्ञान हम लेके चलते हैं, तो उन्होंने नहीं सिखाना चाहिए।
All right, that's Navneet Rana, who's almost hit out at the Maharashtra government for acting arbitrarily and arresting the elected representatives. Navneet, as well as her husband, both of them are elected representatives, while she is an Amravati MP. He is an MLA within the same area. Now, here the elected representatives who were arrested by the Mumbai police for trying to instigate law and order situation in Mumbai have now finally received bail and landed in Delhi. They're going to be knocking at the doors of Amit Shah, is what we hear. They're also going to be meeting with Speaker Om Birla. Navneet Rana says she has an appointment with Om Birla. She wants to, she is going to be demanding for justice because she says she was unduly targeted by the Maharashtra Mahavikas Aghadi government. She says that Uddhav Thackeray used the police as puppets and targeted her, arrested her for no fault of hers, only because she said she wanted to chant Hanuman Chalisa outside his residence. She says that's no crime, and now that she has been arrested, she seeks and demands justice. First, we'll be meeting the Speaker Om Birla at 5:30, and then we'll take it forward with the Home Minister Amit Shah. Let me cut across to Anisha Mathur joining us live for more on that. Anisha, how much room does Navneet Rana really have to seek justice on the arrest that was made against her and her husband by the Maharashtra government? We know that she is attempting to meet with the Speaker Om Birla. She wants to register her complaint. She also wants to be meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. What possibly can be done at this point? While that said, we also see the Mumbai police now trying to revoke her bail plea. We'll be moving court on that shortly.
Well, yes, the Mumbai police has said that they will be moving court. They will be calling for revocation of the bail granted to Navneet Rana and her husband. Now, remember, this entire issue is about perception and politics, the way it is playing out. The police says that she was trying to sort of create a communal disharmony, sort of provoke sentiments, whereas she says that she was not doing any such thing, and that is why she wants her political party to back her up against the Maharashtra government. Now, how it will play out remains to be seen, but so far in the courts, the way that it has played out is that she had been granted bail by the Sessions Court, but the police will be calling for cancellation of bail, particularly on grounds that she is an elected representative who has the responsibility, and this is also an argument that they had made in the court, that she is an elected representative who has the responsibility to uphold law and order, who has the responsibility to uphold the constitution, and that she was involved in trying to deliberately foment this kind of disharmony, and that is why she should not have been granted bail. Now, what the court is going to say about this, how the police is going to work this out before the court, remains to be seen. Back to you.
Anisha, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Our eyes, of course, will be tracking Navneet Rana and her husband Ravi Rana, as they have just arrived in the national capital, are seeking justice against Uddhav Thackeray's action against the duo. All right, now we have some big breaking news coming in from Telangana. Language war has erupted in Telangana now. BJP has accused the ruling TRS of wooing the AIMIM by including Urdu as a language to write the Telangana State Public Service Commission examination. The Saffron Party has said that once they come to power, those who got jobs on the basis of religion will be dismissed. BJP Telangana Chief Bandi Kumar Sanjay has also claimed that AIMIM and the TRS are conspiring to extort crores of rupees from the people. TRS has hit back, saying Urdu is a language recognized under the Constitution of India. All right, now the loudspeaker Karnataka has reached Karnataka. Loudspeakers blare Hanuman Chalisa in Karnataka. Many temples, in fact, had loudspeakers where people sang the Hanuman Chalisa inside temples. At least 4 to 5 temples in Karnataka blared the Hanuman Chalisa on loudspeakers. The Hindu right-wing outfit, Sri Ram Sene, upped the ante against the Bombay government. The Sri Ram Sene had planned loudspeaker counter on May 1st, but we're waiting for Chief Minister Basuraj Bombay to take action. Bombay is now facing heat from the activists for not taking action on loudspeakers installed at mosques in the state. Meanwhile, the police have taken activists into custody who were all set to launch the Chalisa chanting at a temple in Bengaluru. Sri Ram Sene had earlier warned that it will counter morning azan with Hanuman Chalisa or devotional songs if the government does not take action against loudspeakers installed at mosques.
ಈಗ ಅಜಾನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ಆದೇಶ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸೌಹಾರ್ದತೆಯಿಂದ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆದೇಶಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟುನಿಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನು ಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ 4ರಿಂದ 5 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಮೋದ್ ಮುತಾಲಿಕ್ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಾಗ ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು 9ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿನ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲಾಗ 1ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿನ ಮಟ್ಟ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವ್ರೇನು ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಲ್ಲದ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರ ಕಾರಣ ನಾವೀಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾइकನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿದ್ವಿ.
सर्वोच्च न्यायालय तथा उच्च न्यायालय बार बार सरकार से कह रहे हैं कि जो लाउड स्पीकर जो है वो कहीं पर भी कानून के साउंड पोल्यूशन एक्ट में नहीं आता है. उसके द्वारा अजान देने की जब बात की जाती है तो इसको अब कहा जा रहा है यह हमारा धार्मिक अधिकार है. जिस प्रकार से हिजाब को हमारा धार्मिक अधिकार है ये कहा गया और फिर कर्नाटक उच्च न्यायालय ने ये बताया कि यह आपका धार्मिक अधिकार नहीं हो सकता है. उसी प्रकार से इलाहाबाद उच्च न्यायालय ने अब ये कहा कि अजान देना एक बार आपका धार्मिक अधिकार हो सकता है, लेकिन आपका लाउड स्पीकर से अजान देना ये आपका धार्मिक अधिकार कैसे होगा, ये बेसिक फंडामेंटल राइट कैसे हो सकता है. उत्तर प्रदेश में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी करीब 60,000 जो प्रार्थना केंद्र है उनके ऊपर के लाउड स्पीकर यदि निकाल सकते हैं तो फिर कर्नाटक में ये क्यों नहीं हो सकता है. इसलिए श्री राम सेना ने जो आह्वान किया है तो ये आह्वान केवल हिंदू धर्म के दृष्टिकोण से नहीं है. लाउड स्पीकर की परेशानी हर किसी को होती है.
All right, shifting our focus on the other side of a short break. Amid the war with Ukraine, Russia celebrates its Victory Day. Mega military might on display. I'm going to take you through details on the other side. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Can you imagine the Earth without the moon? Well, this isn't some sci-fi plot. The United States had once planned on nuking the moon. As bizarre as this may sound, documents have now surfaced from the United States Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, also known as AATIP, that reveals the United States had plans to test advanced technology on the moon. It might sound outwardly, but the plans included invisibility cloaks, anti-gravity devices, traversable wormholes, and even tunneling the moon using nuclear explosion. The documents that run to 1,600 pages reveal some of the stranger priorities of AATIP, a secretive Department of Defense program that ran from 2007 to 2012. The AATIP wasn't known to public until 2017, when the program's former director resigned from the Pentagon. The agency was at the center of global controversy thanks to several videos of an unidentified aircraft moving in seemingly impossible ways released by the former director. And the latest revelation is indeed set to raise questions as the United States government and NASA push for a return to the lunar surface nearly half a century after the Apollo mission was shut. The new tranche of documents is now under investigation, and more is expected to be revealed in the coming days.
You
The Ukraine-Russia crisis has the world by storm. It has been a month-long of war and devastation. Amid the crisis, many celebrities are supporting war by sending various aids to Ukraine. Max Smerkovsky. Max is a native of Ukraine. He partnered with Core Response to support Ukraine. He has documented his escape from the country and showcased the horrible conditions of Ukraine. Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds. The couple are doubling every dollar up to $1 million donated to USA's UNHCR. It is a non-profit organization that provides critical support to refugees in an attempt to save, protect, and rebuild lives of the affected. Queen Elizabeth. Among the numerous celebrities is Queen of England, Elizabeth. She donated a generous amount of money to Ukraine's disaster management community. Gigi Hadid. Supermodel Gigi has promised to donate all her earnings from fall 2022 fashion shows to those suffering from Ukraine-Russia invasion. David and Victoria Beckham. The couple launched an emergency appeal from the Seven Fund for UNICEF. It is to provide immediate aid to affected families and children. Dua Lipa. Pop star Dua is using her platform Service 95 to support Ukraine's fight for freedom. Service 95 is a free newsletter service. On this, Dua is sharing several ways to help and assist during a humanitarian crisis. Elina Svitolina. Ukrainian tennis player Elina said she will donate all of her prize money from the next tournaments to support Ukraine. Vera Farmiga. Actress Vera Farmiga stood in solidarity with Ukraine. She has been sharing donation links, fact sheets to educate, ways to volunteer and events to attend. Across the world, thousands are affected from the Ukraine-Russia war. According to the UN, 1,119 have been killed and 1,790 are injured. These are just a few among many celebrities standing against the Russia-Ukraine war.
You are watching India Today.
Now, as Ukraine war enters the 75th day, Vladimir Putin is now making a Victory Day parade with a mega show of strength there, along with a speech that he delivered in Moscow. Here's a quick look at the top defining images coming in from that Victory Day parade. Nuclear missiles and high-tech armaments marched on the streets of Moscow. The thermonuclear RS-24 Yars ballistic missile, which experts believe can carry up to 10 warheads, grabbed center stage. This intercontinental weapon weighs about 49.6 tons, has a range of 12,000 kilometers and can cruise at speeds of up to 24,500 kilometers per hour. And Russian President Vladimir Putin shakes hands with spectators before the military parade on Victory Day, which marks the 77th anniversary of the victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. Putin's public appearance came at a time when there were reports suggesting that he was undergoing treatment for cancer. And Russian military might was in full display at the Victory Day parade. A Russian self-propelled artillery vehicle, Mazda S, was seen rolling on the streets in Moscow. And Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu and Chief of Russian Land Forces Oleg Salyukov drove the Oris cabriolets during the military parade. This year's parade aims to justify Russia's war in Ukraine, which has gone on for much longer and has costed a lot more than Moscow ever expected. The airborne part of the military parade, though, on Moscow's Red Square was cancelled due to unfavorable weather conditions. It was intended to involve 77 fixed and rotary wing aircraft to represent the number of years that have passed since the end of 1941 to 45 Great Patriotic War. Now, Vladimir Putin defended his invasion of Ukraine in his Victory Day speech at Moscow's Red Square. Putin tied the Ukraine invasion to Second World War, saying that Russian soldiers were fighting for the same thing that their fathers and grandfathers at once did. Russian president launched a defense of his war on Ukraine, pivoting from a recognition of Russia's greatest generation to a description of how Ukraine was being armed by the West for an imminent attack on Crimea. Putin suggested Russia was forced into war by NATO and pledged to provide aid for the families of soldiers who had died in what the Kremlin called a special operation. Now, the Russian invasion of Ukraine enters its 75th day. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, meanwhile, has confirmed that 60 people were sheltering in a school in Bilokorivka, near the eastern city of Luhansk, were all killed when Russian forces bombed that area this weekend. Following the relentless attacks on the port city of Mariupol, more than 170 civilians were successfully evacuated from the Azovstal steelworks and have arrived in Zaporizhia. Drone footage being widely circulated by European media shows the Ukrainian Su-27 striking Russian facilities, causing serious damage on the famous Snake Island in the Black Sea. The footage filmed by a TB-2 drone, as you see there. The Ukrainian S-300 missile system was also destroyed by a Russian Smerch rocket attack with cluster warheads. Meanwhile, Ukraine's military defeats 190 Russian troops, 15 tanks in eastern Ukraine on the 8th of May. The East Operational and Tactical Group reported that 12 infantry fighting vehicles, 12 armored personnel carriers, 1 armored fighting vehicle, 1 MTLB vehicle, 6 heavy artillery tractors, 1 fuel tank and 2 unmanned aerial vehicles were all destroyed. Now, Russian forces fired cruise missiles at the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa on Saturday, bombarded a besieged steel mill in Mariupol, hoping to complete the conquest of this port city in time for the Victory Day celebrations. Ukraine has announced that all women, children, older adults had been evacuated from that mill area, a key Russian war objective. Here's what went by.
Russia-Ukraine war has been going on for over 2.5 months now. Putin's army fired a cruise missile at the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa on Saturday and bombarded the besieged steel mill in Mariupol. Hopeful to complete their conquest of the port city in time for Russian Victory Day celebrations on Monday. Amid raining missiles, shells and bombardments in Ukraine, Russia is marking 77 years of victory over Nazi Germany.
May 9th is a very important day after the surrender of Germany on the 8th of May. But the Soviet Union played a very important role in the defeat of Germany. But the message loud and clear, that's the Soviet banner. And the message this time around is going to be reminding the world, reminding Ukraine that they were part of the Soviet Union. It's uncanny and eerie that as Russia and many parts of Europe will be celebrating or marking the occasion of the end of World War II in Europe, the defeat of Germany, Russia is on the brink of yet another war. Will it lead to World War III is the big question.
Ukraine fears its troops still holed up in the Azovstal plant face massacre after the evacuation of all women, children and the elderly. Ukraine's military flattened Russian positions on a Black Sea island that was captured in the war's first days has now become a symbol of resistance.
This is the last place in Mariupol where Ukrainian forces are still occupying. So it seems that in days to come there will be an offensive launched by the Russian side on the Azovstal steel plant to flush out Ukrainian soldiers who are there.
Ukrainian counter-offensive is advancing around the second largest city, Kharkiv, a key target of the Russian shelling. Will the fall of Mariupol, timed with the day of biggest celebrations of Russian war capabilities, mark a decisive phase of the Ukrainian war? With Geeta Mohan in Moscow and Abhishek Bhalla in Kyiv, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, now Russian forces have been attacking Odessa, fueling speculation that they might want to take the strategic port city on the Black Sea. Let's take a quick look at this report.
Russia sets its eyes on Ukraine's lifeline. Recent missile strikes on Odessa in Ukraine's south is fueling speculation about Russia's plan to take the strategic port on the Black Sea. Odessa, which connects Ukraine to the rest of the world, is being pounded with deadly missiles. The largely Russian-speaking city and the cultural hub has seen increased attacks by Moscow in recent weeks. On the 2nd of May, a teenage boy was killed and several injured in Russian strikes on a residential building.
The war between the armies might be restricted to some battle zones, but residential areas across Ukraine continue to get pounded by Russian missiles. Yet another fresh attack in Odessa, the all-important port town in south of Ukraine, which is strategically very important for Russia as well as Ukraine.
Ukrainian troops with their newly supplied military platforms have shifted tactics from defensive to offensive in the region. Ukrainian drones recently sank 2 Russian patrol boats near the Black Sea Snake Island, indicating that the war is far from over. The destruction of the Russian Slava-class cruiser and the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, Moskva, the 600-foot, 12,500-ton displacement was a massive blow to the Russian Navy.
Russian operations in the Black Sea are being considered extremely significant, and the Ukrainian forces have put in all their resources to defend the Black Sea. It is apprehended that amphibious attacks are likely to take place from the Russian side. There is a huge fleet of the Russian Navy in the Black Sea. There are about 24 warships, several submarines that are there in the Black Sea.
With fierce fighting in cities along Ukraine's southern coast, the key city of Odessa is preparing its defenses to protect the port city from an amphibious attack. On the Russian side, Moscow is strengthening its naval presence to break Kyiv's morale and resistance.
Can you give us a sense of what the situation has been in the south of Ukraine, especially the threat from the Russian side in the Black Sea? What kind of activities they have been up to?
The situation is stable and is under control. However, the Russian Federation still keeps the ships in the Black Sea, which is of threat to Ukraine. And the risk of rocket missiles launch is very high right now.
What kind of deployment do they have in the Black Sea?
The situation right now is dynamic and it changes all the time. But currently, they have several warships which keep the cruise missile on board, as well as several submarines.
Russians and Ukrainians fought together in the Second World War against the Nazi Germany. And this war memorial in Odessa is in memory of those who laid down their lives during the Second World War. And now this war memorial is even more significant as far as the Ukrainians are concerned. Especially the Ukrainian military says that this war memorial now represents the fight and the valor of the Ukrainian soldiers who are taking on the Russian assault. With camera person Parminder Sharma, this is Abhishek Bhalla in Odessa for India Today.
Now, dozens of people are feared dead after a Russian bomb attack destroyed a school in eastern Ukraine. The governor of Luhansk says that about 90 people were hiding in the building when it was hit. More details in this next report.
This is what's left of a school in Belogorivka in the Luhansk region of eastern Ukraine. Russian forces bombed it. Nearly all the people who stayed in the village were hiding in this building when it was attacked. Dozens are feared dead.
Taking into account that it was an airstrike and not a simple artillery shelling, when the explosion happened, the temperature was extreme. Certainly our emergency workers will be clearing the debris with maximum speed, but there is only a very slim chance that anyone survived. But we hope for the best.
Since the war in Ukraine started, Russian forces have targeted hospitals, apartment blocks and other civilian buildings. The World Health Organization is gathering evidence for a possible war crimes investigation.
WHO has now verified 200 attacks on healthcare in Ukraine since the war began. These attacks must stop. Healthcare is never a target.
Ukraine's president says his country is fighting against a new form of Nazism. Volodymyr Zelensky was marking Victory in Europe Day. It's celebrated on the 8th of May, the date in 1945, when Nazi Germany surrendered.
Decades after World War II, darkness returned to Ukraine, and it became black and white again. Evils returned, again, in a different uniform, under different slogans, but for the same purpose. A bloody reconstruction of Nazism was organised in Ukraine, a fanatical repetition of this regime.
At the besieged steel plant in Mariupol, Ukraine's government says all civilians have been rescued. Civilians and soldiers had been trapped inside the Azovstal steel mill for nearly 2 months as Russian attacks intensified. And with the civilians now reportedly gone, it's the last holdout for Ukrainian fighters in the city. It's still unclear if President Putin will be able to declare victory in Mariupol in time for May the 9th, the day Russia celebrates the Soviet Union's World War II victory over the Nazis. But there is no doubt this anniversary won't mark the end of a conflict where both sides now invoke the battles of the 1940s. Victoria Gatenby, Al Jazeera.
Now, as Russia continues its onslaught on Ukraine, world leaders flock Ukraine. US First Lady Jill Biden made an unannounced visit there to Ukraine after meeting refugee children and their mothers in Romania. Jill Biden met with school authorities in Romania's Bucharest, where she met with refugee children, their mothers. She was accompanied by wife of the President of Romania, Carmen Lohanis. In fact, Jill Biden has also traveled to Ukraine in a surprise visit, met with Ukraine's First Lady Olena Zelenska as Russia continued its onslaught on Ukraine. Jill, after her visit, has said that she wanted to go to Ukraine on Mother's Day to send out a message that this had to stop and that people of the United States were standing in solidarity with Ukrainians. Meanwhile, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has also made a surprise visit to Irpin, which was damaged by Russian attacks. Here you see Justin Trudeau standing in solidarity with Ukrainians as he clicks a few pictures with people of the aggrieved nation. All right, slipping into a short break. Up next, news for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
High drama unfolded as bulldozers rolled into Shaheen Bagh under the South Delhi Municipal Corporation's anti-encroachment drive with the help of Delhi police officials. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has refused to interfere in the demolition drive while listening to a plea filed by the left asking political parties not to make this a platform for politics. The face-off over Hanuman Chalisa is all set to explode as MP Navneet Rana has dragged the simmering issue to the national capital while Amravati MP is in Delhi. Maharashtra government has moved court now seeking cancellation of her bail, claiming violation of bail conditions. And Mumbai government is now facing heat for not taking action on Karnataka loudspeakers installed in mosques. Hindu outfit Sri Ram Sene has upped the ante against the government by using loudspeakers blaring Hanuman Chalisa to counter azan in at least 4 to 5 temples. Meanwhile, the police have now taken activists into custody who are all set to launch the Chalisa chanting at a temple in Bengaluru. Multiple raids are being conducted on associates of Dawood Ibrahim, which includes sharpshooters, drug traffickers, real estate managers of Dawood and Hawala operators. In February this year, NIA has also registered a case pertaining to the involvement of top leadership and operatives of D Company in terrorist activities.
На день рождения зажелаю желание или на Новый год, чтобы быстрее эта война закончилась. Я думаю, что она, не сразу закончится, но чуть-чуть, там, пару недель пройдет и закончится. Я так думаю.
Ну да, если звучит сирена, сразу спускаться вниз. Если слышишь выстрел, тоже лучше спускаться вниз. Если, вышел на улицу, например, да, вот ты идешь домой, например, да, слышишь выстрелы, лучше либо спуститься вниз, либо уже идти домой и быть в коридоре. Это 2 безопасных места, более-менее.
Первых взрывов я не слышал, просто проснулся из-за того, что мама говорит: сынок, у нас война. Первые мои ощущения, я не знал, что мы будем делать. Мы будем или куда-то уезжать, я не знал, есть ли у нас какое-то тут ближайшее бомбоубежище или что-то по типу того. Особо я не хотел никуда не уезжать, ни в другой город, ни в страну. Я хотел, быть здесь, никуда не уезжать. Да.
You are watching India Today.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection, Voltas Pure Air Adjustable AC, Parade, Pride and Mother Russia. Amid 75 days into devastating war, Putin's mega victory day speech.
Сегодня ополченцы Донбасса вместе с бойцами армии России
says that Moscow defending motherland. Putin justifies war, puts NATO on notice. But still no victory on Victory Day. Zelensky and Kyiv still standing and taunting. Russia's big Victory Day power play.
75 days, thousands of Russian soldiers dead, hundreds of Russian aircraft, weapons, artillery tanks completely destroyed. None of the large number of military objectives that were laid out by President Putin in the invasion of Ukraine have been achieved in full yet. But the Victory Day parade in Moscow still went on as scheduled. The fact is, there was a shadow of what's happening in Ukraine that hung very uneasily over the spectacular images that came in from right outside the Red Square and Kremlin. I'm Shiv Arur. We're going to do a reality check on where's the victory in Russia's Victory Day. First, the headlines. Massive meltdown in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. Protests erupt as bulldozers reach the 2020 anti-CAA protest site. Locals hit the streets in anger. Demolition drive sparks a big political war in the national capital. After Maharashtra, loudspeaker row hits Karnataka. Loudspeakers blare Hanuman Chalisa to counter azan. Sri Ram Sene activists up the ante, slam Chief Minister Bommai for inaction. Navneet and Ravi Rana camp in Delhi, seek to meet Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah over sedition charges. Aghadi government files plea to cancel the couple's bail. Centre tells Apex Court it will reconsider and re-examine provisions of the sedition law. Big India Today news break. After the government defended the colonial law in an earlier case, it's having a big rethink. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa resigns under national pressure. Sri Lankan authorities impose nationwide curfew. Army troops deployed in Colombo after pro-government groups attack protesters. "75 days into one of the most damaging conflicts in living memory, Russia continues to call the war in Ukraine a special operation. But 75 days of damage and fighting and combat tell a scary story. And in the shadow of what's happening in Ukraine, this is what was happening in Moscow. Russia's 77th Victory Day parade, a day that marked the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany all those years ago, marked once again today, but in the glare of some truly damaging scenes for Russia itself in Ukraine. Take a look at Russia's Victory Day parade, but the question that nobody can miss: where's the victory in this year's parade?
Vladimir Putin flexing his military muscle, showcasing his prowess to home and global audience. The Russian bash coming over 2.5 months into Ukraine war, which has left the country ravaged, its cities in ruins. Russia celebrating its 77th Victory Day, which marks its World War II victory over Nazi Germany in 1945. Residents lined up in the streets of Moscow to witness the annual parade gala. This year, the majestic Red Square parade aimed to justify Russia's war in Ukraine. Speaking at the parade, Russian President Vladimir Putin fired a warning shot at NATO and the West for endangering Russia's border. Russia has preemptively rebuffed the aggression. It was a forced, timely, and the only right decision. The decision of a sovereign, strong, independent country. Putin claimed that Russia was facing unacceptable threats in Ukraine and his forces are merely defending motherland in Ukraine. Drawing parallels between the war in Ukraine and Soviet fighting in World War II, Putin said that Russia is fighting on its own soil. Lashing out at the West, Putin also said that Ukraine war is a timely and necessary response to Western aggression. Russia has always advocated for a system of equal and indivisible security, a system that is vital for the entire world community. Last December, we proposed a treaty on security guarantees. Russia called on the West to engage in honest dialogue, to seek sensible, compromise solutions, and to take each other's interests into account. All was in vain. The NATO countries did not want to hear us. So in fact, they had completely different plans, and we saw that. The grand patriotic show was an equal message to Russians as well as Moscow's Western adversaries. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky also had a message for its citizens, comparing his country's fight to war on Nazis.
Well, the mood may have been really heavy because of what's happening in Ukraine, but that didn't take away from the splendor of what happened as Russia's military might, very much like our Republic Day, rolled past the Red Square. Images like these played out right outside the Kremlin. Take a look at the defining images from Russia's amazing Victory Day, even as it fights a very damaging war. The big defining image Number one, nuclear missiles and high-tech armaments marched on the streets of Moscow. The thermonuclear RS-24 Yars ballistic missile, which experts believe can carry up to 10 warheads, grabbed center stage as the most visible weapon system at the Victory Day parade. It's an intercontinental weapon. It weighs 49.6 tons, has a range of 12,000 kilometers and cruise up to speeds of 24,500 kilometers per hour. One of the many weapons that was on display today. Russian President Putin shook hands with spectators before the military parade on Victory Day. This marks the 77th anniversary of Russia's victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. Putin's public appearance came at a time when there have been reports suggesting that he's been undergoing treatment for cancer. A smiling Putin shook hands with many of the dignitaries, mostly military personnel, before playing spectator to the Victory Day parade. And of course, this being the Victory Day parade, the Russian military might was on in full display. A Russian self-propelled artillery vehicle called the Muster S was seen rolling down the streets of Moscow as well. This has been one of the most eye-catching weapon systems at this year's parade. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu and Chief of the Russian Land Forces Oleg Salyukov drove Aurus cabriolets during a military parade. This year's parade aims to justify Russia's war in Ukraine, which has gone on longer and cost much more than Moscow expected. But Russia has not spared the regalia, the ritual and the majesty, really, of the traditional Victory Day parade. It had all the bells and whistles and medals that it usually does. Well, the airborne part of the military parade at Moscow's Red Square was cancelled today due to what they say was unfavorable weather. It was intended to involve 77 fixed-wing and rotary-wing aircraft to represent the number of years that have passed since the end of the 1941-45 Great Patriotic War against Nazi Germany. These pictures are from the recent dress rehearsal. So those who had come out in Moscow to watch the flypast had to be disappointed because of bad weather, says the Kremlin. Now, there's been a huge amount of speculation about what President Putin would say today about Ukraine, what he would signal to indicate the future of the war. Well, he defended his invasion of Ukraine in the Victory Day speech at Moscow's Red Square. Putin tied the Ukraine invasion to the Second World War, saying that Russian soldiers were fighting for the same thing their fathers and grandfathers did. The Russian president launched a defense of his war in Ukraine, pivoting from a recognition of Russia's greatest generation to a description of how Ukraine was being armed by the West for an imminent attack on Crimea. Putin suggested that Russia was forced into the war by NATO and pledged to provide aid for the families of soldiers who had died in what the Kremlin is still calling a special operation and not a full-scale war just yet.
Russia has preemptively rebuffed the aggression. It was a forced, timely, and the only right decision. The decision of a sovereign, strong, independent country. Dear comrades, today the rebels of Donbass, together with the Russian army, are fighting on their own soil. You are fighting the homeland for its future, so that no one forgets the lessons of World War II, so that there is no place in the world for executioners, punishers, and Nazis. Russia has always advocated for a system of equal and indivisible security, a system that is vital for the entire world community. Last December, we proposed a treaty on security guarantees. Russia called on the West to engage in honest dialogue, to seek sensible, compromise solutions, and to take each other's interests into account. All was in vain. The NATO countries did not want to hear us. So in fact, they had completely different plans, and we saw that. Preparations are openly underway for another punitive operation in Donbass and an invasion of our historical lands, including Crimea. Kyiv has announced a possible acquisition of nuclear weapons. The NATO bloc began active military development of the territories adjacent to ours. This was an absolutely unacceptable threat systematically created for us and right on our borders.
I want to go across now. We've shown you what happened in Moscow. What was the reaction in Ukraine, the country that 75 days ago was invaded by Russia, a country in which the combat is still being described as President Putin as a special operation, not a full-scale war. Lots of speculation about what President Putin would say today. Let's find out firsthand from inside Ukraine what the reaction has been like. India Today's Rajesh Pawar and Abhishek Bhalla join us live from Kyiv, and who they've been traveling in other parts of Ukraine as well. Rajesh, to you first. What is the sense you're getting? Obviously, the leadership in Ukraine, the people would have been tuning in to see what, Vladimir Putin would have said. He's a man that the Ukrainians describe as a tyrant, a madman. There has been a lot of speculation. He, of course, on expected lines, defended the war in Ukraine, even though they're not even calling it a war just yet. But what has the general reaction been to this Victory Day speech and parade, Rajesh?
Look, Shiv, let me tell you that moment the parade finished in Moscow, within seconds of that, air raid siren in Kyiv went off. We had air raid siren continuously for 4 minutes, within minutes of parade finishing in Moscow. These two things may not be related, but this was the first air raid siren we had in last 2 to 3 days. Now about people watching it here, let me tell you there's a complete blackout on any kind of Russian media outlet, any kind of information which can percolate from Russia into Ukraine. There's a total, complete blackout on that. But having said that, people in the government here, policymakers in Ukraine are watching every word Mr. Putin is saying, and they were expecting some kind of escalation, some kind of declaration of war against Ukraine in today's speech, which did not happen. See, there is a calm in city like Kyiv here and in the areas around it, but it is a calm which can be shattered any moment, because Russia has been continuously targeting railway infrastructure all over Ukraine now, because they are desperate to stop this military the military assistance which is coming from UK, US and from other NATO countries into Ukraine, and they want to stop it at any cost from reaching it to front lines in east of Ukraine, where the Russians and Ukrainians are face to face. So here people are watching Mr. Putin's word with caution, and they are expecting some kind of escalation also in air raids in the west and center of Ukraine, including in cities like Lviv. Shiv.
Abhishek, what is the sense that you've been getting? You've traveled to Odessa, you were in Donbass recently, which is already under Russian control now. There has been a lot of speculation about whether Russia has met its objectives, whether it has course corrected. There was an expectation that, Putin might recraft or reshape, what Russia's victory really looks like in Ukraine. That didn't quite happen. So that suspense is still there over what the next few steps in this war are going to look like.
Shiv, it's very clear that whatever was Russia's military objective, it hasn't gone as per plan. Nobody expected this war to have entered the third month. And first, I'll just give you a sense of what's happening in Kyiv. It was Victory Day in Russia, but here in Kyiv, May 8th is, observed as Remembrance Day. It was a very somber kind of an observance. These hedgehogs that you see were on the street a few days back. But things are getting back to normal, at least in the capital. These hedgehogs have been removed and they are on the footpath. There is, some traffic on the street, some restaurants are opening. So some kind of normalcy, but there is still a lot of apprehension. Just this morning, there was air raid sirens that could be heard. So that's one part of it. You know, Ukraine is believing while the fighting might be restricted to some part of Ukraine, which is the eastern and the southern part, but military airstrikes can take place in other parts of the country. That's the fear. That's number one. Number two is, Shiv, that the fact is that Russia thought that at least by now they would have had the entire Donbas region. I traveled on the Ukrainian side of the Donbas region. Ukrainian forces continue to hold on to some of the key locations, and they are making sure that the supply lines from Kharkiv are open to the Donbas region. And that's the reason why they can hold on to their positions. And they are also now using an offensive posture if and when required. And that's the reason why it seems that this war is going to be a long one, and it could be a sort of a permanent conflict, at least on the eastern and parts of the southern side.
A grinding, painful conflict. That's what it has become. You know, more than just the kinetic attacks which continue to take place, especially where Abhishek and Geeta and Rajesh have been reporting from. But it increasingly is looking like the Russians are here to stay, and it's going to be a protracted operation. Stay with me, Abhishek and Rajesh, because the Russian invasion of Ukraine has just entered its 75th day. Can you believe it? 75 days and counting. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has confirmed that 60 people who were sheltering in a school in Bilohorivka, near the eastern city of Luhansk, were killed when Russian forces bombed it over this weekend. Drone footage being widely circulated by European media has also shown Ukrainian Sukhoi fighters striking Russian facilities, causing serious damage on the famous Snake Island in the Black Sea. The footage filmed evidently from a TB2 drone. The Ukrainian S-300 missile system deployed in one part of the country was also captured to have been destroyed in a Russian Smerch multi-rocket attack. That's in this particular video that's also emerged right now. You can see this S-300 being blown up there in that cluster rocket attack. Meanwhile, Ukraine's military says it has defeated 190 Russian troops, 15 tanks in eastern Ukraine on the 8th of May. The East Operational and Tactical Group of Ukraine reported that 12 infantry vehicles, 12 armored personnel carriers, 1 armored fighting vehicle, 1 MTLB vehicle, 6 heavy artillery tractors, 1 fuel tank and 2 drones were also destroyed over the weekend. And remember that Mariupol, the city in the east where India Today had begun its coverage 75 days ago, has completely fallen to Russian control. There was a last stand by Ukrainians sheltering in the Azovstal steel plant, but that pretty much has been bombarded out of control in Mariupol. Take a look at this ground report.
The Russia-Ukraine war has been going on for over 2.5 months now. Putin's army fired a cruise missile at the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa on Saturday and bombarded the besieged steel mill in Mariupol. Hopeful to complete their conquest of the port city in time for Russian Victory Day celebrations on Monday. Amid raining missiles, shells and bombardments in Ukraine, Russia is marking 77 years of victory over Nazi Germany.
May 9th is a very important day after the surrender of Germany on the 8th of May. But the Soviet Union played a very important role in the defeat of Germany. But the message loud and clear, that's the Soviet banner. And the message this time around is going to be reminding the world, reminding Ukraine that they were part of the Soviet Union. It's uncanny and eerie that as Russia and many parts of Europe will be celebrating or marking the occasion of the end of World War II in Europe, the defeat of Germany, Russia is on the brink of yet another war. Will it lead to World War III is the big question.
Ukraine fears its troops still holed up in the Azovstal plant face massacre after the evacuation of all women, children and the elderly. Ukraine's military flattened Russian positions on a Black Sea island that was captured in the war's first days has now become a symbol of resistance.
This is the last place in Mariupol where Ukrainian forces are still, occupying. So it seems that in days to come, there will be an offensive launched by the Russian side on the Azovstal steel plant to flush out Ukrainian soldiers who are there.
Ukrainian counter-offensive is advancing around the second largest city, Kharkiv, a key target of the Russian shelling. Will the fall of Mariupol, timed with the day of biggest celebrations of Russian war capabilities, mark a decisive phase of the Ukrainian war? With Geeta Mohan in Moscow and Abhishek Bhalla in Kyiv, Bureau Report, India Today.
And India Today is the only channel reporting from Moscow during this Victory Day parade. India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan was right there bringing you these images live, and she joins me now. Geeta, as usual, an amazing parade, but one couldn't help sense, even from this distance away, a kind of heaviness that hung over everything. Even the air display was cancelled because of apparently bad weather. I can't help wondering whether there may have been some other reasons. But Geeta, you were there. It must have been much more palpable to you. A lot of expectation from Putin's speech, providing some indicator of how he was going to reshape what's happening in Ukraine or provide some indicators of the next steps. What's the sense that you got, Geeta?
Well, before I talk about Putin's speech, you spoke about the weather, Shiv. The weather was inclement to the extent that the air projection, the projection of the air might of the Russian armed forces was not visible today because the weather conditions did not allow it. The city of Moscow is still under lockdown in many ways than one, because people are allowed to move, but the entire area around Red Square still barricaded. Nobody's being allowed entry. It's the immortal regiment's march. That's the procession of civilians who have families, relatives who laid down their lives in World War II. Their procession will begin in some time from now. And that's also important. You'll see a lot of them holding photographs and remembering. The idea is to immortalize the sacrifices, not just of the forces, but anyone and everyone who contributed to Soviet Union's victory in the Second World War. Now, coming to Putin's speech, Shiv,
yes.
It was concise. It was not a very long one, but one that spelled out exactly what a determined and, should I say, a defiant Putin had to put to not just the country, but the world. The message is clear. He began with the cities that he named, and that's Kharkiv, the Donbas region, Mariupol. Shiv, that's indicative of what the plans are. That eastern Ukraine beyond Donbas, which he's already declared as two independent republics, Donetsk and Luhansk, or Crimea, the captured territories are not going to go back to Ukraine. Not anytime soon, certainly. De-Ukrainization and Russianization of these territories have already begun, like we reported. But more importantly over here, Putin also said that NATO and the Ukrainian administration talking about how they regret having given up nuclear arms, and the conversation about being armed again is something that's unacceptable. It's a red line. So it is going to be a long drawn conflict. But most importantly over here, while you're capturing territories, you're an invader, you're an aggressor, the idea is to reassert the idea of Soviet Union, that they're all one. And that's why I keep saying this. The flags that you see of Soviet victory flag is not just confined to Moscow or major cities in Russia. All the captured territories have Russian flags beyond Donbas, have Russian flags and the Soviet victory flag. And that is to remain. So he's determined, but there is immense pressure back home because of the economy. How long can he sustain? It's 75 days today since the war began, Shiv. The question is, how long can Russia sustain and absorb the losses or the inflation? There is inflation,
here when it comes to food, basic necessities, about 20%, which is very high, but he's absorbing that at the very basic minimum level. But at the macro level, it is going to start impacting Russia sooner than later.
Geeta, thanks very much for getting us that comprehensive update from Moscow. We're looking forward to your ground reports from there as well. It's been a big day in Russia's capital, but it's a day that won't be forgotten. For the domestic audiences, it needed a pick-me-up, but has it really worked given the number of thousands of soldiers that Russia has already lost in this war so far, the huge damage? How long more can it be extended? Is this going to scale up into a full-scale war is a question that remains unanswered for now, but we will continue to track it. Taking a very quick break. On the other side, a battle of a very different kind in Karnataka, where the loudspeaker battle between Azan and Aarti and Chalisa has spread to Karnataka from Maharashtra. Karnataka has elections coming in less than a year, and polarization has taken all new forms now, courtesy the infamous Sriram Sene.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
متحف المستقبل أول ككتلة هي كتلة غريبة بالنسبة للناس، وبعدين كسر لجمود الكتل الموجودة حوالينا في دبي على أساس أن يكون نوع من الجذب موجود فيها على مستوى العالم وعلى مستوى الدولة. العبارات المقروءة لو كانت نحن قدام تحدي أن تكون العبارات مقروءة مش مجرد عبارات منثورة، فالعبارات المقروءة دائما فيها نوع من التحدي، كيف تشبك هذه العبارات في
watching India.
Amway products? And if you do, then how were you introduced to it? Was it a friend, a co-worker who introduced it to you? You certainly must have not found it on the shelves. Well, this is because their products are primarily distributed through a network of maybe 4 million members in over 100 countries. The beauty and wellness products company, Amway, is now under fire by the Enforcement Directorate for running a pyramid scheme. ED has also added that Amway's purpose is not to sell its exorbitantly priced products, but instead to induce the public to sign up as members of its get-rich schemes. And this led to ED attaching assets of Amway India Enterprises Private Limited worth over 757.7 crores following a money laundering probe under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the PMLA. Is Amway a pyramid scheme? Well, pyramid schemes might look like they are built around legitimate products, but the goal really is usually just to get as many people enrolled as possible. The scheme participants go to extreme lengths to recruit new members, taking persistence and pressure to uncomfortable levels. The point of the scheme is really never about selling the products. It's simply about enrolling an increasing number of people, all of whom are required to buy products. They make money based on recruiting an ever-increasing number of investors. The initial promoters recruit investors who in turn recruit more investors, and so on goes the cycle. The scheme is called a pyramid scheme because at each level, the number of investors only increases. Many people have alleged that Amway runs a similar program that only benefits a select few people at the top. And now with the ED action, it seems there's more credence to these allegations. Amway's response? Amway has said that the Enforcement Directorate's action is regarding an investigation that dates back to 2011, and since then the company has been cooperating with the agency. The company's spokesperson has also added that Amway has a rich history of maintaining the highest levels of probity, integrity, corporate governance, and consumer protection, which are much ahead of time in the interest of the consumers at large.
Now, if you've been watching the news for the last few weeks, you've no doubt been subjected to this very high decibel Azan versus Aarti versus Hanuman Chalisa, political fight that was confined mostly to Maharashtra. We saw some of it in Uttar Pradesh, and now it has traveled down to Karnataka, where the notorious Shriram Sene and its leader, Pramod Mutalik, have been blaring the Hanuman Chalisa to make a point about the Bommai government's inaction on the Azan issue. Take a look at this report and then we debate.
The loudspeaker Nataka spreading. Saffron groups now blaring Aarti, Bhajan and Hanuman Chalisa from several Karnataka temples. Choosing early hours for their drive. Emulating MNS Chief Raj Thakre's Hanuman Chalisa drive outside mosques. Playing Azan on loudspeaker. As a counter to mosques who defy sound limits imposed by courts. Loud Suprabhat or the morning Aarti played out from temples in Bengaluru, Mysuru, Kalaburgi, Dharwad, Vijaypura and Chikmagaluru as early as 5 a.m. on Monday. Sri Ramasena's Pramod Mutalik is at the forefront of the anti-loudspeaker drive, warning Chief Minister Bommai's BJP government against what they call inaction against mosques using loudspeakers for noisy azan.
Supreme Court in a ullangane contempt anna so now High Court nalle haagteve. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಂಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೇವೆ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಸಮಾಜವು ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೊಕ್ಕು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಠ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಜಾನ್, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನರಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ನೀವೇ ಶಾಂತ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಳಿಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ.
While the opposition claimed a deliberate plan to create disharmony, a delegation of Muslim leaders and lawmakers met CM Bommai.
हिंदू समाज ने यह आग्रह नहीं पकड़ा है कि नहीं आप मस्जिदों से उतार दो और हम मंदिरों पर लगा करके रखेंगे, लेकिन यदि मस्जिदों से नहीं उतारे जाएंगे और वहां पर कानून का पालन यदि नहीं होगा या सर्वोच्च न्यायालय तथा उच्च न्यायालय के आदेश का पालन नहीं होगा तो निश्चित है हिंदू इसका विरोध कैसे करें. तो इसलिए हिंदू जो ये इसके विरोध में जो भूमिका ले रहा है कि फिर हम मंदिरों से भी ये भूमिका करेंगे कि वहां पर भी लाउड स्पीकर होना चाहिए, तो ये भूमिका मात्र एक निषेध, एक प्रतीक के रूप में है.
The state government has assured that it will strictly go by the law in dealing with loudspeaker issue.
ಈಗ ಅಜಾನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ಆದೇಶ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸೌಹಾರ್ದತೆಯಿಂದ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆದೇಶಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟುನಿಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಆದೇಶವನ್ನು ಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
Will the Azan versus Aarti face-off end up polarizing Karnataka? With Nolan Pinto in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, on India Today, we call it like it is. We don't take either side. We report what's happening on the ground. We call out any nonsense that we see. We ask the big questions, but we also bring in the newsmakers and give you the context of where this news is actually breaking. Remember, viewer, that Karnataka goes into assembly elections less than a year from now, and it's a state which has over the last few weeks seen an unending spate of polarization stories, all of them communally charged. It depends on your perspective on who you think has been fanning the flames, whether it's both sides, whether it's one side, hijab, halal, Muslim traders, what have you. And now the loudspeaker debate has descended there, courtesy the Sri Ram Sene. Pramod Mutalik, the rabble-rousing chief of the Sri Ram Sene, agreed to be with me on my show to take a few questions. Mutalik ji, thank you for speaking to India Today. Ye jo aapne, also Aishwarya Mahadev of the Congress has kindly agreed to be with us on this brief discussion. Mutalik ji, what exactly are you planning to do with this early morning temple aarti? And why have you done this? Can you tell us? We've seen it happen in Maharashtra. Ab ye Karnataka mein bhi aapne shuru kiya hai. Kyun?
6 महीने से जो मस्जिद पर अजान होता है उसके खिलाफ, आवाज़ के खिलाफ हमने कंप्लेंट किया, मेमोरेंडम दिया तहसीलदार और साउंड पोल्यूशन ऑफिसर और डीसी को, लेकिन इन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया, कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया. अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का उल्लंघन हो रहा है. सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने क्लियरली कहा है रात 10 बजे से सुबह 6 बजे कोई साउंड, कोई साउंड नहीं लगाना, ऐसा ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है. लेकिन अजान सुबह 5 बजे ही वो करते हैं, तो 5 बजे ये तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का उल्लंघन है, ऑर्डर का उल्लंघन है. तो इसके खिलाफ और नमाज जो और जो अजान जो करते हैं 4 बजे 4 बार, उसका भी साउंड पोल्यूशन हो रहा है. तो इसके बारे में खिलाफ हमने आंदोलन छेड़ा है. आज सुबह कर्नाटक स्टेट में लगभग 1000 से ज़्यादा मंदिरों पर हमने माइक लगाकर हनुमान चालीसा, ओंकार, भजन और भक्ति गीत लगाए थे। मैंने कर्नाटक के मैसूर में ही अटेंड किया। सुबह 5 बजे एक मंदिर में हमने भजन करके एक प्रतिक्रिया प्रतिबंध अपोज किया कि सरकार ने एक्शन लेना चाहिए और मुसलमान जो समाज है उनको भी हमने कहा है कि आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं, पालन करना चाहिए, ऐसा उनको भी कहा है।
Aishwarya, you've just heard, Pramod Mutalik. I don't know if you want to engage directly with him or you want to take on what he and his outfit have said. But what would you say to this? The fact is, we've seen loudspeaker politics play out in another state, Maharashtra, and now it's come into, Karnataka. The Chief Minister of Karnataka has also sort of waded into this entire controversy. With elections coming up in less than a year, Aishwarya, this is the kind of issue that will, gain traction.
Good evening, Chief, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
So I think first and foremost, the status quo as it stands is that there's a Supreme Court judgment that talks about decibel levels, not only for mosques, but all places of worship and places that do play music or any sort of noise beyond a certain limit, right? And as of now, every state government, including my own, they're supposed to obviously ensure that it is implemented. When the first time the Azan Row came up, the government issued notices not only to mosques, but also other religious places of worship and other places as well, including temples, and that is well established. It was also spoken about on your show, and I was on it during then. So the solution now for Mr. Mutalik seems to be one, that at 5 in the morning, while somebody else is playing azan, that he also violates the Supreme Court order and blares music, much to the discomfort of everybody around him. One, that's a great precedent to set, sir. And second is, I must appreciate him for obviously raking up and pulling up the ineffective Bommai government in not being able to implement what is the Supreme Court order. But the larger fallout from this is that this us versus them or religion versus religion, and the manner in which you speak about how a community, the manner in which that they're going about with nothing being done and trying to use that for your communal gains is extremely unfortunate. This is a situation of the Bommai government being unable or unwilling to implement the law for their own benefit, because they would like to play this out, because the communal agenda is all that they have for 2023. And Mr. Mutalik, unfortunately, is one of the pawns of that idea and will continue to do so, while even though the government will not stick up for him or protect any of these so-called interests that he and his fringe group has. Okay,
interesting. No, you've made a couple of very interesting points, Aishwarya. One, you've said that, that Pramod Mutalik and you are on the same page in terms of calling out the Bommai government's ineffectiveness on the Supreme Court order. But the short point you're saying is that this is not about legalities, it's not about compliance with the law, it's about communal polarization. And, Pramod Mutalik is an individual who's been known to have, a very militant brand of politics that has landed him in the headlines for very, very unsavory reasons in the past as well. Mutalik ji, ये sudden need क्या था to do this Aarti and Hanuman Chalisa on the loudspeaker? Were you inspired by what you saw in Maharashtra? इसलिए आपने किया ये सब अभी?
संविधान के आधार पर हमारे जो देश चल रहा है, ये कुरान के आधार पर नहीं, शरिया के आधार पर नहीं है। तो जो अजान के आवाज से विद्यार्थियों पर और रोगियों पर और सरकारी जो ऑफिस रहते हैं, लेकिन आपने भी किया सर, ऊपर भी बहुत गलत हो रहा है। तो इनको जो गलत होने के बाद आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो ऑर्डर उल्लंघन करने के खिलाफ हमने आंदोलन छेड़ा है, आज का यशस्वी हो गया है। ये आंदोलन निरंतर चलेगा, सरकार एक्शन लेना चाहिए और मुसलमान समाज इसको साउंड बंद करना चाहिए, ऐसा हमारा मांग है।
Aishwarya, you said that the agenda here is, not about the Supreme Court, it is about a communal agenda. This latest Aarti versus Azan, flare-up, courtesy the Sri Ram Sene, is only the latest. I mean, Karnataka since early February has had one communal flare-up or issue after the other. You know, we're practically calling it polarization Nataka here on India Today, and that doesn't seem to be a stretch at all.
You know, Shiv, before I answer that, Mr. Mutalik said, there are students that are sleeping, there are people who are unwell, and the azan disturbs them. So his response was to blare music again at the same time and disturb more people. The logic seems very sound. But, Shiv, Karnataka is a place of experimentation. This is a test tube to see what is going to work, because in terms of development, the Karnataka BJP government has completely failed. You've seen one more suicide note that has come out about commissions. You've seen more ministers being embroiled in the corruption scandal. You see Mr. Amit Shah trying to come here and fix the situation. But the only thing that they are going to have when they go to polls in 2023 is this us versus them narrative. Mr. Mutalik so boldly would like to say this loudspeaker issue pertains only to one religion, while he knows for a fact that the Supreme Court order is completely different. Even Mr. Bommai has been far more prudent in the manner in which he speaks. But the fact remains that for them, they're going to make it an us versus them. They are going to make it that the Hindu versus Muslim. They are going to make it communal, because they're going to go on emotive issues to try and obviously blindside people from the actual fact that Karnataka is failing, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's giving transparent and accountable government, or whether ensuring development. And Karnataka is failing in all those metrics. You're mired in corruption day in and day out, and you have nothing else, and this is their experiment. They hope 2023 is obviously going the UP way. It's going to be mandir or masjid for them. But the Congress and the other responsible citizenry of the state is not going to allow that. You've seen the criticism after the azan, halal, the hijab and everything that has happened. We're not going to fall for what the BJP is trying to sell. And Mr. Pramod Mutalik, if he wanted to be such a concerned citizen, would probably ask the Bommai government to implement the rules, as opposed to waking up people at godforsaken hours in the morning in order to counter somebody else's loudspeaker violation.
No, I agree that blaring music as a response to that is a bizarre way of demonstrating opposition to the non-compliance of the Supreme Court order. But Mutalik ji, what Aishwarya has said, how would you respond to that? क्या जवाब देंगे आप? क्योंकि opposition parties का कहना है कि ये जो आप कर रहे हैं वो सिर्फ communal agenda के लिए कर रहे हैं, और ये एक ploy है to disturb the law and order situation in Karnataka. In the past, or the past में भी जो आपने स्टेटमेंट्स दिए हैं, जो आपने आपके संगठन ने काम किया है ग्राउंड पर मंगलुरु में, काफी it has become a law and order situation. It has made you infamous. How would you respond to that this is a communal agenda?
कर्नाटक में हमारे जो आंदोलन है, ये किसी के पार्टी के लाभ के लिए और किसी के पार्टी के विरोध के लिए नहीं है। हमारी जो मांग है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर पालन करना चाहिए। तो इसका खिलाफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर 15 वर्ष हो गया। 15 वर्ष से ही सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं। हमारी मांग जो है क्लियर है, अजान के विरुद्ध नहीं है, हम प्रार्थना के विरुद्ध नहीं है और भजन के विरुद्ध नहीं है। जो आवाज है, ये साउंड पोल्यूशन जो हो रहा है, इसके खिलाफ है। तो मैं कहता हूं, ये मानसिकता जो है मुसलमानों का, इस्लाम का मानसिकता जो है, कानून कायदा हमारे बस में नहीं। हम पालन करने वाले कुरान पालन करते हैं, हम शरिया पालन करते हैं। यहाँ के संविधान, यहाँ के कानून हमें नहीं मालूम नहीं। हम तोड़कर अजान का आवाज करेंगे, ऐसा जो ये मानसिकता है, ये गलत है। इसलिए हमारा आंदोलन जो है, ये मानसिकता तोड़ने के लिए, ये मानसिकता हिलाने के लिए हमारा आंदोलन है। ये मानसिकता हिंदू समाज और हिंदुस्तान को असुरक्षित है, डेंजर है। इसीलिए हमने ये अजान के खिलाफ सुबह 5 बजे भजन,
वो भी तो कानून का उल्लंघन है मुतालिक जी, जो आपने किया है।
हमने एक तरफ सरकार को मांग कर रहे हैं, सरकार के खिलाफ आंदोलन है। सरकार ये इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर जो है इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहिए। ये नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये डर रहे हैं। और मुसलमान का इस्लाम का जो मानसिकता है, ये इनको सबक सिखाने के लिए ये हमारा आंदोलन है. ऐसा
Pramod Mutalik, Aishwarya, thank you very much for joining us. But I'll tell you where we stand on this. The fact is, the Azan loudspeakers have broken the Supreme Court order. So has the Shri Ram Sene this morning. It has also broken the Supreme Court order. Pramod Mutalik may say that he was trying to make a point about the ineffectiveness of the government. That may be the case, but you cannot do that by breaking the law yourself. The politics is going to continue, and I can guarantee you it's going to get worse as we get closer to the Karnataka elections. We here on India Today will illuminate it with all the power at our disposal. Coming up next, more polarization and divisions after a high-voltage drama that took place in perhaps one of the most famous localities of Delhi, Shaheen Bagh. It used to be the epicenter of the anti-CAA protest, and now the bulldozers rolled in. But did they actually do anything? Pooja is on site, and she's going to get you more.
US electric car pioneer Tesla is known for its autopilot cars and space missions. With the goal of achieving net zero energy, Elon Musk has launched Gigafactory. In this video, we'll tell you all you need to know about tech giant Tesla's Elon Musk. Voted Time Magazine's Personality of the Year in 2021, Elon Musk has blazed a trail of the American hero that has provoked both admiration and criticism. Born in South Africa in 1971, then neutralized American, he left for Canada at the age of 17 and then got a scholarship to study economics and physics in Philadelphia. Super bright, he never finished his doctorate, but instead in 1995 set out for Silicon Valley to create the startup Zip2, an electronic directory. The young entrepreneur earned his first million before the age of 30 when he sold the startup. He went on to create X.com, which merged with PayPal, the secure online payment company which was bought by eBay for $1.5 billion in 2002. The same year, Musk pursued his dream of conquering space and created the space exploration company SpaceX. Since then, Musk has had a string of successes, from NASA's next moon landing probe to the first orbital mission in history without a professional astronaut on board. His goal is to build an autonomous city on Mars. He also wants to revolutionize the automobile market by producing electric cars at an affordable price. Since 2008, when Musk took over as CEO, Tesla has dominated the electric vehicle market. With a fortune estimated by Forbes to be more than $260 billion, he is one of the richest people in the world and uses Twitter to reach out to his millions of followers. He has Asperger's syndrome, a form of autism, and is interested in artificial intelligence and neurotechnology. He founded Neuralink, a company that designs brain-machine interfaces to connect humans and computers. He also founded the Boring Company, which is developing a system for transporting passengers aboard Tesla cars in underground tunnels. Of Musk's 8 children, 1 has died, and among the others, there is a son called X and a daughter named Y.
A man set his EV scooter on fire. He was quite outraged at Ola for first giving a faulty scooter and then not responding to his concerns. He had already gotten the scooter serviced by Ola 3 times before.
See, I have mailed you the time. It is almost 11 o'clock in the morning, 10:30 in the morning.
In another instance, a man tied his Ola scooter to a donkey and paraded it around town. In fact, Sachin Gittetu did the same.
सप्टेंबर महिन्यामध्ये ओला कंपनीची गाडी बुक केली होती जी मला 24 मार्चला मिळाली आणि 24 मार्च नंतर लगेच 8 मार्चला गाडी बंद पडली. मी कंपनीला 9 मार्चला मेल केला की गाडी बंद झालेली आहे.
After these incidents, Ola has now recalled its 1441 e-scooters to be inspected by its engineers and conduct diagnosis on its batteries. So what's happening with these Ola scooters? The Ola electronic scooters offered a smart vehicle control unit, an octa-core processor, 3 GB of RAM, as well as high-speed connectivity through 4G, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth and a 7-inch touchscreen. But what the customers got in return was faulty scooters, bad customer service and physical injuries. The reasons for the mishap. The battery management system has been flagged off as a major cause of concern for electronic vehicles, broadly for 3 reasons: manufacturing defects, external damage, or a fault in the battery management system, which has now come to light. The BMS works as an oversight to the batteries. It monitors and regulates the charging, discharging and temperature of these batteries. It also ensures safety risks are eliminated by keeping the voltage in check. As India is now moving towards adopting electronic vehicles, there's a need now to resolve the recurring issues. Ola's response to this? Well, Ola, for the largest part, has evaded responsibility, calling it an isolated incident. In fact, Ola has blamed one of the accidents on the speed of the vehicle and completely put the blame on the rider altogether. The government's response on this? Well, the union government has now noted concerns with electronic vehicles. In fact, Niti Aayog released a draft battery swapping policy for electronic vehicles and suggested incentives as well as rigorous testing protocols for swappable batteries.
We need to have a testing system by which we need to test the battery and sell. With the appropriate test, then we can certify. And now my request to all manufacturers that by using these sales, they should be cautious. Otherwise, our purpose will be forfeited.
Presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by HP Pavilion. Power to do it all. In association with LIC. हर पल आपके साथ. The new Volkswagen Virtus.
Bulldozer bug, Shaheen chaos. MCD, the most confused department. Where did the bulldozers disappear? CAA epicenter, new bulldozer target.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime with me, Pooja Shali, and today our ground telecast comes from the Shaheen Bagh, which was once an epicenter of the anti-CAA protest. Today saw a demolition that did not happen. It was a tense morning and an afternoon. There was anger, fury, Aam Aadmi Party MLA charging at the bulldozer at the MCD, and eventually it was the supporters of the AAP and the locals of Shaheen Bagh who emerged victorious because the MCD and their bulldozer just vanished in thin air without demolishing any big construction. We'll get you the latest on that, what exactly happened in Shaheen Bagh. Take a look at that as I show you the biggest and most important intersection from Delhi-Noida border. Shaheen Bagh today was in the news through the day, and why? But first, the headlines. Let's begin. The Supreme Court refuses to interfere in Shaheen Bagh demolition drive, snubs the petitioners, says do not make court a platform for politics. After Maharashtra, the loudspeaker controversy hits Karnataka. Loudspeakers blare Hanuman Chalisa to counter the Azan. Shri Ram Sene activists up the ante. Slams Chief Minister Bomai for inaction. Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana camp in Delhi today, seek to meet Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah over the sedition charge. The Agadi government files a plea to cancel their bail. The centre tells the apex court it will reconsider and re-examine provisions of the sedition law. This after it defended the colonial law in an earlier case. Let's bring you some international news. Amid the war in Ukraine, Russia celebrates its Victory Day. Mega military might on display. Putin defends the invasion, says it is a timely response to Western policies. Big news from Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa has resigned. The Lankan authorities impose a nationwide curfew. Army troops are being deployed in Colombo after pro-government groups attacked the protesters. High voltage drama in Shaheen Bagh today, which is on the Delhi-Noida border. What happened? MCD Bulldozer arrived set to launch an anti-encroachment drive to pull down any construction that was illegal or unauthorized. In turn, all they had was this one scaffolding, this one iron pillar that was set here on this building. That was also removed by the owners themselves, and then the bulldozer vanished and disappeared to perhaps other locations nearby. But by then, it was a big face-off. Bulldozer becoming the face-off reason between the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government and the BJP-led Municipal Corporation of Delhi. Take a look at what happened today in the Shaheen Bagh area.
A new showdown in the national capital. This time, the hulking JCB rumbled through what was once the epicenter of anti-CAA protests.
After a 2.5 hours hula baloo, the only structure that came down was the iron rods that were put over here for the renovation work. Interestingly, this also wasn't a job of the bulldozer, but the locals who agreed to themselves removed these construction work that was put outside this factory outlet. The bulldozer, the moment after that, took a U-turn and left Shaheen Bagh.
Traffic blocked, riot police ringed around. Authorities called it a routine anti-encroachment drive.
बुलडोजर लौटा नहीं है, ना बुलडोजर रुका है. जो लोग आज उन्होंने गलती मानी, जो लोगों ने माना है कि हमसे गलती हुई है और हम दोबारा से जो अतिक्रमण बचा है उसको हटाने का काम करेंगे. अगर वो नहीं हटाएंगे तो पूरा रोड साइड जितना अतिक्रमण है या अंदर कॉलोनी में अतिक्रमण है उस सबको हम खाली कराने का काम करेंगे.
The excavator's long arm, however, knocked down nothing. Residents themselves removed a frame of beams jutting out of a building under construction. But the bulldozer at Shaheen Bagh did build up a major face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP.
मैं 3 दिन पहले आया था. मैंने खुद आह्वान किया लोगों से. लोगों ने इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा लिया. अब ये मुझे बता दें इंक्रोचमेंट है कहाँ? अगर इंक्रोचमेंट है मैं खुद तोड़वा लूंगा. मैंने खुद तोड़वाया है. ये पीडब्ल्यूडी का रोड है. अगर ये गलत करेंगे तो लोग तो आएंगे ना. मुझे मेरे से बात करें एमसीडी के लोग. यहाँ लोकल पुलिस भी है. आए वो.
Shaheen Bagh grabbed international headlines in December 2019 after hundreds of demonstrators, mostly women, occupied one of its bustling streets to protest the Citizenship Amendment Act. The 3-month demonstration ended after the pandemic lockdown set in. Local residents in the Muslim-dominated neighborhood alleged vendetta behind the bulldozer action.
बुलडोजर ड्राइव है. बुलडोजर ड्राइव पार्टिकुलरली एक कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ भाजपा सरकार दिमाग पे बुलडोजर चलाना चाह रही है. हमारे घरों पे, मस्जिदों पे नहीं बल्कि दिमाग पे।
जब पार्लियामेंट ने इतना बड़ा फैसला ले लिया गया है कि दिल्ली में अवैध निर्माण हजारों की तादाद में है, उसके लिए एक बड़ा निर्णय लेगी पार्लियामेंट, लेकिन उस पार्लियामेंट की धज्जियां उड़ाई गई। जहांगीरपुरी में बुलडोजर चलाया गया, यूपी में, गुजरात में, एमपी में, उसके बाद इन प्रक्रियाओं को इतना नॉर्मल बना रहे हैं कि लोग इसे आम तरह से लेने लगे।
The drive in the South Delhi neighborhood came in the wake of bulldozers plowing into several structures at Jahangirpuri in northwest Delhi 2 weeks ago, ostensibly as a part of an anti-encroachment measure that followed communal clashes in that area. The political rhetoric remains the same.
जो लोग अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, आतंक फैलाने वाले लोगों का अतिक्रमण बचाने के लिए जो बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, जनता भी उनको लेटाने वाली है.
An earth mover or a dog whistle in an increasingly surcharged political climate.
Designed to remove illegal constructions, the bulldozer, however, today has been branded a political tool, leading to a face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government and the BJP-led municipal corporation. But with no big construction demolished today in Shaheen Bagh, was it a warning against those who may take law and order into their own hand, or was it a sheer political messaging in Delhi? With Himanshu, Pooja Shali for India Today. So exactly like the Jahangirpuri demolition drive, the Shaheen Bagh demolition drive also reached the apex court. But the Supreme Court has noted and mentioned some very important points. Let's begin one by one of what the Supreme Court said today. Now, the Supreme Court on Shaheen Bagh demolition said, and I quote the court here, petition has not been filed by those affected. They are not affected parties. Therefore, don't make it a platform for politics at the court. The court is not going to interfere with the demolition drive in Shaheen Bagh or elsewhere. And the demolition, however, should be according to law. There needs to be a proper law followed, which means one of the conditions now set by the court is for all these corporations to issue a notice before the demolition drive is carried out. In some cases, if there was not a notice given, it had to now, therefore, be given this time. So what exactly happened in Shaheen Bagh today morning and afternoon? Right now, as you see, the traffic is plying. There are people on the road. But just about few hours ago when I was here, there were curious, angry, furious onlookers. There was Aam Aadmi Party MLA with his supporters. There was a bulldozer and MCD officials. There was the CRPF and the Delhi police. Take a look now at the timeline of what exactly took place here in this area. A demolition drive of the epicenter that it was once of the anti-CAA protests.
The demolition drive in Shaheen Bagh began early on Monday. At 10 a.m., additional police and CRPF were deployed to keep troublemongers at bay. At 11 a.m., bulldozers started rolling in for the first escalation.
शाहीन बाग में आम लोग सड़कों पर निकले हैं, दुकानों में जहां पर जो मौजूद है, हर कोई विरोध में आकर खड़ा हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। लेकिन इन सब के बीच एमसीडी का ये बुलडोजर आगे बढ़ता हुआ आप देख रहे हैं। इस वक्त विरोध जबरदस्त है और उसकी कहानी आपने देखी कि कैसे बुलडोजर के भी सामने इस तरह से लोगों का गुस्सा दिख रहा था। अब आपको जल्दी से दिखा देते हैं, ये जो महिलाएं थी जिन्होंने अपोज किया था, जो इसके विरोध में थी, उन्हें लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस गाड़ी में जा रही है।
At 11:30 a.m., the drive started amid opposition by locals. Many staged sit-down protests, while others climbed onto the bulldozers.
आप बताइए क्या बोलिएगा? यहाँ बुलडोजर शाहीन बाग में इंक्रोचमेंट हटाना है, बट हमें नहीं लगता कि इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने के लिए इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने के लिए
कि हिंदुस्तान में मुस्लिम वर्ग जो है वो सेकंड लार्जेस्ट पॉपुलेशन है। हम किसी भी तरीके से डरेंगे नहीं।
The drive was stalled till noon when AAP MLA Amanatullah Khan arrived and met locals. At 12:10, amid sloganeering, the MCD officials noted illegal construction and resumed the demolition drive.
Take a look at that. Ashok, show to our viewers of how finally the bulldozer is starting to demolish the first structure. This is under, of course, the orders and the plan of the MCD. Now, according to the MCD, this had been in the plan. It is not immediate. It is not a coincidence. The anti-encroachment drive was being planned for the past few days. But because of looking at law and order situation and whether they had enough deployment as well, they were not yet sure. But right now, they have decided to go ahead with it.
At 1:30 p.m., the MCD bulldozer moved on to other areas without demolishing any big buildings. By 2:30, in a major blow to Netas opposing demolition drive, the Supreme Court refused to interfere with the Shaheen Bagh drive.
Now claiming that they won.
With AAP and BJP ensued in a massive face-off over demolition drives in Delhi, this doesn't seem like an end to the whole episode. With Pooja Shali in Shaheen Bagh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, it is important to add here that the demolition drive is not over with. There is a proper schedule of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. And let's take a look. Where is the next demolition expected to take place by the Municipal Corporation of Delhi? Tomorrow, it is going to be the posh New Friends Colony area and the areas around it that are illegal and unauthorized that will be pulled down by the bulldozers of the MCD. The day after, another posh area, Meherchand Market, which is Lodi Road, and near the Khan Market area, the Lodi Colony, if there are any illegal unauthorized areas, they will be demolished on 11th May. On 12th May, near the ISKCON Temple Road, where there is a lot of clusters, there is a lot of traffic, mainly because of the encroachments on the road. In the Amar Colony, 12th May, MCD is set to roll the bulldozers. And again, they will return to nearby areas of Kalindi Kunj, which is close to Shaheen Bagh, on 13th of May. So it is a full-fledged plan of the Delhi Municipal Corporation to ensure that any illegal unauthorized constructions will be done away with. So now let's have some question and answers and a discussion on what exactly happened today at the Shaheen Bagh. I'm joined both by the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party today. From the BJP, spokesperson Nupur Sharma is joining me, while from the Aam Aadmi Party, Captain Shalini Singh. Let's begin with you, Nupur, because it is a BJP-led Municipal Corporation of Delhi. What was the MCD thinking today, Nupur? It was such an important day. It was an anti-encroachment drive to set out a strong message. And yet, the bulldozer comes amid a maximum as possible Delhi police force, demolishes nothing, maximum an iron pillar, and then vanishes into thin air.
Good evening, Pooja, to you, to the co-panelists, and also to your viewers. No, untrue. I don't think you paid attention to what the Commissioner said in his press conference. He announced that the deep demolition drive will continue. Rather, the rightful question is, for all those who are saying there is no encroachment, for example, the MLA from the Aam Aadmi Party, pray tell us, if there was no encroachment, what were you protesting against? What was this drama all about? Lying on the roads right in front of the bulldozer that let the bulldozer pass through us before it reaches the illegal encroachment? This is not how you can stall the law, and this is precisely why there is a case which has been registered against people like Mr. Amanatullah Khan, because he was perhaps leading a mob which was, hell-bent on ensuring that we are not going to allow this to happen. Now, interestingly, thankfully, the Honorable Supreme Court, much like last time...
Nupur, as we are speaking about it, I will just interrupt you there. I'm getting a big update from our reporters. There's a breaking coming in, and it's similar to what you're saying. Let's take a look at that. The South Delhi Municipal Mayor has now filed a complaint against Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan and his supporters who were here in Shaheen Bagh while the demolition drive was on for interfering in today's demolition and anti-encroachment drive that was being carried out by the SDMC officials in Shaheen Bagh. This complaint has been filed at the Shaheen Bagh police station. Remember, this is definitely escalating now, and the BJP is definitely going to ensure, as Nupur Sharma from the BJP also mentioned it here. So let's take that question to Captain Shalini Singh. Captain, while the demolition drive was taking place, Amanatullah Khan arrives very strong, very defiant, with his supporters cheering and sloganeering. I was here, I spoke to him, and he categorically told me that he's here to stop the drive. Eventually, nothing was demolished, and he was victorious as it appeared. But should an MLA be landing up like that, for which is basically a clear anti-encroachment drive? Shalini.
But see, we are very glad that finally MCD woke up, the BJP-led MCD woke up that there is encroachment all over Delhi and going from Jahangirpuri to Shaheen Bagh, and then in past 15 years they did not realize that there is encroachment and they should do it. And suddenly, when there is only a week left for their tenure of MCD to get over, they suddenly go with this bulldozer rampage drive everywhere. And now the question coming is that Amanatullah Khan went there, he is MLA of that area, and he was standing with the people of that area, because something which is not done in a planned way, something which is not done in the manner which it is supposed to be done, these things are only done by BJP to settle a political vendetta. They are just trying to create differences, religious differences, or communal
Shalini, that if there are illegal constructions that need to be demolished,
definitely they should do it. I'm not saying that they should not do illegal, they should not remove encroachments, but why suddenly now, why not in past 15 years? And now my very important question to BJP and MCD mayors and councillors is that when the encroachment was being done, where were they? Why in the first place this encroachment happened? So they took some money, they took some bribe, or whatever corruption was there. That is why this encroachment existed, and now suddenly they realize that
Nupur, that's a very strong charge, saying not only is this a vendetta by the BJP, if there were encroachments all these years, it is the money that was taken by the MCD, that is led by the BJP. Your netas were taking money. Nupur.
Pooja, I would consider her questions and charges strong if they were actually founded, backed with any kind of research and information. First and foremost, you asked the question, what was MCD doing for 15 years? Well, madam, what was the Aam Aadmi Party doing when the MCD went and shut down expensive shops in posh areas like Defence Colony A Block Market? Do you remember? This happened in December 2017.
So suddenly, why suddenly you guys are targeting?
I did not interrupt
so
her.
it is a debate. No, you did not interrupt. I also did not.
Shalini, let's hear. Shalini, let's hear Nupur. I'll come back to you. I'll give you time.
Sure.
Yes, it's a debate. It's not a shouting match. Please.
Okay, please go ahead.
Please. What were you doing? Living under a rock? Perhaps you don't even remember that many posh areas, including those which do not come under MCD, for example, Khan Market, their shops were sealed, including in Defence Colony, including in Meherchand Market, including in Lodi Colony Market. Perhaps you've forgotten. There were no elections around that time. So your lip service today, 1 week to go. Well, I'll tell you what, since January 2022 itself, 40 plus demolition drives have happened. You perhaps are looking for religion in these only in the past 2 demolition drives because the tenure is about to get over. Notwithstanding that the delimitation bill is already pending, God knows when the MCD elections will happen in the future. But you certainly are looking for religion. Why? Because you landed up today. And before you ask what are the MCD BJP councillors are doing, I want to educate you. In the instant case in Shaheen Bagh, the councillor is from Aam Aadmi Party. I can also ask you, what were the MCD councillors from the Aam Aadmi Party doing for the past 5 years? What were they doing when Shalini, many demolition drives happened in the past?
You respond to that? Yes. Because it's important to understand here, unlike in Jahangirpuri where the demolition drive did take place as it was supposed to be, there was no MLA MP landing up right there to stop the work. Amanatullah Khan was here, and he was here with his supporters.
See, why would Amanatullah Khan will not be there? First, my question is that why he being there is being opposed. He is standing there with his people, with the local people. Why will he not stand? The people who He is the area MLA. So now BJP is having a problem why Amanatullah Khan went. If he will not go, then they will say nobody from Aam Aadmi Party went. So now this is their politics that they are best doing at. So they are just creating lot of nuisance in this city, in this country by this, all the things which they are just doing. They only knows, God knows what their plan is, what since 2014 their government is there. Now from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, wherever they are creating nonsense. Wherever they are not, they are creating nuisance there also. They are not doing anything. They're just not doing anything. She was educating me and she's saying, okay, our counselor is there. So wherever is your encroachment, have you followed a proper process? Have you given notices? If you remember what they did in Jahangirpuri, there was no notice, no prior intimation. So the same thing they have done today. So I think Bulldozer should be declared the national vehicle by BJP till the time they are in center, and they should start moving. Each and every BJP leader should start moving in Bulldozer, because they don't plan that what encroachment they have to remove. They just get up one morning and okay, today we will.
Here's my question. You respond. Nupur, you respond, but I have a question. Shalini, let her respond. But my question is this. Today, when at Shaheen Bagh, there's this massive police force, there's media presence, and when a bulldozer arrives, unlike Jahangirpuri, goes away without demolishing anything, it does gives benefit of doubt to an Amanatullah Khan who can say, I told you there was nothing illegal, even if there is an illegal, unauthorized constructions in the area. Now that boost has gone to the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, untrue, Pooja. If that was the case, the commissioner at his 3 p.m. press conference wouldn't have announced that there's going to be a deep encroachment demolition drive and the case registered against the instant MLA. But I'm glad about one thing, that the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson today has accepted that an Aam Aadmi Party MLA, namely Amanatullah Khan, is the leader of people who indulge in illegal activities, because we are debating...
No, sorry, madam, sorry.
You know, Pooja, I did not heckle her.
So,
you can't speak just Pooja, you have to allow me, otherwise I'm not going to allow her to debate.
Let's hear what Shalini... Okay.
No, allow me to finish. Allow me to finish, Pooja. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. Otherwise, I will not allow her to debate at all after this.
Let's give Nupur 30 seconds.
I will not allow her to speak after this. I promise you this much.
Okay.
No. I'm sorry, this is not the way to debate. She's known facts.
You get 30
she has
seconds.
Zero knowledge of
please
law.
Respond.
And
please
I will have to now educate her further. She is debating on the MCD without ever having read what the Delhi Municipal Corporation Act 1957 says. Madam, I urge you, read section 323, sub-provision A and sub-provision B. आपकी पूरी जिंदगी उजागर हो जाएगी आज ही आज में. What did you argue? Without notice, how can you demolish encroachment? Well, that section itself allows the commissioner to demolish without notice. You know, next time, Pooja, I hope you'll call a senior person who will know what he or she is debating on. No, seriously, then you read up and come.
Shalini, when it's on public land, if it's an encroachment on public land, then a notice is not usually required. Okay, now let her respond. Okay.
Now she is trying.
Fair point. Shalini, go ahead. Shalini, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going ahead. And if she wants, she can heckle me. They are best at doing that. First of all, she tried to add a statement
heckling me since the very beginning. You are low on facts. Don't blame me for your wrongs. Do not blame me for your wrongs, madam. I would urge you. It doesn't behave well. You write captain in front of your name. I am talking to you with utmost respect.
Nupur, let the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson respond.
I will let...
Women, this is not how we can have the debate. Let's hear it. Nupur, let's hear. Nupur, I heard your point.
She should educate herself. In the democracy, in our constitution, we have a right to shelter.
Okay, Shalini, let's not get personal. Let's not call each other names like that. You go ahead and you're defending Amanatullah despite now there's a complaint that has been filed against him. Why do you think that at this point you're calling names to a party where the party says, well, you know, we are trying to only ensure unauthorized constructions are going to be down? Why do you think today MCD was caught on the wrong foot?
You're asking me?
Shalini.
Sorry, can you come again?
Yes. Why do you think today MCD was caught on the wrong foot?
See, had they been doing the right thing, why did they come back? And why people protested, why people were there? In a debate, I was just doing a debate before this, the BJP spokesperson said that we are trying to remove Bangladeshis and Rohingyas, so we are doing that. And then she corrected her statement, no, we are just doing a removal of encroachment, and we don't know who is Hindu and who is Bangladeshi. So they just don't know what they have to speak and what they have to do. What they are doing is just to कहते हैं पूरा माहौल खराब करना. This is what exactly they are doing. And if you are so sure of your encroachment drive that has to be done, then you shouldn't have returned today without doing it. Why did you not do? You were doing it in Jahangirpuri. You should have done it here. The people protest, people standing on.
But आज तो किया ना शालिनी. Let it. Okay, it came late. It came late. We can look at the bright chart. But the fact is, if there was demolition to be done, it happened today. देर से आए दुरुस्त आए ना शालिनी.
15 साल में क्यों नहीं आए और होने क्यों दिया, ये भी तो बताएं ना. देर आए दुरुस्त नहीं आए. जाते जाते कितने और पैसे खा ले, कितने और जल्दी अपनी जेबों को भर ले.
But that's a fair point. That's a fair question that is being asked. That if the colony has come up in so many years, why has that not been demolished in the first place? Why come much later?
Pooja, you yourself have been showing. There have been multiple demolition drives. There have been multiple press conferences by commissioners and councillors alike, by mayors alike, that we have undertaken as many demolition drives. Please tell me why only during Jahangirpuri and Shaheen Bagh did Aam Aadmi Party jump the bandwagon? What were they doing in this January or December last year or December 2017 when posh areas were being demolished? Were they sleeping? I'll tell you the reality of Aam Aadmi Party. A party which boasts of people like Tahir Hussain, Ansar, Nisha Singh and such rioters and dangais and atangwadis is most certainly is going to look for some kind of religion in any action there might be. I want to thank through your channel the Honorable Supreme Court, Pooja. The Honorable Supreme Court both during Jahangirpuri and Shaheen Bagh has flatly refused to stay the demolition drive of illegal encroaching property. My question simply to my Aam Aadmi counterpart is this: what were your councillors doing? And for that matter, Pooja, Arvind Kejriwal grabbed power by saying I have 390 pages worth of evidence against Sheila Dikshit. Do you know not a single FIR was registered against her even in her lifetime? It's a party of frauds for Pete's sake.
Let Shalini respond. Okay, Shalini, you go ahead and respond. And to what Nupur has said, are you looking for religion-specific localities to give out a message that this is against one community, one religion-specific place?
Thank you for this question, Pooja. This is done by BJP. They are doing this religion-specific politics to create communal rivalry in this entire country. When they did this in Jahangirpuri, Hindus and Muslims came out together that we have been staying together as family, as friends, but there has been no problem. But BJP is trying to sow such seeds in the country, and exactly what they are doing is targeting those locations and trying to create confusion. And if they want to do such kind of encroachment drive that they have to bulldoze, they should know what is the process, what is the procedure, and we will keep asking why not in 15 years, why
Nupur,
now,
let's take some final questions now. Nupur, to what Aam Aadmi Party has been alleging and Amanatullah has been alleging, is this a political tool that MCD is being used as by the BJP against Aam Aadmi Party, for example, and maybe as they are alleging as the religion-specific communities? Nupur, go ahead.
No, I think, by repeating the same thing 5 times over in all her interventions, nothing new actually came out of the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson, Pooja. I was waiting to be enlightened that something new will come, fact-wise or law-wise. The fact simply is this: she had no answer to give. Where was the Aam Aadmi Party when the demolition drive was being carried out in, say, posh localities or say localities they do not actually attach to a religious minority per se? Why only now? I'll give you the answer, Pooja. Simply because they are looking at some kind of opening in the upcoming now due MCD elections. That's why the Aam Aadmi Party, you will never find when a 300-year-old Prachin Mandir will be fallen in Rajgarh and Alwar in Rajasthan, or a Ram Dwar door will be fallen outside Salarsal Balaji Mandir, or say in a Malviya Nagar when a demolition encroachment drive will be taken down, or in a defense colony, or in a merchant market.
I will give the final question to you as well. What you want to say, and do you think today? Okay, Nupur, fair enough. And Shalini, do you think today what Amanatullah has done and what I saw him as, he appeared to have become a hero because suddenly he had a smile on his face when the bulldozer went. Do you think this is going to be Aam Aadmi politics, that every time the demolition drive takes place, if there's an Aam Aadmi Party MLA, they will come on location, and to you, according to you, that it will be with the supporters and the people?
See, so I will give a last closing remark that what Nupur Sharma was just saying, that she couldn't find anything from me. See, the simple thing is that what they are trying to say is, because of Aam Aadmi Party, this bulldozer thing or this encroachment thing did not happen today, or Amanatullah Khan is responsible. If they are so sure of their things, they could have done it. They are sitting in center, they are sitting in MCD.
That's why the case was registered. What is your logic?
Yes. And they are very sure. So
it's because of Amanatullah Khan, the demolition drive, because of the appeasement, the demolition drive did not go through. That's why the case has been registered against him.
What is your point? All right, that is all the time I have for. That is all the time I have for. Okay. I really want to thank Captain Shalini Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party and Nupur Sharma of the Bharatiya Janata Party for making this point, because today it was about a political face-off, even though it was not much about the demolition in Shaheen Bagh. I thank both these women with fiery targets and responses as well. Thank you so much for joining me on this discussion at 6 p.m. Prime. I'm heading into a very short break from Shaheen Bagh. I'll take you to central Delhi, because all the way from Maharashtra and Mumbai, Amravati Member of Parliament, Navneet Rana, her husband Ravi Rana, are here in Delhi. They're camping here. They want to meet Amit Shah. They want to meet the topmost leadership of the government and of the BJP to apprise them of what was done to them in jail, and just because they wanted to recite Hanuman Chalisa. That and more after a very short break. Stay tuned. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime.
Sri Lanka, Nepal and China. Do you know that all of these neighboring countries to India are currently facing a crisis? There is a crisis brewing across India's neighboring countries. While factors are many, there seems to be one common strand across all their problems. And that is the economy and the COVID-19 pandemic. So let's give you an understanding on what's going on across the economies of India's neighboring countries. Let's understand first Pakistan. Once again, Pakistani Prime Minister crashed out of office before completing his full 5-year term. Imran Khan, who became Prime Minister in 2018, campaigned on the promise of establishing a Naya Pakistan. But cut to March 2022, Pakistan is now in the midst of a massive debt, high inflation, unemployment at an all-time high. After which Imran Khan faced a no-confidence motion and then he was voted out. However, the country has now got yet another Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif. He is now promised to tackle the economic crisis on war footing. But certainly, his job is not going to be simple ahead. Let's cut to Sri Lanka. Just like Pakistan, India's neighbor down south, Sri Lanka, is also in serious trouble now. Sri Lankans are now facing a shortage of basic items like milk, rice, electricity and medicines. The crisis in the island nation has erupted into street protests and massive violence, as well as mass resignations of all their ministers. It all started in late November when Gotabaya Rajapaksa gathered his cabinet and made good on a campaign promise to slash taxes after winning Sri Lanka's presidential elections. The move included a near halving of value-added tax, also known as VAT. Shortly after this, the COVID-19 pandemic struck, crippling the country's economy, which was heavily dependent on tourism. While the pandemic-induced hit to Sri Lanka's economy was almost unavoidable, some analysts argue that policies prior to COVID-19 further aggravated issues. And now Sri Lanka is facing its worst economic crisis since its independence in 1948 and is currently on the verge of its first debt default. Nepal, India's neighbor in the east, is also now facing economic turmoil. Like Sri Lanka, Nepal's economy has also been hit by a slump in tourism during the pandemic. The Himalayan country is now heavily dependent on tourism and the export of limited commodities. However, exports have been declining since July 2021, shortly after the country's political crisis, which led to the fall of the KP Sharma Oli government. Since then, imports have increased while remittances and earnings from tourism and exports have fully decreased. As a result, Nepal is now tightening imports of cars, gold and cosmetics. The government has also suspended the central bank governor and named his deputy the interim chief for now. China. Well, China has still managed to keep a check on its economy during the pandemic. Another COVID-19 outbreak is now keeping the country on the edge. Currently, at least 23 Chinese cities have already implemented either full or partial lockdown, accounting for approximately 22% of China's GDP. This would most likely impact China's ability to export, which could eventually stoke inflation.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Big breaking news coming in from the state of Maharashtra. This is with regard to the Rana couple. So the latest that we are now hearing is that a Mumbai court has ordered independent Member of Parliament Navneet Rana and her husband Ravi Rana to appear before the court on 18th of May. The court order comes after the Mumbai police earlier today filed a plea to cancel their bail of the couple for allegedly violating the bail conditions. Remember, the Ranas were booked under the sedition law on 23rd April after they threatened that they will be reciting the Hanuman Chalisa outside Uddhav Thackeray's residence in Mumbai. This is big because now they will have to appear before the court for allegedly violating bail conditions, and one of them is speaking to media and giving statements as well. This is the fresh update coming in for MP Navneet Rana and MLA Ravi Rana. The face-off with regard to the Hanuman Chalisa versus Azan has reached from Mumbai to the national capital Delhi, and the issue has been brought by the Rana couple. So the latest is that Navneet Rana, the Member of Parliament independent from Amravati, and her husband, Member of Legislative Assembly Ravi Rana, are in Delhi. The couple have decided to be not only meeting the top leadership, but the Maharashtra government meanwhile has moved the court seeking cancellation of the bail. Maharashtra government in the affidavit has said Navneet Rana violated bail conditions, but Rana is defiant, saying did not violate and will continue to fight for justice. The couple meanwhile met Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and apprised him of their version of what transpired in the prison. But before leaving for Delhi, Navneet Rana still mocked Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, saying he only rose to power because of his father, should learn governance from former Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who's the BJP Neta. Clearly, they are now still continuing to declare that they will follow what they believe in, and that is reciting the Hanuman Chalisa.
मैंने बिरला साहब को बताई और उन्होंने बहुत दुख व्यक्त किया है कि ऐसी घटना कोई भी मेंबर के साथ में कभी ना हो। सब चीजें उन्होंने एक तारीख मुझे दी है 23 तारीख को मेरी जो भी कंप्लेन है उसके सुनने के लिए एक डेट ठहराई गई है और प्रिविलेज उसकी पूरी जानकारी मुझसे लेगी, लेखी स्वरूप से भी और मेरे जबानी से। तो मुझे लगता है ये सब चीजें उनको दी हैं और न्याय की अपेक्षा मैंने पूरी रखी है बिरला साहब से कि इस पे अगर वो दोषी हैं और दोषी पाते हैं तो उन पे जरूर कार्रवाई होगी।
So remember that Namaskar defiant pose of Navneet Rana after coming out of prison. It's still on, and she says not defying any bail conditions, but they will have to now present before the court on 18th of May. I'll be tracking all the latest on that from Mumbai and Delhi, but heading into a very short break. There's a massive controversy that is brewing out, and that is coming all the way from Thrissur. This is in Thrissur. The Puram umbrella has sparked a massive controversy for Savarkar's image that has found way at the Puram umbrella. It has led to a political heated debate. Let's bring you that story. Why is that image on the Puram umbrella? What does that mean? All of that after a very short break.
Should you upgrade to 5G? Are you still wondering if you should get a 5G compatible phone? Well, it'd be a future-proof upgrade, especially with what 5G can really offer. 5G is faster, exactly 20 times faster than 4G. Experts are saying now that it's likely to bring a technological revolution. Unlike its predecessor 4G, which used longer airwaves, 5G uses millimeter waves, which makes it much faster. So say goodbye to annoying buffering when watching your videos. Why is 5G so fast? The millimeter waves are short, which means they have limited range and higher penetration. 5G also carries the promise of making latency disappear, which means that there's going to be less delay between sending and receiving information. So downloading heavy file sizes, of course, will take a few seconds. Can 5G make our cities smart? The idea is that 5G can create smart cities with more connected devices. For instance, increased use of connected or autonomous vehicles will impact lifestyle choices. This also begs the question of enormous amount of data it will generate. So, digital security will be an area of concern, of course, especially since 5G network is more difficult to protect than its predecessors. So, are you ready for the next upgrade?
Welcome back. Hindutva icon Vinayak Damodar Savarkar's image in Thrissur on Puram umbrella has sparked a massive controversy. So what exactly happened there in Kerala? An important temple group that is among the organizers of renowned Thrissur Puram featured Savarkar in an ornate umbrella as a part of upcoming festivities. However, the temple authorities have decided to withdraw the umbrella from display after leaders of Congress and the CPM raised an objection. The umbrellas featuring various Renaissance and freedom movement leaders including Mahatma Gandhi, Bhagat Singh, other prominent leaders from Kerala had an image of Savarkar also claiming the Thrissur Puram should not be politicized. But the temple secretary Rajesh has said the temple authorities do not want any controversies around the Puram and have now decided to then put forth and take it back. Heading to a very short break, but when I return, the sedition law has been very debatable for years now, and now it appears there could be perhaps a fresh definition of it, or importantly, as it appears, the centre tells the apex court it will reconsider, re-examine provisions after it defended the colonial law in an earlier case. Let's bring you that after very short.
Well, do you know that HR professionals have started to look at MOOC experience on the resumes of candidates? HR professionals feel that MOOCs could enable the organization to add the bonus to their current skill sets. But what really is MOOC? MOOC stands for Massive Open Online Courses. These are free online courses available for anyone and everyone to enroll. MOOCs provide an affordable and flexible way to learn new skills, advance your career, and also deliver quality educational experience at scale. Millions of people around the world use MOOCs to learn for a variety of reasons, including career development, changing careers, college preparations, supplemental learning, lifelong learning, corporate e-learning and training, and much more. What about the relevance of MOOCs in India? The temporary closure of colleges in the country following the COVID-19 pandemic actually reignited the need for MOOC or online learning with many innovative solutions. In the year 2020, more than 400 million people did not have access to the internet. But ever since, several steps have been taken to address this huge gap. Any person can take an MOOC from any part of the country. This can be done from the remotest parts of India. What about new age students and the demand from MOOC courses? What should a new age student then demand? When students choose an MOOC course, they should choose something that would give them hands-on skill development and also something that offers a great deal of flexibility. The course should extend with assignment and project support to meet their objective of getting a placement and jobs, which eventually is the motive. Although MOOC is free, the learning solutions should come with a quick return on time invested and be relevant to the current working landscape. According to the University Grants Commission or the UGC, 100 universities in India are in a position and authorized to offer online courses without taking any additional or prior permission for the same. Online universities are removing the barriers of cost, location and access, providing the highest quality, stackable learning experiences, including new age and innovative programs. MOOC is designed in such a way that it's going to benefit educators and also those who are looking at hiring these people who are taking these online courses. It is going to benefit those people especially who are entering the job market. Those who are changing fields, seeking promotion or switching fields will also be benefited. Which then are the popular MOOC platforms in India? In addition to popular MOOC platforms in India, Coursera, EDX, Future Learn students in India can also learn from SWAYAM, which is India's national MOOC platform with over 2,150, to WAFA, which is being taught by around 1,300 instructors from over 135 Indian universities. SWAYAM is also different from other MOOC providers. It also allows students in India to earn academic credits online. From science to entrepreneurship, leadership and communications, online universities are delivering education for curious minds on these topics. So when are you really enrolling for one?
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by Panasonic Smart AC, AC for healthier homes. In association with SBI Life, अपने लिए, अपनों के लिए. Kalyan Jewellers.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. Massive meltdown in Delhi Shaheen Bagh. Protests erupt as bulldozers reach the 2020 anti-CAA stir site. Locals take to the streets in anger. Demolition drive sparks political war. After Maharashtra, loudspeaker row hits Karnataka. Loudspeakers blare Chalisa to counter Azan. Sri Ram Sene activists up the ante, slams Chief Minister Bommai for action. Navneet and Ravi Rana camp in Delhi, seek to meet Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah over sedition charge. Aghadi government files plea to cancel the bail. Centre tells Apex Court it will reconsider and re-examine provisions of the sedition law. All of this after it defended itself on the colonial law in an earlier case. Biggest NIA crackdown on Dawood gang, raids at 20 locations in Mumbai. Modus operandi of D Company to create unrest in India exposed. Amidst the war in Ukraine, Russia celebrates its Victory Day. Putin defends invasion, says it is timely response to Western policies. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapakse resigns. Sri Lankan authorities impose a nationwide curfew. Army troops deployed in Colombo after pro-government groups attack protesters. All right, viewers, our top focus is the Modi government now looking very closely at the sedition law. Will it actually go ahead and do what pretty much seems the unthinkable in Indian politics? It's a big move. The Modi government has told the Supreme Court that it will re-examine the sedition law and reconsider the provisions that go along with it. Sources have told India Today that the sedition law rethink comes at the Prime Minister, who is looking to re-evaluate the necessity of colonial laws in present times. Sources say the Prime Minister is cognizant of divergent views on sedition law and concerns are being raised at its misuse. The centre has asked Supreme Court to not consider the petition challenging sedition law and wait for reconsideration exercise to be conducted by it. The Home Ministry has filed 3-page affidavit before the Supreme Court on the sedition law. Days after it filed another affidavit saying that Kedarnath judgment that upheld the sedition law was correct and does not need to be considered by a larger bench.
Undoubtedly, the sedition law should be repealed. However, the affidavit which the government has filed in the Supreme Court seems to be a rather curious submission. Now it's up to the Supreme Court whether they would want to give quietus to the matter in view of the government's assertion, or would they like to go on and adjudicate on all those petitions which say that the sedition law, which Mahatma Gandhi said is the prince among the political sections of the Indian Penal Code, should actually be read down from the Indian Penal Code.
All right, viewers, this is going to be huge if the government actually decides to re-examine the sedition law. The sedition law has been used state by state to suit its own political purpose. There has always been debate on the sidelines which seem to suggest why must our country still keep following archaic laws that have been set up in colonial times. What's interesting is even England, which actually was the origin of the law in India, has repealed the law in England. However, India continues to follow these archaic laws. In the very recent past, There have been multiple cases where state governments, even the centre at times, has exercised the sedition law to suit its own, many would suggest, political purpose. Is there a way right now that the government is looking to re-examine the law? Is their intent is the big question, that it will go ahead and repeal or reconsider the various provisions under the sedition law. To give our viewers the latest flashpoint that had happened on the case of sedition, well, sedition was slapped by the Maharashtra government on the Rana couple because they threatened to recite the Hanuman Chalisa outside the Chief Minister's residence. However, having said that, sedition is not always entirely the tool of certain governments. It's been followed by practically every political party across the states in India, most times to attack their political opponents. The latest there, of course, coming in that the centre might now relook at the contentious sedition law. That's the big question. Will the government bite and actually go ahead and repeal this archaic law? There's been so much criticism on it. With that, I want to now quickly shift focus to the other big developing news today. Viewers, today, after what had gone down in Jahangirpuri, bulldozers came to the CAA hotspot. Remember, 2 years ago, Shaheen Bagh. However, the bulldozers did not roll. In terms of demolition, just some scaffolding was removed, but politics peaked.
The demolition drive in Shaheen Bagh began early on Monday. At 10 a.m., additional police and CRPF were deployed to keep troublemongers at bay. At 11 a.m., bulldozers started rolling in for the first escalation.
शाहीन बाग में आम लोग सड़कों पर निकले हैं, दुकानों में जहां पर जो मौजूद है हर कोई विरोध में आकर खड़ा हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन इन सब के बीच एमसीडी का ये बुलडोजर आगे बढ़ता हुआ आप देख रहे हैं। इस वक्त विरोध जबरदस्त है और उसकी कहानी आपने देखी कि कैसे बुलडोजर के भी सामने इस तरह से लोगों का गुस्सा दिख रहा था। अब आपको जल्दी से दिखा देते हैं, ये जो महिलाएं थी जिन्होंने अपोज किया था, जो इसके विरोध में थी, उन्हें लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस गाड़ी में जा रही है।
At 11:30 a.m., the drive started amid opposition by locals. Many staged sit-down protests, while others climbed onto the bulldozers.
आप बताइए क्या बोलिएगा? यहाँ बुलडोजर शाहीन बाग में ये बताने के लिए बुलाया गया कि encroachment हटाना है, बट हमें नहीं लगता कि encroachment हटाने के लिए
कि हिंदुस्तान में मुस्लिम वर्ग जो है वो सेकंड लार्जेस्ट पॉपुलेशन है, हम किसी भी तरीके से डरेंगे नहीं।
The drive was stalled till noon when AAP MLA Amanatullah Khan arrived and met locals. At 12:10, amid sloganeering, the MCD officials noted illegal construction and resumed the demolition drive.
Take a look at that. Ashok, show to our viewers of how finally the bulldozer is starting to demolish the first structure. This is under, of course, the orders and the plan of the MCD. Now, according to the MCD, this had been in the plan. It is not immediate. It is not a coincidence. The anti-encroachment drive was being planned for the past few days. But because of looking at law and order situation and whether they had enough deployment as well, they were not yet sure. But right now, they have decided to go ahead with it.
At 1:30 p.m., the MCD bulldozer moved on to other areas without demolishing any big buildings. By 2:30, in a major blow to Neta's opposing demolition drive, the Supreme Court refused to interfere with the Shaheen Bagh drive.
Now claiming that they won.
With AAP and BJP ensued in a massive face-off over demolition drives in Delhi, this doesn't seem like an end to the whole episode. With Pooja Shali in Shaheen Bagh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Nalisa versus Azan Rao has now moved to the national capital. Navneet Rana and her husband, both who were charged with sedition incidentally out on bail, were in the national capital. While Amravati MP Navneet Rana is in Delhi, Maharashtra government has moved court seeking cancellation of her bail. The Maharashtra government in the affidavit has said that Navneet Rana violated her bail condition as soon as she stepped out of the hospital yesterday. Rana is being defiant, said that she hasn't violated any bail condition and that she'll continue to fight for justice. The Maharashtra government has alleged one of her bail condition was that she will not be speaking to the press about the case. Navneet Rana has violated that bail condition and has been seen speaking to the press. The couple met Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, apprising him of their version of what transpired. Before leaving for Delhi, Navneet Rana mocked the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, saying that he only rose to power because of his father and that he should learn good governance from ex-Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. The Amravati MP and her MLA husband were arrested by the Mumbai cops in April 27 and slammed with sedition. They were later released on bail.
किसी के नाम पे बैठकर खाना बहुत अच्छा है, पर खुद के हिम्मत पर खुद के पसीना निकाल के काम करने में बहुत अंतर है. उद्धव ठाकरे should take a lesson and take a training from Devendra Sahib how to rule state, because Devendra Sahib has showed in 5 years no against action with anybody opposition. He worked silently and he worked in the favor of Maharashtra people. He's not worked against any opposition. So you should take a class from Devendra Sahib. Uddhav Thackeray ने जिस तरीके से धोखा देके बीजेपी के पीठ में खंजर खोपाए, उन्होंने हमको सिद्धांतों का ज्ञान नहीं देना चाहिए. सिद्धांतों का ज्ञान हम लेके चलते हैं, तो उन्होंने नहीं सिखाना चाहिए.
All right, viewers, let's shift focus now to the Indian economy. The Indian rupee has had its worst fall if you look at the historical context in the country. Well, the Indian rupee has followed now by 50 paisa to get our viewers 51 paisa to an all-time low of 77.41 against the US dollar. The Ukraine war is taking a toll on the global economy. The effects have started to show. The Indian currency dropped by 51 paisa on Monday. The latest data shows the RBI reserve pile has dropped below 600 billion for the first time in a year. The slide comes just days after the US Federal Reserve hiking lending rates by 0.5%. As many as 21 countries have hiked interest rates over the last couple of months. The rate hike has been forced by a surge in inflation across the world. All right, viewers, let's quickly move on to the other big developing news that is emanating from the island nation and our neighbor, Sri Lanka. The latest Sri Lanka Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapakse has resigned amidst massive protests, clashes and curfew. His resignation is likely to pave the way for a new cabinet in the crisis-marred country. Earlier in the day, Rajapakse supporters clashed with anti-government protesters. At least 16 people have been injured till now. A legislator from Sri Lanka's ruling party also shot dead an anti-government protester and then took his own life during a confrontation outside the capital. Now a national curfew has been imposed and army has been called into Colombo. Sri Lanka has plunged into weeks of economic crisis stemming from foreign exchange shortage, which has led to a shortage in essential supplies, even food. All right, I want to cut across to our executive editor, senior executive editor, Gaurav Sawant, who's joining me right now. Gaurav, is Sri Lanka now teetering possibly at the edge of civil war with what we are witnessing?
So the situation is very tense in Sri Lanka. It's virtually on the verge of civil war. There's shortage of food, there's shortage of water, there's shortage of medicines, there's shortage of fuel, and the army is now on the streets. Why is this happening? The problem is, even though the Prime Minister has tendered his resignation to the President, the opposition wants the President to go too. The President wants an interim government, a national government. He wants the opposition to come on board. The opposition has said they will not do that. And the situation is becoming so bad that when these protests were taking place earlier today, a ruling party MP, when he was surrounded by protesters, he shot at a protester and then, according to some reports, shot himself dead when he was chased. Another MP's house has been set on fire. So the situation is deteriorating. India helped as much as we could, but the foreign exchange reserves are so low, and while militarily President Gotabaya Rajpaksa and Prime Minister or former Prime Minister Rajpaksa, Mahinda Rajpaksa, they were able to handle the situation security-wise. Economically, the country is on the verge of collapse.
Appreciate you joining us, Gaurav. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments. I would reckon things have also gotten worse because the civil society is also out in protest because there is such an abject scarcity of basic supplies like even food, fuel. We're going to keep a keen eye. Our reporters are going to be on ground getting our viewers the latest. I want to quickly now shift focus to the other big development, and viewers, that comes in from Russia. Even though the war between Russia and Ukraine rages on, Russia celebrated Victory Day.
Vladimir Putin flexing his military muscle, showcasing his prowess to home and global audience. The Russian bash coming over 2.5 months into Ukraine war, which has left the country ravaged, its cities in ruins. Russia celebrating its 77th Victory Day, which marks its World War II victory over Nazi Germany in 1945. Residents lined up in the streets of Moscow to witness the annual parade gala. This year, the majestic Red Square parade aimed to justify Russia's war in Ukraine. Speaking at the parade, Russian President Vladimir Putin fired a warning shot at NATO and the West for endangering Russia's border. Russia has preemptively rebuffed the aggression. It was a forced, timely and the only right decision. The decision of a sovereign, strong, independent country. Putin claimed that Russia was facing unacceptable threats in Ukraine and his forces are merely defending motherland in Ukraine. Drawing parallels between the war in Ukraine and Soviet fighting in World War II, Putin said that Russia is fighting on its own soil. Lashing out at the West, Putin also said that Ukraine war is a timely and necessary response to Western aggression. Russia has always advocated for a system of equal and indivisible security, a system that is vital for the entire world community. Last December, we proposed a treaty on security guarantees. Russia called on the West to engage in honest dialogue, to seek sensible, compromise solutions, and to take each other's interests into account. All was in vain. The NATO countries did not want to hear us. So in fact, they had completely different plans, and we saw that. The grand patriotic show was an equal message to Russians as well as Moscow's Western adversaries. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky also had a message for its citizens, comparing his country's fight to war on Nazis.
On the day of the victory over Nazism, we are fighting for a new victory. The road to it is difficult. But we have no doubt that we will win. What is our advantage over the enemy? We are smarter by one book. This is the textbook on the history of Ukraine. We would not grieve if all our enemies could read and draw the right conclusions.
На них наступає нога кожного окупанта, який приходить.
Life is limping back to some kind of normalcy in parts of Ukraine, including Kyiv, but the threat still continues. There are air sirens that are heard frequently, and even though the fighting is now restricted to the eastern and southern parts of Ukraine, there remains a threat of missile strikes in several other cities.
Putin's speech is also aimed at reassuring Russians about his staying power, despite adversities from punitive Western-imposed sanctions. With Abhishek Bhalla, Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us on the other side is our fact check segment.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999 892171.
Who doesn't like home-cooked meals? But what if home-cooked meals now become an expensive affair? Well, we could be staring at that situation right now. It's because edible oil prices are going up. Edible oil prices were already up, but Indonesia's recent ban on exports of cooking oil is going to only make it worse. Indonesia has decided to ban exports of cooking oil and its raw materials to reduce domestic shortages and hold down skyrocketing prices. Their president, Joko Widodo, made the announcement amid protests in the country's capital against rising food costs. Indonesia and Malaysia are the world's largest exporters of palm oil. They account for about 85% of global palm oil production. Indonesia is not only the world's largest producer of palm oil, but also meets nearly 50% of the total palm oil requirement in India annually. It imports around 8 million tons of palm oil every year. Now this ban will shoot oil prices through the roof. After Russia's war in Ukraine pushed nations to switch to palm oil as an alternative, this ban will have a blanket effect on the global economy. And India being the world's largest importer of vegetable oil, this price pinch will surely leave a mark. Major edible oils like palm oil, sunflower oil, soy oil, and a lot more will become more expensive now. Edible oils such as palm oil is a key raw material for FMCG, hotels, restaurants, and catering industries. A rise in the prices of these commodities surely impacts consumer goods even beyond food products such as soaps and shampoos. The last Indian economic survey blamed rising prices of oil and fat, calling it a major driver of inflation in the foods and beverages category in the fiscal year of 2022. India will likely now turn to Malaysia for supply, but given the export amount, it's highly unlikely to really bridge that gap. Not just India, Pakistan and Bangladesh have also been impacted.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are...
Watching a fact-check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim floating about suggesting that the very popular song Kola Berry D was a rip-off or a copy of a Turkish commercial. The fact check on that is incorrect. The Turkish commercial came 4 years after Kola Berry D. With that, it's a wrap on 7 at 7, but you do stay with us. On the other side is To The Point with me.
You know Kim Tae-hyung, aka V of pop group BTS fame? Well, he's simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old. Confused? How old were you when you were born? 0? 1? In South Korea, you'd be 1 year old. Let's clear the air about this. South Korea has a unique way of calculating age. When a baby is born, it's considered a year old. And as the year changes on January 1st, the child gains a year. So no special birthdays. South Koreans count age based on their birth year and not days. A child born in December will already be 2 by January. But the president-elect Yoon Suk-yeol wants to do away with this traditional system. Because of persistent confusion and unnecessary social and economic costs, the incoming administration is looking to standardize age calculation. This was observed especially when health authorities use the international age and Korean ages interchangeably to set guidelines for COVID-19. This will also help South Korea get in line with the rest of the world. The age conundrum doesn't end here. South Korea also counts age in an international way. That means it counts age in 3 ways. For legal and administrative purposes, the country has been using the international counting system since 1962. In another way, babies are born at 0 and gain a year on New Year's. This method is mainly used to define the legal age for areas of law that affect a significant percentage of the population, including military service conscription. And the third is the Korean age system, where everyone is already a year old at birth and become older on New Year's Day regardless of the birth date. That's how Kim Tae-hyung from BTS fame is simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old, as he was born on 30th December 1995. There are multiple problems that arise with age discrepancies. It's led to wage disputes that have been dragged to the Supreme Court and ruled that workers should consider their international age for work. There have also been cases of parents trying to cheat the birth registration system because of worries that their children born in December will be at a disadvantage at school as a result later in life. Efforts were made in 2019 and 2021 to change the law. 2 lawmakers proposed legislation to adhere to the international age, but experts are divided on what the new measure means for Korean society, and the bills were not signed into law.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Another big Bulldozer Bharat battle breaks. Massive meltdown in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. Anti-CA protest epicenter, new bulldozer target. Demolition drive triggers high voltage politics. But bulldozer disappears without demolition. Is MCD the most confused department? That's our top focus on the news track.
Co-powered by Dish HD, Cricket Castly partner. In association with Philips Beard Trimmer. Adapts to you.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. After Ayodhya, the big flashpoint has been Varanasi, the Gyan Vapi Mosque. Now, there was a petition by 5 women. They say that they wanted to pray inside the mosque, primarily because they believe, and there has been artifacts as well to confirm that there is, behind the temple, there used to be open for them to go and pray once a year. They believe now there are other Hindu deities inside that mosque. There was a survey that was called for where the Gyan Vapi Mosque is concerned. There has been opposition to the survey by the mosque authorities, but the courts have turned it down. The survey will go on. The dust quite not settled where the Gyan Vapi Mosque is concerned. Now there is a fresh petition where the Taj Mahal, the iconic Taj Mahal in Agra, has come into play, with a BJP leader saying that 22 doors need to be opened because behind them, he believes, are Hindu deities. It's raining petitions in Uttar Pradesh to dig into history, to survey mosques and mausoleums, to uncover if they were built over temples and on Hindu deities. After the Ayodhya dispute settled, a dispute that dragged for decades, occupied the center stage of religious politics in India. The legal spotlight now is on the Gyan Vapi Mosque, Varanasi. Petitions by 5 women asking to be allowed to pray at a Hindu shrine behind Varanasi's Gyan Vapi Mosque complex is building up into a flashpoint in Uttar Pradesh. The women want unrestricted year-long access to Ma Shringar Gauri site located at the back of the mosque's western wall. The site is currently opened once a year for rituals. On the basis of the petitions, a survey was ordered by a local court. The survey has not been fully completed because of a dispute over videography inside the mosque. The caretaker committee of the Gyan Vapi Mosque and its lawyers have said they are opposed to any videography inside the mosque, but the lawyers for the petitioners have claimed they had the courts go ahead. A new date for the survey will now be announced by the court on Tuesday. However, another controversy brews. Adding fuel to the already heated socio-political situation in India, a plea has now been filed by BJP media in charge of Ayodhya district, Dr. Rajneesh Singh, in the Lucknow bench of the Allahabad High Court, to carry out a survey inside Agra's iconic Taj Mahal. The petitioner has asked the court to give directions to the Archaeological Survey of India to investigate 22 closed doors of the Taj Mahal, claiming they are Hindu deities in these rooms. There are 2 views to these recent developments. One that stands by rectification of historical injustices. The other, which says, why rake up history, which by nature is about versions and interpretations? The question, however, is, how far will we go? Bureau Report, India Today. All right, viewers, there's a lot of debate, there's a lot of politics around these fresh batch of petitions, because there's just not one where the Gyan Vapi Mosque is concerned. You just heard there's one in Taj Mahal as well, because a BJP leader has now filed a petition saying 22 doors need to be opened because behind them are Hindu deities. On the other hand, another flashpoint brewing in Mathura as well. Many petitions lodged where the Mathura Mandir is concerned. We're going to cut across to our political panelists as well as other people in terms of the commentary that is going around the temple and the mosque debate. Zainab Sikandar, columnist, is with us. Kaushal Mishra, spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. Sharad Pradhan, senior journalist. Vishnu Jain, advocate. I want to cut across to Kaushal Mishra, the BJP spokesperson first. We're going to cut across to him. We're just establishing our video connect with him, going to him in just a short while from now. But Zainab Sikandar, why do you feel that the various petitions somewhere down the line are muddying the communal harmony, which is very precarious in the state of Uttar Pradesh?
You know, it's a trend now. It's become so commonplace for these kind of petitions to come in, and especially when elections are around the corner. We can't forget, in 6 months there's the Gujarat election and there's also the Himachal Pradesh election, and lo and behold, what comes up? Temple politics. And where is the most fertile land for temple politics? Obviously Uttar Pradesh. Now I want to point out something very important. When the Kashi Vishwanath corridor was being made, which we are all very happy for and all very proud of. It's a great corridor. It's a great place for tourists to come in and see our culture. But at that time, not a single brick of the Gyan Vapi complex was even touched. Why? Because at that time, the Modi government itself didn't want to, touch the status quo or hamper the status quo. Why now? Why all of a sudden these petitions coming in? And in fact, out of the 5 petitions, one of the petition of a lady named Rakhi Singh, she's supposedly she's going to take it back, but it's not been confirmed yet.
No, she's not taking it back. She said so today very clearly. She's not taking it back.
Okay. Nevertheless, the politics around it is very clear. Maybe the petitions are sometimes, the petitioners themselves are sometimes confused about what they're going to do, but the politics around it is not confused at all. It is from the playbook that's been played from a very long time. And another point I'd like to make is the Places of Worship Special Provisions Act 1991 clearly mentioned that all places of worship will be maintained as they are from August 15, 1947. Ayodhya was an exception that was made. Okay. Now, if we come to make exceptions, then there'll be thousands of exceptions because, like you rightly said in your intro, history is many versions and history has many narratives. You can't say one is right and one is wrong. So obviously, if the court says do a survey, for sure, we should go ahead and do a survey. But is this the way we want India's politics to go ahead? Where are the surveys for inflation? Where are the surveys for unemployment? I'd like to know when the government or the courts will allot such surveys, because that is the survey I'm more interested in rather than a temple survey.
All right. Okay. Well, that could be, many would suggest your point of view. I want to bring in Kushal Mishra as well, because there are petitioners. These 5 women are the ones who come from Varanasi, who say we pray once a year there. We want access to it right now. They say it's a matter of faith. We don't have Kushal Mishra. We're going to connect to him in just a short while. Cutting across to Vishnu Jain. He's a Supreme Court advocate and he's staunchly believes that these petitions are good. It's a matter of correcting and rectifying historical blunders. But Vishnu Jain, the fact is, where does the buck stop? How far will we keep digging into history?
See, the question is that when this issue was before the Supreme Court in Ayodhya judgment and Ram Mandir case, the Supreme Court in para 646 of the judgment has categorically said that the historical wrongs can be rectified by the present sovereign. And let me tell you that in today's democratic setup, judiciary is one of the sovereigns which has the power to rectify these historical wrongs. Now, the point in issue is this: so far as the case of Kashi Vishwanath is concerned, there is no confusion amongst the petitioners. There was never any statement made by Rakhi Singh for withdrawal of the petition. And so far as the status of Kashi Vishwanath is concerned, the UP legislature, by an act of 1983, special act of 1983, has given legal validity and legal value to the Jyotirling, and section 4 of the act says so. And that act was challenged till the Supreme Court, and Justice Ramaswamy's judgment, para 1 in 1997, judgment of the Supreme Court clarifies the position that the original Jyotirling is the present disputed site. That is the very categorical stand which has been taken by the state legislature in 1983, and it has been affirmed by the Supreme Court. So the temple which we pray here right now in the Kashi Vishwanath corridor is just a symbolic temple. The original Jyotirling is within the disputed site, and therefore to collect the evidence and to take out all the evidences, this present survey has been ordered by the Varanasi Civil Court. Against this ordering of the survey, the Anjuman Intizamiya went before the High Court, and let me tell you, on 21st of April 2022, their petition has been rejected, and they have not challenged that order in the Supreme Court also. So the legal position is that this order of the trial court has to be enforced, and the people have to go inside and do the survey and the videography and submit a report before the court.
But Vishnu Jain, the fact is, this is the status quo where the Gyan Vapi mosque is concerned. While the dust on that is still yet to settle, because that's still an ongoing controversy, there is a fresh petition that has been lodged by a BJP leader where the Taj Mahal is concerned to open 22 doors. Where does the buck stop? You can keep digging. You know, where you are sitting right now could very well be a mosque or a temple. Tomorrow somebody can say that I want to dig where you are sitting.
See, I joined your debate earlier, and I am not here to make any political point. My point is a legal point. I have quoted to you para 646 of the judgment of the Supreme Court, and you yourself have told me that not to make any political statements. I am not making any political statements. My point is purely legal, and I'll stick to that.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Vishnu Jain, I want to cut across right now to Kaushal Mishra, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party. We finally do have him. मिश्रा जी, बात यह है कि चलिए ज्ञानवापी मॉस्क में तो पेटिशन हुआ है, वहां पर जो पहले भी साल में एक बार वहां पे प्रेयर होती है, रिचुअल्स होते हैं. अब ताजमहल में 22 कमरे खुलवाना चाह रहे हैं. आप ही के कोई सहयोगी हैं बीजेपी के उधर भी सर्वे हो. सर्वे कब तक होगा? कोई कह सकता है जहां पर आप बैठे हैं वहां पर एक मॉस्क है या एक मंदिर है, वहां का भी सर्वे होना चाहिए.
देखिए, कोई कहाँ पे बैठा और कहाँ पे सर्वे हो रहा है, ये बिल्कुल एकदम हास्यास्पद बात है. लेकिन वो एरिया जहाँ पे हिस्टोरिकली इम्पोर्टेंट है, जो इंडियन कल्चर के लिए, हिंदुओं के लिए और हिंदुस्तान के लिए जो कल्चरली रिच एरिया है, जिसके ऊपर ऐसे अगर कुछ कंफ्यूजन है, किसी को कोई डाउट है, तो उसको डाउट को अगर क्लियर हो जाता है. दो कम्युनिटीज आपस में इतने सालों से रह रही हैं, अगर किसी एक कम्युनिटी को दूसरे पे डाउट हो रहा है तो उसको क्लियर करने में मुझे नहीं लगता, अंडर द गाइडेंस ऑफ लॉ, अंडर द गाइडेंस ऑफ कोर्ट के आदेश से, प्रशासन की प्रेजेंस में, अगर किसी का कोई कंफ्यूजन खत्म होता है जिससे दोनों कम्युनिटीज में प्यार और प्रेम और सौहार्द बना रहे, तो उसमें मुझे नहीं लगता कोई प्रॉब्लम है. और बार बार इस बात को काशी विश्वनाथ को आप ये देखिए ना, हिंदुस्तान में जब मुस्लिम इन्वेडर, इस्लामिक इन्वेडर्स आए थे, काशी कोई इकोनॉमिक रिच नहीं था, ना ही वो आर्मी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से रिच था, ना ही अयोध्या उस तरह से था, ना ही और कोई जगह. जितने भी जगह जहां पे कंट्रोवर्सीज हैं, वो एरियाज थे जहां पर हिंदुओं की आस्था रहती थी, और उन्हीं एरियाज को मुस्लिम इन्वेडर्स ने जानबूझ करके तहस-नहस करने की कोशिश की है. ये बात इसकी नहीं है कि किसी राजा को सत्ता चाहिए थी, ये बात ये थी कि हिंदुस्तान का जो ग्लोरी है उसको खत्म करने के लिए, हिंदुस्तान के कल्चर को खत्म करने के लिए जो कुछ भी किया गया है.
पर मिश्रा साहब, तो मिश्रा जी, अभी आप कह रहे हैं कि ताजमहल के भी जो 22 दरवाजे हैं वो खुलने चाहिए, उसमें भी सर्वे होना चाहिए. ताजमहल तो आइकॉनिक है, वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट है, वंडर है, वन ऑफ द वंडर्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है.
तो हमने कब कहा कि वंडर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड नहीं है मैडम? मैं तो ये कह रहा हूं कि अगर कोर्ट का आदेश होता है, कानूनी तौर पे जो प्रक्रिया लागू हो सकती है, कानून के थ्रू अगर कोई चीज हो रही है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता किसी को कोई समस्या होनी चाहिए. और अगर सिर्फ चेक करने से डाउट खत्म हो जाता है, अगर सबको ये पता है कि ताजमहल शाहजहां ने बनवाया है, तो मुझे कोई नहीं लगता दिक्कत किसी को प्रॉब्लम होनी चाहिए. जिसको डाउट है वो खुलवा के चेक करवाना चाहता है, कोर्ट की प्रेजेंस में रिकॉर्डिंग होगी, आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे होगा, अगर वो बात सही है तो उसे मानने में कोई बुराई नहीं है. लेकिन अगर एक मेजॉरिटी पॉपुलेशन हिंदुस्तान की उससे अपनी आस्था को जोड़ना चाहती है, और उन्हें ऐसा डाउट है कि वहां पे कोई और चीजें मिल सकती है, वहां पे कोई मंदिर हो सकता है जिसकी तजोमहल की बात होती है, अगर ऐसा डाउट है तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि ऐसे.
चलिए, आई वांट टू ब्रिंग इन शरद प्रधान इन दिस कन्वर्सेशन. पर एक चीज बताइएगा मिश्रा साहब, मान लीजिए, क्योंकि हिस्ट्री इतनी लंबी है, कुछ ना कुछ तो जरूर मिलेगा. अगर किसी की भी आस्था उससे जुड़ी हो तो क्या होना चाहिए? मान लीजिए ताजमहल में आपको जो 22 दरवाजों में से एक दरवाजे में से कुछ मिल गया, तो फिर क्या होना चाहिए?
नहीं, ये मेरे कहने या आपके कहने से नहीं होगा. अगर 22 दरवाजों में किसी दरवाजे में आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे की रिपोर्ट आएगी, अगर ऐसा लगता है कि वहां पे कोई धार्मिक क्षेत्र था,
कुछ ना कुछ तो मिलेगा. हमारी सिविलाइजेशन तो इतनी पुरानी है.
देखिए, सिविलाइजेशन हर जगह मिल सकता है, घर हर जगह मिल सकता है, लेकिन अगर कोई मंदिर का साक्ष्य मिलता है या कुछ ऐसा मिलता है जो पुराणों से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो मुझे लगता है कि उस पर बैठ के बात करने में कोई बुराई नहीं है.
क्या बात होनी चाहिए?
दोनों पक्ष आपस में मिलकर के बात करेंगे, बैठेंगे. और जो ये कहा जाता है कि ताजमहल जो बनाया गया है बहुत खूबसूरत सी चीज है, हम भी मानते हैं, ये 7 वंडर है, भारत का एक गर्व है, लेकिन अगर उसके नीचे कोई शिव टेम्पल है या कुछ है, तो उसको भी हिस्टोरिकल बुक्स में रिवील करना चाहिए, पब्लिक को इंफॉर्मेशन होनी चाहिए. ऐसा मैं ये नहीं बिल्कुल कह रहा हूं छोड़ देना चाहिए.
शरद प्रधान, it's the rectification of history. This is the rectification of history is what the BJP spokesperson just says, and there's nothing wrong if it happens under the purview of the law. It's not that vigilante are going and digging it up.
No, but the point is the manner in which the whole thing is being done. It's very, very evident that they are only looking for deeper divide between Hindus and Muslims so that they can win elections, polarization. And if it is rectification of history, then why don't you go back to the prehistoric times, right? When the earth was formed, if we go back to that, then everything should be demolished. The whole of New Delhi should be demolished. The whole of Delhi should be demolished because ultimately it belonged to the prehistoric inhabitants. Everything belonged to them when there was no religion. So if it is going back, then why don't we go back then? It is ridiculous. It is only to whip up passions so that they can achieve their limited objective of attaining power and using power to divide the society. That's about all, which is what they've been doing, and very systematically they have been doing it. It's very unfortunate that a party which has risen to power with such a big mandate, simply because the opposition is absolutely dead, they are resorting to these tactics every now and then. And UP is there has become their ground for spreading hatred. Their whole objective, to me, it seems that there is a design behind it. Otherwise anything like this couldn't be happening in the constituency of the Prime Minister. Varanasi, if something like this is happening, you very rightly pointed out, if they wanted to do anything, it could have been done when the Kashi Vishwanath corridor was being constructed. I have seen that place. I have seen Shangar Gauri myself a number of times. Yes, it is right behind the wall of the mosque. And, I fail to understand why is there insistence on going inside the mosque. The Shangar Gauri is just behind the wall of the temple and of the mosque. And fair enough, as long as they do survey there. But what business do they? Obviously, there is some mischief, some mischievous design behind doing this. Because we have seen there is enough evidence to establish.
चार्ज आप पे ये लग रहा है कि जो हिंदू मुसलमान है वहाँ की जो सभ्यता है उसमें आप फूट डालना चाह रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो ताजमहल का जो पिटीशन है वो तो भाजपा के एक कार्यकर्ता नहीं किया है, और जो बाकी जगह है जो आप बोल रहे हैं ये क्योंकि चुनाव आने वाले हैं 2024 में, तो ये सब आपका कराया फूट डालने का है।
अच्छा प्रीति जी, ये बताइए, हमारा देश इतना बड़ा देश है, हर जगह कहीं न कहीं चुनाव होते रहते, तो चुनाव होने के चक्कर में जो तुष्टीकरण की गलतियां भी इसी भारत में हुई है आजादी के बाद से, तुष्टीकरण की वजह से जो यहाँ के मूल निवासी हैं, जो हिंदुस्तानी है, जो यहाँ के हिंदू हैं, जो मुस्लिम है वो भी यहाँ के ही हिंदू हैं, वो कन्वर्ट हो गए हैं, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। लेकिन जो यहाँ के मूल निवासी, अगर उनकी भावनाएं, अगर जिनका मैंडेट लेके हम आए हैं, अगर हम उनके मैंडेट, उनकी भावनाओं को अगर हम फुलफिल करते हैं लीगली, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली, बाय द वे ऑफ लॉ, मुझे नहीं लगता कोई प्रॉब्लम है। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि हम किसी धर्म विशेष के अगेंस्ट है, बिल्कुल नहीं। हमारी पार्टी सबका साथ सबका विकास के नारे से सबका विश्वास की बात कर रही है और सबके प्रयास से ही ऐसा होगा। लेकिन ये कह देना कि चूंकि चुनाव आने वाला है इसलिए हम ये नहीं कर सकते, हमेशा एक चुनाव आने वाला होगा तो हम कब तक इंतजार करते रहेंगे? 70 साल तक तो अभी तक की रूलिंग पार्टियों ने इंतजार किया था। क्यों नहीं काशी विश्वनाथ का मामला सॉल्व हुआ? क्यों नहीं
Zainab Sikandar, as long Zainab Sikandar, the fact is if it happens under the purview of the law, what's wrong with it?
Of course, I said it at the beginning, in the purview of the law, you can do anything. But, the BJP spokesperson, very respectfully, I'm saying, he just said कि अगर ताजमहल में मंदिर के कुछ अवशेष मिलते हैं तो फिर दोनों पक्ष बात करेंगे। कौन से दो पक्ष? ताजमहल हर एक इंडियन का है, सिर्फ मुसलमानों का या ताजमहल हो नहीं सकता, या किसी हिंदू का एक टेंपल नहीं हो सकता। ऑल हिस्टोरिक प्लेसेस बिलोंग टू ऑल इंडियंस। फिर तो आप like Sharad ji just said, where does the buck stop? It just is impossible to stop digging places, stop finding artifacts, which are for some people a matter of faith. Faith is leading to anybody saying anything. On national television now, he's going to dig up the past of Muslims also and talk about how we were converts. Even if we were converts, are these things to be said by a responsible politician? Please ask me, don't we have sentiments? Are sentiments only one-sided? One has to, as a public speaker, really look at what they are saying very responsibly. You can't get away with saying anything. You can't whip up passions. And it is about politics. You cannot deny the fact that in elections, none of the election governance issues are brought up. Please ask me in this entire...
Okay, because this is a skewed debate. There's only one spokesperson and two people have the other point of view. I know, okay, Mr. Pradhan, 10 seconds and I want to give 20 seconds to Kaushal Mishra.
Just a short intervention. I would like to point out where they talk of conversions. Let me also draw, probably he's not aware of history. The history of Bengal explicitly states how the dogmatism of Hindu religion led to mass conversions in Bengal. And that there's a story of Kala Pahad. The title was given to this man who was Raja Ram, he was called Raja Ram Roy. And how it was the dogmatism of Hindu religion, which is again being repeated by the...
May I just give the last word, 20 seconds right now to Mr. Kaushal Mishra. Kaushal Mishra जी, आप कुछ बोलना चाह रहे थे, पर बात वही पे आ जाती है जो आपके दूसरे दो पैनलिस्ट बोल रहे हैं. हिस्ट्री बहुत लंबी है, बहुत सारे वर्जन्स हैं एक ही हिस्ट्री के, और बहुत सारी इंटरप्रिटेशंस हैं उसी की. इसमें बैठ गए तो जहां पर आप चारों बैठे हैं वहां पे खुदाई हो जाएगी.
देखिए, ये बात बिल्कुल सही है कि हिस्ट्री को इस तरह से रिकरेक्ट नहीं किया जा सकता. और अभी हमारी दोस्त बोल रही थी कि कौन दो, मुझे भी ताजमहल पे उतना भरोसा है, लेकिन मुझे प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि हिंदुस्तान के लोगों को जो हिस्ट्री पढ़ाई जा रही है वो स्क्यूड हिस्ट्री है, चेंज हिस्ट्री है, ट्रू हिस्ट्री. एटलीस्ट कम से कम इस बात को एड्रेस तो किया जाए कि हाँ, ताजमहल एक मंदिर के ऊपर था, अगर था. मैं उसको कोट नहीं कर रहा हूँ, एक हंसने की बात नहीं है. आपने जो हिस्ट्री की बात की, हंसने की बात है, क्यों नहीं पढ़ाई गई? आप लोगों ने अभी तक क्या होता रहा है कि तुष्टीकरण के चक्कर में जो एक वोट बैंक की तरह...
Okay, I'm going to... Okay, gentlemen and Zainab, I'm going to bow out of this debate. Appreciate all four of you for joining us. The debate is going to continue, sadly. Will the citizens be able to sidestep the possible communal fallout of it all? Because it is in your face, even though it is under the purview of the law. The latest is a petition which says that the Taj Mahal, 22 doors of it, need to be opened up because somebody suspects there could be Hindu deities behind these doors. We leave it for our viewers to decide whether it's correct or incorrect. A quick break. Stay with us. On the other side is News Track with Rahul Kanwal.
Можна констатувати, що російські війська розпочали битву за Донбас, до якої давно готувалися.
The Battle of Donbass begins with a new offensive pushed by Russia along Ukraine's eastern flank. Ukraine's army has been bracing for this renewed assault since the Kremlin devised its new strategy to focus on an assault in the Ukrainian region of Donbass. But why Donbass? Donetsk and Luhansk, Ukraine's two big eastern regions, make up Donbass, and Kremlin identifies the region as a Russian-speaking part of Ukraine. Most of Donetsk and Luhansk are currently under the separatist regime, and what was left has gradually been brought into the fold in this war. Russia claimed that 54% of Donetsk and 93% of Luhansk are under their control. So once Putin has complete control over it, these two regions will amount to a large victory. And after victory, Putin's next move would be to annex Donbass just like Crimea in 2014. The victory over these two regions would be a symbolic win for Kremlin, as Donbass has a population that speaks Russian, and a win would fit into Kremlin's narrative, which is saving these territories from Ukrainian nationalism. Donbass' proximity to Russia also makes it a region of contradiction, especially since both pro-Russian sentiments are the strongest thanks to Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic, officially recognized by Putin ahead of his invasion. President Putin even signed a presidential decree allowing residents of LPR and DPR to receive Russian citizenship under a simplified procedure, citing international human rights legislation. Around the same time, Ukraine passed a language law to de-Russianize the country, including parts of Ukraine-controlled Donbass. Putin's claim to save Russians living in Ukraine from this kind of erasure could also be a major push for his plan. For 8 years, this region has seen major conflict and onslaught from the Ukrainians as well, since they were the breakaway territories, homes shelled and border towns living in fear of being attacked. The people in these parts demanded autonomy, even if not independence. And negotiations struck when the Minsk agreements came into being, which bought the region some peace till the recent invasion started. Russia needs the Donbass region today as a buffer. But Moscow's move to capture territories beyond Donbass and the destruction and damage it has caused to a sovereign nation is indicative of future plans of Russia to encircle and secure any and all territories that could pose a threat to its own borders, albeit a complete violation of international rules and norms.
A man set his EV scooter on fire. He was quite outraged at Ola for first giving a faulty scooter and then not responding to his concerns. He had already gotten the scooter serviced by Ola 3 times before.
See, I have mailed you the time. It is almost 11 o'clock in the morning, 10:30 in the morning.
In another instance, a man tied his Ola scooter to a donkey and paraded it around town. In fact, Sachin Gittetu did the same.
सप्टेंबर महिन्यामध्ये ओला कंपनीची गाडी बुक केली होती, जी मला 24 मार्चला मिळाली आणि 24 मार्च नंतर लगेच 8 मार्चला गाडी बंद पडली. मी कंपनीला 9 मार्चला मेल केला की गाडी बंद झालेली आहे.
After these incidents, Ola has now recalled its 1441 e-scooters to be inspected by its engineers and conduct diagnosis on its batteries. So what's happening with these Ola scooters? The Ola electronic scooters offered a smart vehicle control unit, an octa-core processor, 3 GB of RAM, as well as high-speed connectivity through 4G, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and a 7-inch touchscreen. But what the customers got in return was faulty scooters, bad customer service, and physical injuries. The reasons for the mishap. The battery management system has been flagged off as a major cause of concern for electronic vehicles, broadly for 3 reasons: manufacturing defects, external damage, or a fault in the battery management system, which has now come to light. The BMS works as an oversight to the batteries. It monitors and regulates the charging, discharging, and temperature of these batteries. It also ensures safety risks are eliminated by keeping the voltage in check. As India is now moving towards adopting electronic vehicles, there's a need now to resolve the recurring issues. Ola's response to this? Well, Ola, for the largest part, has evaded responsibility, calling it an isolated incident. In fact, Ola has blamed one of the accidents on the speed of the vehicle and completely put the blame on the rider altogether. The government's response on this? Well, the union government has now noted concerns with electronic vehicles. In fact, Niti Aayog released a draft battery swapping policy for electronic vehicles and suggested incentives as well as rigorous testing protocols for swappable batteries.
We need to have a testing system by which we need to test the battery and cell. With the appropriate test, then we can certify. And now my request to all manufacturers that by using these cells, they should be cautious. Otherwise, our purpose will be forfeited.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching.
Another big Bulldozer Bharat battle breaks. Massive meltdown in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. Anti-CA protest epicenter, new bulldozer target. Demolition drive triggers, high voltage politics. But bulldozer disappears without demolition. Is MCD the most confused department? That's our top focus on the news track. Another big Bulldozer Bharat battle breaks. Massive meltdown in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. Anti-CA protest epicenter, new bulldozer target. Demolition drive triggers, high voltage politics. But bulldozer disappears without demolition. Is MCD the most confused department? That's our top focus on the news track.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The Indian rupee falls to its lowest level against the US dollar as global growth worries are deepening. The big question, what does this mean for India's post-COVID economic recovery? That's going to be a big talking point on the news today. Also, the National Family Health Survey points out that Muslim fertility rates are declining faster than any other community over the last 2 decades. What does this data really mean? All that and much more on the news today. News without the noise.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Sensodyne.
Good evening and welcome on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. The big political face-off over the attempted demolition at Shaheen Bagh is my top focus on the news track tonight.
Another big Bulldozer Bharat battle breaks. Massive meltdown in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. Anti-CA protest epicenter, new bulldozer target. Demolition drive triggers, high voltage politics. But bulldozer disappears without demolition. Is MCD the most confused department? That's our top focus on the news track.
Here's a look at the headlines we're tracking on the news track tonight. Modi government to re-examine the sedition law. Home Ministry tells the Supreme Court the Prime Minister believes it's time to shed colonial baggage, which includes outdated laws. Navneet Rana and her MLA husband meet Lok Sabha Speaker in Delhi. Uddhav government files a plea seeking cancellation of the couple's bail over the Hanuman Chalisa face-off. After Maharashtra, loudspeaker Rao hits Karnataka. Chalisa chanted to counter the azan in the state. Sri Ram Sene activists slammed Chief Minister Bommai for inaction against mosques. Russia celebrates victory day as the war in Ukraine enters the 75th day. Nukes, tanks roll on the streets of Moscow. Putin defends invasion, compares it to the Second World War. Unrest in Sri Lanka deepens. One MP killed, another's house set on fire as pro and anti-government supporters clash. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapakse resigns. The big battle over the bulldozer continues to escalate. Today, the target was Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. That was the epicenter of the anti-CAA protests of 2019. The demolition drive triggered high-voltage politics, with AAP and Congress accusing the BJP and the South Delhi civic body of vendetta. But curiously, the bulldozer disappeared without bringing anything down.
A new showdown in the national capital. This time, the hulking JCB rumbled through what was once the epicenter of anti-CAA protests.
After a 2.5 hours hula baloo, the only structure that came down was the iron rods that were put over here for the renovation work. Interestingly, this also wasn't a job of the bulldozer, but the locals who agreed to themselves removed these construction work that was put outside this factory outlet. The bulldozer, the moment after that, took a U-turn and left Shaheen Bagh.
Traffic blocked, riot police ringed around. Authorities called it a routine anti-encroachment drive.
बुलडोजर लौटा नहीं है, ना बुलडोजर रुका है. जो लोग आज उन्होंने गलती मानी, जो लोगों ने माना है कि हमसे गलती हुई है और हम दोबारा से जो अतिक्रमण बचा है उसको हटाने का काम करेंगे. अगर वो नहीं हटाएंगे तो पूरा रोड साइड जितना अतिक्रमण है या अंदर कॉलोनी में अतिक्रमण है उस सबको हम खाली कराने का काम करेंगे.
But the bulldozer at Shaheen Bagh did build up a major face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP.
मैं 3 दिन पहले आया था. मैंने खुद आह्वान किया लोगों से, लोगों ने इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा लिया. अब ये मुझे बता दें इंक्रोचमेंट है कहाँ? अगर इंक्रोचमेंट है मैं खुद तोड़वा लूंगा, मैंने खुद तोड़वाया है. ये पीडब्ल्यूडी का रोड है. अगर ये गलत करेंगे तो लोग तो आएंगे ना. मुझे मेरे से बात करें एमसीडी के लोग, यहाँ लोकल पुलिस भी है, आए वो.
Shaheen Bagh grabbed international headlines in December 2019 after hundreds of demonstrators, mostly women, occupied one of its bustling streets to protest the Citizenship Amendment Act. The 3-month demonstration ended after the pandemic lockdown set in. Local residents in the Muslim-dominated neighborhood allege vendetta behind the bulldozer action.
बुलडोजर ड्राइव है. बुलडोजर ड्राइव पार्टिकुलरली एक कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ भाजपा सरकार दिमाग पे बुलडोजर चलाना चाह रही है. हमारे घरों पे, मस्जिदों पे नहीं बल्कि दिमाग पे.
The drive in the South Delhi neighborhood came in the wake of bulldozers ploughing into several structures at Jahangirpuri in northwest Delhi 2 weeks ago, ostensibly as a part of an anti-encroachment measure that followed communal clashes in that area. The political rhetoric remains the same.
जो लोग अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, आतंक फैलाने वाले लोगों को अतिक्रमण बचाने के लिए जो बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, जनता भी उनको लेटाने वाली है.
An earth mover or a dog whistle in an increasingly surcharged political climate.
Designed to remove illegal constructions, the bulldozer, however, today has been branded a political tool, leading to a face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government and the BJP-led municipal corporation. But with no big construction demolished today in Shaheen Bagh, was it a warning against those who may take law and order into their own hand, or was it a sheer political messaging in Delhi? With Himanshu, Pooja Shali for India Today.
Why are opposition parties interfering in the process of law? Is the process of these illegal encroachments being done away with, being done by the due process of law? Or is this really just political vendetta in a place like Shaheen Bagh, which really was something which the BJP government didn't like very much? Joining us on this broadcast, for a perspective of what the South Delhi Municipal Corporation feels is the justification for this action. We've got Mukesh Suryan, Supriya Shirne joins us from the Congress Party. From the BJP, we have RP Singh. We have Amanatullah Khan, he's the Aam Aadmi Party MLA in that area. And joining us also is the party spokesperson, Akshay Marathe, joining us from the Harvard Kennedy School in Boston. I want to go across first and foremost to Mukesh Suryan for an explanation on why you believe that the actions of the civic authority in taking that bulldozer to Shaheen Bagh was not wrong. What is the justification for what you did? Why did the bulldozer move away after there was a protest? Do you intend to come back again? What's really going on? मुकेश जी, आवाज आ रही है आपको मेरी?
अभी आवाज आ रही है, बीच में आपकी आवाज चली गई थी।
मैं ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि बुलडोजर लेके आप वहां पे पहुंचे, लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा है कि क्योंकि शाहीन बाग की एक इमेज बनी जहां पे एंटी सीए प्रोटेस्ट हुए, इसलिए वहां पर बीजेपी की ये जो एजेंसी है वो जोर जबरदस्ती करके बेवजह डेमोलिशन करी। आपका पहले आप बताइए जस्टिफिकेशन क्या था?
देखिए, ये लोग नहीं कह रहे हैं, कुछ पॉलिटिकल लोग कह रहे हैं जिनका अपना पॉलिटिकल हित की बात करें, जो पर्टिकुलरली जिनको दिल्ली ने भी नकार दिया है, कुछ लोग दिल्ली में चुनकर आए, कुछ वो कह रहे हैं वो बीजेपी की एजेंसी नहीं हो, वो नगर निगम अपना काम कर रहा है। और ये पहली बार नहीं कि बुलडोजर चलने का काम हो रहा है। मैं आपके सीधे आपके चैनल के माध्यम से, आपके माध्यम से उन लोगों से भी पूछना चाहता हूँ, नगर निगम तो लगातार बुलडोजर चला रहा है। पिछले हफ्ते तिलक नगर में, विष्णु गार्डन में, उधर महिपालपुर में, द्वारका के अंदर, संगम विहार के अंदर, इन अनेकों जगह पर पूरे मंथ बुलडोजर चलने का काम किया। किसी भी एक भी आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता ने या उनके चुने विधायक ने या अमानतुल्लाह खान साहब ने, किसी ने आगे प्रोटेस्ट नहीं किया, ना ही कोई बुलडोजर के आगे लौटा। लेकिन जब जब शाहीन बाग की बात आती है, वहाँ पे अतिक्रमण हटाने की बात आती है, और इन लोगों ने खुद माना भी है कि यहाँ पे अतिक्रमण है, हमने माना है, कुछ हमने हटा लिया, कुछ हम और हटा लेंगे, तो बुलडोजर लौटा नहीं है। अगर वो नहीं हटेगा तो बुलडोजर दोबारा से वापस आएगा। बट मैं एक बात का जवाब जानना चाहता हूं, जब संगम बिहार में बुलडोजर चल रहा था तब कहां थे विधायक जी, अमानतुल्लाह खान साहब, तब कहां थे? तब तो कोई आकर वहां रोका नहीं, ना कोई बुलडोजर के आगे लौटा। हम सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका प्रयास और सबका साथ की राजनीति करते हैं, हम कभी भी धर्म की राजनीति नहीं करते।
चलिए अमानतुल्लाह खान साहब, इसका जवाब दीजिए कि दिल्ली में अलग अलग जगह पे एंटी इंक्रोचमेंट ड्राइव इस वक्त चल रही है, आप ये क्यों बार बार कह रहे हैं कि ये बीजेपी का वेंडेटा है? जो मेयर हैं वो कहते हैं हमने बाकी जगहों पे जब किया तब तो आप लोग नहीं बैठे बुलडोजर के सामने, ये शाहीन बाग में इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट पे बुलडोजर चलता है तभी आपको वेंडेटा नजर आता है?
शाहीन बाग
देखिए, जो आज ये जिस रोड पर आए थे वो 13A रोड है जो दिल्ली से नोएडा को जोड़ता है और यहीं से फरीदाबाद को जोड़ता है, तो ये 3 स्टेट को जोड़ता है और ये PWD का रोड है। तो इस रोड पर इंक्रोचमेंट है ही नहीं, और जो हमने PWD ने जो फुटपाथ बनाया हुआ है उसके पीछे अपनी ज़मीन में लोगों ने जीने बनाए हुए हैं, शॉप बनाए हुए हैं, तो वो हैं, बाकी तो इंक्रोचमेंट कोई है ही नहीं। और अब से 4 दिन पहले, 5 दिन पहले मैंने इलाके के सारे जिम्मेदार लोगों को बुलाया था, उसमें मार्केट के लोग थे, उसमें RWA के लोग थे, और उन सब को बुला करके, और जिम्मेदार लोग थे, मैं साथ गया, और जहाँ जहाँ मुझे लगा कि कुछ लोगों ने दुकान के आगे कुछ रख रखा है या कुछ और चीज़ है, तो वो मैंने उसी वक्त रिमूव करा दिया। और कालिंदी कुंज से एक जामिया थाने को एक रोड जाता है, वहाँ पर एक मस्जिद बन रही है, तो वहाँ जो है कुछ इंक्रोचमेंट था कि वज़ू खाना टेम्परेरी उन्होंने और टॉयलेट बनाया। तो मैंने उनसे बात की, उन्होंने कहा कि भाई हाँ हम हटा लेंगे इसको, हमारे पास JCB नहीं है, तो मैंने JCB का इंतज़ाम किया और उन्होंने वो भी हटा लिया। अगर आप मेरे साथ में उस पूरे इलाके का रोड राउंड करेंगे तो यहाँ पर कहीं भी कोई इंक्रोचमेंट नहीं है, और हम कानून के साथ चलने वाले लोग हैं, कानून के ख़िलाफ़ नहीं हैं। लेकिन ये जो डराने वाला, धमकाने वाला, डरा कर पैसे वसूल करने वाला जो बुलडोज़र है, इसको हम चलने नहीं देंगे। अब जैसे ये बड़ा मार्केट है, बड़े शोरूम है यहाँ पर, तो ये बुलडोज़र लेकर आए, तो यहाँ से वसूली करना चाहते हैं कि बुलडोज़र हम लेकर आए तो अब आप पैसे हमें पहुँचाना शुरू कर दो। तो ये जो है सिर्फ बीजेपी की ये एक नीति है कि डराओ और पैसे वसूल करो।
चलो, आप वसूली का चार्ज लगा रहे हैं, बहुत सीधे आरोप है।
कहीं कोई इंक्रोचमेंट है,
मुकेश सूर्या
इसको खुद हटाने के लिए तैयार है।
सीधा आरोप एमएलए लगा रहे हैं कि ये वसूली का धंधा है, आप लोग पैसे कमाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, इसका कोई दीन ईमान से लेना देना नहीं है, आप लोग इसको एक प्रॉफिट वेंचर बनाना चाहते हैं।
दुकानदार का नाम होगा, एड्रेस होगा, राहुल जी, जिस दुकानदार से पैसा मांगा गया उसका नाम एड्रेस पता होगा। क्या उस दुकानदार ने कंप्लेंट दी है कि किस आदमी ने पैसा मांगा? क्या एमएलए साहब ने कंप्लेंट दी है किस आदमी से पैसा मांगा? और इनकी पार्टी तो कहती है कि जो आपसे पैसे मांगता है उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग कर लीजिए, तो वो रिकॉर्डिंग दे दीजिए, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। ये जो कार्रवाई है उस कार्रवाई को रोकना चाहते हैं, उस कार्रवाई को बाधित करना चाहते हैं, तर्क पर बात करना नहीं चाहते, सवालों का जवाब देना नहीं चाहते। ये अराजक पार्टी है एक तरह से। अब आज जो इन्होंने काम किया है कि मैं वहां पे गया और मैंने वहां पे लोगों को बोला, वो 2 दिन पहले भी कर सकते थे, 3 दिन पहले भी कर सकते थे। नोटिस तो निगम का 10 दिन से गया हुआ है उधर, हमने 10 दिन पहले फोर्स मांगी है। और राहुल जी, मैंने आपसे एक क्वेश्चन और मैं आपसे आपके माध्यम से इनसे पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या शाहीन बाग दिल्ली का हिस्सा नहीं है? क्या शाहीन बाग देश का हिस्सा नहीं है? जब जब नगर निगम को शाहीन बाग के अंदर जाना होता है तो किस तरह का पुलिस बल हमें लेना पड़ता है? क्या शाहीन बाग देश में नहीं आता? देश का कानून वहां लागू नहीं होता?
चलिए अमानतुल्लाह खान साहब जवाब दीजिए कि एसडीएमसी ये कह रही है कि बाकायदा हमने 10 दिन पहले नोटिस दिया, हमने बताया कि हम लोग आने वाले हैं और यहाँ पे इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट है, आप पहले जाके इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट हटा सकते थे जो आज आप करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, तब तो आपने किया नहीं। बार बार आप इसको सीए से जोड़ते हैं, प्रोटेस्ट से जोड़ते हैं। उनका कहना है कि इसका क्या लेना देना है, सीए का जो प्रोटेस्ट है वो अलग है, यहाँ पे अगर इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट है उस पे एक्शन करना अलग बात है। इन दोनों को आप जोड़ के क्यों देख रहे हैं?
नहीं, मैं ये कह रहा हूं ये कौन तय करेगा? ये पीडब्ल्यूडी का रोड है, पीडब्ल्यूडी तय करेगा ना कि इंक्रोचमेंट है या नहीं है। एमसीडी के पास नक्शा होगा ना, नक्शा लेकर के वो आ जाएं। आप किसी के घर में अगर जगह छोड़ करके उसने जीना बना रखा, आप उसे थोड़ा ना तोड़ देंगे। और जिस इंक्रोचमेंट को हटाने की बात कर रहे हैं, आज इन्होंने वो पेड़ बांधी हुई थी सफ़ेदी करने के लिए, तो वो इन्हें वहाँ पर बुलडोज़र खड़ा कर दिया। तो मैंने उस मकान मालिक को बुलाया कि भाई तुमने ये पेड़ बांधी हुई है, इसे तुम हटा दो, तो उसने हटा दिया। तो अगर कोई इंक्रोचमेंट, हम इंक्रोचमेंट के साथ नहीं है, हम तो खुद खिलाफ हैं और हम भी चाहते हैं कि अगर कुछ गलत हो रहा है जिससे लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है, हम ही लोग रहते हैं, हमारे लोग रहते हैं, तो आप कॉन्फिडेंस में लेकर के आइए और आपको अगर लगता है इंक्रोचमेंट है, हम खुद हटाएंगे उसको। हम कब मना कर रहे हैं? अभी भी हमने हटाया, 4 दिन पहले मैंने हटाया। उसके बाद मैं एसएचओ के पास गया, मैंने एसएचओ से कहा, मैंने डीसी जो हैं, डीसी दानिश अशरफ है, मैंने उनसे कहा कि भाई मैंने सारे इंक्रोचमेंट को जो भी थोड़ा बहुत था, पहले ही लोगों ने हटा लिया, जो भी थोड़ा बहुत था मैंने उसको रिमूव कर दिया, अब वहाँ किसी भी कार्रवाई की ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो उन्होंने मुझे एश्योर किया कि आपके बाकी बहुत अच्छा काम आपने किया, किसी कार्रवाई की ज़रूरत नहीं है। लेकिन आप तो डराना चाहते हो, आप तो इलीगल बुलडोज़र चलाना चाहते हो। देखिए, उसको तो हम चलने नहीं देंगे, और आप डरा कर पैसा वसूल करना चाहते हो, पैसे वसूल तो हम आपसे नहीं करने देंगे।
Supriya Shaheen, you've got over here the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party both accusing each other of wrongdoing. From a Congress's perspective, who's more wrong and who's wronged here?
No, I don't think it's a question of who's more wrong and who's not. And before I start, welcome back from your sabbatical, Rahul. If I may say so myself, you were missed. But quite frankly, I think जो भाजपा और आम आदमी पार्टी बात बोल रहे हैं यहाँ पर, उसमें सबसे जरूरी बात यह है कि ये जो बुलडोजर की एक नई राजनीति, एक नया मॉडल बोला जाता है, और अब ये पार्लेंस में भी, टीवी डिबेट्स में भी भाजपा के प्रवक्ता आके बोलते हैं ध्यान से रहो नहीं तो बुलडोजर चल जाएगा। ये शायद कानूनी प्रणाली के बाहर है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कहीं पर भी, चाहे वो जहांगीरपुरी हो, चाहे वो खारगोन हो, आपको सरकार को हीलिंग का काम करना है। बिल्कुल अनाधिकृत चीजों को हटाइए, लेकिन कानूनी दायरे में रहकर बुलडोजर को एक सिंबल बना दिया गया डराने और धमकाने का। और मैं बस एक छोटी सी बात कहकर अपनी बात यहां पर इसलिए समाप्त करूंगी क्योंकि चाहे वो 2014 हो, चाहे वो 2019 हो, चाहे दिल्ली के इलेक्शंस का मैनिफेस्टो हो, बीजेपी को अनाधिकृत चीजों से कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। उन्होंने लगातार फॉर इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन 2014 में भी बोला हम कॉलोनीज को रेगुलराइज कर देंगे, 2019 में भी यही बोला। उनको दिक्कत अनाधिकृत चीजों से अगर होती तो वो कहते हैं कि सारी इलीगल कॉलोनीज को हम ध्वस्त कर देंगे, उससे दिक्कत नहीं है। उसको वो कहते हैं वोट के लिए हम रेगुलराइज करेंगे। दिक्कत ये हो गई है कि इस देश को कानून व्यवस्था से चलाया जाएगा या बुलडोजर से चला जाएगा, चाहे वो शाहीन बाग हो, चाहे वो जहांगीरपुरी हो, चाहे वो खारगौन हो, चाहे वो लखनऊ हो, इलाहाबाद हो, कहीं भी। मुझे ऐसा लगता है लोगों के पास राइट होना चाहिए और यह देखना है कि 317, 318 और 343 एमसीडी की एक्ट के अंतर्गत क्या प्रावधानों को एग्जॉस्ट किया गया था। इफ ऑल द रूल्स वर नॉट एग्जॉस्टेड, then obviously this is wrong. I also want to say what happened in North MCD, which is again controlled by the BJP. The Supreme Court's law was not abided with. The Supreme Court's order was ignored. They went ahead with demolition, and finally the courts had to intervene once again to stop it. So all I'm trying to say is you can keep talking ad nauseum, but I think the ruling establishment will have to take into consideration DDA की जमीन है, MCD का काम है इलीगल चीजें हटाना। आप 15 साल से क्यों सो रहे थे? 15 साल से सत्ता में आप हैं, इलीगल चीजें बनती जाती हैं, इलीगल कॉलोनीज के लिए आप कहते हैं हम रेगुलराइज कर देंगे। यहाँ पर
RP Singh, the Congress accusing you
I think it's an
of
intention.
using the bulldozer in a partisan fashion, wanting to authorize illegal colonies during your election manifesto, but taking out the bulldozer in places where largely the voting segments don't seem aligned with your party's interests, which is why you pick places like Jahangirpuri, pick places like Shaheen Bagh, and try and set an example of these places where the rich and the Tony people of the capital are staying in completely illegal colonies like Sainik Farms, for example. No bulldozer has gone there, but those bulldozers are being sent to places like Shaheen Bagh, the Congress alleges, in a bid to send a political message. RP Singh.
Rahul, first let me segment this into two. One is unauthorized construction, another is encroachment. The present bulldozer drive is against encroachment. The bulldozer was there in Madanpur, Khatar and Kalindi Kunj on 30th of last month. It was there in MB Road, Karni Singh shooting range on 4th of this month. It was at Kalindi Kunj main road on 5th of this month. It was in Lajpat Nagar near Lajpat Nagar metro station on 6th of this month. It was at Shaheen Bagh today. It will be tomorrow at Bodh Dharam Mandir near Gurdwara tomorrow. It will be at Meherchand Market day after tomorrow. And it will be at Khadda Colony on 13th. Why you to just wear a glasses with a color or tinted green color glasses to see everything through green glasses? That's the problem. That's the problem of the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, that they can't think beyond appeasement.
Let Supriya respond to this.
And I'm sorry,
the fact that
Muslims
when there is
also
a demolition at, say, a Meherchand Market or Lajpat Nagar.
Rahul,
Yeah,
give me
okay,
another 5 seconds.
Go on, sir.
Can I complete? Give me another 5 seconds, please. So, issue is that Muslims also are not with them on this. That's why the Muslims in that area themselves removed the encroachment. And they have said they will remove the others also. And Mr. MLA Sahab, Khan Sahab is on record saying कि मैंने जाकर encroachment उठाई. It means encroachment was there. They were there. Their encroachments were there.
Okay, Supriya Srinath, respond to this point that RP Singh makes, that when there is a demolition at Lajpat Nagar or at Meherchand Market, then the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party don't get agitated. You are the ones who politicize it because you think something is wrong about the demolition in Shaheen Bagh, whereas they're doing the same elsewhere as well.
And quite frankly, between all of us, we know that demolition drives by the bulldozer have actually raised to the ground houses built under the Prime Minister Awas Yojana. प्राइम मिनिस्टर आवास योजना के घर भी आपने बुलडोजर सुरा दिए। आपने तो दंगाइयों में जिसके दोनों बाहें नहीं थी उनका भी नाम डाल दिया। So don't tell me green tinted glasses, because this tells me your mentality. I love the color green as much as I love the color saffron or white, because these are colors that belong to my national flag. Some flag that you might have hoisted for 53 years. I did not speak in between. Have the courtesy to not speak while I'm talking. I did not intervene while you were talking. Have the same courtesy. Let's make it civil. Otherwise, I'll keep talking when you are.
वहाँ राहुल गांधी नहीं पहुंचेंगे, वहाँ आप कभी जाकर ट्वीट नहीं करेंगे, उस सब्जेक्ट पे डिबेट नहीं होगा। ये जो आपने जानकर एक मुसलमानों को अपीस करने के लिए ये सोचते कि हम खुश कर लेंगे सबसे, और विधायक साहब जाकर वहाँ लेट जाएंगे या जाकर झगड़ा करेंगे, उससे होने वाला नहीं है।
Okay, let Akshay Marathe respond to
Is this
this.
the rule we are going to play with
On
now?
behalf of the Aam Aadmi Party
No, I'm
government
sorry, I
in the
was talking.
capital.
He started talking in between and you move on from me.
Okay, okay.
I don't understand this. I was talking, he intervened and you moved on from me.
Okay, Supriya, complete your argument before I go across to Akshay.
All I'm saying is that this bulldozer, quote-unquote, politics, this bulldozer model of governance has to stop. There are courts in this country, there is law and order. ये जो bulldozer राजनीति आप करके सोच रहे हैं कि आप लोगों को डराएंगे, धमकाएंगे हिंदुस्तान की किसी भी जगह में, ये सच है कि आप लोगों ने लोगों को एक नौकरी नहीं दी है, लेकिन रोजगार पर जिस तरह से आप बुलडोजर चला रहे हैं, यही देश की जनता आपको सबक सिखाएगी. That's all I need to say. Mr.
Okay, Akshay Marathe, respond to RP Singh's point that the Aam Aadmi Party did not get agitated when the demolitions were happening in Lajpat Nagar or when they'll happen in Meherchand Market. You get agitated in places like Jahangirpuri, in places like Shaheen Bagh, because it's you who's playing politics, not the BJP. Respond to RP Singh.
Rahul, first of all, I want to clarify, and the BJP spokesperson is actually making the same point that the Aam Aadmi Party is making, which is that the BJP is today engaging in a major extortion racket. They know that in the next few months, the MCD elections will take place and Aam Aadmi Party is going to win the election. So they have a short window of time left to engage in their gundagardi of using the bulldozer and extorting money from people. And I'm saying this on record, Rahul. We have complaints from across Delhi to our office bearers, MLAs, councillors that BJP leaders are coming to them and demanding money in return for protection against the bulldozers. Now, in this kind of an environment, the Aam Aadmi Party has been protesting the encroachment.
RP Singh, allow him to complete. I'm coming back to you for an interjection. I am coming back to you for a comment in just a moment.
Just a few days ago,
you're saying, you're making an important point. You're leveling these wild charges. Akshay, you're sitting in Boston. What's the guarantee that there is any evidence to back any of this?
Just a few days ago, Rahul, you can check with your own reporters. Our MLA from Kalkaji, Atishiji, was protesting against a demolition order against a mandir in her constituency. So Aam Aadmi Party is saying today that it's not a religious angle at all. We are saying very point blank that the BJP is trying to demolish any structure if you don't pay them their hafta money. You have to pay them their protection money if you want to protect your constructions today. So Mr. RP Singh,
RP Singh, you need to let him complete. RP Singh, this way we'll find it very difficult to have a conversation. Let him complete. I'll come back to you for a comment. Let Akshay make his point.
No, you can't allow him to just...
In these
like I allowed you to say what you wanted to say, let him say what he wants to say. I'll come back to you for an interjection. Yes, let Akshay complete. Akshay.
So all I'm saying, Rahul, is that today in Delhi, there is a mahal of fear that the BJP has created by demanding this protection money. We have shown with evidence, and your reporters can actually, you should bring your reporters on camera and ask them to reveal what happened in Kalkaji, where Atishiji was leading a protest against the demolition or the proposed demolition of the mandir in her constituency. So this is not at all about Shaheen Bagh. It is about the BJP's gundagardi that they have let loose on our country. It's not just about Delhi. You have seen the same incidents across the country where BJP's gundas go out there, threaten people, intimidate them, and demand protection money if they want to survive. That is the level of politics that we are seeing in India today.
You haven't presented any evidence. You've leveled very serious charges, and RP Singh is very upset. He's got his finger up, and he wants to come in and make a quick comment. RP.
3 examples of Gunda. Anshu Prakash, the Chief Secretary of the city, was called into CM's residence and was thrashed. There's a FIR record.
The court is already acquitted.
Akshay, now let him speak. Akshay, let him speak.
Cases are there, writing cases are there. Give me a second. Hold your breath now. Rukiye 1 minute. Geeta Rawat, their corporator, was caught red-handed, taking bribe through a rediwala. Another Rohingya rediwala, she was taking bribe. Not only that, their Prakash Jarwal, MLA, used to take 60 lakh rupees bribe every month or through a jail board system. So who is talking? And I give you a challenge. I give you open challenge. Give me one person of BJP corporator MLA who you can say with evidence that he was taking bribe. I'll give you 2. I'll give you more if you want.
Rahul, now let me respond. In 2017, the MCD elections, when the BJP had to face the electorate, they had to change every single one of their councillors. Can you believe that? Have you ever heard of a party that has to remove all of their elected members in order to win an election again? That is the kind of reputation that BJP councillors have in Delhi. If you have to remove your entire party from office to be able to win a re-election, that shows to you what is the level of reputation and image that the BJP councillors have in Delhi. There is a set per square meter rate that you have to pay to your local councillor to get any kind of encroachment done. This is
झूठी
सिंह आप कितना
झूठ
चिल्लाएंगे?
बोलने
मैं आपसे बहुत छोटा हूँ, मुझे बात करने दीजिए।
अंशु प्रकाश को पीटते हो आप चीफ सेक्रेटरी को बुलाकर।
आपकी पुलिस है सर, आपकी पुलिस है, आपकी सीबीआई है, आपका एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट है। एक भी केस आप कन्विक्शन नहीं ला पाते हो, आप बस टीवी डिबेट पे आके बोलते रहते हो। अगर आप में हिम्मत है तो जाइए कोर्ट में एस्टैब्लिश करिए
कि ये रोहिंग्या और बांग्लादेशियों को दिल्ली में सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं।
बताया रोहिंग्या और बांग्लादेशियों को किसने बसाया? आपकी सरकार 8 साल से चल रही है पूरे देश में। बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी मोदी जी के अंडर में आता है। आपका होम मिनिस्ट्री क्या कर रहा था? आपकी होम मिनिस्ट्री सो रही थी जब ये सारे घुसपैठी देश में आ रहे थे और आप बसा रहे थे उसको, तो आपकी सरकार क्या कर रही
है? But I have a question, मुकेश सुरयान, आप उस इलाके के मेयर हैं। अगर ये 15 साल से इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन थी तो इससे पहले आप लोग वहां पे क्यों नहीं पहुंचे उसको हटाने के लिए? अच्छा, और इतना वो बुलडोजर आया, सारे कैमरे आए, सब लोग वहां पे आए और बगैर कुछ काम किए वो लोग निकल गए वहां से। वो कहां गया फिर बुलडोजर? फिर तो चला गया शाहीन बाग छोड़ के कहीं और चला गया।
नहीं, शाहीन बाग से बुलडोजर कहीं गया नहीं है। बुलडोजर बहुत दूर नहीं गया है। वहाँ के क्षेत्रीय विधायक जो अभी हमारे साथ लाइन पे भी है, मिस्टर खान साहब, उन्होंने खुद माना है, एडमिट किया है कि वहाँ इंक्रोचमेंट था, वहाँ बाथरूम बड़ा हुआ था, वहाँ पे हमने इलीगल पहले हटाने का काम किया, दोबारा हटाने का काम किया। लेकिन जो इन्होंने बोला है कि मैंने हटवाया वहाँ पे, तो 2 दिन पहले हटवा लेते, हमें बुलडोजर की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती। लेकिन अगर वो नहीं हटा तो दोबारा हमें वहाँ पे बुलडोजर लेकर काम करना पड़ेगा। मैं अक्सर नारंग जी की बात का जवाब देना चाहता हूँ। आम आदमी पार्टी के बहुत सारे काउंसलर भी सदन में हैं, वे क्या कर रहे हैं? अगर आम आदमी पार्टी के काउंसलर हमें नहीं रोक पा रहे हैं, ये कह रहे हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी, बीजेपी के लोग भ्रष्टाचार करें, तो आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? अरे इनकी तो पार्टी में सिखाया गया कि आप वीडियो बना लीजिए, एक भी एविडेंस ये दे नहीं सकते। दिल्ली की जनता को गुमराह करने का एक टैगलाइन सेट कर लिया है कि हम लोग से प्रोटेक्शन में एक भी अगर दिल्ली में प्रूव कर दे, मैं 36 चीजें हम लोग प्रूव कर सकते हैं इनके खिलाफ कि कहाँ का किस तरह की। पहले इनके सौरभ भारद्वाज झूठ बोलते थे, पूरी दिल्ली ने उनको नकार दिया। आजकल अतिशी झूठ बोल रही, थोड़े दिन बाद दिल्ली उनको भी नकार देगी।
अमानतुल्लाह खान, जवाब दीजिए।
तो इस तरह के आरोप,
ये जो आरोप है कि आप लोगों को उकसा रहे हैं, आरोप लगा रहे हैं, आरोप को बैक और जस्टिफाई करने के लिए कोई एविडेंस आपके पास है नहीं और इस पूरे मामले को पॉलिटिसाइज कर रहे हैं आप।
फैक्ट्री बनाने का काम करते हैं, इनके 4
बीजेपी का कोई एक नेता का कोई एक वीडियो दें जो वो लोगों के पास गया हो और इन्होंने लोगों से कहा हो कि भाई आप इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा दो या इंक्रोचमेंट की देखरेख की हो। मैं पॉलिटिकल अगर करता तो मैंने इंक्रोचमेंट जो भी था, जहाँ भी था, पूरे रोड्स का मैंने मायना किया और जो मुझे लगा वो मैंने हटा दिया और लोगों से मैंने अपील की, मेरे इलाके के लोगों ने उसको माना। मैं तो उनका खैर मकदम करता हूँ, उनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। तो ये जिन जिन इलाकों में इंक्रोचमेंट कर रहे हैं वहाँ इनके अपने लोग हैं, वहाँ एमएलए हमारे एमएलए हैं, सरकार है। अगर लोगों को समझाए तो वो पीछे चले जाएंगे। उनका नुकसान क्यों करना चाहते हैं? कल इन्होंने तैमूर नगर के अंदर डेमोलेशन रखा है, मैं अभी वहाँ जा रहा हूँ और मैं लोगों को वहाँ समझाऊंगा और जितना अगर ये इंक्रोचमेंट जो भी बाहर निकला हुआ है मैं उसको पीछे करूंगा।
Final words, Supriya Shrineti, I had your finger up wanting to make a quick comment. I'm running out of time. The mayor promises that the bulldozers will be back and that this is not political.
If it wasn't political, we'd perhaps be discussing today 77.41 to $1 where the rupee is. But the BJP doesn't want us to discuss that. We will perhaps be discussing why unemployment rate is close to 10% in the city of Delhi. We will not be allowed to discuss that because they will run these bulldozers. And I just have one thing to say. They keep talking about Rohingyas.
And share market has nothing to do with
Please keep quiet. चिल्लाइए मत, आप सबके बीच में बोल रहे हैं, आप चिल्लाते रहेंगे, चुप रहिए मत बोलिए। रोहिंग्यास की बात कर रहे हैं, सीए का नोटिफिकेशन रूल्स का अभी तक नहीं आया है। एनआरसी पर सदन के अंदर पार्लियामेंट में आरपी सिंह का प्रॉब्लम विद यू इज
We have given protection to them and have been taking protection money from
Rahul,
them.
will you
I'm
shut
saying
him
on
up or
record
should I just
that
keep shouting?
Okay, RP Singh, RP Singh, before I went to study,
this is
you were
absolutely
generally
wrong.
more quiet and willing to listen to others.
I want to make a very
Something
small
seems
point.
to have changed over the last few months. You're not letting the other person
let me
speak.
make-
I'm not quite certain why. Let Supriya complete. I'll come back to you, I promise.
No, but
I just have to. It's a 10-second point that I want to make. My simple point, Rahul, is रोहिंग्या चिल्ला रहे हैं आप. अरे आप 2 साल से नोटिफिकेशन सीए का नहीं ला पाए, रूल्स अभी तक नहीं बने, बिकॉज आपको ये झुंझुना लटकाना था. आप कह रहे हैं एनआरसी जाके आप बंगाल में बोलते हैं अभी 2 हफ्ते पहले, और एनआरसी को आप फरवरी में पार्लियामेंट में बोलते हैं नो प्रपोजल फॉर एनआरसी. सो यू हैव टू स्टॉप दिस रूमर मॉन्गरिंग, दिस फियर मॉन्गरिंग टू इंस्टिल फियर इन द माइंड्स ऑफ पीपल एट लार्ज, एंड यू थिंक यू कैन रूल राइट. आई थिंक दैट हैज टू स्टॉप. आपकी कथनी और करनी का अंतर पूरा देश देख रहा है, और अगर आपको लगता है कि ये देश बुलडोजर से झुक जाएगा, इसने अंग्रेजी हुकूमत को झुकाया था, ये भूलिएगा मत.
Okay, RP Singh, last words on the charge that the bulldozer is representing legal overreach by the government.
This bulldozer has been working since ages by municipal corporation. I'll send you records of last 5 years. This bulldozer has worked for 5 years, removing illegal encroachments, unauthorized constructions. But now, all of a sudden, at Shaheen Bagh, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party jumped because of the Muslim vote bank, of the vote bank appeasement politics. Otherwise, they have no issue. As I said earlier, they have no issue in any other area. Only Jahangirpuri, only North East Delhi, only Shaheen Bagh, because they wear a special sort of glasses which are green in color. आपके चश्मे का रंग बदलिए, हरा पहनना छोड़िए.
हमारे तिरंगे में भी हरा रंग है भाई, उससे इतनी आपत्ति क्यों है आपको? तिरंगा आपने 53 साल नहीं
अरे
चलाया,
तिरंगा
सबको
तो
पता
है,
परंतु
आपने उसमें से बाकी सब रंग निकाल दिए. आपने चेहरा हरा डॉट कर दिया. आप आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस सिर्फ हरे रंग का चश्मा पहना हुआ है. आप तिरंगे को सल्यूट करते थे, दिक्कत होती नहीं देश में जो हो रही है.
नफरत क्यों है? बार-बार उसी रंग की बात करते हो.
आपने संविधान को माना नहीं. तिरंगे को मानने का मतलब है संविधान को मानना. बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर साहब के संविधान को मानना. आप तो मानते नहीं. आप तो उनके साथ हैं जो शरीयत को मानते हैं. दिक्कत तो ये है कि आप बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर साहब के संविधान को न मानकर उनके साथ खड़े हैं जो शरीयत को मानते हैं.
Do remember that there's a MCD election coming. Tempers are running high. You've got all these political charges being flung at each other. Ultimately, it's the voter who will decide who should run Delhi's civic bodies. This is a story we'll continue to track very closely. When we come back, Russia celebrates the anniversary of the victory over Nazi Germany in the Second World War. It's Victory Day, even as the war in Ukraine enters day 75 and is nowhere close to coming to an end. Details on the other side. Back in a moment.
Lanka, Nepal and China. Do you know that all of these neighboring countries to India are currently facing a crisis? There is a crisis brewing across India's neighboring countries. While factors are many, there seems to be one common strand across all their problems. And that is the economy and the COVID-19 pandemic. So let's give you an understanding on what's going on across the economies of India's neighboring countries. Let's understand first Pakistan. Once again, Pakistani Prime Minister crashed out of office before completing his full 5-year term. Imran Khan, who became Prime Minister in 2018, campaigned on the promise of establishing a Naya Pakistan. But cut to March 2022, Pakistan is now in the midst of a massive debt, high inflation, unemployment at an all-time high. After which Imran Khan faced a no-confidence motion and then he was voted out. However, the country has now got yet another Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif. He is now promised to tackle the economic crisis on war footing. But certainly, his job is not going to be simple ahead. Let's cut to Sri Lanka. Just like Pakistan, India's neighbor down south, Sri Lanka, is also in serious trouble now. Sri Lankans are now facing a shortage of basic items like milk, rice, electricity and medicines. The crisis in the island nation has erupted into street protests and massive violence as well as mass resignations of all their ministers. It all started in late November when Gotabaya Rajapaksa gathered his cabinet and made good on a campaign promise to slash taxes after winning Sri Lanka's presidential elections. The move included a near halving of value-added tax, also known as VAT. Shortly after this, the COVID-19 pandemic struck, crippling the country's economy, which was heavily dependent on tourism. While the pandemic-induced hit to Sri Lanka's economy was almost unavoidable, some analysts argue that policies prior to COVID-19 further aggravated issues. And now Sri Lanka is facing its worst economic crisis since its independence in 1948 and is currently on the verge of its first debt default. Nepal. India's neighbor in the east is also now facing economic turmoil. Like Sri Lanka, Nepal's economy has also been hit by a slump in tourism during the pandemic. The Himalayan country is now heavily dependent on tourism and the export of limited commodities. However, exports have been declining since July 2021, shortly after the country's political crisis, which led to the fall of their KP Sharma Oli government. Since then, imports have increased while remittances and earnings from tourism and exports have fully decreased. As a result, Nepal is now tightening imports of cars, gold and cosmetics. The government has also suspended the central bank governor and named his deputy the interim chief for now. China. While China has still managed to keep a check on its economy during the pandemic, another COVID-19 outbreak is now keeping the country on the edge. Currently, at least 23 Chinese cities have already implemented either full or partial lockdown, accounting for approximately 22% of China's GDP. This would most likely impact China's ability to export, which could eventually stoke inflation.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. You're on board the news track. It was Russia's big victory day power play in Moscow. Vladimir Putin's armies, nuclear weapons and armor were all paraded through Moscow's Red Square. The Russian president defended his invasion of Ukraine, declaring that Russia faced absolutely no option. But after 75 days of war and mounting military losses, the world is wondering, where is Putin's victory in Victory Day?
Vladimir Putin flexing his military muscle, showcasing his prowess to home and global audience. Russian bash coming over 2.5 months into Ukraine war, which has left the country ravaged, its cities in ruins. Russia celebrating its 77th Victory Day, which marks its World War II victory over Nazi Germany in 1945. Residents lined up in the streets of Moscow to witness the annual parade gala. This year, the majestic Red Square parade aimed to justify Russia's war in Ukraine. Speaking at the parade, Russian President Vladimir Putin fired a warning shot at NATO and the West for endangering Russia's border. Russia has preemptively rebuffed the aggression. It was a forced, timely and the only right decision. The decision of a sovereign, strong, independent country. Putin claimed that Russia was facing unacceptable threats in Ukraine and his forces are merely defending motherland in Ukraine. Drawing parallels between the war in Ukraine and Soviet fighting in World War II, Putin said that Russia is fighting on its own soil. Lashing out at the West, Putin also said that Ukraine war is a timely and necessary response to Western aggression. Russia has always advocated for a system of equal and indivisible security, a system that is vital for the entire world community. Last December, we proposed a treaty on security guarantees. Russia called on the West to engage in honest dialogue, to seek sensible, compromise solutions, and to take each other's interests into account. All was in vain. The NATO countries did not want to hear us. So in fact, they had completely different plans, and we saw that. The grand patriotic show was an equal message to Russians as well as Moscow's Western adversaries. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky also had a message for its citizens, comparing his country's fight to war on Nazis.
On the day of the victory over Nazism, we are fighting for a new victory. The road to it is difficult. But we have no doubt that we will win. What is our advantage over the enemy? We are smarter by one book. This is the textbook on the history of Ukraine. We would not grieve if all our enemies could read and draw the right conclusions.
Life is limping back to some kind of normalcy in parts of Ukraine, including Kyiv, but the threat still continues. There are air sirens that are heard frequently, and even though the fighting is now restricted to the eastern and southern parts of Ukraine, there remains a threat of missile strikes in several other cities.
Putin's speech is also aimed at reassuring Russians about his staying power, despite adversities from punitive Western-imposed sanctions. With Abhishek Bhalla, Bureau Report, India Today.
Military tanks, armoured vehicles, missile launchers and thousands of personnel parading through the streets of the Russian capital as Moscow celebrated its 77th year of victory over Nazi Germany. The big question is, will Putin upgrade his so-called special operation to a full-scale war? It was widely predicted that today would be the day when he'd do so, but President Putin said no such thing. So is it still on the cards?
Поздравляю вас с 77-й годовщиной победы в Великой Отечественной войне!
Russia marked 77 years of Nazi Germany's surrender to the Soviet Union with this impressive military parade at the Red Square, Kremlin in Moscow. The parade in the backdrop of Day 75 of Russia's special operation in Ukraine saw Russia display its offensive military might, even though President Vladimir Putin spoke of being forced to launch defensive operations in Ukraine.
Russia has preemptively rebuffed the aggression. It was a forced, timely, and the only right decision. The decision of a sovereign, strong, independent country.
Russia's biggest signal to NATO was the RS-24 Yars thermonuclear ballistic missile perched on a 16-wheel carrier on display at the Red Square. The 49.5-ton intercontinental ballistic missile is capable of carrying up to 10 warheads. The RS-24 Yars ICBM is seen as an upgraded version of the Topol M and is capable of accurately hitting multiple targets over 12,000 kilometers away. Russia also displayed the T-14 main battle tank and the T-15 infantry combat vehicles at the 77th Victory Day parade. Russian T-72 tanks have been in the line of fire in Ukraine, and a large number of Russian armored vehicles were destroyed by Javelin and NLAW anti-tank guided missiles there. The latest T-90M tanks have been deployed in parts of eastern Ukraine by Russian forces, and the 48-ton T-14 Armata and T-15 armored fighting vehicles are seen as current and future capable platforms. One of the most potent and successful defense systems, the S-400 Triumph air defense missile system, designed by Russia, was also on display. It has a layered air defense system which can destroy enemy aircraft with 4 different types of weapons. Russia's military might on full display at the 77th anniversary of the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany. But the war in Ukraine has overshadowed this annual celebration. With Geeta Mohan in Moscow, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news strike tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night, stay well.
as Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Well, do you know that HR professionals have started to look at MOOC experience on the resumes of candidates? HR professionals feel that MOOCs could enable the organization to add the bonus to their current skill sets. But what really is MOOC? MOOC stands for Massive Open Online Courses. These are free online courses available for anyone and everyone to enroll. MOOCs provide an affordable and flexible way to learn new skills, advance your career, and also deliver quality educational experience at scale. Millions of people around the world use MOOCs to learn for a variety of reasons, including career development, changing careers, college preparations, supplemental learning, lifelong learning, corporate e-learning and training, and much more. What about the relevance of MOOCs in India? The temporary closure of colleges in the country following the COVID-19 pandemic actually reignited the need for MOOC or online learning with many innovative solutions. In the year 2020, more than 400 million people did not have access to the internet. But ever since, several steps have been taken to address this huge gap. Any person can take an MOOC from any part of the country. This can be done from the remotest parts of India. What about new age students and their demand from MOOC courses? What should a new age student then demand? When students choose an MOOC course, they should choose something that would give them hands-on skill development and also something that offers a great deal of flexibility. The course should extend with assignment and project support to meet their objective of getting a placement and jobs, which eventually is the motive. Although MOOC is free, the learning solutions should come with a quick return on time invested and be relevant to the current working landscape. According to the University Grants Commission or the UGC, 100 universities in India are in a position and authorized to offer online courses without taking any additional or prior permission for the same. Online universities are removing the barriers of cost, location and access, providing the highest quality, stackable learning experiences, including new age and innovative programs. MOOC is designed in such a way that it's going to benefit educators and also those who are looking at hiring these people who are taking these online courses. It is going to benefit those people especially who are entering the job market. Those who are changing fields, seeking promotion or switching fields will also be benefited. Which then are the popular MOOC platforms in India? In addition to popular MOOC platforms in India, Coursera, EDX, FutureLearn students in India can also learn from SWAYAM, which is India's national MOOC platform with over 2,150, to WAFA, which is being taught by around 1,300 instructors from over 135 Indian universities. SWAYAM is also different from other MOOC providers. It also allows students in India to earn academic credits online. From science to entrepreneurship, leadership and communications, online universities are delivering education for curious minds on these topics. So when are you really enrolling for one?
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Panchargad Tire, Ab Hawa Nahi Niklegi. Co-powered by Dish HD, Cricket का असली partner.
Good evening, hello and welcome. It's Monday night, start of a brand new week. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point, the Indian rupee has hit an all-time low. We'll try and find out what its impact is going to be on the economy. Top economists will join us. Also, the Muslim population growth question, surging or falling. The National Health Survey debunks certain big myths. We'll be talking on that too. But first, the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. Weighed by global growth worries and an aggressive policy tightening from central banks across the world, the rupee tumbles to a record low of 77.46 against the US dollar. Current account deficit is also in trouble. The unrest in Sri Lanka now deepens. 1 MP is killed, as many as 4 ministers' homes are set on fire as pro and anti-government supporters clash on the streets. Sri Lanka's Prime Minister Rajapaksa resigns. High voltage drama in the capital, Shaheen Bagh, after bulldozers roll into anti-CA stir epicenter. Locals hit the street in anger. Supreme Court refuses to entertain a plea to stop the demolition. Centre says it's willing to re-examine sedition laws. Home Ministry tells the Supreme Court that the Prime Minister believes it's time to shed colonial baggage, which includes outdated laws. Just 2 days ago, the same government had said sedition was necessary. MP Navneet Rana and her MLA husband reach Delhi. Couple hopes to meet Home Minister as they take their battle against the Uddhav government to the central government. The Uddhav government wants the couple's bail to be cancelled over the Hanuman Chalisa face-off. After Maharashtra, the loudspeaker row now hits Karnataka. Chalisa chanted to counter Azan in the state. Sri Ram Sene activists slam Chief Minister Bomai for inaction against mosques. Congress leader and political rival Navjot Singh Sidhu meets Punjab Chief Minister to list issues in the state. Heaps praises on Bhagwant Mann, sparking speculation. Is Sidhu reaching out to the Aam Aadmi Party now? The biggest NIA crackdown on the Dawood gang in Mumbai. Raids at 20 locations across the city allegedly targeted the gangsters, real estate managers, hawala operators and sharpshooters. And Russia celebrates Victory Day as the war in Ukraine enters day 75. Nukes, tanks roll on the streets of Moscow in a show of strength as Vladimir Putin defends the invasion, compares it to the Second World War. But the big breaking story that's coming in this evening, Sri Lanka has now imposed a nationwide curfew, deployed the army across Colombo. This after pro-government groups attacked protesters outside embattled Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's office. The situation in the island nation has turned tense after police fired tear gas to disperse the protesters. Remember, the Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa has resigned earlier today. Homes of 4 ministers have been set on fire by angry protesters. One ruling party MP has been killed in clashes with anti-government protesters. So far, 54 people have been injured in the clashes. Remember, Sri Lanka is a country that's been on the boil amidst the collapsing economy and the street protests. Prime Minister resigning earlier today. So these are the visuals that are coming in there from Sri Lanka. At the moment, army deployed in Colombo amidst the unrest in the Sri Lankan capital. Homes of 4 MPs, members of parliament, have been torched. A nationwide curfew now has been imposed in Sri Lanka. Those are the troubling images coming in from the island country. So those are, remember, Sri Lanka has been a country which for the last 6 weeks has been in serious economic crisis. Joining me now is Rashika Jaikodi, senior journalist who's been tracking those developments. Rashika, give us a sense of what's happening today. We've just heard about more violence on the street, the homes of 4 MPs being set on fire. Has the situation returned to some kind of normalcy, or are the streets still boiling?
The streets are still boiling, and street violence has erupted, and lot of young people, mobs are on the streets, and I think it all started when Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa organized a meeting for his supporters at Temple Trees, his official residence, this morning, and the people who took part in that meeting, they were emboldened by the president's prime minister's assurance that he would remain in office, and they started walking towards the protesters who were just outside the prime minister's official residence, and they started attacking the protesters, and that's how it all started. And they burned down the tents that had been put up there. So after that, a lot of people were angry at the conduct of these people, the pro-government protesters, pro-government people who took part in that meeting, and they started attacking them. They started attacking the buses. They started, they went after these people and stripped them naked, and violence was unleashed on them.
Right.
So it was incited. It was clearly incited by the Prime Minister.
And is this just in Colombo, or has the violence spread right across the country?
No, violence has spread across the country in many districts across the island. Especially the houses of MPs have come under attack, and their business establishments owned by MPs, owned by politicians, ruling party politicians, have come under attack. And also the houses of the people who organized the meeting this morning, they have also come under attack.
Rashika,
so violence has...
Rashika, you've got the Prime Minister who's resigned. Is there any possibility that even President Rajapaksa may offer to step down, talk of some kind of an interim government being formed? Is there pressure on him also now to take some kind of decision?
The president's resignation is also inevitable. I don't know whether he can hold on to his position for too long, because violence has erupted, and the Prime Minister has already resigned. With the Prime Minister's resignation, the cabinet stands dissolved, so there's no proper government in the country right now. The president is now forced to look at alternatives. I think the president's resignation is imminent. He has to resign, otherwise the violence will exacerbate, and more people will come to the streets. So the president has to
Right. And I'm seeing these dramatic pictures coming in from Colombo, shocking visuals coming in of what's happening at the moment, the clashes that are taking place between the protesters. I appreciate you joining us in these troubled times and giving us an update from our neighboring nation, which is clearly on the boil at the moment. Thanks very much for that update. From Sri Lanka, let's turn to India.
Indian rupee hits all-time low against the dollar. Forex reserves below the $600 billion mark. Foreign funds pull out $21 billion from stock markets in 7 months. Inflation surge forces rate hike. Economy red alert. Is India ready for the turbulence?
That's right. If Sri Lanka is seeing political turbulence on the street, in India, we could be seeing economic turbulence. The Indian rupee touched an all-time low of 77.47 paise against the US dollar today. The key factor driving the rupee lower was a surge in the US dollar globally following the US Federal Reserve's 50 basis point rate hike last week and its guidance for more rate hikes in the coming months. What exactly is the situation? Business Today's Sakshi Batra tries to decode and explain just why the economy is on the edge. Take a look.
Well, that's right. The Indian rupee has slipped to its lowest level of 77.5 to the dollar. This is the first time that it has gone past the 77 per dollar mark. And one must remember that all this is a global issue and not just limited to India, as all Asian currencies have actually slipped against the dollar. Now, this is led by the yuan, the Chinese currency, which is at its lowest level since 2020, which is dragging down the other currencies like the Thailand baht, the Philippines peso, South African rand, the Indonesian rupee. All of them are actually depreciating too. And now this is because the US dollar is constantly rising. Higher US yields are actually pushing the US dollar higher, which is together creating a massive risk-off in the riskier assets in emerging markets like India. Now, a weaker rupee also eats into the FII's returns, into the Indian assets, thereby leading to higher FII outflows from the Indian markets too, which again leads to a fall in Indian markets, and that is exerting pressure on the rupee as well. The Indian rupee is also more vulnerable than the other currencies, and that is due to higher crude oil prices, as India is one of the highest importers of crude oil. Now, we are already witnessing a widening of trade deficit to over $20 billion per month, which also is again weighing on the rupee. Now, how is a weaker rupee really impacting you and me? Now, for the economy, you must understand that the rupee devaluation means imports become dearer, and inflation, which is already a big problem, may worsen from here. For companies, that is the export-oriented companies, and those businesses actually benefit, like the IT or the pharma companies, with a depreciating rupee, while for importers, they will actually need to shell out more money due to this weaker rupee. On an individual level, your purchasing power really reduces. So in case you've been thinking of traveling abroad or studying abroad as well, be prepared to shell out more on that too. Now, the question is this record low a new normal for the rupee now? Well, for the short term, yes, because experts do believe that the rupee may further slip to 78 or even 79 levels.
So what does a falling rupee now mean for the Indian economy, indeed for global economies? Are forex reserves at a comfortable level as far as India is concerned? Is inflation going to become the biggest challenge that will further dampen spirits? Is India in a better position than others to face the turbulence that possibly lies ahead? Joining me now, Nilesh Shah, Chairman, CII National Committee, MD, Kotak Mahindra Asset Management, and someone who's been part of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. Dr. Abhik Barua is Chief Economist and Executive Vice President at HDFC Bank. Siddharth Sanyal is Chief Economist and Head Research at Bandhan Bank. And Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV. Let me come to Nilesh Shah, because just take a look at these hard numbers. The rupee reaches an all-time low of 77.41 against the dollar. India's foreign exchange reserves falling below the $600 billion mark. And you've got foreign institutional investors on a selling spree. April, the 7th consecutive month, where FIIs have been net sellers. Outflows, $3.8 billion. Inflation biting, retail inflation around 7%. Should we be worried, very worried?
Rajdeep, it is all about how we see the numbers. Let me give your narrative in a different format. Rupee has appreciated 13.5% against yen in last 1 year. Rupee has appreciated 9% against GBP last year. Rupee has appreciated similarly against euro. So rupee is actually on appreciation move. Second, while FX reserves have fallen, India is one of the few countries in the world where FX reserves are still higher than its FX debt. While inflation is high in India, it is one of that rare period in India's history where Indian inflation is lower than American inflation. And while growth is coming down in India, it is still for the second year in running fastest growing major economy in the world. So it all depends upon how we want to see the economy.
I as a journalist tend to see things as half empty. You as a person who is a market analyst looks at it as half full. I'm just asking you, yes, we are doing better than other economies relative to the dollar, but should we be worried? I come back to the question. from your smile, I detect that you seem to believe that we are in a comfortable position. Are we comfortable given the fact that we could have a further spike in oil prices, that this war in Ukraine could continue, that we have a lockdown in China, all of which could be affecting the world economy, and we are no longer insulated from it?
Undoubtedly, Rajdeep, we can't be complacent. As you very correctly mentioned, we are in a very uncertain world where Russia-Ukraine situation can pull oil prices higher. In our Kundli, Rahu and Ketu is oil prices. A 10% rise in crude means 20 basis point drop in our GDP growth, 40 basis point increase in our inflation. So while we are better off compared to many other countries, we can't afford to be complacent. We need to be on our guard. We are seeing across our neighborhood how bad economic policies can create disaster. Pakistan, Sri Lanka, all are classic example of how bad economic policies can create disaster. So we need to be concerned. Undoubtedly, it's a very, very challenging economic environment. We are oasis among the desert, but we still need to be concerned.
Okay, you use the word oasis among the desert. Good word to take to Dr. Abik Baruai. Are we really an oasis in the desert? Or is it the fact that slowly even this oasis is facing a problem at the moment that could lead to further desertification?
Yes, it depends on a couple of things on how you define what you define as the desert, what size the desert is. My sense is that, yes, we are better placed than a lot of economies, including a heavyweight economy than China. There could be, to use your word, further desertification. The period of turbulence might persist for a while. I mean, this is rough weather that is likely to continue, and I don't think we have a fix on how long it will continue. So we need to be prepared for a lot of uncertainty, turbulence in the markets, impact on inflation, growth, etc. For the near term or even the medium term.
Now, when you say near term, medium term,
let's sort of define near term specifically. Say 3 months. Medium term, I would say 6 to 9 months. The question is, in this turbulence, will the plane crash? For other economies, the plane might crash. I'm reasonably confident, and I'm just sort of echoing what Nilesh was saying, that we are unlikely to crash. This does not mean that we will be entirely protected from the turbulence. And I think inflation certainly is a big issue. It is, as you understand better than me, a very major sort of political issue. Bringing it down is a huge challenge. There are challenges on the supply side, on monetary policy, and so forth. And that's the problem that will sort of keep policymakers and politicians worried going forward.
Siddharth Sanyal, will that also affect growth? Because you have an RBI report which says the Indian economy may take 12 years to recoup pandemic losses, estimating output losses during the pandemic period at around 52 lakh crores. Now you've got high inflation, you've got global risks that seem to be only deepening by the day. Will this all affect growth even more substantially than feared initially just a month ago?
Undoubtedly, the near-term recovery will face some additional headwinds. At this moment, there has been very significant impact on disposable income in hand, especially for the lower end of the socioeconomic pyramid. And what we have seen, in case of India, private consumption-driven recovery was what was expected over the course of the last few months. Now, what is happening at this moment is that the consumer confidence index, which was recovering somewhat, the last reading has been in the early COVID days level after a significant recovery from its lows. From its lows, actually, the numbers are about 40% higher. But whether this recovery will continue will depend very significantly on how the disposable income over the course of the next few months pan out.
Right.
In the month of April, we have seen some indication that people might go a little slow in terms of credit demand on ground. Again, I would agree completely with what Nilesh ji and Abhi mentioned very clearly, that we are possibly in a much better position compared to many other peers. But at this moment, there has been a significant impact over the course of the last about a month and a half.
Right. You know, Siddharth Zarabi, you track North Block, you speak to people in the finance ministry. How worried are they? You know, there was a sense that post-COVID, Indian economy was on this road to recovery. Then comes the Ukraine war, oil prices rising. You've got inflation surging across the world. There are supply constraints. China heading for another lockdown in Shanghai. Is there a worry or not in North Block? Or is the attitude, don't worry, be happy, and just show and tell the world, look, we are better off than the rest, so don't worry?
Well, I won't say that is the attitude. I think the attitude also is that we have seen perhaps worse. And I remember, not in the recent context, but some time ago, asking a senior official, and he said, what's new in that? We've been on a roller coaster for quite a few years. Rajdeep, no one knew on the 1st of February what would happen on the 1st of April or 1st of May. And like speakers, economists before me have said, that we are now in a period of high uncertainty, I would say extreme uncertainty, for certain reasons. The current latest spark or straw on the camel's back is an external development on which we have had very little control, which is Russia and what is happening in Ukraine. China's continuing COVID struggles and draconian lockdowns are having their own impact. So,
and the Fed rate hikes, which is again, we are likely to see possibly a few more hikes, which is again a cause of concern.
I wouldn't call a Fed rate hike a cause of concern. It is something that the RBI preempted 24 hours earlier, and I compliment the RBI for doing that. I just want to make one clear point. The impetus and responsibility on the central government and our states to once again be prepared to support the economy has now become far more important. And just one last point, Rajdeep. Please take note, and I keep saying it on your show, today is the 34th or 35th day that petrol and diesel prices, the daily changes have been stopped. So the government of India is taking one step to somehow control this imported oil-led inflation. It has an impact on oil company balance sheets, but taxes are not being cut by the center and state. So I think that is the biggest and most crucial issue on which we need to see action, and hopefully we might get to hear something on that in the days ahead.
But we are just putting up a graphic showing food inflation, which is also steeply climbing, or slowly, certainly climbing, and that should be a worry. Fuel inflation remains a concern as long as the war remains in Ukraine, because we are hostage in a way to global oil price hikes. But Nilesh Shah, given that uncertainty, the last thing businessmen want is uncertainty. We are seeing the stock markets. You follow the markets very closely. We are seeing foreign institutional investors have been pulling out for the last 6 months. There are concerns at the moment. The LIC IPO is basically being driven by domestic investors, it appears, rather than any foreign investors. Is that a concern that even markets could take a hit in the near term?
So undoubtedly, stock markets will be choppy in the near term. With so much uncertainty on Russia, Ukraine, oil, US Fed rate, and India inflation, it is unlikely that stock markets will become anchored. They will be volatile. But we have to remember that over the last decade or so, India has delivered more return than its peers like Brazil, like South Africa, like China, like Indonesia, like Turkey, like Mexico. Our equity valuations are today at nearly all-time high vis-a-vis our peer group, nearly all-time high. And Indian local investors are there in the market to buy. If FPIs today want to book profit, India is the best country because they can sell without creating much price impact. So stock markets will be volatile in the near term.
You're saying that stock markets will be volatile in the near term. The key factor, though, Abhig Barua, is inflation. You know, there is, as Siddharth says, the government seems conscious of the fact that you've got to rein in fuel inflation at the moment. They haven't hiked duties in the last 30 days. But the concern is that the situation may well go out of hand. We've seen, for example, atta prices only because wheat production is down at the moment. And you've got food prices rising all the time. You've got summer vegetable prices, tomato, all rising at the moment, at least in the short term. Is that the biggest challenge? To get inflation under control is India's biggest challenge over the next 6 to 8 weeks?
At this moment, yes. And I think inflation certainly is much higher than we had anticipated. And this is largely because of external factors. Even sort of food prices like atta prices have moved up because there are pressures on the international global wheat markets because Ukraine and Russia are big producers of wheat. So if the problem is not internal, it's that much more difficult to handle. And you need a combination of both fiscal measures, which sort of the tax cut that Siddharth referred to really is, and monetary measures at the same time, because there's a quick sort of feed through to other products. Inflation is a sort of a contagious thing. If coal prices move up, for instance, your neighborhood, press wala who irons your clothes starts charging you more for his services. So it just sort of percolates through the system very quickly. So both these things, the initial drivers, which are largely global in nature, will have to be handled, and the dispersion of inflation across different items and services, which are sort of more domestic, would also need to be tackled. So I think the international drivers would have to be tackled largely through a whole bunch of things, apart from cutting taxes. I think our diplomacy, for instance, has been very nimble in ensuring that we still sort of are able to buy oil from Russia, for instance. I thought that was a very, very clever diplomatic move. So you need a combination of these things to get your formula right.
Siddharth Sanyal, final word for you also. Inflation the biggest challenge in the near term?
Yes, because the pressures are coming at this moment from multiple fronts. If you see, we all discuss a lot about oil prices, but also food prices, which is also quite global in nature, that has been a point of worry. What we don't discuss adequately, possibly, over the last maybe 2-3 years, and that particular phenomena continues, and which is beyond the control of anyone. The small patches of weather disruptions in India has actually increased very significantly over the course of the last couple of years and causes near-term food price spikes. Also, metal prices remain high. Overall producer price, which is measured by WPI, remains very, very high. So near term, it's very clear that the focus has to be in containing inflation. Otherwise, as you mentioned earlier, will have a significant impact on near-term growth recovery.
Let's leave it there. Clearly, inflation remains a big concern. The falling rupee, of course, is the immediate news spec that we had today. There are global factors out there. Are we in a better position? Most of the panelists seem to believe we are compared to the rest of the world. But given the fact that we've just come out of COVID and now we are facing the fallout of the war in Ukraine, India is a country where the economy must be the top focus. The red alert must be on the economy. Treat the rest as weapons of mass distraction, as I call it. Thank you all very much for joining me. Now, one of those mass distractions is the bulldozer, because the bulldozer has now come into Delhi's Shaheen Bagh, that, remember, was the epicenter of the anti-CAA protests in 2019. A demolition drive by the civic authorities today triggered high-voltage politics. The Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress are accusing the BJP of trying to use the bulldozer to score points ahead of the municipal elections later this year. The big question, of course, will this battle be settled on the street or in the courts? Take a look at our top political story.
A new showdown in the national capital. This time, the hulking JCB rumbled through what was once the epicenter of anti-CAA protests.
After a 2.5 hours hula baloo, the only structure that came down was the iron rods that were put over here for the renovation work. Interestingly, this also wasn't a job of the bulldozer, but the locals who agreed to themselves removed these construction work that was put outside this factory outlet. The bulldozer, the moment after that, took a U-turn and left Shaheen Bagh.
Traffic blocked, riot police ringed around. Authorities called it a routine anti-encroachment drive.
बुलडोजर लौटा नहीं है, ना बुलडोजर रुका है. जो लोग आज उन्होंने गलती मानी, जो लोगों ने माना है कि हमसे गलती हुई और हम दोबारा से जो अतिक्रमण बचा है उसको हटाने का काम करेंगे. अगर वो नहीं हटाएंगे तो पूरा रोड साइड जितना अतिक्रमण है या अंदर कॉलोनी में अतिक्रमण है उस सबको हम खाली कराने का काम करेंगे.
But the bulldozer at Shaheen Bagh did build up a major face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP.
मैं 3 दिन पहले आया था. मैंने खुद आह्वान किया लोगों से. लोगों ने इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा लिया. अब ये मुझे बता दें इंक्रोचमेंट है कहाँ? अगर इंक्रोचमेंट है मैं खुद तोड़वा लूंगा. मैंने खुद तोड़वाया है. ये पीडब्ल्यूडी का रोड है. अगर ये गलत करेंगे तो लोग तो आएंगे ना. मुझे मेरे से बात करें एमसीडी के लोग. यहाँ लोकल पुलिस भी है. आए वो.
Shaheen Bagh grabbed international headlines in December 2019 after hundreds of demonstrators, mostly women, occupied one of its bustling streets to protest the Citizenship Amendment Act. 3-month demonstration ended after the pandemic lockdown set in. Local residents in the Muslim-dominated neighborhood alleged vendetta behind the bulldozer action.
बुलडोजर ड्राइव है. बुलडोजर ड्राइव पार्टिकुलरली एक कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ भाजपा सरकार दिमाग पे बुलडोजर चलाना चाह रही है. हमारे घरों पे मस्जिदों पे नहीं बल्कि दिमाग पे.
The drive in the South Delhi neighborhood came in the wake of bulldozers plowing into several structures at Jahangirpuri in northwest Delhi 2 weeks ago, ostensibly as a part of an anti-encroachment measure that followed communal clashes in that area. The political rhetoric remains the same.
जो लोग अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, आतंक फैलाने वाले लोगों को अतिक्रमण बचाने के लिए जो बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, जनता भी उनको लेटाने वाली है.
An earth mover or a dog whistle in an increasingly surcharged political climate.
Designed to remove illegal constructions, the bulldozer, however, today has been branded a political tool, leading to a face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government and the BJP-led municipal corporation. But with no big construction demolished today in Shaheen Bagh, was it a warning against those who may take law and order into their own hand, or was it a sheer political messaging in Delhi? With Himanshu, Pooja Shali for India Today.
Now, from the bulldozer, which seems to have stirred a communal divide on the ground, let's turn to an issue which has, over the years, also stirred a communal divide of sorts. Population growth rates. Now, the myth which has been spread by some is that Muslims could overtake Hindus at present population growth rates because, according to this myth, Muslims are procreating much faster. Well, the 5th National Family Health Survey has shown that across all communities, fertility rates are falling. And in fact, Muslim community fertility rates are actually declining even more sharply over the last 2 decades, showing clearly that education is the real factor. In fact, the real significant difference at the moment is no longer Hindu versus Muslims, as is often believed, but North India versus South India. In a moment, we'll tell you more, but first look at this story from Milan Sharma.
The 5th National Family Survey has debunked many population myths. The country's overall fertility rate has dipped to 2, which is lower than the population replacement level of 2.1. Now, only 5 states in India are above the replacement level of 2.1. They are Bihar, Meghalaya, Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand and Manipur. Among the religious communities, the Muslim fertility rate saw the sharpest fall, from 4.4 in 1992 to 93 to 2.3 in 2019 to 2021. Yet, the Muslim community fertility rate remains the highest among all. Fertility rate among Hindus dropped to 1.94 from 2.1 in 2015 to 16. The figure in 1992 to 93 was 3.3. The Buddhist and Neo-Buddhist community had the lowest fertility at 1.39. Muslims have also increasingly adopted modern spacing methods of contraception, from 17% in National Family Health Survey 4 to 25.5 in National Family Health Survey 5, which is the third highest after Sikhs 27.3% and Jains 26.3%. With Milan Sharma in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
So let's raise the questions and debunk a few myths. Muslim population growth, is it rising or falling as the survey shows? Is the real issue the north-south divide? What are the takeaways from this health survey? Joining me now is Poonam Muthreja from the Population Council, and I'm also joined by Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, author The Population Myth, Islam, Family Planning and Politics in India. He's also former Chief Election Commissioner. Let's go first to Poonam Muthreja. Let's go first to Dr. Qureshi. Dr. Qureshi, you've been talking about busting the myths. And one of those myths you've been saying is that Muslim populations are no longer rising as sharply as most people believe. They're coming down. When you look at the numbers, they're still higher than Hindus, 1.94 versus 2.3. So which figure do we look at? Do we look at absolute figures, 2.3 versus 1.94, or the fact that over the last 2 decades, Muslim population growth rates have declined even more sharply than any other community?
Yeah, Rajiv, the second is important. It is true that the Muslim population growth is the highest still. Their family planning is the least still. But having conceded that, the fact that in the last 20 years, they are catching up very fast. The rate of growth is declining faster than the Hindus. As a result, the gap between the Hindus and Muslims, which was 1.1% 30 years ago, and NFHS 4 came down to 0.48, and now it has come down to 0.36. So it is coming down. And the reason why the Muslims still have the least family planning is because the socio-economic factors which determine the family planning behavior, namely literacy, particularly of girls, income and service delivery, these are most crucial, and in all three, Muslims are the most backward. And nobody is talking about their education, nobody is talking of their poverty. On the contrary, every other day we get a video where congregations are being asked to boycott the Muslims economically, so they will become poorer, and then they will produce children, then
the survey by Dr. Qureshi clearly shows that if I look at 20 years, a 30-year span from 1991, when growth rates among fertility rates were 4.4% to today 2.3, that's a huge decline. So clearly something has happened in the last 30 years, as it has happened across communities. What, according to you, has happened? Because the propaganda is that Muslims are continuing to have more than 3 children, 4 children, 5 children. This survey says 2.34. They could even reach, at this rate, replacement levels 10 years from now at 2.1.
Yeah, you know, the propaganda has been, and the impression created very widely is that the gap between Hindus and Muslims is 8, 9, 10 children. Whereas NFHS 5 surveys tell us that the gap was never more than 1.1 children, 1.1 only. And that also has come down to half the child, and now 1/3, 0.36. The fact, which is because Muslims are catching up on family planning faster despite their illiteracy, despite their poverty, and despite the fact that services they do not reach those so-called Muslim pocket, which they call derisively as mini Pakistan. They don't go there. So despite that, Muslims are catching up very fast, which is a very good thing, very good sign. And you know, importantly,
driven by what? Driven by what? Dr. Qureshi, in your view, what explains that?
Yeah, because 20, 25 years ago, India realized that development is the best contraceptive, and the focus on education and literacy overall for the country. The fact that country is developing, which is why family planning is happening, and all through persuasion, mind you, no danda, no the compulsory family planning has happened in 75, 77, from the backlash of which we have not recovered till today. In fact, interestingly, I did a study. I was the chairman of a committee. We wanted to study the politicians' attitude towards family planning. And we found they are not bothered. They are scared of talking of family planning. And we examined 4 Lok Sabhas, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20 years.
Out
of lakhs of questions, parliamentary questions, only 0.15% were questions on family planning.
Let me just take...
population
Dr. Qureshi, I just want to...
Such a success. Yeah.
I just want to stop you for a moment because Dr. Poonam Muthreja is joining me and her video was going in and out. Dr. Muthreja, what is your biggest takeaway from this survey? Because the focus in this country has always been, at least politically, on the religious divide. But what I see from the surveys, the real story is the North-South divide. South India reaching replacement levels, and it's the North Indian states which remain backward. So instead of Hindu-Muslim, as our politicians seem to focus on, should we really be focusing on North versus South?
Absolutely, North versus South. In fact, the Muslim population in Tamil Nadu has much lower fertility rates than the Hindu population in Bihar. So that's a stark example of what you're saying. And we should, in fact, there are 5 states in the North that we need to focus on. And we need to focus on the indicators which Qureshi Saab also mentioned: education, services, better health governance, and creating jobs and livelihoods for people who do not have access to family planning, are the lowest quintile. They are the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe women, the Muslims, and so on. And second, we need to give more choice. As Indonesia and Bangladesh have done, where the Muslim population has seen big fertility decline. North is an area where it is the indicators that dictate whether you're a Hindu or a Muslim, where fertility is declining slowly, but it is declining, and amongst the Muslim population of North India too, not only South India.
Let me just reiterate, Dr. Muthreja, something you said for our viewers. You are telling me that Muslim fertility rates in Tamil Nadu are declining more sharply than Hindu fertility rates in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar.
Absolutely.
So the real crisis still lies within the Bimaru states, mainly Bihar, UP, also Jharkhand, much more than they do in terms of Hindu Muslims. Am I correct? So there's a direct linkage between access to education, women's education, and fertility rates rather than religion.
As well as health to access to health
services.
Religion has very little to do today with fertility rates. So the South, Kerala, Lakshadweep, look at Tamil Nadu. In fact, the TFR for Hindus is 2.29 in UP, and for Muslims, it's less than 2 in Tamil Nadu.
I have some figures which says that at present growth rate, because the propaganda was that at present growth rates, Muslims would overwhelm Hindus. Well, if these rates remain, in 2070, there would be 277 Muslim share of population would be about 0.21 sorry, let me get that right. Growth rate, at present growth rates, Hindu population in 2070 would be 277 crores Hindus and 58 crores Muslims. So you would still have virtually the same ratio as it is today.
Absolutely, and they can never overtake the Hindu population. And secondly, in the last 2 decades, Rajdeep, the Muslim population has declined faster than the Hindu population across the country.
But it's still higher than Hindu population. So there are those who will turn around and say, look, it's still 2.3 versus 1.94.
Yeah.
So, but it will equalize. But invest in their education. Education levels have increased amongst Muslims. And to quote from Qureshi Saab's book, there is a growing middle class which recognizes that they want to have fewer children. And by the way, the unwanted fertility of Muslims is close to 11%, while for Hindus it's 9%, which means that 2% we can decrease further as the women do want to have fewer children. The Muslim wanted fertility rate is much lower than the fertility rate.
Right.
So we can invest more. They use temporary methods more, and India has focused primarily on sterilization. So in fact, it is an opportunity to provide Muslim women temporary methods. India has much fewer methods than Indonesia, Bangladesh, and all our neighbors. So instead of playing politics on this, we need to invest in family planning, but also education. And
bottom line, the real correlation is between health and education. The more access you provide to health services, education, the better. I'll give you 30 seconds, Dr. Qureshi, very quickly.
Yeah, two quick points. I got a mathematical model prepared by Professor Dinesh Singh and Professor Ajay Kumar to know how soon Muslims will overtake the Hindus. And the model says not for 1,000 years. And one fact which is very important, that in 1951, the gap between Hindus and Muslims was 27 crores more Hindus. Now there are 80 crore more Hindus and growing, because 42% of the Hindus are not practicing family planning. Imagine 42% of 80% population not practicing family planning. They are not far behind in the lack of family planning.
Can I give one more statistic? And that is that it is 36% Muslims, Hindus believe it is the responsibility of women to do family planning, and compared to that, it is 32% Muslims. So more Muslim men believe it is not a woman's responsibility only.
Okay. Let's leave it there. These are
that
fascinating.
Is the latest NFHS
these are
data.
Fascinating facts that have come from this National Family Health Survey. We need much more data like this to bust the myths. It's time to bust myths in this country. That's one way, in a way, to reduce the friction that exists between communities. Dr. Qureshi Poonam Mutreja, thank you very much for joining me here on the news today. Let's take a break. On the other side, well, it's Vladimir Putin's day out as he is celebrating May 9th. We'll tell you why in a moment from now. Why are the Russians on the streets? Back in a moment. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Do you know of Amway products? And if you do, then how were you introduced to it? Was it a friend, a co-worker who introduced it to you? You certainly must have not found it on the shelves. Well, this is because their products are primarily distributed through a network of maybe 4 million members in over 100 countries. The beauty and wellness products company, Amway, is now under fire by the Enforcement Directorate for running a pyramid scheme. ED has also added that Amway's purpose is not to sell its exorbitantly priced products, but instead to induce the public to sign up as members of its get-rich schemes. And this led to ED attaching assets of Amway India Enterprises Private Limited worth over 757.7 crores following a money laundering probe under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the PMLA. Is Amway a pyramid scheme? Well, pyramid schemes might look like they are built around legitimate products, but the goal really is usually just to get as many people enrolled as possible. The scheme participants go to extreme lengths to recruit new members, taking persistence and pressure to uncomfortable levels. The point of the scheme is really never about selling the products. It's simply about enrolling increasing number of people, all of whom are required to buy products. They make money based on recruiting an ever-increasing number of investors. The initial promoters recruit investors who in turn recruit more investors, and so on goes the cycle. The scheme is called a pyramid scheme because at each level, the number of investors only increases. Many people have alleged that Amway runs a similar program that only benefits a select few people at the top. And now with the ED action, it seems there's more credence to these allegations. Amway's response? Amway has said that the Enforcement Directorate's action is regarding an investigation that dates back to 2011, and since then the company has been cooperating with the agency. The company's spokesperson has also added that Amway has a rich history of maintaining the highest levels of probity, integrity, corporate governance, and consumer protection, which are much ahead of time in the interest of the consumers at large.
Welcome back. Let's turn to our final story of the day, and it comes from Moscow, where Russia celebrates its 77th year of victory over Nazi Germany. Military tanks, armored vehicles, missile launchers, thousands of personnel parading on the streets of Moscow. Russia's military might was full on display with the unfinished war in Ukraine overshadowing the celebrations. We leave you with those images tonight, and just a small reminder that on that day when Russia celebrated its victory over Nazi Germany, Ukraine and Russia were on the same side. So Victory Day is actually also celebrated in Ukraine. To think then that these two countries are at war with each other. It's unfortunate, it's tragic, and these images really hide what is the reality of the times in which we live. Military might alone cannot solve the world's problems. Think about it. We do not need war, we need peace. That should be the message. Thanks for watching. You stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri, Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Можна констатувати, що російські війська розпочали битву за Донбас, до якої давно готувалися.
The Battle of Donbass begins with a new offensive pushed by Russia along Ukraine's eastern flank. Ukraine's army has been bracing for this renewed assault since the Kremlin devised its new strategy to focus on an assault in the Ukrainian region of Donbass. But why Donbass? Donetsk and Luhansk, Ukraine's two big eastern regions, make up Donbass, and Kremlin identifies the region as a Russian-speaking part of Ukraine. Most of Donetsk and Luhansk are currently under the separatist regime, and what was left has gradually been brought into the fold in this war. Russia claimed that 54% of Donetsk and 93% of Luhansk are under their control. So once Putin has complete control over it, these two regions will amount to a large victory. And after victory, Putin's next move would be to annex Donbass just like Crimea in 2014. The victory over these two regions would be a symbolic win for Kremlin, as Donbass has a population that speaks Russian, and a win would fit into Kremlin's narrative, which is saving these territories from Ukrainian nationalism. Donbass' proximity to Russia also makes it a region of contradiction, especially since both pro-Russian sentiments are the strongest thanks to Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic, officially recognized by Putin ahead of his invasion. President Putin even signed a presidential decree allowing residents of LPR and DPR to receive Russian citizenship under a simplified procedure, citing international human rights legislation. Around the same time, Ukraine passed a language law to de-Russianize the country, including parts of Ukraine-controlled Donbass. Putin's claim to save Russians living in Ukraine from this kind of erasure could also be a major push for his plan. For 8 years, this region has seen major conflict and onslaught from the Ukrainians as well, since they were the breakaway territories, homes shelled and border towns living in fear of being attacked. The people in these parts demanded autonomy, even if not independence. And negotiations struck when the Minsk agreements came into being, which bought the region some peace till the recent invasion started. Russia needs the Donbass region today as a buffer. But Moscow's move to capture territories beyond Donbass and the destruction and damage it has caused to a sovereign nation is indicative of future plans of Russia to encircle and secure any and all territories that could pose a threat to its own borders, albeit a complete violation of international rules and norms.
Watching India Today.
A man set his EV scooter on fire. He was quite outraged at Ola for first giving a faulty scooter and then not responding to his concerns. He had already gotten the scooter serviced by Ola 3 times before.
See, I have mailed you the time. It is almost 11 o'clock in the morning, 10:30 in the morning.
In another instance, a man tied his Ola scooter to a donkey and paraded it around town. In fact, Sachin Gittetu did the same.
सप्टेंबर महिन्यामध्ये ओला कंपनीची गाडी बुक केली होती, जी मला 24 मार्चला मिळाली आणि 24 मार्च नंतर लगेच 8 मार्चला गाडी बंद पडली. मी कंपनीला 9 मार्चला मेल केला की गाडी बंद झालेली आहे.
After these incidents, Ola has now recalled its 1441 e-scooters to be inspected by its engineers and conduct diagnosis on its batteries. So what's happening with these Ola scooters? The Ola electronic scooters offered a smart vehicle control unit, an octa-core processor, 3 GB of RAM, as well as high-speed connectivity through 4G, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and a 7-inch touchscreen. But what the customers got in return was faulty scooters, bad customer service, and physical injuries. The reasons for the mishap. The battery management system has been flagged off as a major cause of concern for electronic vehicles, broadly for 3 reasons: manufacturing defects, external damage, or a fault in the battery management system, which has now come to light. The BMS works as an oversight to the batteries. It monitors and regulates the charging, discharging, and temperature of these batteries. It also ensures safety risks are eliminated by keeping the voltage in check. As India is now moving towards adopting electronic vehicles, there's a need now to resolve the recurring issues. Ola's response to this? Well, Ola, for the largest part, has evaded responsibility, calling it an isolated incident. In fact, Ola has blamed one of the accidents on the speed of the vehicle and completely put the blame on the rider altogether. The government's response on this. Well, the union government has now noted concerns with electronic vehicles. In fact, Niti Aayog released a draft battery swapping policy for electronic vehicles and suggested incentives as well as rigorous testing protocols for swappable batteries.
We need to have a testing system by which we need to test the battery and sell. With the appropriate test, then we can certify. And now my request to all manufacturers that by using these sales, they should be cautious. Otherwise, our purpose will be forfeited.
US electric car pioneer Tesla is known for its autopilot cars and space missions. With the goal of achieving net zero energy, Elon Musk has launched Gigafactory. In this video, we'll tell you all you need to know about tech giant Tesla's Elon Musk. Voted Time Magazine's Personality of the Year in 2021, Elon Musk has blazed a trail of the American hero that has provoked both admiration and criticism. Born in South Africa in 1971, then neutralized American, he left for Canada at the age of 17 and then got a scholarship to study economics and physics in Philadelphia. Super bright, he never finished his doctorate, but instead in 1995 set out for Silicon Valley to create the startup Zip2, an electronic directory. The young entrepreneur earned his first million before the age of 30 when he sold the startup. He went on to create X.com, which merged with PayPal, the secure online payment company which was bought by eBay for $1.5 billion in 2002. The same year, Musk pursued his dream of conquering space and created the space exploration company SpaceX. Since then, Musk has had a string of successes, from NASA's next moon landing probe to the first orbital mission in history without a professional astronaut on board. His goal is to build an autonomous city on Mars. He also wants to revolutionize the automobile market by producing electric cars at an affordable price. Since 2008, when Musk took over as CEO, Tesla has dominated the electric vehicle market. With a fortune estimated by Forbes to be more than $260 billion, he is one of the richest people in the world and uses Twitter to reach out to his millions of followers. He has Asperger's syndrome, a form of autism, and is interested in artificial intelligence and neurotechnology. He founded Neuralink, a company that designs brain-machine interfaces to connect humans and computers. He also founded the Boring Company, which is developing a system for transporting passengers aboard Tesla cars in underground tunnels. Of Musk's 8 children, 1 has died, and among the others, there is a son called X and a daughter named Y.
You are watching
in association with Men of Platinum, LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Good evening, you're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa's house has been set on fire. Sri Lanka literally on fire even as we speak. Local media reports say that the house of Mahinda Rajapaksa, he resigned as Prime Minister just some hours ago. It's been set on fire by protesters, and it's not just the Sri Lankan Prime Minister's house. Homes of at least 8 ministers, members of parliament, mayors and former leaders have now been set on fire. You're looking at those images on your television screen. The island nation virtually plunging, or is as of now on the brink of a civil war. The situation remains extremely grim in Sri Lanka. These images on your television screen are from earlier this afternoon, and later this evening the island is on fire on a day that the Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa tendered his resignation. Protesters took to the streets. These protests have turned violent.
Protesters have set homes of several ministers, members of parliament, former ministers and mayors on fire. These images on your television screen tell you the tale of violence which has led to 3 confirmed deaths, including that of a sitting member of parliament who's reported to have shot at a protester. And when chased by protesters, he's reported to have turned the gun on himself and pulled the trigger. The situation is deteriorating. It's extremely grim. Why Sri Lanka on the brink? Reports indicate that if this violence escalates, the island nation could be staring at a civil war. There's been violence on all sides. So when peaceful protesters came out on the streets, they were targeted, and this led to a severe escalation in situation. I'm Gaurav Sawant. We'll get you the latest from Colombo. Also on the show, Russian President Vladimir Putin blames the North Atlantic Treaty Organization countries for the conflict with Ukraine. Details coming up, but first, as always, the headlines at 10. High voltage drama at Delhi's Shaheen Bagh after bulldozers roll into anti-CEA protest epicenter. Locals take to the streets in anger. The Supreme Court refuses to entertain plea to stop demolition. Center to re-examine the sedition law. Home Ministry tells the Supreme Court Prime Minister believes it's time to shed colonial baggage, which includes these outdated laws. Member of Parliament Navneet Rana and a MLA husband reached Delhi. The couple hope to meet the Union Home Minister. Uddhav Thackeray government files a plea seeking cancellation of their bail over the Hanuman Chalisa face-off. After Maharashtra, the loudspeaker controversy hits Karnataka. Hanuman Chalisa chanted to counter azan in the state. Sri Ram Sene activists slammed Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai for inaction against mosques in violation of the law. Russia celebrates Victory Day as the war in Ukraine enters day 75. Nukes, tanks roll on the Red Square of Moscow. President Putin defends the attack, compares it to the Second World War. Our top focus story on the broadcast remains the situation in Sri Lanka. Homes of several sitting and former ministers, members of parliament and mayors have been set on fire. Report that's just come in from Sri Lanka indicates that even Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa's home has been set on fire. He had tendered his resignation just this afternoon, but the situation has only worsened, with protesters demanding President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's resignation for the extremely poor handling of the economic crisis in the island nation. Now, violence against protesters has led to considerable alarm, not just in Sri Lanka, but also overseas. Sri Lanka is facing its worst economic crisis. Curfew has now been imposed across the island nation, and the army has been called out. The images that you see on your television screen are disturbing. Homes of several ministers, both sitting and former, members of parliament, current and past, and mayors in various cities have been set on fire by protesters. Now, a lot of these homes that have been set on fire are of leaders considered very close to Mahinda Rajapaksa. Tear gas shells have had to be fired in Colombo. There are reports 3 people have been killed, including a member of parliament who's reported to have opened fire at protesters when surrounded, and then when he was chased by other protesters, he is reported to have put a gun to his face and pulled the trigger. We are told that more than 150 people have been injured in protests so far. Clashes are escalating. The situation could spiral out of control. The Mahinda Rajapaksa government, of course, he's put in his papers, but those considered close to him are reported to have targeted the protesters, which led to the situation escalating. Now, these are the houses that you're seeing. This image one is of Mahendra Rajapaksa, who tendered his resignation as Prime Minister just this afternoon. This is his house, his ancestral home, we are told, that's been set on fire. Then the house of former Minister Nimal Lanza, his house was set on fire. MP Fernando's house was also set on fire. Arundika Fernando's house was set on fire. Apart from that, the Rajapaksa monument, this was at Hambantota, that was set on fire. Former Minister Lanzo's house, we told you about this. Another foreign minister, Patirane's house was set on fire. The mayor of Bandara Vela, his house was set on fire. Another member of parliament, Sanat Nishanta, his house was set on fire. Then Kurungala mayor's house was also set on fire earlier this afternoon. 8 images on your television screen. Homes of very, very powerful leaders set on fire by protesters in the wake of this huge economic crisis, shortage of foreign exchange, shortage of food, shortage of fuel. Sri Lanka is facing long power cuts. In some localities, between 12 to 15 hours, there is no electricity. There is a shortage of fuel. And that is why protesters have taken to the streets. In fact, when protesters wanted not just Prime Minister Mahendra Rajapaksa, but even President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's resignation, they were targeted. There was violence on the streets. Some protesters considered or seen as close to Mahendra Rajapaksa are alleged to have targeted the other protesters, and this led to a huge escalation in the violence. And my colleague Ashutosh Mishra now joins me for more on the story. Ashutosh, you've been speaking to a number of stakeholders and protesters on the streets of Colombo and across Sri Lanka. What's the latest?
Well, Gaurav, as we speak, the situation in Colombo is really volatile, and it is not only restricted in the capital, but across the island, east, west, north, south. In fact, till tomorrow 7 a.m., the curfew has been under the emergency law has been imposed. The BASL, the observing authority, the monitoring authorities, is appealing everyone to maintain calm and peace. And this has happened despite the resignation from the Prime Minister. And remember, for the last 2 months, ever since this economic crisis that hit the island country, there has been demand from all across the corner or political spectrum from the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. But for now, what has happened, only the Prime Minister has resigned, Health Minister has resigned. But it all begins with the protest at the Gully Face protest in Colombo, where the Gotabaya supporters suddenly came out in a huge number of buses. Now the accusation from the opposition is being made that they were brought in these buses, as suddenly there was clash started when the protesters were demanding resignation from the Prime Minister and President, and suddenly these supporters started sloganing that Gotabaya must not resign, and that led to the massive the clashes between two supporters. In fact, more than 150 people so far have been reportedly injured, and most of them have been taken to the National Hospital in Colombo. Subsequently, what we're hearing, many ministers, many members of parliament from the ruling dispensation have come under huge attack, and perhaps the country is under siege, where we are seeing all violent clashes, not only between the supporters, but also how the houses, the residential complex, residential premises, vehicles, everything is being set ablaze. So clearly the situation across island is volatile. The army has been called in place, and remember, there have been almost the emergency rule for last 2 months, but suddenly since this afternoon, this has really turned vulnerable, and this actually being difficult for the government to handle. And particularly for last 2 days, even the crisis has worsened. As you rightly said, that there is a massive power cut, there is massive crisis of the essential items. Since last 2 days, there have been not even gas supplied properly, and that perhaps the reason why the anger is boiling in Ireland, and the protesters, when came across with this violent clash, the situation has really turned vulnerable. Gaurav.
Keep tracking that story. I will come back to you for more. For the moment, Ashutosh, many thanks.
Parade
pride and Mother Russia. 75 days into the devastating conflict, President Putin's mega Victory Day speech. Putin says Moscow defending motherland. Putin justifies the war, puts North Atlantic Treaty Organization countries on notice. But no victory on Victory Day. President Zelensky and Kiev still stand tall. Russia's big Victory Day power play is our top focus on India First. And let's talk about that power play here on India First. So two presidents, President Vladimir Putin in Russia and President Zelensky in Ukraine, both celebrate the Victory Day. Both talk about the victory. So we are talking about two presidents, two victory days and one big war. And this war in Ukraine has entered its third month, 75 days and counting. Russia held a grand celebration on the occasion of the 77th victory over Nazis in the Second World War. Now, speaking at the occasion, Russian President Vladimir Putin accused the North Atlantic Treaty Organization countries of creating threats at Russia's border, claiming Russia's actions in Ukraine were to defend Russia's national interest.
Vladimir Putin flexing his military muscle, showcasing his prowess to home and global audience. The Russian bash coming over 2.5 months into Ukraine war, which has left the country ravaged, its cities in ruins. Russia celebrating its 77th Victory Day, which marks its World War II victory over Nazi Germany in 1945. Residents lined up in the streets of Moscow to witness the annual parade gala. This year, the majestic Red Square parade aimed to justify Russia's war in Ukraine. Speaking at the parade, Russian President Vladimir Putin fired a warning shot at NATO and the West for endangering Russia's border. Russia has preemptively rebuffed the aggression. It was a forced, timely and the only right decision. The decision of a sovereign, strong, independent country. Putin claimed that Russia was facing unacceptable threats in Ukraine and his forces are merely defending motherland in Ukraine. Drawing parallels between the war in Ukraine and Soviet fighting in World War II, Putin said that Russia is fighting on its own soil. Lashing out at the West, Putin also said that Ukraine war is a timely and necessary response to Western aggression. Russia has always advocated for a system of equal and indivisible security, a system that is vital for the entire world community. Last December, we proposed a treaty on security guarantees. Russia called on the West to engage in honest dialogue, to seek sensible, compromise solutions, and to take each other's interests into account. All was in vain. The NATO countries did not want to hear us. So in fact, they had completely different plans, and we saw that. The grand patriotic show was an equal message to Russians as well as Moscow's Western adversaries. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky also had a message for its citizens, comparing his country's fight to war on Nazis.
On the day of the victory over Nazism, we are fighting for a new victory. The road to it is difficult. But we have no doubt that we will win. What is our advantage over the enemy? We are smarter by one book. This is the textbook on the history of Ukraine. We would not grieve if all our enemies could read and draw the right conclusions.
На них наступає нога кожного окупанта, який приходить.
Life is limping back to some kind of normalcy in parts of Ukraine, including Kyiv, but the threat still continues. There are air sirens that are heard frequently, and even though the fighting is now restricted to the eastern and southern parts of Ukraine, there remains a threat of missile strikes in several other cities.
Putin's speech is also aimed at reassuring Russians about his staying power, despite adversities from punitive Western-imposed sanctions. With Abhishek Bhalla, Bureau Report, India Today.
But there was a very clear message. The weapons that were on display, the intercontinental ballistic missiles, was perhaps an effort to send out an attempt to send out a message to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization countries. The Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, the new tanks, the armored personnel carriers, the aircraft that were used in all of this. Of course, the aircraft in terms of what was used for the dress rehearsal. Today, because of weather, the aircraft couldn't fly, but military tanks, armored personnel carriers, missile launchers, thousands of personnel. The parade at the Red Square, there was a very clear signal that was going out not just to Ukraine, but also to Ukraine's backers in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization countries.
Поздравляю вас с 77-й годовщиной победы в Великой Отечественной войне!
Russia marked 77 years of Nazi Germany's surrender to the Soviet Union with this impressive military parade at the Red Square, Kremlin in Moscow. The parade in the backdrop of Day 75 of Russia's special operation in Ukraine saw Russia display its offensive military might, even though President Vladimir Putin spoke of being forced to launch defensive operations in Ukraine.
Russia has preemptively rebuffed the aggression. It was a forced, timely, and the only right decision. The decision of a sovereign, strong, independent country.
Russia's biggest signal to NATO was the RS-24 Yars thermonuclear ballistic missile perched on a 16-wheel carrier on display at the Red Square. The 49.5-ton intercontinental ballistic missile is capable of carrying up to 10 warheads. The RS-24 Yars ICBM is seen as an upgraded version of the Topol M and is capable of accurately hitting multiple targets over 12,000 kilometers away. Russia also displayed the T-14 main battle tank and the T-15 infantry combat vehicles at the 77th Victory Day parade. Russian T-72 tanks have been in the line of fire in Ukraine, and a large number of Russian armored vehicles were destroyed by Javelin and NLAW anti-tank guided missiles there. The latest T-90M tanks have been deployed in parts of eastern Ukraine by Russian forces, and the 48-ton T-14 Armata and T-15 armored fighting vehicles are seen as current and future capable platforms. One of the most potent and successful defense systems, the S-400 Triumph air defense missile system, designed by Russia, was also on display. It has a layered air defense system which can destroy enemy aircraft with 4 different types of weapons. Russia's military might on full display at the 77th anniversary of the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany. But the war in Ukraine has overshadowed this annual celebration. With Geeta Mohan in Moscow, Bureau Report, India Today.
Incidentally, India has also bought 5 of these S-400 Triumph systems at a cost of 39,000 crore rupees, and these are considered amongst the best in the world, if not the best. Now, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced new weapons and equipment for Ukraine after an unannounced visit to Ukraine's capital, Kiev. The Canadian Prime Minister also said that Canada was imposing new sanctions on Russian individuals, entities, further tightening the grip on Russia. In fact, as a show of support and solidarity, the Canadian president put up the Canadian flag at their mission in Kiev, announcing a return to normalcy.
thank you, Vladimir, for your...
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced new weapons and equipment for Ukraine during an unannounced visit to Kyiv on Sunday. He said Canada was imposing new sanctions on Russians in connection with Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. He also reopened the Canadian embassy in the capital.
Today I'm announcing more military assistance, drone cameras, satellite imagery, small arms, ammunition and other supports, including funding for demining operations.
Trudeau addressed a news conference after talks with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and a ceremony in which a bomb-sniffing dog named Patron was awarded a Medal of Courage. Meanwhile, Russian forces and pro-Russian separatists resumed heavy shelling of the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol on Sunday, just a day after more than 300 civilians were rescued from the complex. At least 60 people were also feared dead after a Russian strike on a school building in eastern Ukraine. Reuters could not immediately verify this account, and there was no response from Moscow to the report. Russia calls its invasion a special military operation designed to disarm its neighbour. Ukraine and its allies say Russia launched an unprovoked war. Zelensky decried the school attack and called for more financial and humanitarian support, invoking the lessons of World War II. During Trudeau's visit, he also went to the town of Irpin outside Kyiv, the focal point of fierce fighting before Russian troops withdrew in late March. Canada will add $25 million to the UN's World Food Programme as part of efforts to uphold food security, and Trudeau said they would remove trade tariffs on all Ukrainian imports to Canada for next year.
And on Victory Day, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky presented a Medal of Courage to a dog that detects bombs and helped save many lives. We leave you with these images. Many thanks for watching.
And medal for the dedicated service, a service dog called Patron.
Unwavering support for Ukraine.
Death, destruction, continuous shelling, continuous bombing, injuries and devastation till the extent the eyes can see. That is the story of Ukraine. But far away from what the eyes can see, let us shift focus to what the eyes can't see, at least not vividly. Mental trauma afflicted by war and similar distressing situations that will eventually lead to post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD in many persons being witness to the distressing images of war. Even on TV, these pictures can cause severe post-traumatic stress disorder. What then is PTSD? PTSD is a disorder characterized by failure to recover after experiencing or witnessing a terrifying event. The condition may last months or years with triggers that can bring back memories of the trauma accompanied by intense emotional and physical reactions.
PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder is experiencing the stress post-trauma for a long time. Trauma is when you experience death, accident, threat to life, major injury to yourself, to a loved one, or through observation, you experience that trauma. When you develop PTSD because you've gone through this trauma, which happens in abuse, which happens in war.
Symptoms may include nightmares or flashbacks, avoidance of situations that bring back the trauma, heightened reactivity to stimuli, anxiety or depressed mood.
You also experience changes in your cognition and mood, meaning the way you think. Thinking may become negative. Moods may become negative. You feel disconnected. You feel low. You feel negative about yourself and the world. And you also can experience symptoms of avoidance, which means you avoid any kind of trigger that can be related to trauma, or that may even result into your avoiding people, avoiding going out.
For those returning from war-ravaged Ukraine, PTSD will not be uncommon. In fact, for those even witnessing the war from close quarters, like soldiers in Russia, for example, PTSD is not going to be uncommon. It is for this reason that post-traumatic disorder is also called battle fatigue syndrome. The symptoms include PTSD and panic attacks, chest pain, a fast pounding heartbeat, difficulty breathing, dizziness, shaking or trembling, stomach pain or nausea, sweating, chills or hot flashes, feeling like you're choking. Doctors world over opine that PTSD is treatable with medication and therapy. Like all mental illnesses, it demands acknowledgement.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Ebix Cash हर खुशी के लिए काफी है.
You're watching the Business Today show. I'm Nabila Jamal, taking you through all the top business news. First, the headlines. Rupee slumps to an all-time low as Fed rate hike boosts dollar. Experts believe that rupee could weaken further to hit 79 against the US dollar. Now, Sensex falls over 350 points as Dalal Street's rollercoaster ride continues. Nifty ends at 16,300 mark. Power, metal, PSU, banks drag. Investors lose 7.6 lakh crores in 2 sessions. RIL shares plunge on weak market, down by 4% in trade. Brokerage is bullish on the stock post Q4 results. Morgan Stanley sees $50 billion addition in RIL's market cap in 2022. LIC continued to attract bidders on the final day of the bidding process. However, FIIs shunned the mega IPO over market risks. India's biggest IPO to list on the bourses on May 17th, but a falling grey market premium is making investors nervous. The allotment of shares is expected to take place on the 12th of May. The Indian rupee touched an all-time low of 77.4 against the US dollar. The key factor driving the rupee lower was a surge in the US dollar globally, following the United States Federal Reserve's 50 basis point rate hike just last week and its guidance for more rate hikes in the coming months. While you are already grappling with soaring prices, are you now thinking how the fall in rupee will really impact you? Sakshi Batra is standing by with us with those details. Sakshi, over to you.
Well, that's right. The Indian rupee has slipped to its lowest level of 77.5 to the dollar. This is the first time that it has gone past the 77 per dollar mark. And one must remember that all this is a global issue and not just limited to India, as all Asian currencies have actually slipped against the dollar. Now, this is led by the yuan, the Chinese currency, which is at its lowest level since 2020, which is dragging down the other currencies like the Thailand baht, the Philippines peso, South African rand, the Indonesian rupee. All of them are actually depreciating too. And now this is because the US dollar is constantly rising. Higher US yields are actually pushing the US dollar higher, which is together creating a massive risk-off in the riskier assets in emerging markets like India. Now, a weaker rupee also eats into the FII's returns, into the Indian assets, thereby leading to higher FII outflows from the Indian markets too, which again leads to a fall in Indian markets, and that is exerting pressure on the rupee as well. The Indian rupee is also more vulnerable than the other currencies, and that is due to higher crude oil prices, as India is one of the highest importers of crude oil. Now, we are already witnessing a widening of trade deficit to over $20 billion per month, which also is again weighing on the rupee. Now, how is a weaker rupee really impacting you and me? Now, for the economy, you must understand that the rupee devaluation means imports become dearer, and inflation, which is already a big problem, may worsen from here. For companies, that is the export-oriented companies, and those businesses actually benefit, like the IT or the pharma companies with a depreciating rupee, while for importers, they will actually need to shell out more money due to this weaker rupee. On an individual level, your purchasing power really reduces. So in case you've been thinking of traveling abroad or studying abroad as well, be prepared to shell out more on that too. Now, the question is this record low a new normal for the rupee now? Well, for the short term, yes, because experts do believe that the rupee may further slip to 78 or even 79 levels.
Oil prices are on slippery slopes sparked by fears of global recession, dampening demand, with investors eyeing European Union talks on a Russian oil embargo that is expected to tighten global supplies. Now, global markets are also spooked by concerns over interest rate hikes and extended COVID-19 lockdowns in China. A recent price cut by Saudi Arabia has also reflected worries over global oil demand. Saudi Arabia, the world's top oil exporter, has now lowered crude oil prices for Asia as well as Europe for June, as COVID lockdowns in China weigh on the demand. Saudi Aramco has now dropped its key Arab light crude grade for next month's shipments to Asia to $4.4 a barrel. While fuel prices have not been hiked in over a month in India, the question now is, could the Aam Aadmi get some relief with Saudi giving a discount to Asian countries? And the roller coaster ride continues on Dalal Street. There was no respite for bulls on Dalal Street as domestic benchmark indices fell in tandem with their global counterparts. Though Sensex and Nifty both hit a 2-month low, buying in IT and financial shares helped make a sharp recovery from the day's low. Sensex, which had tumbled to a low of 53,980 in the opening trades, recouped partly and ended at 54,470. Nifty declined over 100 points, barely able to hold above 16,300. A tumbling rupee and FPI's pulling out of the Indian markets there really hurt investor sentiments. Now, growing concerns over global recession, poor performance by global equity markets led to the fall today. Big boy Reliance Industries was the top blue chip. Lagarde plunging over 4% after its Q4 numbers fell slightly short of expectations. Now, other nifty losers included Nestle, Hero MotoCorp, IndusLand Bank and Tata Steel. The broader markets here ended with deeper cuts. In fact, sectorally, Nifty Media, Metal and PSU Bank indices plunged by over 2% each. Now, as markets continue to remain in a bear grip and volatility stays high, are you thinking of rejigging your portfolio? Then watch this conversation here between our global business editor, Udyan Mukherjee, and market guru, Sandeep Tandon of Quant Money Managers. It will really help you navigate in these turbulent times.
Sandeep, it's great to have you on the show. Since you are one of those unique fund managers, CIOs who also look at quantitative methods, as your name suggests, quant, in evaluating investments. Let me start by asking you what the quantitative desk is telling you now in terms of market signals. Is it suggesting that there are deeper cuts which lie ahead, or are we somewhere close to the bottom for 2022?
So then, we over a period of time, apart from quantitative and the qualitative, the fundamental work, we have also built a lot of things on the behavior side. Okay. And where we combine in our own framework called VLRD framework, where we give 1/3 weightage on the valuation analytics, 1/3 on the risk appetite, and 1/3 on the liquidity. Okay. So we try to capture, all qualitative, quantitative, and behavior, what we call fundamental Atma, liquidity, the prana, and sentiment, the maya. We try to capture. And it's really helped us in taking a much larger call. So as a house, our macro or predictive analytic models are definitely endorsing that we are, if I have to look at from a very near-term perspective, I think the fear cycle is actually peaking out. So we are at the cusp of that inflection point. But let me answer first from a very near-term perspective, because that's a concern which a lot of people have. So from a very near-term perspective, whether you talk about a dollar index or you're talking about more of the currency sides or even the S&P or the NASDAQ, which has corrected significantly, I think we have reached an inflection point where you can expect significantly up move or ferocious move is also I'm not ruling out, because the fear is too high. 2022, the way we have described is all about how the employed also the most of the asset class will remain elevated and as compared to 2020 and 21. So you have to play for a smaller swings in the market. It's going to be very challenging and difficult year.
So are you saying that near term we may have a bottom in place and we may have a sharp rally from here, but you are not confident that a final bottom has been played? Sense lies in actually playing these sell-offs and rallies intermittently from a tactical point of view, but don't get wedded to a view that a clean trend will be visible in the next 6 to 9 months.
So let me then give you first our big picture, which is like a decade perspective and how it's playing out. It'll give you a fairly good sense. So if you recollect right from March 2020, when fear was very high, that's a very classic bottom, because risk appetite was the lifetime low, whatever data we have, and the liquidity was also lifetime high. So it's a lethal combination of bull run. So that lasted till September 2021. And by September 2021, we saw a very unique thing. Risk appetite started for global assets started declining. Money flow towards global equity also was a multi-decades high. And there was a liquidity was also started shrinking. So if I have to see, there was a euphoric move into September 2021, yes. But if you dissect this euphoria or this money flow analysis, this very interesting data point which came out, that euphoria was confined only to the growth stocks, okay? Which is, if you want to further dissect into a consumption name or the new age technology or the technology companies, where value is bottoming out. So if you look at from a perception analytics, the way we define the market in September 2021, if I have to take a big broader call, the growth stock perception analytics, or what we call multiple and valuation analytics, has peaked out maybe from a decade perspective. So something has changed from September 2021 and could be a bigger and longer term call, because this is the area where grossly over ownership exists, and this is a cycle which has been played out for multi years now. So that is something big change which we are highlighting. And I think from a larger perspective, you will see this bouts of volatility, you will see recovery in these stocks also. But from a longer term perspective, I think something has changed. So value should be your core holding. That's what we have done. And growth should be your tactical position. So if I have to look at, this is a larger perspective which we believe which is going to play out. And from a very near term perspective, I think whether it's technology or whether it's a consumption name, they are also significantly oversold right now. So, and the way panic is spreading, so we want to capitalize on the fear. So as long fear remains high, we like to participate. And whenever you see complacency, we like to prune down the exposure.
There is no great greed which is visible in the bank nifty, Sandeep. I mean, it's a segment which has underperformed quite a bit. Would you put it in that category of growth stocks which did well over the last half a decade or so, or last decade or so, and which will continue to underperform? Or is your call contrarian on the financial space now as a fund house?
Okay. So if you really, since we're talking about the growth stock peaking out, and if you dissect the bank nifty into private sector and public sector banks, and then you try to look at the perception analytics data, which we try to look at from the behavior finance point of view, very interesting thing is coming out that perception analytics for the PSU, for the public sector, for the private sector bank has made a long-term top. Okay, which means the valuation analytics or the valuation multiple, which we have seen in last many years, will shrink and decline. Where PSU banks exactly in the opposite side. So their early stage of recovery, whether you talk about one of the largest public sector banks or the top 3 public sector banks, so that's a data point which is showcasing. That does not mean we are very negative on financials. We believe financials will outperform IT, financials will outperform consumption on absolute basis as well as relative basis. But within banking, if I have to take a larger or longer term call, then I will like to take a longer term calls on the PSU banks over private sector banks.
I note that many of your funds have names like Vedanta, ITC, Sandeep in your portfolio. Is it staying with that overall call that this year value as a theme should outperform growth? Do these names fit that bill?
So it fits cover that aspect also, but we bought metals quite early, right from October 2020 onwards. We have been bullish on the metal SSPs, because if I have to give a much longer term perspective call, right from 2019 we have been talking about that 2020 or this current decade belongs to commodities. So we are extremely bullish on commodities as a space. It's a structured bull run which is unfolding, and we were very early to spot that. And within commodities, we believe agri as a commodity will give the best performance. Okay, if I have to take a big call, which asset class I will deploy very largest money, I think is the agri. Unfortunately, in India, you cannot play that theme directly. That's the reason in our portfolio, we have relatively large exposure towards sugar stocks or metal stock, wherever we can participate. Okay, because you cannot play these names directly. And metals, yes. And of course, some of the names which you mentioned, they are part of these thesis. And though from a very near-term perspective, there might be challenges on the metal space because one of the near-term cycles are peaking out. But if I have to look at from a longer-term perspective, we remain very constructive in these things.
You know, Sandeep, you're a fund house now and you don't invest only in equities. You have bond funds as well. So I want your perspective. I mean, even the kind of quantitative bearing that you get into your analysis, what do you expect to see with interest rates over the next 6 to 9 months in India? And what would you suggest could be the returns from fixed income funds this year?
So let's talk about US market first, because that's an area where we have more than 100 years of history to talk about, and India is very, very limited. Okay. See, as I said, right from 2019, we have been showcasing that from 2020, the commodity prices will be started rallying because of a lot of earth-related changes. Earth analytics data is endorsing that, and from 2021, the inflation will come back. Now, if I have to look at from a decade perspective, let me give you a very interesting data point. We believe that both inflation and interest rate, particularly on the developed markets, are heading high. And we believe that they can have potential to become 6 to 9 times whatever bottoms we have seen in 10 years, like the 1.18% we have seen in 10 years yield. So something 6 to 9% what we expect should be, that's a very conservative number by 2027-28. That's our big macro predictive analytic models has been showcasing. That's what we have written in our book also. So we remain very constructive from a longer term perspective, but as you say, that all moves will not be linear.
And you can catch the full interview on businesstoday.in and of course our YouTube channel. On that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back to Business Today on the other side. Should you upgrade to 5G? Are you still wondering if you should get a 5G compatible phone? Well, it'd be a future-proof upgrade, especially with what 5G can really offer. 5G is faster, exactly 20 times faster than 4G. Experts are saying now that it's likely to bring a technological revolution. Unlike its predecessor 4G, which used longer airwaves, 5G uses millimeter waves, which makes it much faster. So say goodbye to annoying buffering when watching your videos. Why is 5G so fast? The millimeter waves are short, which means they have limited range and higher penetration. 5G also carries the promise of making latency disappear, which means that there's going to be less delay between sending and receiving information. So downloading heavy file sizes, of course, will take a few seconds. Can 5G make our cities smart? The idea is that 5G can create smart cities with more connected devices. For instance, increased use of connected or autonomous vehicles will impact lifestyle choices. This also begs the question of enormous amount of data it will generate. So, digital security will be an area of concern, of course, especially since 5G network is more difficult to protect than its predecessors. So, are you ready for the next upgrade?
You are watching India.
Welcome back. RIL among the big losers on the street today as the company reported weaker than expected net profit and also reported a fall in profitability for the first time in financial year 2022. Consolidated profit after tax missed the street's estimate by 4% year-on-year and 3% quarter-on-quarter due to lower other income and miss in retail business. Now, however, Reliance becomes indeed the first Indian company with gross revenue surpassing $100 billion, and global brokerage firm Morgan Stanley, very bullish on the stock, has set a target price of 3,253 rupees, indicating an upside of over 25% from the current marketplace. Morgan Stanley sees a $50 billion addition in Reliance Industries' market cap in 2022. India's biggest IPO, LIC, continued to attract bidders on the final day of the bidding process as well. While retail investors flocked to invest in the insurance behemoth, FIIs shunned the mega IPO over market risks. LIC is now expected to make a debut on Dalal Street on the 17th of May, but a falling grey market premium is making investors nervous now. The allotment of shares is expected to take place on the 12th of May.
Despite all the kind of criticism that was coming, be it the valuation, be it government's decision to bring down its dilution, of course, the external factors that were impacting because of the geopolitical issues, do you think the listing day will be good enough to give a response to everybody who was commenting on this?
No, there is no, there is no need for me to respond on that thing. Our effort has been that LIC needs to be listed. We have worked very hard for it. LIC has worked very hard for it. People have a lot of, loyalty, respect for LIC, which is also, gauged from the fact that there's such a large issue. In fact, the largest in the history has been, under these conditions, also has been very well lifted, and lifted largely by domestic investors, including policyholders, including employees, including retailers. So it is also leading to deepening of capital markets. So I think it's a proud moment for all of us.
We've observed that as and when Deepam proceeds with certain kind of asset sales, there's been a lot of criticism in terms of court cases that comes up also. Do you have a word to say that how is the kind of preparation you have to do to battle these kind of external factors that keep coming?
No, I think we have to be ready that we are dealing with public assets. We do it with the most stringent system of transparent competitive bidding, keeping in view that we are dealing with public assets. But still people have a right to challenge, because I think that's what democracy is. And we always go back to courts and give our point of view. And most of the time, that gets vindicated. Of course, it takes time, but that is what, when we are dealing with public systems, we got to be ready for that, for any accountability.
Now, amid the ongoing weakness in the equity market, at least 3 initial public offerings by Prudent Corporate Advisory Services delivered.
And we've got breaking news coming in here on India Today. A blast has rocked the police headquarters in Mohali in Punjab, right on the outskirts of Chandigarh. Mohali is in Punjab. A blast has rocked the police headquarters there. This took place on the 3rd floor of the intelligence office in Mohali. A rocket-propelled grenade was aimed and fired at the 3rd floor. No casualties have been reported as of now. Remember, I just want to give all our viewers context on this breaking story. There have been a lot of intelligence alerts about Khalistani activities that are on the rise in different parts of Punjab and Haryana. This particular attack, the nature of which is still unclear, comes just a couple of days after recoveries and arrests of Khalistani cells have been made in neighboring Haryana in the Karnal area. And we understand now that a blast has rocked an intelligence office in Mohali of the police. It is likely the police headquarters. I want to bring in our internal security editor, Kamaljeet Sandhu, for more on this big breaking story. Kamal, can you tell us where this was? What was the nature of this blast? We're hearing it was a rocket-propelled grenade.
Well, the Punjab police is in a tizzy after the blast has occurred, and we've been told a rocket launcher has been used to fire upon the RPG, which is a rocket-propelled grenade. Remember, there have been signs and ominous signs of it all along. During peak of elections time, there was a blast outside a police station in Ropar. There have been blasts at the CIA office in Nawashahar. There have been blasts which have occurred in other places. There have been grenades which have been thrown in Pathankot. So the indications have been rife that this could be an act of Khalistani activity. Remember, even today in the morning, the BSF had actually found drones, and they are also recovering arms and ammunition. Several of them meant for Jammu and Kashmir, the others meant for Punjab. And we've seen recently in Karnal, where intelligence-based operation, they found out 4 Khalistani terrorists. And then that is how they got arrested. So there are clear indications that Pakistan is fishing in troubled waters. Too early to have an indication, but our intelligence officials have been pointing out that the Khalistani angle cannot be ruled out. People are obviously looking into it, but itself is shocking and surprising because we know that arms ammunition can be sent in via drone, but a rocket launcher, that itself seems to be a very big thing. But also the point is that there have been underlying signs, Shiv, that things could be on a boil. This case is, and remember, Captain Amrinder Singh, as a former Chief Minister, would keep pointing out it's a border state. One has to be very careful. But now is the time, the indications being that in the heart of Mohali, which is next to Chandigarh, that's where a rocket launcher is being used. That itself is a big, big indication about the level and the preparation of attacks which can be unleashed. That is a big indication. And obviously, we've been trying to speak through our sources, but they're also looking at this is Sohana, this is Mohali, stone's throw away from Chandigarh. But clearly, the signs now giving in, and we've been hearing it all along during Punjab, and post that, the Khalistani have found nexus with gangsters, with people who are in drug trafficking to ensure that they have a web. And now we see that this is an act of terror. Perhaps this is a word that we will officially wait for Punjab government and Punjab officials to say. But yes, central agencies as well as Punjab intelligence agencies have to work carefully together. And we see in the recent past how there seem to be differences. But in times of security, which is a major concern, they all need to come together and act on it.
Absolutely, because there are so many different threads that could be leading up to what has just happened. A very, very disturbing development. A grenade of some kind hurled into the Punjab Police's intelligence headquarters in Mohali. Remember, Mohali is a suburb of Chandigarh. It is on the Punjab side of Chandigarh, and the Punjab Police's intelligence headquarters is in this particular area. And that's where this explosion has taken place. Kamal, you're hearing that there have been no casualties. I understand no casualties or no injuries, but at this point, this entire incident being treated with utmost care, and that entire area has apparently been cordoned off and evacuated as well.
See, Shiv, the Punjab Intelligence Headquarters does not have any name on it. I've been there, so I know there is no indication. But there is a vast area right in front of it, on the side of it, which is mostly being used as car parking. There are obviously buildings all across at a certain distance, but otherwise it's been really under wraps, so to say. But clearly, this is an indication, and remember, I've been telling you this, that there were ominous signs. There have been previous attacks, though we've seen they have tried to kind of downplay it. That they have been trying to downplay this kind of a thing, remember, at that point of time. But clearly, when it comes to this, this is what we've been told is that they're still not calling this an act of terror, but clearly the kind of ammunition being used itself is an indication. But more investigation needs to be done into it, and perhaps an official word will come via the intelligence agencies or perhaps by the government. Pressure will be on Bhagwant Mann government to see, and this is perhaps going to be one case. We'll also have to find out whether NIA is going to associate with the case, because remember, for any of those cases, it's the NIA which goes into areas which are suspected to be of terror attack. But clearly, this is a big sign and indication that things are not all well as far as security system is concerned in Punjab.
Okay, Kamal, stay with me. Gaurav Sawant, our senior executive editor, who's been looking at internal security very closely, is also live with us on this big developing story. Gaurav, what are you hearing right now? Grenade hurled into the third floor, office of the Punjab Police's intelligence headquarters in Mohali, very close to Chandigarh, on the outskirts of Chandigarh. As Kamal just said, it's an unmarked building. Nobody would know where it is unless they were directly trying to target it. So this is clearly, I mean, we are awaiting a statement, Gaurav, from the Punjab Police, but this is clearly, carried out by someone who knows where the intelligence headquarters is and is making a very, very important point here by targeting the intelligence headquarters directly.
Shiv, a rocket-propelled grenade is what we are being told, and markings on RPG are being studied closely by agencies. The fact that the third floor of a multi-story building was targeted, so it couldn't have been hurled by hand. An RPG, the fin, the rear portion of the RPG has also been recovered. Is what we are being told. But Shiv, join the dots of the number of incidents that have taken place in Punjab just in recent weeks, which is an indicator of what appears to be happening in the border state of Punjab, and a very crucial border state. What we are being told as of now is this was an RPG that was fired. It not just shattered the window panes of the third floor, but of this building. There's some damage to the concrete structure in this area, is what we are also being told. Now, all of this is being analyzed very closely. But Shiv, join the dots. 24th of April, a Babbar Khalsa terrorist was arrested. Of course, after a long chase and after a very long time, he was in hiding. On the 8th of May, 2 people were arrested with about a 2.5 kg RDX ID which had RDX in it. And RDX is not very easily available. Just 3 days before that, 4 men had been arrested in Haryana, and they had apparently gone to retrieve some kind of an ID with RDX and was meant to be sent to Punjab. So somewhere down the line, Shiv, it does appear that the effort is to fuel unrest, to fuel terror in Punjab. Remember, all of last year, Kamal, you and I and our reporters on ground had been reporting about Pakistan using drones to send in improvised explosive devices, to send in explosives, and to send in assault rifles and ammunition. At that time, it was suspected, and then Chief Minister of Punjab, Captain Amrinder Singh, would say that all of this is being done in a sensitive border state ahead of elections. But even after elections, there appears to be, subject to confirmation by the police and intelligence agencies, a concerted plan to fuel unrest in a sensitive border state like Punjab, Shiv.
Kamal, what is the Punjab Police going to be making a statement? We understand that Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has sought a report. Obviously, this is all routine stuff. Obviously, he's going to seek a report. But is there any kind of late statement that we should expect from the Punjab Police, or do you think that'll more reasonably come in the morning?
Well, certainly some of the officers we've been speaking to are the ones who really worried. Remember, senior officials, the ranks of IG, ADG, they sit on that particular floor. So this entire building actually sees a lot of officials who come to and fro. So each of the floor is significantly very important. But this is obviously a sign that things are obviously not very well. It's not like it's JNK. It is urban area. This is an area which should be much more secure. But remember, at this point of time, the security will need to be beefed up, especially there are obviously guards at the gate. There are checking and entry point, and there is a system to go into that building. But this is obviously a shot which has been fired from afar. We don't know how many meters, but it is clearly a sign that it could be between 100 to 200 meters away. This is where there seems to be an open, and obviously this could be just shoot and scoot, and somebody would have fired and left immediately. But probably because this was late in the hour, thankfully there have been no casualties and no injuries. But yes, glasses have been shattered. The grenade has fallen inside. There are investigations which are currently on. We've been told the SSP, the IG, senior officials are already there. But clearly, they'll have to find out, and they will go through all sort of evidences, whether it's going through the CCTV, going through scanning the mobile towers. All this is going to be a part of it. But clearly, at the helm of affairs is Bhagwant Mann, whether he would want, as far as this entire case is concerned, a statement to be issued. Because remember, it's a new government. The way police will, in fact, make an official statement or not will be decided by Bhagwant Mann for that matter. But clearly, before that, we've been told it's too early to make a statement of sorts. So we'll have to wait for some time before they can make a preliminary statement. Would be welcome. But perhaps tomorrow we would know much more. But clearly, this is obviously sent Punjab police in a tizzy. This is very, very worrying.
Very worrying, and also, more details coming in right now. The Punjab police has apparently said that it is leaning away from a possible, a scenario that this was a terror incident. It could more likely be a message being sent out by some, fringe groups. The blast is not a terror incident, is what sources are telling India Today, even though these are extremely early minutes really, since this grenade was hurled into that third floor office of the Punjab Police Intelligence Headquarters in Mohali. No matter which way you slice this is hugely serious, because that device you see there on your screen with that red arrow blinking next to it, that's a portion of a grenade, a rocket-propelled grenade, which has apparently landed inside one of those offices. That's an instrument of war. That's a weapon. That's a weapon that can kill people. It can hurt people, and it has obviously been hurled into this office to send out a message. We don't know if there was an explosion of any kind, but you can see glass shattered there completely. So it's quite likely that there has been an explosion. No injuries or casualties are being reported, which is a bit of a relief. But as you can see, police deployed there in large numbers. The area has been cordoned off, and as Kamaljeet just said, mobile towers are being swept right now for any possible evidence. Gaurav, throw some light on the Kamal was just telling us about the micro picture right there in Mohali on what has been happening, in Punjab, Haryana, Khalistani elements who've been trying to raise the heat. This is the kind of thing that many intelligence agencies have been seeing coming. The atmosphere has been conducive to this kind of mischief, if it indeed is mischief and not a terror attack.
Far more serious than mischief, as you and I and Kamal have been reporting and have reported on the situation in Punjab. An RPG being fired is serious business, and especially in a sensitive border state like Punjab. But Shiv, you'd recall, over the past 2 years, especially when Pakistan started sending a lot of weapons and explosives through drones in Punjab, when certain small blasts had taken place, there was a cause for concern. There were also reports that Pakistan sponsored terror from Jammu and Kashmir, especially in the valley, were trying to expand their footprints.
Gaurav,
and they were trying.
Just stay with me. We've got reporters on the ground who are sending us a live report. Let's just listen into them.
ऐलान कर दिया है, उन्होंने मान लिया है कि ये आतंकी हमला नहीं है। लेकिन हाँ जी, मैं बिल्कुल पढ़ के बता सकता हूँ। ललित प्रेस रिलीज पढ़ के बताइए दरअसल क्या है। लेकिन सईद, इससे पहले जब तक ललित ये प्रेस रिलीज खोलते हैं, मैं आपको एक चीज बताना चाहूंगा कि ये जो दफ्तर है ये पंजाब राज्य की अगर आप बात करें तो 550 किलोमीटर की जो फेंसिंग है, जो बॉर्डर है, वो पाकिस्तान से लगता है। और पिछले 7 दिनों की अगर बात करें तो 7 दिनों में 5 वारदातें ऐसी हुई हैं जो पूरे पंजाब नहीं पूरे देश को चौंका सकती हैं। करनाल से 4 आतंकी पकड़े गए, उनके पास भारी मात्रा में जो आरडीएक्स था, उसके अलावा कई किलो आरडीएक्स तरन से बरामद होता है जो कि पाकिस्तान से आया है। फिलहाल ललित ये पढ़कर बताएंगे प्रेस रिलीज में क्या क्या गया है।
बिल्कुल सतेंद्र जी, जो फिलहाल सरकारी प्रेस रिलीज यानी प्रेस स्टेटमेंट है वो पुलिस की तरफ से आई है। उसमें बताया गया है कि एज पर द कम्युनिकेट रिलीज बाय Mohali police, a minor explosion was reported at the Punjab Police Headquarters in Sector 77 at around 7:45 PM. उसके साथ एक और
ये सईद ये कह रही है कि 7:45 के करीब एक बहुत ही छोटा धमाका हुआ है, बहुत ही छोटा धमाका हुआ है। लेकिन सईद, इस चीज की गंभीरता को हमें समझना होगा कि ये जो धमाका जिस जगह पर हुआ है वो कोई पुलिस थाना नहीं है, वो कोई जिला मुख्यालय नहीं है, वो एक ऐसी जगह है जहां पर पूरा स्टेट नहीं पूरे देश को खुफिया जानकारियां मिलती हैं, यानी कि इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो का दफ्तर है। फिलहाल ललित कोई और जानकारी दे रहे हैं।
सतेंद्र जी, उसके साथ एक अहम बात इस प्रेस रिलीज में लिखी है, ये बताया गया है कि कोई डैमेज नहीं हुआ, लेकिन फिर भी जो बड़े अधिकारी है, फॉरेंसिक जो टीम है वो
नहीं, मैं माफी चाहूंगा सईद, जो पंजाब पुलिस का हेडक्वार्टर है वो चंडीगढ़ सेक्टर 9 के अंदर है। ये पंजाब इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो का दफ्तर है, यानी कि जो खुफिया दफ्तर होता है उसकी जानकारी किसी को नहीं होता।
Okay, so a communique, a press statement has just come in from the Punjab police in Mohali. Very brief statement. Kamal and Gaurav continue to stay with me. I just want to read out that statement that's just come in from the Mohali, from the Punjab police. They say that as per this press communique released by the Mohali police, a minor explosion was reported at the Punjab police intelligence headquarters in sector 77 SAS Nagar at around 7:45 PM. So it was quite a while ago. It was about 4 hours ago that this happened. No damage has been reported. Senior officers are on the spot and investigation is being done. Forensic teams have been called. Now, the material evidence on site is right there for you to see on the left side of your screen, viewer. That's where, that's the rocket-propelled grenade or grenade of some kind that has been recovered. In the center picture, you can see the police deployment that's right outside the intelligence headquarters. And on the right side of your screen, the damage that has been done. Minor damage, says the police. You can see a window that's been completely shattered. There are glass pieces lying everywhere. It's unlikely that anyone was in the office or in this particular area because the police says there's been no damage to any human there, no injuries or casualties of any kind, which is miraculous because a rocket-propelled grenade or a grenade of any kind is filled with shrapnel and it is designed to injure or kill, and it very easily could have done so. So probably a miracle escape for anyone who was on this particular area. We're still trying to figure, where this rocket-propelled grenade, if at all it is that, was fired from. Rocket-propelled grenade, as our viewers may know, is literally that. It's a grenade fired from a rocket launcher, a shoulder-fired, a gun system, and it zooms towards its target and then explodes. So, how is it possible for something like this to have happened without anyone actually witnessing the firing of it, without anyone actually witnessing the person who either fired it or hurled it? Is a bit of a mystery, and that's obviously going to be part of this investigation. Kamaljeet continues to be with me. Gaurav continues to be with me. Kamal, that investigation has already started. 7:45 PM is when this blast took place, which means that the investigation has already been on for a few hours now.
Shiv, what is really ironic is that all intelligence officials sit there So that is a given that they would have begun their investigation as soon as this occurred. They have, and we've met a couple of officials. So mostly we've seen they go about a very professional work. But yes, this is obviously one of that. Is that intelligence failure in itself is a big question mark. And second, is the government trying to downplay this particular incident? That is a second. The third is what really happened. And these are questions which need to be answered, really. What we've also been able to gather is that this happened around 7:45. So most of the people would have left by then. This is obviously a sign and indication, and I've been telling you earlier, there have been several incidents, at least half a dozen. And if you remember, Shiv, the ominous signs came in when around 2017-18, where several of the RSS and BJP members were targeted. There was targeted killings. There have been pistols. There have been drones which have been coming very regularly. There have been associations and links which have been established with gangsters and others. So there has been an attempt. Earlier we saw Harvinder Singh Rinda, who tried to send 3 IEDs. It was earlier mentioned it was for Adilabad in Telangana, and then later it was also said that this could actually be for Nanded, from where Harvinder also was staying. So this is a clear indication that perhaps more needs to be done. This is obviously going to be a joint collaboration. So there are going to be intelligence officials who've been going to be checking, but Punjab intelligence itself will be looking into this very, very carefully. The work would have begun as soon as this entire thing really happened. But clearly there have been several question marks. And the other is whether there's going to be some honest, candid admission, because a lot of people are going to blame Bhagwant Mann. There could be politics over it, but that would come secondary. What is important is the security, and that is where question marks lie, that this is just stone throw away from Chandigarh, really. So to see the boundaries are just close by. This is in fact far away from the borders. But what is clearly, and we've seen the recoveries of IEDs and other arms and ammunition in the past few weeks and months, that whatever is being sent at the borders is actually now reaching hinterland. And now that itself is a very, very worrying indication. But yes. They would crack down on these particular elements. They're calling it a mischief. It could be much more than that. We've tried to speak to some officials who say, yes, Khalistani angle cannot be ruled out. But the official word, we'll still wait. Shiv, has to come from the Punjab government and Punjab police. V.K. Bhavra is the DGP. He's been working very hard trying to put Punjab police away from certain controversies. But as far as security is concerned, this is the newest challenge as far as the ground of Punjab is concerned, that this should not become the Punjab of the early 80s or the 90s. And that could now be a clear indication. But yes, we've been speaking all along, whether it's Guru Patwant Singh Pannu, whether it is the Khalistani, officials have time and again told us, reiterated to us, that kind of a feeling and sentiment does not resonate on ground. They were saying that largely people have rejected that. It's a normal, peaceful state. But yes, with neighbors like Pakistan, and the ISI is not just Mission Kashmir, it's also looking at Punjab and how to brew trouble in that particular state itself. That is not something which has been hidden. The former Chief Minister as well as others, and we saw Charanjit Singh Channi also mention it when he met Home Minister Amit Shah. But clearly reports will be sought. There would be a discussion on this. But at this point of time, the immediate part is to cordon off the area, look for the perpetrators, and also to ensure that no further such attack is possible within the city limits.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the absolute immediate priority right now in Mohali. Just to reiterate to some of our viewers in other parts of the country who may not be familiar with where Mohali is it's just on the outskirts of Chandigarh. Chandigarh is a union territory. It has 2 suburbs. Mohali is on the Punjab side. Panchkula is on the Haryana side. So Mohali is just basically a suburb of Chandigarh. And that's where this blast has taken place. It's very, very disturbing because as Kamal and Gaurav have been detailing for us here, the atmosphere in which this attack takes place strongly suggests that this is way more than than mischief. And Gaurav, as you, me, and Kamal have reported several times in the past in such incidents, incidents and attacks of this kind may be low intensity, may not be intended to harm or hurt, but they are certainly designed to send out a message that we are aware of what targets to hit. We are aware of where these unmarked buildings are. We are aware of, we have the capacity to penetrate defenses, to actually be able to hurl a rocket-propelled grenade into a third-floor building. That's one. B, it also suggests that this could be, to ping the defenses and security systems within Punjab at a sensitive time when we've seen, elevated conversations around Khalistan and Khalistani groups. There's been an election in Punjab as well. But most importantly, to check defenses, check response times. This is a very important part of the entire terror cycle and machinery, Gaurav.
That's a very interesting angle, and an aspect, is this to check response? Was this not really a terrorist attack, some kind of mischief or some kind of a response? We still do not know, because the official word that's come in from the agencies and now from the police is an indication, one, no damage, two, forensics teams are here. And it's only after the forensics team that they've carried out their investigation, because there are some markings that are visible on the explosive or the fins that are available, and those markings, for a layman do not mean much. We have been speaking to our sources to get more information. What would, TPB/O 13-86K, all of that markings, or what would they mean? What do they imply? How long was this RPG there? When was it fired? All of that information, we're still waiting for more details. And the moment the forensics team are able to shed more light, will there be more clarity on this? But the fact that intelligence agencies themselves have been talking about terrorists from Jammu and Kashmir making bases in Punjab, and that's a cause for concern. Pakistan sending in weapons through drones and IEDs through drones, the recent arrests that have taken place, the recent recoveries that have happened, all of these are a cause for concern. But is this a situation where you join the dots, or would that be too premature? We will wait for investigators to tell us more, Shiv.
We're going to wait for investigators to tell us a little bit more. A very brief statement has come in so far from the Punjab police, merely saying that this was a blast that took place at 7:45 p.m. No damage or casualties of any kind, mercifully, have taken place in this particular attack. What the message is, who is behind it, how did they manage to penetrate, any possible security in the area to carry out this attack. And we've got these exclusive pictures here on India Today, because we're the first reporters on the ground. We take all such news breaks very, very seriously. That's the reason why you will be seeing many of these pictures. They've been cleared by security and investigators on the ground, because we also value that a clean investigation is to be conducted, and we don't want to compromise any information or data. But these images have been cleared for use in media, and India Today, of course, is showing them to you first here tonight on our coverage of the blast that's taken place in Mohali. Nobody is hurt. Third floor building of the Punjab Police Intelligence Headquarters in this suburb of Chandigarh. Nobody is hurt. The police has released a statement, but it does not talk about anything. Nothing has been ruled out, of course. There is no official ruling out, of a terror angle or who may be involved. But like Gaurav and Kamaljeet have been pointing out, the atmosphere of elevated Khalistani, activity, strong attempts by both Pakistan as well as defunct, Khalistani elements within India have been on for a while now, including with foreign help. They've been hugely unsuccessful, spectacularly unsuccessful. But it appears pretty clear that certain elements are desperate to try and send out a message that they are bigger than they actually are. And to take things very, very seriously in this respect, drones, as Gaurav pointed out, have been dropping, things from weapons to revolvers to ammunition to guns, across the border. Tunnels have been built as well for terror activity in Punjab. So the Khalistan, the aura of Khalistan and the threat of Khalistan has taken on an all new hue, if I may call it that, in the last few months. So it's difficult not to connect what's happening in Mohali with that context, but we will not be making those connections. That is for the investigators, that's for the police, and potentially the National Investigation Agency may also get involved given the seriousness of what has taken place. One brief statement coming in from the Punjab police, Kamal, one final word from you. Anything more that we can expect tonight from the... Okay, Lalit Sharma is live with me. I'll come back to Kamal. Lalit Sharma is live with us from Mohali, from the site. First journalist on site reporting from outside the Punjab Police headquarters, intelligence headquarters, I beg your pardon, where this attack is taking place. Lalit, brief statement out from the Punjab Police. Any further details you can share with us, or is there anything more expected tonight from the Punjab Police?
Sure. Right now, first of all, let me show you the visuals here. Right now, I'm standing outside the Punjab Intelligence Office. The Punjab Intelligence is saying that now the police have released the press release that it was a minor explosion and no one got hurt. But as per the input, what we are learning from our learned sources, that it might be probably a RPG, which was being shot here in the third floor of the intelligence office around 7:45 p.m. A high security zone. You know that the intelligence office just takes up the information from the Punjab. But in the past, some days, how the terrorist activities are going on in Punjab. Yesterday only, 3 kg RDX was recovered from Taran, and 2 more people were arrested in that. And if you talk about 3 to 4 days before, 4 persons were arrested from Karnal, and a lot of recovery and explosions were done from them. Still, the investigation is going on, and as per the input what we are learning that now, the forensic team is inside the intelligence office, taking everything very minutely, looking everything very minutely. And one thing more, Shiv, these are the visuals, exclusive visuals here now. See that the policemen could be seen here with their weapons. So you can itself imagine that what has happened here. And definitely a statement has been released that it was a minor explosion, but now you can itself see that now the policemen can be seen guarding, holding the guns in their hand. So now the whole area has been completely cordoned off. So these are the exclusive visuals which are coming here from the Mohali Intelligence Office. Now the whole road has been completely blocked, sealed up. Number of policemen could be seen here guarding this area, and you can see that this intelligence office has been now completely guarded off by the armed forces. These are exclusive visuals which are coming from the Mohali Intelligence Office. Definitely a press release has come from the police, but they are saying that it was a minor explosion. But as per the latest input, what we are learning that it might be a RPG. Still, what our sources are saying that it might be a RPG. And now you can itself see that now the armed police forces can be seen here guarding this whole intelligence office. At 7:45 p.m., this explosion took place in the Mohali Intelligence Office. And in the past some days, how the things have turned in Punjab. 2 kg RDX was recovered from Taran, and 2 people were arrested. And other than that, around 4 days before, 4 Khalistani terrorists were arrested in Karni. Still, the investigation is going on. And if we talk about the mastermind of the whole thing, was Rinda, who is giving the directions from Pakistan. And one thing which is which I just want to tell that the whole explosion which has been recovered were being sent from the Pakistan through the drone. So these are the latest info what we are getting right now here from the Mohali Intelligence Office. Yes, sir.
Lalit, you've been reporting one of the most turbulent political phases in Punjab, all through the last couple of years, through this entire election, the many things that have been said about the many attempted reactivations of the Khalistani cause, which has been totally unsuccessful so far. As a journalist reporting on all those twists and turns, how do you see this particular incident in light of all those attempts to somehow revive the entire aura of threat of Khalistan, Lalit? I want a journalist perspective from you, since you've covered all those things.
See, in the past some months, the way the things are happening is definitely points out some sort of a danger in Punjab. But if we just talk about today's incident, because it's much important right now to talk about today's incident, at 7:45 the explosion took place in the intelligence office. Police is saying that it was a mine explosion, but as per the latest input, what we are learning that it was something which police now does not want to share right now. And these are the visuals which are saying all these things. Police guarding this office now. Whole barricading being done. No one is being allowed to cross this point. Police officials investigating the matter. Forensic team already inside the intelligence office. You can see the Punjab intelligence office on the third floor where still the light could be seen on. So the investigation is still on, and these are the visuals which are coming here from the Mohali intelligence office.
Okay, as you can, yeah, you can see the pictures around Lalit right now. You can see pictures around Lalit. One final question with you, Lalit. That area around you has been completely cordoned off, is it? It looks like there are quite a few, police personnel who are arriving there.
Right now, Shiv, the SSP Mr. Chahal could be seen here. He was inside doing the investigation, but not talking to the media. You can see his car just moving here. The media person just trying to take his statement, have a version, what's happening inside, but not right now, he's not revealing anything. So these are the visuals here outside the intelligence office. But what one thing which is very important that the closing took place here, and now the investigation is over. Yes, sir.
Okay, so some senior police officials have reached that particular area. The SSP of Mohali has also reached that particular area. The India Today crews trying to get a statement from him. As you can see, quite a few journalists late in the night there at Mohali. Not surprising whatsoever. This is a big story with multi-layered implications. Yes, let's try and get some sound in from Lalit.
Yes. Let me once again hear the visuals here outside the intelligence office.
Yeah.
So these are the visuals. Police not trying the media person to cross this line. Completely, you can see large number of police officials now guarding the whole area. Still, the light could be seen here on the third floor of the intelligence office where the program is going on. Forensic teams have already reached that place. Investigation is on. But as per the input, what we are learning that as per the police report, the statement that has been released by Punjab Police, it was a mine explosion. But what we are learning from a source is that it might be a RPG. And the way it has hit here, police definitely investigating the matter, and in the past some days how the thing that was in Punjab, RDX being recovered from Taran, and after that terrorists being
Okay, Lalit, we've run out of audio with you, but we'll try and re-establish that link. Lalit, first journalist on the ground there, getting you that live picture. What you have on your screen right now, viewer, is a live picture from right outside, the police intelligence headquarters in Mohali. I can assure any viewers who have any concerns that this is not a security breach. The media is permitted to be there. India Today was first on site. As you can see, there are policemen here, so they know that we are filming at this particular location, and it's pointed away from the building where this actually took place. The images that have come out have been shared with the media by the Punjab police. So this is for anyone who has any apprehensions of any kind. No casualties. No damage, no extensive damage, rather. You can see some shattered glass. There has been a minor blast. It is still being ascertained whether this was indeed a rocket-propelled grenade or some kind of an explosive device. Whatever it is, it has managed to smash into this third-floor office of the Punjab Police Intelligence Headquarters in Mohali. Mercifully, no damage done there. But who was behind it, how they managed to breach security to actually manage the difficult task of reaching a rocket-propelled grenade or whatever this grenade device is into the third floor. Third floor is pretty high of a building which is well protected. Is going to raise a lot of disturbing questions, and they will no doubt be the beginning point of the investigation that is already currently on. It's late in the night, and we do know that police personnel are on the ground and investigating very, very closely. Kamaljeet continues to be with me until we get Lalit back in on this. Kamal, any further updates that you're getting from your sources in the Home Ministry as well?
Well, obviously, there would be a worry, especially and we've been able to speak to some of the officers and agencies. They're saying this is too early. They are in touch with Punjab police officials. So they will be gathering more evidence before they kind of want to spell out that who's done it, who's behind it. So these are initial parts. But what is very clear is that today we live in time where environment and energy saving is obviously a big thing. And that is why there are windows, and there are big windows across. And most officers like to take the best view vantage point, so to say. So that particular thing could be a cause of concern. From the look of it, what I can make out is that there's a huge table. So possibly a senior officer. Was there somebody being specifically targeted? Is something which has to be investigated. Was there a threat coming in the way of it? That is the second thing. So a whole lot of investigation now needs to, because these are people who are actually on every single day and assignment are looking at not just Khalistani elements, but any suspicious elements. Punjab Police, for all you know, has been doing a good job as far as finding out these modules are concerned. And these modules have expanded over a period of time, which has been a worry. There have been the likes of Guru Patwant Singh Pannu who have tried to get in use.
Absolutely.
Hoisting of Khalistani flag at the DC office in Moga. There have been dozen cases. We've seen the activity of drones increase multifold times. There are pistols that are coming in. I was speaking to a senior officer in Jammu Kashmir Police just about before the news broke in, and they were talking about how the pistols were really coming in, and they were coming in via drones both from Jammu and Punjab. And this is where they feel that this could be used for targeted killings, not just in J&K, but also in Punjab. It could just travel anywhere. And this is where is the real cause of concern, that what is the sort of level of indoctrination that ISI, and we've seen that that's been their continuous attempt to fish in troubled waters for the information that we have. But so far, what we've also found out is that there is little resonance as far as feeling is concerned, but they're still trying to exploit as far as the feelings are concerned.
Kamal, sorry to cut you off. We're going to come back to you. Kamal. We're going to continue tracking this story. It's late in the night, but obviously India Today, it doesn't matter to India Today. We will continue to bring you the latest. Lalit, our man on the ground, is right outside the place where this has taken place. So we're going to get you updates overnight on this big story. Small blast, big implications, and we're giving it all the seriousness it deserves. We won't let you down, viewer. However late in the night it is, we will keep you updated. Stay tuned with me. We're back right after this break.
You are watching India Today.
Do you know of Amway products? And if you do, then how were you introduced to it? Was it a friend, a co-worker who introduced it to you? You certainly must have not found it on the shelves. Well, this is because their products are primarily distributed through a network of maybe 4 million members in over 100 countries. The beauty and wellness products company, Amway, is now under fire by the Enforcement Directorate for running a pyramid scheme. ED has also added that Amway's purpose is not to sell its exorbitantly priced products, but instead to induce the public to sign up as members of its get-rich schemes. And this led to ED attaching assets of Amway India Enterprises Private Limited worth over 757.7 crores following a money laundering probe under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the PMLA. Is Amway a pyramid scheme? Well,
Hello warm welcome. You're watching In the Club. My name is Aditi Nagpal-Girotra. First up, this year's BAFTA Television Awards were handed out at a ceremony held in London's Royal Festival Hall. While Jodie Comer picked up the Leading Actress Award, Sean Bean was named Best Actor. Here are all the highlights for you.
TV's biggest night is here. The BAFTA TV Ceremony 2022 took place at London's Royal Festival Hall, hosted by Richard, with the great and the good from the TV industry out in force to celebrate.
So here I am.
Did you know it would be like this?
This is us being useful.
I need urgent medical assistance. Thank you very much.
While Jodie Comer picked up the Leading Actress Award for COVID care home drama titled Help.
Yeah, it's like they forgot about us, isn't it?
Why not? We're okay.
I promise you will.
Have you been in prison before? No. First time for everything, eh?
We're in here as punishment, son, not for it.
Sean Bean was named the Best Actor for playing a prisoner in Jimmy McGovern's series titled Time, which was also named Best Miniseries.
Your life won't be worth living now. Did you ask for forgiveness? I can't forgive myself.
Time.
Hurry up, because I got a little job for you, and yeah, I'm being nice because I'm on speakerphone.
Matthew McFadden took home the Best Supporting Actor award for his role in Succession.
Matthew McFadden.
The show creator, Jesse Armstrong, collected the award on his behalf.
Thank you very much.
He plays the role of hilarious Tom Wormsgans in the series.
You know, he's, I call him a dickie too. He's pretty lonely and afraid, I guess.
And the BAFTA goes to Kathy Tyson.
Kathy Tyson, on the other hand, won the Best Supporting Actress for Help.
Where's your mask?
I didn't know we needed to wear them.
During her acceptance speech, she paid tribute to Ukraine, who are currently at war with Russia.
Also, just for I stand with Ukraine and the Russian people as well.
The BAFTA goes to Big Zeus, Big Eats.
Larger-than-life chef and rapper Big Sue was among the big winners at the BAFTA TV Awards, sharing top honors with hard-hitting dramas Time and Help. Big Sue beat the likes of Graham Norton and Michael McIntyre to the prize for Best Entertainment Performance, and his Big Eats series won the Features Award.
And the BAFTA goes to Ant and Dec's Saturday Night Takeaway.
Thanks very much. What a great start to the night!
Wow. The other winners at the British television industry's most prestigious ceremony included Ant and Dec's Saturday Night Takeaway.
Have a wonderful evening. Thank you, BAFTA.
Thank you. Have a great night.
The latest show with Mo Gilligan, Motherland, In My Skin and The Chase. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
U2 singer Bono and guitarist Dave, the Edge Evans performed the band's classics at a subway station in Kyiv to bolster spirits in the war-torn Ukraine. Here is the complete story for you.
It's too late tonight to drag the past out into the light.
Irish rock star Bono praised Ukraine's fight for freedom during a performance at a central metro station in downtown Kyiv, where the U2 frontman also issued his own prayer for peace. From the platform of a Kyiv metro station, the 61-year-old rock icon belted out U2 classics like Sunday Bloody Sunday, Desire, and With or Without You.
All that you can leave behind, leave it behind. Our love, one more in the name of love.
The band said in a tweet, and we quote, "President Zelensky invited us to perform in Kiev as a show of solidarity with the Ukrainian people, and so that's what we have come to do."
Tonight we will stand by your
Bono performed alongside U2's guitarist Dave "The Edge" Ivan to bolster spirits in the war-torn Ukraine. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Tom Cruise is all set to return to the big screen, courtesy his much-anticipated film Top Gun Maverick. The superstar made a grand entry via a chopper for its world premiere in San Diego. And that's not all. The action hero is also gearing up for not one but two Mission Impossible films. Here's everything you need to know.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Over 3 years of delay, but nearly 36 years after the first film. Top Gun is back, and so is its leading man, Tom Cruise, who is no stranger to stunts.
Those are your pilots. Anything happens to them.
Yes, one of the biggest action stars in Hollywood made a fancy entry via a chopper at the Naval Air Station in San Diego for the world premiere of his much-anticipated film Top Gun Maverick. He not only had this, but two more reasons to celebrate. First of which, of course, was he finally agreed to return to the role of hotshot pilot Pete Maverick Michelle that made Cruise an international superstar more than 3 decades ago. And second of the three was that the sequel overcame both production as well as COVID-19